Welcome, villagers, to the village hidden in the stories. I'm your guide, KAGE, the creator and author behind all the what-if stories you see on this channel, powered by your amazing suggestions. Every story you hear is written, edited, and produced by me, so if you're ever wondering who's behind the magic, it's me. I hope you enjoy today's video. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon to stay updated, like the video, and don't forget to drop your what-if ideas in the comments. Today's story is the movie for What If Naruto Was in Miraculous. And diving right into my take. I really liked working on this fic in retrospect. But in practice it was pain. I made Naruto into basically a explorer, which was a cool trait, and his character change overall was a cool take. He was one of my less emotionally damaged characters, not saying he didn't have damage, but most of the other characters had more, not to mention his backstory wasn't too complicated because it was similar to canon Naruto. He was still an outcast, but it was mostly due to his father, rather than being a Jinchuriki. As for the story overall, I liked where I was going, but in practice I kinda messed up. I stayed too close to canon Miraculous, and beefed it. I do like how I changed Marinette's focus from Adrian to Naruto. I believe it was clean enough, but I could have made it clearer they were not related. Just close family friends that she just found out about. I do like the changes I made, but I could have done more, especially because it was Miraculous. I don't mean that in a bad way, but the show got really episodic and obvious sometimes. It was peak cinema at some points, but not all. For the new series I'm gonna mainly be looking at changing more of the story, looking at mistakes Miraculous and I made and go near the same timeline, but this new story would be more like its own thing. Following a similar path but still very different. Now, without further ado, let's jump into this what if. Chakra. The lifeblood of the soul, the energy that flows through all living things. A force capable of shaping the world, bending the elements, and weaving illusions. An energy as old as myth, rivaling the legends of gods themselves. It has been used to seal away beasts of untold power, and to create them. Accounts of this energy span across history, known by many names and woven into the past of every civilization, from America to Japan. The earliest recorded mention of chakra was found on an island, isolated from Japan yet sharing a similar written language. Whatever civilization once thrived there has long since vanished, leaving only fragments of knowledge behind. Though scholars work to decipher its secrets, most dismiss it as another forgotten mythology, one to be studied, worshipped, or ignored. But for the few who still believe, chakra is more than legend. And when it returns, there is no telling what it may bring. The sharp snap of a book slamming shut cut through the air, but it was lost in the constant hum of travelers moving through the bustling airport. Amid the sea of people, a flash of orange stood out as the book was swiftly tucked into a well-worn backpack. Its owner, a blonde-haired teen with an infectious, sunlit grin, moved with eager energy, weaving through the crowd as he made his way toward the gates to Paris. His steps were light, almost bouncing with excitement as he navigated through the terminal, his sharp blue eyes flicking across the signs and monitors overhead. He barely paid attention to the sea of strangers around him, focused instead on the promise of what lay ahead. A new city, a new beginning. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, he took a deep breath, inhaling the mix of airport coffee, engine fuel, and the scent of fresh possibilities. The weight of the book inside his bag was a familiar comfort, a reminder of where he came from, even as he stepped toward where he was going. With his passport in hand and his heart pounding in anticipation, he strode forward, ready to embrace whatever came next. At 15, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't your average teenager. Born into a family with a proud but heavy legacy, he had always known that one day he would need to prove himself, but not in the way most people expected. His clan had a tradition. Every generation, someone was chosen to leave the familiar and find their own path in a new place, far from the shadows of their past. For Naruto Uzumaki, that day had come. It wasn't about fame, power, or legacy. It was about finding himself, discovering who he was without the weight of expectations. And that's how he ended up in Paris, far from home, but feeling like he was finally heading in the right direction. There was so much about the world. And about himself, he still didn't understand. But he knew one thing for sure: this was the first step on a journey that would shape his future. And it was one he was determined to take. The bright sun peeked through the clouds, casting soft rays over the Paris skyline. As Naruto exited the terminal, he found himself momentarily lost in the sky above, watching the clouds shift and change, unaware of how someone else's journey was about to begin, one that mirrored his in ways he couldn't yet understand. Meanwhile, across the city, a girl with bluish-black hair lay peacefully in bed, the warmth of the sun barely reaching her through the skylight. Marinette's room was quiet, save for the soft tick of her clock, which seemed to grow louder with each passing second, as though it was marking time until something was about to change. Suddenly, the shrill buzz of her alarm clock jolted her awake. Marinette groggily rubbed her eyes, her mind still foggy from sleep as she glanced at the time. It was the first day of high school, and the bakery downstairs was already filled with the mouth-watering scents of fresh pastries, her family's livelihood and a source of comfort for her. Marinette stretched with a sigh, her arms reaching toward the sky before slipping out of bed. The warmth of her blankets faded as her bare feet met the cool floor. Her morning routine passed in a blur, freshening up, getting dressed, before she opened the attic door leading to the living room below. As she descended the steps, her mind drifted to the upcoming school year and how she should have spent her last day of summer. In truth, she was glad she had spent most of yesterday indoors. It had been peaceful, uneventful, a rare moment where she hadn't needed to worry about tripping over her own feet or embarrassing herself. A calm before the inevitable storm. And she had a sinking feeling today would make up for it. Lost in thought, she misjudged a step. Her foot slipped, and before she could catch herself, she tumbled down the stairs in a flurry of flailing limbs and startled yelps. She landed with an unceremonious thud against the wooden floor. Face pressed against the cool surface, she let out a muffled groan. Yep. This was going to be a terrible day. With a resigned sigh, she pushed herself up and trudged toward the living room table, collapsing into a seat. A bowl and spoon sat neatly in front of her, but she made no move to start eating. "You're pausing again," came a warm voice. Marinette jumped slightly, though she had already known who it was. Turning just enough to see her mother's familiar smile, she couldn't help but return it, albeit sheepishly. "Oh, hey, Mom." Her gaze flickered back to the untouched bowl before she propped her head up with one hand, a small frown tugging at her lips. Her mother's smile faltered slightly before she turned toward the kitchen, retrieving milk from the fridge and cereal from the cabinet. She placed them on the table with practiced ease, arranging them around Marinette before sitting down beside her. "What's wrong?" she asked gently. Marinette hesitated, staring at the table before finally sighing. "Do I really have to move schools this year? It's already bad enough without that." Her mother's expression softened. "I know it's a big change, sweetheart, but moving to this bakery has helped your father so much over the summer. We were lucky to find you a school so close to home." Marinette sighed again, her thoughts drifting to her old school. She wasn't particularly attached to it, she hadn't had many friends there, but there was still one person she worried about. Her mother studied her carefully. "What's really bothering you?" Marinette hesitated before muttering, "It's because of Chloe." Her mother hummed in understanding, pausing to consider her words. Marinette watched her expectantly, already knowing that she was trying to find a silver lining. "You know, there's no way you'll end up in the same class as Chloe this year. Even if she goes to the same school." I mean, what are the chances? She offered an encouraging smile, setting down a yogurt next to Marinette's empty bowl before sitting beside her. Marinette didn't look convinced. If there was one thing she had learned over the years, it was that fate had a twisted sense of humor. Chloe was a nightmare, an entitled princess with a sharp tongue and the ability to bend even adults to her will. Marinette had spent far too long being tormented by her, always hoping to finally escape, only to find herself back in the same cycle. Her mother watched her closely before reaching out and placing a gentle hand on hers. Look, we'll take things one step at a time. This year will be different, I can feel it. So, finish your breakfast and focus on the good, all right? With that, she pressed a soft kiss to Marinette's forehead. The warmth of the gesture tugged a small, hopeful smile onto the girl's face. Maybe this year really would be different. Maybe things wouldn't be as bad as she feared. Oh, and your father and I have something for you before you leave. Before Marinette could ask what it was, her mother was already walking away, leaving her to prepare her breakfast. Unfortunately, fate decided to remind her who she was. In the span of 5 seconds, the milk tipped over, the spoon slipped from her fingers and shot into the cereal box, knocking it over, which in turn landed on the yogurt, sending it straight into the trash bin. Marinette stared at the mess in utter defeat. Maybe she had been right the first time. This was going to be a terrible day. Marinette groaned as she wiped up the spilled milk, grumbling under her breath. Yep. Definitely a terrible day. Just as she was about to dump the soggy napkins in the trash, her father's cheerful voice boomed from the bakery. Marinette, come down here for a second. She sighed, half expecting another chore before she could even eat breakfast, but as she stepped into the bakery, the warm scent of fresh pastries wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. The display cases were already filled with golden croissants, fruit-filled tarts, and, of course, their signature macarons. Her father, Tom, stood behind the counter, his ever-present smile lighting up his face. Sabine stood beside him, holding a small, neatly wrapped box. "We have something for you," her mother said, handing the box over. Marinette took it curiously and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in delicate paper, were over a dozen perfectly made macarons, each one decorated with little swirls of color, more intricate than the ones they usually sold. "They're special macarons just for you and your class," Tom said proudly. "Your favorite flavors, and a little extra sweetness for your first day at your new school." Her heart swelled at the gesture. She carefully picked one up, eyeing the delicate pastel shell before popping it into her mouth. A perfect blend of crispness and creaminess melted on her tongue, the familiar taste of vanilla and raspberry making her shoulders relax. "Thank you," she said, swallowing the bite and smiling softly. Sabine placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "We know you're nervous, but no matter what happens today, just remember, you always have us here." Marinette hugged them both tightly before carefully taking the box into her hands, the warmth of their gesture settling in her chest. She opened her mouth to thank them, but before she could speak, a knock echoed from the front door. Her head turned toward the sound, brows furrowing in confusion. Her parents, however, exchanged knowing glances, their smiles unwavering. It wasn't the polite, practiced smiles they used for customers, it was something more familiar, a warmth laced with anticipation. Marinette glanced between them, her confusion growing. "Are we expecting someone?" she asked, shifting the box of macarons in her arms. Her mother chuckled, "You could say that." Before Marinette could press for answers, her father was already moving toward the door. With a firm but welcoming motion, he pulled it open, letting the morning light spill inside. Standing on the doorstep was a boy around her age, his bright blonde hair a little messy from travel, an orange backpack slung over his shoulders. He had an easygoing smile, the kind that felt effortlessly warm, like he belonged wherever he stood. "Yo," he greeted, shifting his weight slightly. His deep blue eyes flickered around, taking in the cozy bakery before landing on her parents. "Hope I'm not too early." "Not at all," her father said, clapping a firm hand on the boy's shoulder before stepping aside. "Come in, Naruto, you must be exhausted after your trip." Marinette blinked. "Naruto?" She barely had time to process before her mother turned toward her, eyes twinkling with that same knowing look. "Marinette, this is Naruto Uzumaki, he'll be staying with us for a while." She barely had time to process before her mother turned toward her, eyes twinkling with that same knowing look. "Marinette, this is Naruto Uzumaki, he'll be staying with us for a while." As her mother approached, the boy gave a friendly wave. His grin so bright it felt like it added warmth to the already cozy bakery. Marinette hesitated before offering a small wave in return, her mind still catching up to what was happening. She turned quickly to her mother, eyebrows furrowing. "What do you mean he's staying with us?" She had no memory of hearing about this before, and she was sure she'd never met this boy in her life. But her mother's expression remained gentle, unfazed by her confusion. "Our families have been connected for generations," her mother explained. "Your extended relatives and Naruto's have always kept close ties, no matter where they are in the world. Naruto was already planning to come to Paris, and since we were the closest family here, it only made sense for him to stay with us. So, after some discussion, here we are." Marinette blinked, trying to process everything at once. She glanced back at Naruto, who was still smiling, completely at ease, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Meanwhile, she felt like the ground had been pulled out from under her. Since when did her family have connections like this? And why is she just now hearing about it? Her eyes darted between her mother and father, searching for some sign that this was all just some elaborate joke. But no, their expressions were warm and sincere, as if this had all been planned for ages. She tried to get this straight: this total stranger, who apparently is not a total stranger, will be living with her and her family, just like that? She barely had time to wrap her head around it before another thought hit her. Wait, does that mean he's going to her school too? Her stomach twisted. It was already nerve-wracking enough starting a new school, but now she'd have to do it while living with some boy she barely knew? This wasn't just some small change, this was huge. She forced a smile, though it felt a little stiff. "Right, here we are." Her mother didn't even flinch, neither did Naruto or her father. They all seemed perfectly at ease with this arrangement, while Marinette felt like she had been thrown into the deep end without warning. "We'll talk more about it when you two get back from school," her mother said gently, placing a reassuring hand on Marinette's shoulder. "For now, you should get going, you've already wasted enough time." Marinette opened her mouth to protest but stopped herself. There wasn't any use in arguing now, not when her mother had that final say tone. Instead, she exhaled, adjusting the box of macarons in her arms before turning toward the door. Naruto, to her irritation, seemed completely unbothered by all of this. He just kept that same easygoing grin, looking entirely too excited for someone about to start a new school in a foreign country. She shot him a sidelong glance. How is he so relaxed about this? Realizing she was staring, she shook her head and marched toward the exit. "Come on," she muttered, pushing open the door. "We're gonna be late." Naruto followed without hesitation, stepping out into the Parisian streets with an eagerness that made it seem like he was setting off on some grand adventure rather than just heading to school. Marinette sighed, adjusting her bag. This is going to be a long day. The two teens walked in silence, the morning air crisp around them. Naruto's usual bright smile had faded slightly as his eyes flicked toward Marinette. She kept her gaze ahead, her expression unreadable, shoulders slightly tense. For someone who had been so expressive back in the bakery. She was oddly quiet now. Curiosity stirred in his mind. Was she always like this? Or was it just because of him? He glanced at her again, tilting his head slightly. So, is it always this quiet on the way to school? He asked, his tone light, hoping to break the silence. Marinette blinked, as if pulled from deep thought. She turned to him with a sheepish laugh, rubbing the back of her head. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm just, still waking up. Naruto hummed, unconvinced, but let it slide. Fair enough, he said with a shrug. Mornings can be rough. They kept walking, the streets of Paris bustling with life as shops opened and people hurried to work. Naruto took it all in, the architecture, the energy, the way the city seemed to breathe around them. It was so different from home, yet he couldn't help but feel a small spark of excitement at the unfamiliarity. So, what's this school like? He asked, shoving his hands into his pockets. Marinette pursed her lips. Well, it's a school, she said with a half-smile. To be honest, it's my first year here too, so I wouldn't know. Naruto chuckled. Then why does it seem like you're so gloomy? Marinette groaned dramatically. You have no idea. He grinned at that, his curiosity piqued even more. Something told him that this school, much like everything else in Paris, was going to be a lot more interesting than he expected. As they rounded the last corner, the towering gates of College François Dupont came into view. Naruto let out a low whistle. Well, he said, stretching his arms behind his head. Guess it's time to see what this place is all about. Before they could move on to the next street, a sharp honk blared through the air, tires screeching. Naruto's head snapped to the side, his instincts kicking in as he spotted an elderly man stepping into the street, right in the path of an oncoming car. Before he could react, Marinette was already moving. Watch out, she cried, dashing forward. She grabbed the old man by the arm and yanked him back just in time, both of them stumbling onto the sidewalk. The car sped past, the driver oblivious to the near miss. Naruto exhaled, his body still tensed as if prepared to jump in. His eyes flickered to Marinette, impressed by how fast she had acted. The old man steadied himself, adjusting his orange-tan shirt before giving them both a warm, knowing smile. Ah, quick reflexes. You have a good heart, young lady. Marinette, still shaken, let out a nervous laugh. I just did what anyone would do. Naruto tilted his head. Not everyone would. The old man turned to Naruto, his gaze lingering on him for a moment longer than expected. There was something in his eyes, an assessment, as if he were seeing something deeper than just a teenage boy. Naruto shifted slightly under the stare, feeling something stir inside him, but before he could place it, Marinette gasped. The macarons. She looked down to see the box had slipped from her grasp in the commotion, the delicate pastries scattered across the sidewalk. Naruto blinked, then let out a small chuckle. Guess that's one way to share them. Marinette groaned, slumping forward. This is officially the worst day ever. Naruto blinked at that, wondering almost if he was some part of that. The old man chuckled softly but said nothing. Instead, his fingers subtly moved behind his back. Unseen by either teen, he slipped something small into Marinette's open bag. A decision had been made. The two took time before going into the school. Naruto helped Marinette clean up the macaroons from the street, or at least what was left, in hopes that the weird silence between them would end. It didn't. Their one conversation stayed in his mind, as they went through the school in semi-awkward silence. The two stepped inside, weaving through the crowded hallways as students chatted and rushed to their classes. Marinette led the way, already somewhat familiar with the layout after orientation, while Naruto followed, his gaze darting around, taking in every detail. Eventually, they arrived at their classroom. Marinette hesitated for a brief second before pushing open the door. Inside, students were already settling in, chatting among themselves. Naruto immediately felt the shift in energy, the nervous excitement of a new school year. At the front of the room, their teacher, Miss Bustier, smiled warmly at the new arrivals. "Ah, you must be Marinette and Naruto. Welcome, why don't you introduce yourselves to the class?" Marinette stiffened at the sudden attention, her nerves getting the better of her. Naruto, on the other hand, stepped forward without hesitation, flashing his signature grin. "Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I just got to Paris, and I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you." His voice was bright and confident, immediately grabbing the class's attention. Whispers broke out among the students, some intrigued by the newcomer's enthusiasm, others surprised by his natural confidence. Miss Bustier nodded approvingly before turning to Marinette. Marinette gulped, "Hi, I'm Marinette de Paincheng. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here." She quickly tried to make herself look smaller, possibly hoping no one noticed her. Miss Bustier chuckled, unfazed by her nervousness. "Wonderful, now, why don't you two both take a seat?" Naruto nodded quickly, making his way to an empty seat at the back of the classroom. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out a worn book on chakra. Flipping it open without hesitation. School had never been something he needed to worry about. He wasn't a genius like Einstein, but he was sharp enough to breeze through the usual busywork without effort. His mind naturally picked up details others overlooked, something his family called seeing underneath the underneath. It kept him out of trouble and, more importantly, kept him aware. Even as he appeared lost in his book, his attention never truly wavered. The lesson continued, and despite how it looked, he caught every word. He had nothing but time in school, so if he had to be here, he might as well use it to his advantage. Naruto flipped a page in his book, his eyes scanning over the intricate details of chakra pathways. Though his mind drifted elsewhere. The classroom buzzed with idle chatter as students settled in, but he remained in his own world, or at least, that's how it looked. Coming to Paris hadn't been his choice, not entirely. It was a tradition, a rite of passage, one that every member of his family had to go through. Find yourself in an unfamiliar place, learn, grow, and prove you could stand on your own. That was what they had told him. But proving himself to whom, his family, himself, he wasn't sure yet. His fingers tapped idly on the book's worn cover, its weight familiar and grounding. This book wasn't something just anyone could read, it required a deep understanding, a trained perception. Naruto had both. While the teacher's voice droned on about class rules, he let himself slip into a state of heightened awareness, picking up everything without appearing to. The girl 2 seats ahead of him, Marinette, if he remembered correctly, kept fidgeting, stealing nervous glances at a blonde kid who had just walked in late. The boy, Adrian, had a carefully controlled expression, like someone used to wearing masks. Chloe, the loud one, had immediately started acting possessive over him, her tone dripping with superiority. Naruto turned a page, not looking up. He could hear the scrape of a chair against the floor, the shifting weight of students leaning on their desks, the hesitation in voices before someone asked a question. Even the rhythmic tapping of a pen 3 seats to his left. It was all information, pieces of a puzzle that painted a clear picture of the people around him. Beneath the surface, he was mapping them out, who they were, what they wanted, what they feared. Still, none of that mattered right now. His grip on his book tightened slightly. He had come here to find himself. But with each passing moment, he wondered, was he really getting closer to that answer, or just further away? Naruto's eyes stayed fixed on the page, but the words blurred as his thoughts drifted. What did he really want out of this? His family's tradition had sent him here to grow, to find his own path. But the idea of simply blending into school life, of going through the motions just to say he did it, felt wrong. He didn't want to just be here, he wanted to experience it. Adventure. That's what he wanted. That's what had always called to him, what had always made his heart race. He wasn't content sitting still, waiting for something to happen. He wanted to explore, to see things no one else had, to uncover mysteries hidden beneath the surface of the world. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the edge of his book, the texture of the pages grounding him. There had to be more to Paris than just school. More than just routines and lessons that he could already figure out with minimal effort. The city had history, secrets, stories woven into its very foundations. He had already seen glimpses of it, like the old man from earlier, the way his sharp eyes had lingered on Naruto, considering something before dismissing it. It was subtle, but Naruto had caught it. That man had been more than he seemed. And then there was Marinette. She had seemed so flustered this morning, yet she had been the first to act when the old man was in danger. There was something about her, something just beneath the surface, like an unfinished puzzle waiting to be solved. His lips curled slightly. Maybe this wouldn't be so boring after all. If nothing else, he'd make sure of that. With that thought, Naruto finally let his focus return to the book in front of him, the familiar comfort of chakra theory settling his restless mind, for now. But adventure was out there, and he would find it. The rest of the class passed in a blur, with Naruto getting called on a few times. Each time, he answered effortlessly, his sharp mind picking up on details even when it looked like he wasn't paying attention. But what had truly caught his interest wasn't the lesson, it was the way a girl named Chloe had tormented Marinette. It wasn't anything outright cruel, but the way she carried herself, the way Marinette shrank under her words, it was clear this wasn't new. Naruto had seen enough to recognize the pattern. The way Chloe spoke with complete confidence, as if she owned the space around her, while Marinette looked like she was used to enduring rather than fighting back. His hands tightened around his book. He wanted to step in, to say something, but would that actually help? He was still just a stranger in Marinette's life, someone who had appeared out of nowhere that morning. If he interfered now, would it just make things worse for her? Would Chloe only double down later when he wasn't around? Naruto exhaled quietly, forcing himself to let it go, for now. As the final bell rang, he shut his book and stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder. The day was over, but his plans were just beginning. He wasn't going straight home. He had already decided what he wanted, to explore, to experience Paris for himself. There was something about this city, something hidden beneath the surface. He could feel it. And if adventure wasn't going to come to him, then he would go find it. With that thought, Naruto made his way toward the exit, ready to see just what Paris had to offer. Naruto stepped out of the school and into the streets of Paris, taking a deep breath as the cool afternoon air filled his lungs. The city felt alive in a way that was different from anywhere else he had been before. The blend of voices, the scent of fresh pastries drifting from cafes, the distant hum of traffic, it was all so vibrant. A small grin tugged at his lips as he adjusted his bag and started walking, letting his feet take him wherever they wanted. He had no destination, no plan, that was the best part. The streets twisted and turned, leading him past towering cathedrals, sprawling parks, and bustling markets. He watched street performers juggle and play music while children laughed and chased after pigeons. A few times, he caught himself staring at the details carved into old stone buildings, their history practically whispering to him. Paris wasn't just a city, it was a story waiting to be unraveled. Eventually, he found himself by the Seine River, the water shimmering under the golden light of the setting sun. He leaned against the railing, watching as boats glided lazily across the surface. It was peaceful, yet his instincts told him that beneath this calm, the city held its own mysteries. This felt nice, but Naruto knew there was still more to Paris, more to uncover, more to experience. That thought didn't dampen his spirits, instead, it made his grin widen. The unknown was what made adventuring worthwhile, and he had only scratched the surface. Just as he was about to turn and continue exploring, something caught his attention. The distant wail of sirens. Naruto's senses sharpened as he picked up on the faint tremor in the ground, the unmistakable sounds of destruction echoing from deeper within the city. The peaceful atmosphere was disrupted by panicked voices, hurried footsteps, and the blaring horns of cars caught in the chaos. His eyes narrowed. "What's that?" he muttered, instincts kicking in immediately. Pushing off the railing, Naruto took off toward the disturbance, weaving through the scattering pedestrians. He vaulted over benches, barely pausing as he navigated the winding streets with ease. The scent of smoke and dust filled the air the closer he got, and when he finally rounded a corner, his breath hitched. Naruto skidded to a stop at the edge of the chaos, his sharp eyes scanning the scene. The towering monster, an enormous stone-like figure, rampaged through the city, its heavy footsteps cracking the pavement beneath it. People screamed, running in all directions, desperate to get away. Cars were overturned, shop windows shattered, and people scrambled to escape as the creature lashed out with an inky black tendril, sending another wave of destruction through the area. Naruto's hands clenched into fists. "What the hell is that?" he murmured, watching as police tried in vain to contain the threat. But even as they fired at it, their attacks only made it grow, as if fueled by the pain. The rocky mass grew. Then, amid the destruction, Naruto heard something that made him freeze. A voice. A familiar voice. His eyes darted toward the creature's chest, where a deep, rumbling growl escaped from within. And beneath that, muffled but unmistakable, was a panicked, distressed cry. His mind raced, filtering through the voices of his new classmates. And then it hit him. "B, Ivan?" Naruto's expression darkened. His fingers twitched at his sides, instinct demanding he act. No one else was stepping up. The police were useless, their attacks passing right through as if the monster wasn't even solid. People were too busy running to notice the real problem. Naruto exhaled. If no one else was going to do something, then he would. With a determined gleam in his eye, Naruto took a small step back, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and instinct. He hadn't expected to do anything more than explore Paris and find himself, but deep down, he knew this was why he had been drawn here. It was as if the chakra in his body had guided him, sensing that he needed to be in this very moment, in this very place. Moving out of sight of both the monster and the police, he reached into his bag and pulled out the scroll with a confident smile. The worn edges were familiar, the ink inside filled with jutsu that could turn the tide of any situation. He closed his eyes. Focusing inward, feeling the familiar tug on his soul, a sensation that told him he was about to tap into something deeper. A flicker of energy sparked in his chest, and in an instant, he vanished. Naruto reappeared on top of a nearby roof, landing with a soft thud. His backpack was tossed aside carelessly, and he tucked the scroll into the pocket of his new jacket. The black and orange design was a departure from his usual outfit, but the simple black mask over his face was the final touch that obscured most of his identity. Only his piercing blue eyes and blonde hair peeked out, giving him away if one looked closely. Beneath the mask, faint whisker-like birthmarks stood out along his cheeks, marks that had emerged after his first surge of chakra. They were a sign, an undeniable mark of his lineage and the power he had inherited. It was part of the legacy his family had passed down to him, a legacy that he had come to understand more deeply than most could ever grasp. To master chakra and to use it, to change the world around him. That is the second goal, given to him by his clan, aside from his earlier rite of passage. But Naruto knew he was still far from the point where he could pass that power on to others. Not yet, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing for a while, and so far reading from his book hadn't done anything. Naruto shook his head, pushing aside his thoughts. There was no point in waiting anymore, he had to figure out exactly what had happened to Ivan. That voice coming from the rock-covered giant was undeniably his classmate's. Even though they'd only just met, Naruto had already picked up on certain things. Ivan could be rough around the edges, not a bully but someone who refused to be disrespected. That didn't make him a villain, far from it. Something else had to be going on. His thoughts were cut short as Ivan continued his rampage, now turning his destructive force on nearby buildings. And somehow, in the short time Naruto had been observing, he'd grown even larger. That was another problem. Still, no one had come to stop him. No heroes, no backup. If no one else was stepping in, then Naruto would just have to distract him long enough to come up with a plan. With that thought, he jumped from the rooftop, chakra surging into his legs to absorb the impact as he landed on the street below. A cloud of dust billowed from the force, and the resounding boom immediately caught everyone's attention, both the police and the rampaging Ivan. But Naruto wasn't focused on them. His eyes were locked on Ivan, and judging by the way the rock-covered boy's head snapped toward him, the feeling was mutual. A sharp glare settled on Naruto before the massive figure lunged forward, letting out a thunderous roar. A grin tugged at Naruto's lips. Good. He had his attention. Ivan charged, swinging a massive fist straight at Naruto. The blonde sidestepped effortlessly, flipping away just as another punch slammed into the pavement, sending cracked spiderwebbing through the ground. The attacks were strong, but slow and uncoordinated, easy to dodge. Big and strong, and you can grow, that's pretty cool, Naruto quipped, effortlessly weaving between attacks. Too bad it doesn't mean much if you can't land a hit. Ivan snarled, his stone-covered fist swinging wildly. Naruto leapt onto his arm, balancing with ease. Shut up, I'll take you down, and then I'm going after Kim. That was all Naruto needed to hear. So Ivan was still in there, but this power, whatever it was corrupting him. Another attack came, this one slamming into the pavement with enough force to split the ground apart. Naruto flipped away, landing lightly on his feet as debris scattered around him. You know, he muttered, glancing at the destruction around them, maybe we should take this somewhere less breakable. His sharp eyes darted around, scanning for a better location. Then they landed on the football stadium in the distance. Perfect. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto pulled out a kunai and flicked it toward Ivan. It bounced harmlessly off the rock-like surface with a metallic clink, but it did exactly what Naruto wanted, it got Ivan's attention. Hey, big guy, he called out, smirking beneath his mask. Let's take this somewhere with a little more room. Try and keep up. Without another word, he turned and sprinted toward the stadium. With a furious roar, Ivan barreled after him, just as planned. Naruto weaved through the streets, making sure Ivan was following closely but not getting close enough to land a hit. Each of the monster's heavy steps sent tremors through the pavement, cracking roads and shaking nearby buildings. People screamed and scrambled out of the way as the pursuit continued, but Naruto barely paid attention to anything other than his target and the path ahead. The stadium wasn't far now, just a few more blocks. Glancing back, Naruto watched as Ivan knocked over a street lamp like it was a twig, his massive fists smashing into anything unfortunate enough to be in his path. The blonde clicked his tongue. "This guy's worse than a bull in a china shop," he muttered. Finally, as he turned the last corner, the massive open field of the stadium came into view. Without missing a beat, Naruto leapt over the gate, flipping through the air before landing smoothly on the grass below. Now, to make sure Ivan actually followed him inside. Spinning on his heel, Naruto faced the oncoming storm of destruction. "Come on, big guy, this way," he taunted, waving a hand. With an enraged bellow, Ivan smashed through the stadium gates, debris flying everywhere as he stormed inside. "Okay, good, that worked," Naruto muttered under his breath, rolling his shoulders. He had managed to isolate the rampaging teen away from civilians. But now came the harder part, actually stopping him. Ivan roared, his massive stone fist slamming into the ground, sending chunks of dirt and grass flying. Naruto dodged with ease, flipping backward before landing lightly on his feet. "Wow, you're really into this, huh?" Naruto remarked, tilting his head. "What, did Kim insult your rock collection or something?" Ivan let out another furious growl. "He laughed at me." Naruto raised a brow. That was, oddly specific, and somewhat childish. There was probably more to it. But it told him one thing: Ivan's emotions were being played with. Something was making his anger spiral out of control. "Alright, I get it, that guy can be a bit of a pain," Naruto said, dodging another heavy punch. "But is turning into a giant rock monster and wrecking the city really gonna make you feel better?" "Shut up," Ivan roared, swinging again. Naruto ducked under the attack, sliding across the ground before flipping onto a nearby goalpost, crouching on top of it. "Man, you really like smashing things," Naruto stated with a grin. "Ever thought about taking up demolition as a hobby?" Ivan's enraged eyes locked onto him, the corruption keeping him too far gone to process Naruto's words. The blonde sighed. "Yeah, didn't think that'd work. Guess I'll just have to knock some sense into you the hard way." His hands clenched into fists as he prepared himself. Time to end this. Naruto didn't attack directly. Instead, he channeled chakra into his hands, matching Ivan's raw strength while ensuring not a single blow actually landed on him. But beyond that, he remained on the defensive. Ivan's power made a direct assault risky. Punching a living mountain that only grew stronger with each hit would do nothing but make things worse. So, Naruto adapted. Rather than meeting force with force, he used Ivan's own momentum against him, expertly redirecting each strike. Every wild swing was deflected, every stomp thrown off balance. Bit by bit, he kept the rampaging giant contained, preventing him from causing further destruction. It was a battle of patience and precision. Naruto knew he couldn't afford to slip up, not when the wrong move could turn the entire situation against him. Before Naruto could fully settle into his strategy, a blur of black landed beside him with an almost theatrical grace. Well, looks like I'm not the only new hero in town," the newcomer purred, his voice laced with amusement. Naruto blinked, taking in the sight of the figure standing confidently beside him. Dressed in an all-black, skin-tight suit with cat ears and a tail, the guy struck a pose that seemed more fitting for a stage than a battlefield. Naruto tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What the hell is this guy wearing? The suit looked straight out of some kind of superhero comic, and the oversized bell hanging from his neck only added to the absurdity. "Nice mask," the cat-themed hero quipped, flashing a grin. "Didn't know we had auditions for new heroes today." Despite his initial confusion, Naruto couldn't help but smirk under his own mask. Gimmicky outfit aside, help was help. "I could say the same about you, Whiskers. I didn't even know Paris had heroes, or villains." Chat Noir, actually, and I'm as new as you are." The boy gave a dramatic flourish, extending his baton with a mechanical click. Naruto nodded. "Right, I'm just glad to not be doing this on my own." "Got a plan to get past his power, or are we just winging it?" "Winging it is my specialty." Before Naruto could respond, a sudden shift in the air sent a warning through his senses. He turned just in time to see Ivan's massive fist barreling toward them. "Move," but the warning came too late. The sheer force of the impact sent Naruto flying through the air, his body smashing through the stadium's metal fencing before crashing into the ground with a painful roll. Dust and debris kicked up around him as he groaned, pushing himself up on one elbow. Well, that could have gone better. Naruto shook off the impact, dusting the rubble from his jacket as he turned his attention back to the fight. Chat Noir was going all in, delivering strike after strike with impressive strength and agility. But to Naruto's frustration, it was having the exact effect Naruto had wanted to avoid. Each hit only made Ivan bigger and stronger. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he watched the stone giant let out a furious roar before ripping a goalpost straight from the ground. With a powerful heave, Ivan hurled it directly at Chat Noir. The black-clad hero managed to dodge at the last second, flipping gracefully out of the way. But Naruto's attention snapped to the path of the goalpost. His stomach tightened. It was heading straight for a schoolgirl standing frozen in shock. Glasses, dark reddish hair, a darker tan complexion, he recognized her from class. Alya, if he remembered correctly. Marinette's quick friend. There was no time to think. Only time to move. Naruto's body reacted before his mind could fully catch up. In a blur of motion, he pushed off the ground with chakra-enhanced speed, dashing toward the incoming goalpost. Just as it was about to crash into Alya, he stepped in front of her, raising both hands. Chakra flared through his arms as he caught the metal structure mid-air, the force pushing him back slightly as his feet dug into the ground. For a moment, there was silence. Alya's wide eyes reflected pure shock as she stared at the boy who had just stopped a flying goalpost with his bare hands. Naruto exhaled through his nose, steadying himself before carefully lowering the post to the ground with ease. He turned back to the girl, offering a small grin under his mask. "You all right?" he asked, as if he hadn't just done something insane. Alya blinked, still processing. Then, her expression shifted into pure excitement. "That was awesome," she practically shouted. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "Heh, glad you think so, but..." A furious roar cut him off, reminding him that the fight was far from over. Ivan, now towering over the field, slammed his fists into the ground, shaking everything around them, before managing to grab a hold of Chat Noir. Naruto sighed, rolling his shoulders. "All right, back to work." Without another word, he turned on his heel. But as Naruto was gearing up to jump back into the fight, he suddenly felt a shift in the air. His attention snapped to the side just as a bright flash of red and black soared into the scene, landing effortlessly in front of Ivan and Chat Noir. The girl in the spot suit had arrived. She moved with confidence, her yo-yo whirling in the air as she expertly wrapped it around Ivan's arm, pulling the rock monster back with a surprising amount of strength. Chat Noir took the opportunity to escape Ivan's tightening grasp, launching himself backward and landing near Naruto with a relieved exhale. Naruto paused, his head tilting as he watched the girl skillfully handle the situation. He couldn't help but wonder where she had been before, especially with how the battle had been escalating. His eyes narrowed slightly under his mask as he observed her, still feeling a sense of unfamiliarity about her presence, but the certainty in her movements caught his attention. She looked back at Chat Noir, who had just gotten free, before turning to face Naruto, her posture a little more relaxed now that they were on equal ground. "I must say, thank you for stepping in, we're all new to this," but I'm still a bit concerned. If I hadn't seen you save Allie, I mean, that girl, I probably would still be standing here, scared for my life." Naruto smiled, though it was hidden by his mask. He gave a casual shrug. "It was nothing. But now we've got a team, and that should be enough to stop him." "Okay, then you two love birds," came the voice of Chat Noir. Naruto and the Pico-doted girl turned to the cat-themed hero, both eyeing him with a small blush. "Let's get back to the fight, can't leave him waiting." Chat moved to rush back in, but he was quickly stopped by Naruto appearing right in front of him. "Not happening. We need a plan and quick. Haven't you noticed how he grows each time you punch him?" Chat Noir shrugged before looking to Ivan, who was still trying to get up. "Okay, then what do we do?" The polka-dotted girl tapped her chin, eyes narrowing in thought. "We need to find the Akuma and capture it," she said, her tone sure. Naruto raised an eyebrow, completely confused. The what now? She turned to him, her expression softening a little. "The Akuma. It's the dark butterfly that's causing Ivan to act like this. My Kwami told me that the Akuma's the source of all this. If we capture it, we can free Ivan." Naruto blinked, still a bit confused. "So, wait, you're telling me there's a butterfly controlling him?" His tone was skeptical, and it was clear that the concept was something entirely foreign to him. "Yes," the girl replied, nodding firmly. "It's like a curse. The Akuma possesses people and turns them into supervillains. We need to catch it before Ivan gets hurt anymore." Naruto was silent for a moment, trying to process what she'd just said. A butterfly, and a little Kwami. He shook his head, completely lost. Naruto tried to put all of this to memory, his mind racing to process everything. Miraculous holders, Kwamis, Akumas, nothing like this existed back in his world. It was as if he had stepped into a completely different realm, one that operated on rules he didn't fully understand. He glanced at the girl in the polka-dotted suit and Chat Noir, their conversation still fresh in his mind. She had a Kwami, a little magical companion, and together they fought against dark butterflies that turned people into villains. It sounded like something out of a storybook, yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, trying to shake off the sense of confusion. He had always been someone who adapted quickly, but this was unlike anything he had faced before. But to be honest, he had never had to fight a villain before either. The blonde's attention was suddenly snapped back to the conversation when Ladybug stared at him, a confused expression crossing her face. It was as if she had just realized something important. Once she saw he was paying attention again, she spoke up. "You don't have a Kwami, do you? You told us about having a partner when all this started, about knowing what was going on and why it was happening, but you seem to be in the dark." Naruto nodded, not trying to hide his confusion. "Yeah, I'm not a miraculous holder, is that what you said?" Ladybug nodded, confirming his suspicion. "Yeah, I'm not that. I wasn't expecting to use my abilities to fight villains, especially not on my first day here." He scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Chat Noir, never one to let something slide, chimed in. "Then how did you catch that goal?" "It was huge." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "I have my own skills," he replied bluntly, not wanting to dive too deep into how exactly he managed to pull that off. Ladybug and Chat Noir exchanged a look, both clearly still trying to figure him out. Naruto was sure they were wondering how someone without a Kwami was able to do the things he had. But for now, he had no intention of explaining his abilities. He wasn't sure how they'd react, and he didn't exactly trust them with that information yet. What mattered right now was the battle at hand. "If we don't have a plan, we might as well use our powers," Chat Noir declared, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. He raised his fist with a confident smirk. Before anyone could stop him, he shouted, "Cataclysm!" A swirling ball of black energy formed in his palm. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against the goalpost. With a loud crack, the structure crumbled into dust. Chat Noir blinked at the destruction, while Naruto stared, eyes wide. That was a serious power, instant destruction on contact, a bit overboard though. Then, a grin spread across Chat Noir's face as confidence radiated from him. He turned to face Ivan, flexing his fingers. "My Kwami wasn't kidding, I really can destroy anything I touch." Before anyone could stop him, he charged at Ivan, who had just regained his footing. But as soon as Chat Noir went in for an attack, nothing happened. Ivan barely flinched before swatting him aside like a fly. Chat groaned as he hit the ground, rubbing his head. Why didn't that work? The polka-dotted heroine let out an exasperated sigh, arms crossed as she glared at him. "Did your Kwami even explain how your power works?" Chat Noir blinked up at her. "I might have gotten a little too excited and transformed before he could finish explaining everything." Naruto tilted his head, watching the exchange with mild amusement. If this was going to happen a lot, he wouldn't mind sticking around just for the banter. The heroine sighed again. "You can only use your cataclysm once per transformation, now you're powerless until you recharge." Chat Noir's face fell. That would have been good to know. Naruto held back a chuckle, but his attention shifted back to Ivan, who continued stomping around, shaking the ground with every step. Lesson learned. Now, how do we actually stop him? The blue-haired heroine's eyes narrowed as she studied Ivan. After a moment, she snapped her fingers and stepped closer to Naruto, motioning toward Ivan's right hand. "His fist, he's always kept it closed, and he only attacks with his left." Naruto's eyes widened in realization, quickly figuring out what the girl was saying. That means the Akuma thing is inside whatever he's holding in his right hand. Exactly, the girl responded with a smirk. Chat Noir, finally pulling himself to his feet, dusted himself off, "So we just need to open his hand." Naruto crossed his arms, easier said than done. Before they could discuss it further, a sharp beep echoed from Chat Noir's ring. The polka-dotted heroine sighed. "And that's another problem, since you already used Cataclysm, you've only got 5 minutes before you transform back." Naruto raised an eyebrow. A power that could only be used once per transformation, plus a strict time limit, that was a serious drawback. Every move had to count, no wasted efforts. Unlike his own abilities, which relied on stamina and chakra control, these miraculous powers were highly specialized but came with clear limitations. Chat Noir chuckled nervously. "No pressure or anything," he joked, eyeing his ring with obvious concern. Naruto crossed his arms, considering their options. "Alright, so we need to get whatever he's holding, and we need to do it fast before we lose one of our fighters. Any bright ideas?" The blue-haired girl's eyes flickered toward Ivan as she studied his movements. "My Kwami said I would normally use my lucky charm to figure it out, but I don't think we need it this time. The three of us can handle this. But I should still use it," she added. "We need to restore the city after we're done." Naruto turned to her, confusion evident beneath his mask. She caught on quickly. "Oh right, you don't know my powers," she explained. "My lucky charm lets me create an object that helps us win. And once we purify the Akuma, I can use it to reverse any damage Ivan caused." Naruto nodded, storing that info for later. "Alright, so what's the plan?" The girl smiled. "Easy, here's what we're going to do." That was the last thing Naruto heard before he and Chat Noir were suddenly thrown straight into Ivan's grasp. Naruto's mind raced as he found himself gripped tightly in Ivan's massive hand. The sensation of being at the mercy of this huge, rock-like power was different. He wasn't used to being held like this. Being out of control was an feeling. His instincts told him to escape, to slip out of Ivan's hold, but the pressure was intense. But just as he was starting to think about his next move, a loud crack split the air, drawing his attention. The heroine, quick, focused, had moved in with precision, shattering the object Ivan had dropped when catching the other two heroes. It was all over in an instant, one quick strike, and the battle was on the verge of being won. Naruto blinked, genuinely impressed. Not only had she acted fast, but she'd also anticipated the best way to take the object out of play completely. The girl's quick thinking made him realize how much there was to learn, but the girl, even with her being as new as he was a natural. It wasn't just raw power or speed that mattered, it was the ability to think on your feet, to use the situation to your advantage, and to act without hesitation. Ivan's grip began to loosen and his power faltered. Naruto felt a wave of respect for his new partner. She didn't need to think twice or hesitate, she just acted. That kind of decisive action was something he could admire, especially now, standing with these heroes in this unpredictable mess. Ivan finally released his grip, letting both Naruto and Chat Noir drop to the ground. Before they could fully regain their footing, a purple smog engulfed the villain, rapidly shrinking him back to his original form. From the ashes of whatever object Ivan had been clutching, the dark butterfly the heroine had described earlier floated up. Naruto eyed it curiously. It was smaller than he'd expected, but its ominous presence was undeniable. Before he could dwell on it, the girl swiftly took action. With a confident shout of lucky charm, a red and black polka-dotted brush appeared in her hands. Naruto barely had time to process why she'd summoned such an object before she used it in a way he didn't quite catch. Whatever it was, it worked, and the brush vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. Then came her final move. Miraculous Ladybug. At her call, a wave of shimmering ladybugs burst into the air, spreading across the city in a dazzling swarm. In mere moments, all the destruction caused by the battle vanished as if it had never happened. The cracked streets, shattered windows, and debris littering the area were completely restored. Naruto could only watch in mild awe. That wasn't just fixing damage, it was a full-scale rewind. The heroine's power didn't just stop the villain, it undid everything that came with the chaos. That was pretty incredible. As the last of the ladybugs fluttered away, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts. He turned toward Ladybug, who was watching the restored city with a small, satisfied smile. Phew, the blue-haired heroine sighed, letting her shoulders relax. That was close. Naruto crossed his arms, watching the whole process with interest. So that's how you do it, he had to admit. As chaotic as this whole fight had been, she handled herself well. Quick thinking, fast reflexes, she wasn't just some girl in a flashy costume. Chat Noir, now leaning against a nearby lamppost to catch his breath, gave a lazy grin. And that, my friend, is how we save Paris. Naruto huffed a small laugh but nodded, not bad for our first day. He turned to his other partner, his expression thoughtful. You knew exactly what to do from start to finish, guess that means you're the leader of this team. Huh? The girl blinked at him, surprised by the comment. I wouldn't say that, she stammered, rubbing the back of her neck. I just figured things out as we went. Naruto smirked under his mask. Yeah, well, you figured them out pretty fast. Without thinking, the three of them raised their fists, meeting in the middle for a fist bump. It was instinctual, natural, like they had been doing this for years rather than just the first time. Chat Noir grinned but quickly glanced at his ring as another beep echoed through the air. His eyes widened slightly before he stepped back. Alright, partners, I'd love to stay and chat, but I'm running out of time. Gotta go before I turn back into a pumpkin. With a playful salute, he turned and dashed off, disappearing into the streets of Paris. Naruto watched him go before turning back to girl dressed like a ladybug, who was crouched down, picking up a crumpled piece of paper from the broken remains of whatever Ivan had been holding. She unfolded it, her eyes scanning the contents, but she didn't say anything about what was written. Instead, she looked at Ivan, who was still sitting on the ground, dazed from everything that had just happened. His breathing was still heavy, his expression filled with confusion and a hint of shame. The heroine gave him a kind smile and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Hey, don't let this get to you. Okay? You were upset, and someone took advantage of that. But you're not a bad guy, Ivan." He blinked up at her, clearly still processing everything, but after a moment, he nodded. "Yeah, I guess I just got carried away, but how do you know my name?" The girl didn't answer. Naruto watched the exchange silently, taking note of how easily she handled the situation. She wasn't just quick thinking in battle, she also knew how to talk to people, how to calm them down. It was impressive. Before Ivan could say anything else, footsteps rushed toward them. Wow, that was amazing. Naruto turned to see the same girl he had saved earlier, Alya, holding up her phone and recording them with pure excitement in her eyes. "This is insane, Paris has actual superheroes now, and I got the whole thing on camera. This is history in the making. Okay, first question, who are you guys?" She didn't even give them a chance to react before firing off more. "Where did you get your powers? How long have you been heroes? Do you work together, or was this just a one-time thing? And what was that with all the ladybugs fixing everything, was that your power?" she asked, pointing at the heroine. The girl blinked, overwhelmed for a second, before managing a sheepish smile. Naruto chuckled under his mask. She was quick in battle, but this was definitely new territory for her. Alya leaned in, Come on. Come on, Paris needs to know." That seemed to snap the heroine back to reality. She squared her shoulders and took a deep breath. "All right, my name is..." She hesitated for a second, then her face lit up as if she just had an idea. "Ladybug, you can call me Ladybug." Alya gasped, "Ladybug, I love it, it fits so well." Then she turned her attention to Naruto, phone still recording. "And what about you, what's your hero name?" Naruto blinked. Right, he was just kind of thrown into this whole hero thing, he hadn't even thought about what he should call himself. His mind raced for something simple. Something that felt right. Then it hit him. "Hokage," he said, the name rolling off his tongue with confidence. "Or Fire Shadow, if you prefer." Ladybug gave him a curious glance at the name, but Alya grinned. "Hokage, sounds powerful, and mysterious. You guys are gonna be huge." Naruto smirked a bit under his mask. He had to admit, it did have a nice ring to it. Ladybug turned to Naruto, giving him a small smile. "Well, Hokage, I guess this is where we split for now." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, seems like it." Chat Noir had already disappeared, slipping away before he ran out of time. Now it was just the two of them left standing there as Alya continued excitedly reviewing her footage. Ladybug glanced back at Ivan, who was still looking down at the note he had held before being akumatized. She put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Remember, don't let this get to you too much, okay? You're stronger than what anyone else says about you." Ivan looked up, surprised, before nodding slowly. "Thanks." Ladybug then turned back to Naruto. "See you around?" "Yeah," he said, offering a small nod. "See you around, Ladybug." With that, she swung off into the city, disappearing into the Paris skyline, neither of them noticing how the Aquama had gotten away. Naruto took one last look at the scene before turning on his heel and walking away in the opposite direction. The streets were quieter now, and as he made his way home, he let his mind drift back over everything that had just happened. In the span of a few hours, he had gone from simply arriving in Paris to fighting a giant supervillain, discovering a strange new system of power, and apparently becoming a superhero himself. Miraculous holders, akumas, cataclysm, lucky charm. The words circled in his mind. There was a pattern to this, rules he hadn't fully grasped yet. His own abilities were second nature to him, but these miraculous powers had serious limitations, ones that could be dangerous if not understood properly. He would have to learn more. Then there was Ladybug. Quick thinking, strategic, and despite how overwhelmed she had been at first, she had stepped up when it mattered. Not bad at all. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Yeah, today had been unexpected, but it wasn't bad. As he reached the bakery, Naruto exhaled, pushing his thoughts aside for now. He had plenty of time to figure things out. Summoning his orange backpack, he ran a hand over the old seal stitched into the fabric, a technique passed down in his family for over 1,000 years, back when they all still had chakra. It was a convenient tool, no matter where he was, he could always summon or locate his bag. A perfect application of the energy he had been studying. Perched on the rooftop, he unzipped the pack and reached inside, searching for something. His fingers brushed against familiar fabric before he pulled out his old clothes, his civilian outfit. He studied the orange jacket and blue jeans for a moment before quickly changing, stuffing his shinobi gear back into the bag. Once ready, Naruto hopped off the rooftop, landing smoothly in a nearby alley. He braced himself slightly upon impact before casually walking out onto the street, his thoughts still lingering on everything that had happened. His jacket wasn't going to cut it, he needed something more durable. And he had already wasted his only kunai on Ivan. He'd have to track it down tomorrow. If this kind of thing was going to keep happening, he would need to ask his clan for more gear. Definitely a sturdier jacket, and some proper ninja equipment. With those thoughts lingering in his mind, Naruto gripped his key, unlocking the door before slipping into the quiet bakery. It was late, and the small shop had long since closed for the night. He moved up the steps with ease, a small smile crossing his face. Though he had only been here for a short time, there was already a sense of familiarity in the way he navigated the space, as if he had lived there for years. Just as he reached the door to the apartment, ready to step inside, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. A faint ripple of chakra brushed against his senses, making him pause. "You know, I hate it when I sleep for a day, and you go off having a whole battle without me," the voice drawled. "What do you have to say for yourself, Naruto?" Naruto turned slightly, his eye twitching as he caught sight of a familiar form. Kurama. The small, floating ten-tailed fox hovered just above the staircase railing, his fur a deep shade of crimson, eyes glowing with sharp intelligence and a hint of irritation. Despite his reduced size, about as big as a medium-sized dog, his presence was anything but small. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "It wasn't exactly planned, you know. I didn't expect to start my first day here with a full-on battle against some giant, rage-fueled dude." Kurama flicked his tails, unimpressed, "And yet, you managed to get yourself right in the middle of it." His sharp eyes narrowed. "You didn't even think to wake me up?" Naruto shrugged, stepping into the apartment and dropping his bag near the door. "You were out cold, not like I could just shake you awake." Kurama scoffed, floating in after him. "TCH, still should have tried, you're lucky you didn't get yourself killed." Naruto rolled his eyes, "You worry too much." The fox huffed but said nothing more, instead watching as Naruto moved toward his room, his mind already shifting back to the events of the day. He had been thrown into this without warning, but if today proved anything, it was that Paris had its own share of dangers. If this was going to be a regular thing, he needed to be ready. And that meant more than just asking his clan for better gear. He needed to train. Naruto flopped onto his bed with a sigh, rubbing his temples as Kurama floated above him, watching with his usual knowing gaze. "You really are just like your ancestors," the fox muttered, shaking his head. Naruto cracked an eye open, giving Kurama a dry look. "And that's supposed to mean what exactly?" Kurama scoffed, his tails flicking behind him. "Diving headfirst into battles that aren't yours. Getting involved with forces you barely understand. Acting like it's all instinct. You might as well be a reflection of those who came before you." Naruto sat up, crossing his arms. "Yeah, well, it's not like I asked for you to be sealed inside me." His voice held a sharp edge as he continued. "That whole tradition of putting chakra back into the world, that was a cult. I'm lucky I didn't die when my chakra unlocked." Kurama's ears twitched, his expression unreadable for a long moment before he let out a low hum. "I won't argue with that. This world isn't ready for chakra, but the force must be brought back." His glowing red eyes locked onto Naruto's. "It's been too long since chakra first appeared, and despite the issues with your clan, you have to admit, after everything you saw, they knew what they were doing." Naruto clicked his tongue, leaning back against the bed frame. As much as he wanted to argue, he couldn't. He had seen firsthand what his ancestors were capable of. The sheer control and mastery they had over chakra. Even if he didn't agree with their methods, their results spoke for themselves. Yeah, he muttered begrudgingly. "I get what you're saying." Kurama's expression softened slightly, but only for a moment. Then, his eyes darkened with something more serious. "Speaking of things you barely understand," he said, floating closer, "I didn't expect to see Miraculous holders today." Naruto's brows furrowed. "Wait, you know about them?" Kurama smirked. "Of course I do, unlike you, I actually remember history." His smirk faded as he continued. "And you should be careful. The Kwami that was used to turn that boy into a villain today. I know of it." Naruto straightened at that, his mind racing. "You do?" Kurama nodded. "That power is not to be taken lightly. The Miraculous aren't as simple as they appear, and the one behind today's events, he knows what he's doing." Naruto frowned, the weight of Kurama's words settling in his chest. Today had been chaotic, but if Kurama was worried, that meant things were only going to get more complicated. "Great," Naruto muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Guess I really walked into something big, huh?" Kurama gave a low chuckle. "You always do." Kurama hovered in place for a moment, his many tails swaying behind him as he observed Naruto carefully. Then, with a more serious tone, he said, "Remember this, brat, power always has a price. Whether it's chakra, the Miraculous, or whatever else exists in this world, nothing comes without a cost. Be sure you're ready to pay it." Naruto held his gaze, his expression unreadable. He knew Kurama didn't say things lightly. If he was warning him now, it meant trouble was ahead. "Yeah, I got it," Naruto finally muttered. Kurama snorted, "TCH, we'll see." With that, the small fox dissolved into wisps of chakra, flowing back into Naruto's body like smoke returning to a fire. Naruto stood there for a moment, rolling his shoulders as he felt Kurama's presence settle back inside him. No matter how many times it happened, it always left a weird feeling in his gut. Shaking his head, he turned toward the door, pushing it open and stepping inside the apartment. The warm, familiar scent of baked goods lingered in the air, reminding him of where he was, his temporary home. For now, at least. He sighed, shutting the door behind him. Man, what a first day. Naruto entered living room, the comforting scent of freshly baked goods still lingering in the air. He felt a sense of ease as he stepped further inside, but the events of the day weighed on his mind. It had only been the first day of his arrival. And without the whole miraculous business, he wasn't sure how long he would need to stay here. Sabine and Tom were sitting at the table, talking quietly when he walked in. They stopped as soon as they saw him and smiled warmly. "Hey, Naruto, welcome back," Tom greeted, standing up to offer him a seat. Naruto gave a small wave and sat down, his tiredness still lingering. "Thanks, it's been an interesting day." Sabine raised an eyebrow, her tone light. "I'm sure, the attack today was near your school, and you came in a bit later than Marinette, so we weren't sure where you were." Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, those 3 new heroes had it covered though, I just laid low until everything was calm." He paused for a second, thinking on if he should tell them the truth or not. But he quickly decided it was best for them to be in the dark. "Actually, there's something I need to ask. I was thinking about where I'd stay long term. I didn't want to overstay my welcome." Sabine exchanged a look with Tom before speaking. "It's only been a day, you're always welcome here, Naruto. But we've been talking, and we've realized we don't have much space left, with the bakery and everything." Tom nodded. "We don't have any extra rooms open right now, so we were thinking, maybe you and Marinette could share a room for now." Naruto blinked, slightly taken aback. I mean, I could probably get my family to get me an apartment in this building. If it's more convenient for everyone." Marinette's face instantly flushed, and she looked towards her parents still flustered. "That would be way better than him in my room, I mean not to be rude." Sabine smiled warmly, clearly not put off by the initial awkwardness. "It's sweet of you to offer, Naruto, but we've thought about it. You're here with us, and we want to make sure you're settled in properly." She paused, her expression softening. "You're a part of the family now, and we want to keep you close. I'd rather have you here, where we can make sure you're okay, rather than you being off on your own." Naruto blinked, caught off guard by her words. Well, I didn't expect that," he said, his voice quiet but touched. "I guess I wouldn't mind staying close to the bakery. I mean, I was planning to use my clan's allowance on something else anyway." Tom chimed in, his tone light but sincere. "We want to make sure you have everything you need, and you've already helped Marinette out more than we could have asked for. The least we can do is offer you a place to stay." Marinette's eyes softened at her parents' words. She had been silent for a moment, her usual flustered nature settling down. She finally glanced over at Naruto. The blonde could tell she was a bit surprised at her parents' suggestion at first, and honestly, if anything, it was her room SPR, it would be her decision. "I'm willing to share my room, it wouldn't be so bad, I'll just need to get used to it. I've only known you for a day after all, and we didn't really talk during school." Naruto gave a small nod, having already guessed that's how she felt. He was still new, and the idea of the two of them sharing a room must have been a bit much, especially since he only just arrived in the morning. Naruto gave his usual bright smile, wanting to reassure the girl he wouldn't overstep her kindness. "I'll do my best not to cause trouble, I promise." Sabine smiled, clearly pleased with the arrangement. "It's settled, then, you'll stay with us, and we'll make sure you're taken care of." Naruto leaned against the railing of the apartment rooftop, gazing out at the twinkling lights of Paris after dark. The Eiffel Tower stood tall in the distance, its glow illuminating the skyline. The city was beautiful, no doubt, but his mind was too occupied to fully appreciate it. His new living situation still felt surreal. The Depanchangs had welcomed him with open arms, and while he was grateful, adjusting to life in their home, especially sharing a room with Marinette, was another matter entirely. He wasn't uncomfortable, just unaccustomed. He had always been good at adapting, but this was different. This wasn't just a new place, it was a whole new world. Then there was the other thing on his mind, Ladybug and Chat Noir. He'd barely known them for a day. Yet they already felt like allies. Ladybug's quick thinking during the battle with Ivan had left an impression, and Chat Noir's energy reminded him of his own reckless younger days. They had quirks, sure, but they cared. That much was clear. Naruto sighed, resting his chin on his arms. With everything happening so fast, his arrival, meeting new people, figuring out his place in all of this, there was a lot to process. Then his mind flickered back to the news report he'd overheard earlier. Apparently, there had been a bunch of stone giants spotted across the city, ones that looked exactly like Ivan's transformation. That wasn't normal, if Ladybug and Chat Noir had stopped him. Then why had there been so many more? He frowned, something must have gone wrong. Guess this is home for now, he muttered, watching the city below. The soft click of a door behind him broke his thoughts. He turned as Marinette stepped onto the rooftop, the cool night air ruffling her dark hair. She hesitated for a second before walking over. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked, her voice light but tinged with something uncertain. Naruto smiled slightly, shaking his head. "Nah, just thinking. There's a lot on my mind, you know." He turned back to the city. "Paris is different, but it's growing on me." Marinette nodded, joining him in looking out at the lights. For a while, neither of them spoke. The distant hum of the city filling the quiet. Then, in a softer voice, she spoke again. "I don't think I properly introduced myself earlier today. I know things must have been a bit confusing on your first day, and I didn't really help." Naruto glanced at her, noticing the shift in her tone. Her usual nervousness had faded, replaced by something more serious, something familiar. He'd seen that look before, in people who carried weight on their shoulders. "Hey, no need for that," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "It was my first day here. And it's not like I was the one fighting Ivan, that pleasure goes to Ladybug." Marinette smiled faintly, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of something. It wasn't the first time he'd seen that look. It was the look of someone holding back, someone caught between what they could say and what they couldn't. For a split second, she glanced over her shoulder, fingers fidgeting. "Ladybug, she's amazing, isn't she? I mean, she may be new, but it was like she knew exactly what she was doing." Her voice held an admiration that seemed too personal. Naruto paused, his gaze shifting between her and the city. There was something about the way she spoke. She was always a bit clumsy, a bit scatterbrained, but this was different. Her admiration wasn't from afar. It was close, too close. And then it clicked. His sharp eyes caught the smallest of details. The way she carried herself, the quiet strength beneath her nerves, it was the same strength he'd seen in Ladybug. Not to mention that under the mask, she looked exactly the same. "Wait a second," he muttered under his breath. How hadn't he noticed before? Her movements, her presence, the way her personality shifted when talking about Ladybug, it all lined up. Marinette was Ladybug. But more than that, he thought back to the news report. If Marinette was Ladybug, then she knew those stone giants shouldn't have existed. Did that mean she'd made a mistake? That would explain the way her emotions kept shifting, pride one second, doubt the next. She wasn't just tired, she was carrying the weight of whatever had gone wrong today. Naruto studied her carefully, but he knew better than to say it out loud. The Miraculous holders kept their identities secret for a reason. He picked up on how both tried to leave as soon as their time was running out. It was clear that they didn't want to know each other's identity or let anyone know about theirs for that. Maybe their kwamis told them it had to be this way. Either way, it wasn't his place to reveal it. Instead, he offered a small smile. Ladybug's lucky to have someone who believes in her so much. Marinette blinked, momentarily caught off guard before smiling, though it quickly faded. Yeah, but I still can't help but wonder, what if she makes a mistake, she murmured. Naruto frowned slightly, that confirmed it. She had been confident in battle, but now she sounded uncertain, doubting herself. He let out a quiet sigh before turning to her with a reassuring smile. If the new heroes of Paris make a mistake, I'm sure they'll do everything they can to fix it, especially Ladybug. Marinette looked at him, searching for something in his words before exhaling softly. A small smile crept back onto her face, but she didn't notice how Naruto's expression turned almost knowing. I should get to sleep, she said, stepping back toward the door. Don't stay up too late. Naruto watched her go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Yeah, he wouldn't say anything, not yet. Time skip. The next day, the walk to school had been quiet. Naruto and Marinette had left the house quickly, just like the first day, neither saying much. It wasn't an awkward silence, just comfortable, as if neither of them felt the need to fill the space with words. Only when they got close enough to the school did they finally split, Naruto waving off to Marinette and Alya before slipping inside early on his own. He hadn't minded the silence. After all, the day had only just begun. And he had a feeling things wouldn't stay quiet for long. Once he arrived in the school, Naruto had taken everything in stride, adjusting to life in Paris, his new school. Sitting through classes might not have been his idea of an adventure, but that didn't mean the people in it were boring. In fact, that was the most interesting part. Everyone had their own little stories playing out in the halls of François Dupont. Some were loud, some quiet, some were troublemakers, and some, like Marinette, tried to juggle everything at once. It was different from what he was used to, but he liked the little moments that made this place tick. That didn't mean he ignored the bad moments, though. As he entered the courtyard, he noticed a gathering of students, their voices carrying over the morning bustle. In the middle of it all stood Ivan, stiff and clearly uncomfortable. And at the center of the attention, Chloe Bourgeois. Honestly, it's bad enough you're so huge, but turning into a monster, no wonder everyone was terrified, she said with a dramatic wave of her hand. Sabrina stood beside her, nodding eagerly, while a few others lingered just to watch. Naruto's expression didn't change, but he paid attention to Ivan's posture, the tight fists, the jaw clenched just enough to show he was holding back. Naruto wasn't the kind to pick fights over words, but he also wasn't the kind to walk past something like this. He strolled up casually, his hands in his pockets, and stopped beside Ivan. You know, he said with an easygoing smile, I saw the news about those giant stone guys yesterday. Kinda crazy how that happened, huh? Chloe blinked, thrown off by the sudden shift in conversation. What? Naruto looked thoughtful, tilting his head. Yeah, all those Stoneheart copies standing around, that was weird, right? Almost like the whole thing wasn't really Ivan's fault. A few of the bystanders exchanged glances. Ivan's shoulders loosened just slightly. B, of course it was his fault, Chloe scoffed, regaining her composure. If he hadn't gotten all emotional, none of that would have happened. Naruto hummed, maybe, or maybe the real problem was the person behind turning everyone into stone monsters. I mean, if someone tripped you, I wouldn't blame you for falling. His smile was light, but his gaze was steady. That'd be kinda dumb, right? Chloe opened her mouth, then shut it again, clearly trying to come up with a response. The silence stretched just long enough to be noticeable. With a huff, she flipped her hair. Whatever, I don't have time for this, and with that, she turned on her heel, strutting away with Sabrina on her heels. As the crowd thinned, Naruto glanced at Ivan, flashing him a grin. "See, no big deal." Ivan let out a breath he'd probably been holding and gave a small nod. "Thanks." "Anytime," Naruto said before strolling off like nothing had happened. Naruto spent the rest of his free time before class in the library, scanning through books for anything that could remotely relate to chakra. He didn't expect much. Paris wasn't exactly known for its shinobi history, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Even if the information was basic, it was always good to see how people here viewed energy and power. Eventually, he gave up, tucking a book under his arm for later, and made a beeline for his classroom. His usual seat in the back was calling his name, peaceful, quiet, and out of the way. Or at least, it would have been, if he wasn't immediately intercepted. A perfectly manicured hand shot out in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. "And where do you think you're going?" Naruto blinked. To my seat." Chloe Bourgeois stood in front of him, arms crossed, looking him over like she was trying to solve some kind of puzzle. Behind her, Sabrina stood at attention, as if waiting for orders. Naruto tilted his head. "Something on your mind?" "Yes, actually," Chloe said, flipping her hair. "I still don't get what your deal is." Naruto raised a brow. "My deal?" She sighed dramatically. "Obviously, you show up out of nowhere, you're way too calm about everything, and then, you go around trying to be some kind of hero?" She gestured wildly. "Seriously, why, what's in it for you?" Naruto gave a small chuckle, slipping his hands into his pockets. "Does there have to be something in it for me?" Chloe narrowed her eyes. "Yes, obviously, no one just does things for free." "Guess I'm an exception, then." Chloe let out a huff, clearly unsatisfied with that answer. "Ugh, that's so annoying. What, are you trying to be like Ladybug or something?" Naruto shrugged. "She's doing a good thing, why wouldn't I help?" Chloe rolled her eyes. Whatever." She waved him off, though she was still watching him closely, like she was trying to fit him into some neat little category in her mind and failing. Then, as if losing interest, she turned away and motioned for Sabrina, who quickly handed her a piece of gum. With a smug grin, Chloe sauntered over to Marinette's desk, casually pressing the gum against her seat before smoothing it over like she hadn't done anything at all. Naruto, still standing where she left him, watched the whole thing unfold. He sighed, shaking his head. "Seriously?" Chloe shot him a look over her shoulder. "What? It's hilarious." As Chloe turned away, pleased with herself, Naruto took a step forward, debating whether it was worth calling her out. He could feel the tension in the air, but rather than escalating things, he chose to handle it quietly. With a small sigh, he crouched down beside Marinette's desk, carefully working at the gum stuck to the edge of the seat, making sure not to tear the fabric as he peeled it off. His focus was entirely on removing it properly, not wanting to make a fuss or draw attention. Most of the students were too busy chatting or getting settled to notice what he was doing, and that was just fine with him. But someone had been paying attention. A hand landed gently on his shoulder, and Naruto instinctively turned to look, meeting the face of a boy with warm green eyes and a friendly smile. Like Chloe, he was blonde, but where Naruto's hair was a bright, sun-kissed yellow with dark undertones, this boy's was golden, neatly styled with just the right amount of effortless charm. He wore a white button-up left open, revealing a black t-shirt with 3 horizontal green stripes across the chest. Paired with blue jeans similar to Naruto's and a set of black sneakers, he had a casual but well-put-together look. "Hey, I'm Adrian," the boy greeted, his tone light yet welcoming. Adrian glanced at the gum Naruto was still peeling off and sighed. "I saw what Chloe did. That wasn't cool." Naruto gave a small, amused huff. not looking away from his task. Yeah, well, not much I can do about it now except clean up the mess. Adrian crouched down beside him, offering a hand. I was gonna step in, but you beat me to it. Need some help? Naruto shook his head, scraping off the last bit. Nah, I got it, almost done. He wiped his fingers off on a tissue he had grabbed earlier, making sure the seat was completely clean before standing up. Adrian stood with him, giving a small nod of approval. That was really cool of you, most people just ignore stuff like this when it's Chloe. Naruto simply shrugged, slipping his hands into his pockets. Doesn't take much to do the right thing. Adrian smiled, still, not everyone would have done it. As the classroom filled up, Adrian and Naruto remained standing near Marinette's desk. Adrian watched as students took their seats, a small, thoughtful expression on his face. Naruto glanced at him before tilting his head slightly. You know, now that I think about it, I don't remember seeing you here yesterday. Adrian blinked, then let out a sheepish chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. Ah, yeah, I kinda had a late start. My father wasn't exactly keen on me going to school in the first place. Naruto raised a brow. Really, what, does he want you homeschooled or something? Adrian sighed, something like that. He's strict. This is my first time going to an actual school, so it's been an adjustment. Naruto hummed in understanding. So, you're not used to all this yet, huh? Adrian gave a small laugh. Not really. But I think I'll get the hang of it. Meeting cool people like you helps. Naruto grinned. Well, if you ever need someone to show you the ropes, I got you. School's not really my thing, but hey, at least it's more fun when you've got people to talk to. Adrian's smile widened. I'll keep that in mind. Adrian had already taken his seat, while Naruto was just about finished peeling off the last bit of gum when a sharp voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing? He barely had time to look up before Marinette stood over him, arms crossed, eyes burning with frustration. Alia was right behind her, watching closely, her arms slightly raised as if ready to step in if things escalated. Naruto blinked, getting this off. Marinette's gaze flicked from his hands to the gum still between his fingers. Then to the seat. Her expression darkened. Why are you messing with my chair? She demanded, quickly stepping forward and grabbing his arm. Naruto barely had a chance to react before he found himself surrounded by his roommate and her best friend, both clearly not pleased with what the situation looked like. Before he could get a word in, a light, mocking laugh echoed from the side. Wow, he's a good little puppy, isn't he? Chloe was lounging at her desk, a satisfied smirk on her face, while Sabrina sat beside her, watching the scene unfold with barely concealed amusement. Naruto frowned. What was she talking about? His hands tightened slightly around the gum as realization crept in. This didn't look good. Alia turned sharply toward Chloe, her eyes narrowing. I don't get it, Chloe, why is Naruto messing with Marinette's seat? I doubt he'd do something you would. Chloe waved a manicured hand, clearly enjoying herself. Oh, come on, isn't it obvious, she said, her voice dripping with faux innocence. I got the new kid to do something for me, wasn't sure he'd actually go through with it, but, she gestured toward him with a smirk, well, look where he is now. Naruto stared at her, stunned. Was she seriously trying to pin this on him? That's not what happened, he started, his voice firm, but Marinette suddenly dropped his arm, stepping back. I thought you were different. Her voice was quiet, but the hurt behind it struck deep. Naruto opened his mouth, but the way she looked at him, like she had just realized she had been wrong about him, made the words catch in his throat. Without another word, Marinette turned away, moving to sit at another desk. Alia gave Naruto one last hard look before following her, leaving him standing there, the gum still in his hand. Naruto stood there for a moment, staring at the gum still stuck to his fingers. Well, that went horribly. He hadn't expected gratitude for what he was doing, but he definitely hadn't expected to be accused of helping Chloe either. His whole goal had been to avoid a confrontation. To quietly fix the problem before it could cause trouble, but instead, he had walked right into the worst possible misunderstanding. And Marinette, the way she looked at him just now, disappointed, hurt, it stuck with him more than he wanted to admit. I thought you were different. He clenched his jaw. He barely even knew her, so why did those words sting? A sigh escaped his lips as he glanced toward Chloe, who was still watching with that smug grin, clearly enjoying the mess she had caused. He could call her out right now, but would Marinette even believe him at this point? Would Alia? Before he could dwell on it any further, a voice called out to him from across the room. Hey Naruto, over here. Naruto turned to see Adrien waving him over, his expression open but curious. Beside him, Nino was watching as well, looking like he had just witnessed the tail end of the drama unfold. Figuring standing around wasn't going to fix anything, Naruto sighed and made his way over, plopping down in the seat Adrien motioned to. Dude, that was rough, Nino said, shaking his head. I only caught the end of it. I probably wouldn't have believed that you were helping if it weren't for Adrien. But I'll be as honest as I can, that did not look fun. Adrien nodded, yeah, and from what I saw, it looked like you were just trying to help. What happened? Naruto exhaled. Rubbing the back of his head, honestly, just bad timing. That was an understatement. The real problem wasn't just bad timing, it was Chloe. If she hadn't decided to pin the blame on him, this whole thing wouldn't have spiraled out of control. But whatever. He could deal with it later. Right now, he just needed a break. Naruto let out a slow breath, shaking off the tension as he leaned back in his seat. Well, Nino said, adjusting his cap. That was definitely a second-day disaster if I've ever seen one. Adrien gave him a sympathetic smile, don't take it too hard. Even if it's only my first day, I can tell Marinette has had a lot of bad experiences with Chloe. She probably just jumped to conclusions. Yeah, I figured, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. He wasn't mad at Marinette, just frustrated. Mostly with himself for letting it happen. I'll clear it up as soon as I can. Nino nodded. Good call, dude, if you let it sit, it'll just get worse. Naruto hummed in agreement, though his mind was already drifting. He could feel Marinette's lingering glare from across the room, Alia whispering something beside her. This was not how he wanted to start things here. But, for now, he'd let it go, one step at a time. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. Naruto spent most of it talking with Nino and Adrien, quickly falling into an easy rhythm with them. Nino was laid back, always cracking jokes or talking about music, while Adrien was easy to talk to, friendly in a way that felt genuine. He had even found out that Adrien had at one point been close to Chloe, and technically he was still close as his fashion-designing father, and Chloe's model mother, were somewhat close, which had put the two blondes together for many years. Between conversations, Naruto focused on his classwork, taking in the lessons while also getting a feel for how things worked here. The subjects weren't too difficult, different from what he was used to, but nothing he couldn't handle. Every now and then, he caught Marinette glancing his way, but she never said anything. That was fine. For now, he just focused on getting through the day. Naruto had been in the middle of scribbling down some notes when a distant crash echoed through the school. His pencil stilled, and a tense silence filled the room as more crashes followed, closer this time, shaking the floor beneath them. His brows furrowed, that energy, it was familiar. Then it hit him, Ivan? But that didn't make sense. He had talked to him, helped him calm down, he was sure of it, so why was he akumatized again? Before he could dwell on it, the classroom doors exploded inward, debris scattering as a massive, stone-covered figure stepped inside. Stoneheart had returned. Ivan's booming footsteps echoed throughout the room. The sound of stone scraping against stone as he made his way to the front. His voice, though distorted by the anger and despair coursing through him, rang loud and clear. "Mylene," he called, his deep voice trembling with emotion. "Mylene, we'll be together forever." The classroom was immediately filled with gasps, worried looks, and the frightened chatter of students scrambling to get away. Some were whispering, others were frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The air grew thick with tension as Naruto observed the scene, trying to make sense of it. From his spot in the back, he could see the panic spread like wildfire. Alia and Marinette stood together, their eyes sharp with determination as they seemed to prepare for something, ready to act. Adrian, though, had already vanished, slipping out of the room without a word, clearly sensing what was coming. Naruto's attention snapped back to Ivan as he moved toward Mylene. The stone-covered boy was moving with an unsettling focus, his hand stretching out as he reached for her. "Mylene, please," Ivan growled, "don't be afraid. We'll be together forever, just like we always should have been." Mylene's voice trembled as she stepped back. "Ivan, stop, this isn't you." But Ivan wasn't listening. His stone eyes locked onto her as his hand closed around her arm, pulling her closer. Then, his gaze shifted. He spotted Chloe, who had been standing by the side, eyes wide with terror. Before anyone could react, Ivan lunged, grabbing Chloe by the wrist with an unyielding grip. "Chloe, you're coming with me too," he muttered, his voice barely recognizable beneath the stone mask. B. Naruto watched the chaos unfold, piecing it together in a flash. So he's going for the ones who hurt him the most, he thought. The ones who've tormented him. His mind was racing, his gut instinct telling him that he needed to act, but there were too many things going on at once. Ivan was in the center of the room, holding two girls now, but the fear and confusion were clouding everyone's reactions. Mylene struggled in Ivan's grasp, while Chloe, though visibly frightened, was now frozen in place. Her face pale with the shock of it all. The students' worried murmurs were drowned out by Ivan's booming voice, calling out about the forever they would share. Then, with a deafening crash, Ivan used his immense strength to punch a hole in the wall. Dust flew as the structure crumbled, the hole big enough for the massive, stone-covered form to leap through without hesitation. Ivan, with Mylene and Chloe still in tow, stormed out of the room, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Naruto stood in place for a moment, staring at the gaping hole in the wall. His thoughts were swirling. I should have expected this. If I didn't get to the heart of his feelings, there would be no change. He didn't have time to second-guess himself. With a sharp breath, Naruto moved into action. He couldn't let this slide. He knew what he had to do. He'd seen how Ivan's emotions had been twisted into anger, how his pain had been ignored, and now it was threatening everything. There was no way he could stand by and do nothing. With determination in his eyes, he dashed out of the classroom, already knowing which part of the school he needed to get to his bag. Naruto grabbed his orange backpack with a sense of urgency, his fingers instinctively reaching for the familiar weight of his shinobi scroll. Without hesitation, he unclipped the scroll from its place and held it in his hands. Feeling the cool, smooth texture of the aged paper. The ancient seals etched across it seemed to hum with a quiet energy, each one a gateway to a different power. He didn't need to waste time thinking. He needed to act. He unrolled the scroll carefully, the parchment unfurling with a soft rustling sound. The scroll was lined with intricate symbols, each representing a different category of jutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, seals, elemental techniques, and more. He wasn't interested in all of them right now. There were 2 specific techniques he had in mind, ones that would give him the edge in this fight. His eyes scanned the rows of seals, his fingers hovering over them as he tapped one of the symbols. The glow of chakra around his hand sparked as the scroll responded, revealing the technique he was looking for. With a focused expression, Naruto began the ritual of learning the jutsu, his hands moving fluidly as he traced the necessary hand seals in the air. He could feel the rush of energy as the knowledge of the technique filled his mind. He didn't need to read every word, the chakra within him guided the process. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he finished the last seal. This was exactly what he needed. He rolled the scroll back up and slipped it into his bag, before pulling on his dark jacket. His usual bright appearance was covered now, the dark fabric making him blend in more with his surroundings. But what mattered wasn't how he looked, it was the power and determination he carried with him. Finally, Naruto slid his mask into place. His usual bright demeanor faded behind the cloth, replaced with the calm resolve of someone about to take on a dangerous mission. He was ready. With a burst of energy, he rushed out of the locker room, focused and prepared to face whatever awaited him. Fire Shadow found himself perched atop the school building, watching Ivan intently from his vantage point. His sharp eyes tracked the akumatized villain's every move, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene. He had dealt with Stoneheart once before, and this time, he was prepared. He knew exactly what he needed to do. But despite his readiness, Naruto couldn't act fast enough. Just as he was about to make his move, Chat Noir appeared, charging in and physically attacking the akumatized Ivan as he had done on their first day. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh, watching as Ivan grew, his massive form looming over the city. It was clear the situation was escalating quickly, and he was already behind the curve. With a quiet resolve, Naruto pushed off the roof, his form landing with precision next to one of his partners. He didn't need to say anything, his presence spoke for itself as he prepared for what was coming next. Naruto stood next to Chat Noir, eyes locked on Ivan as he loomed over the city. His mind raced, calculating how to handle the situation. He knew he had to act quickly, but with Ivan's massive form blocking most of the view, the timing would need to be perfect. "We're doing this together," Naruto yelled out to his partner, his calm demeanor taking over the tension in the air. Chat Noir, who had been scrambling to find an opening, looked to his side with a small grin. "Thanks for the backup," he called, and then leaping into action, swinging his body away from Ivan, the stone attacks barely reaching the cat-themed hero. Naruto didn't hesitate, "Right behind you." With practiced ease, Naruto leapt into action, his feet leaving the ground as he used his chakra to propel himself higher. Landing next to Chat Noir once more. The two exchanged a quick glance before moving into position. Just as they prepared to strike, Ivan's stone face twisted in fury. "You think you can stop me?" His voice boomed across the street, sending vibrations through the ground. Suddenly, a series of cracks echoed through the air as Ivan's massive stone hands slammed into the ground. From the cracks, smaller figures began to rise, more stone hearts. Each one was roughly the same size as Ivan, their faces twisted with rage and power. The villain's power had multiplied. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he noticed the new stone figures slowly rising from the rubble. There were at least 5 of them, each with a distinct look of rage. "He's calling in the others," Naruto muttered, his voice low. "This just got more complicated." Chat Noir growled, his eyes darting to the new stone hearts. "Great, just what we needed." Naruto didn't waste a moment. He formed hand seals, and within an instant, multiple shadow clones appeared around him. "We need to split their attention, keep them busy while I find an opening." The clones rushed in, surrounding the first of the stone hearts, launching themselves at the villains with kunai and ninja tactics. But the stone hearts were relentless. With a single swipe of their fists, the clones were sent flying, their forms dissipating into smoke as they hit the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth. These enemies were more powerful than he anticipated, and the sheer number of them was a problem. He had to think fast. Chat Noir did the best he could in taking the stone giant's attention, keeping himself light and away from any attacks, knowing the power that Stone Heart had would kick in. Naruto cursed under his breath and dashed toward the closest Stone Heart, leaping into the air to her away from another strike. But Ivan's voice cut through the chaos. "More will come," Ivan shouted, his voice echoing. "None of you can stop Stone Heart, we'll crush you all." The stone figures continued to rise around the city, marching in sync with Ivan's commands. The ground shook beneath their footsteps as they began to spread out, moving in different directions. Naruto's gaze shifted to Chat Noir, who was barely managing to fend off one of the stone hearts. "We've got to finish this fast," Naruto shouted over the din of battle. "They'll keep coming until we stop Ivan." With a determined nod, Chat Noir sprung into action once more, charging toward Ivan. Naruto followed close behind, trying to figure out how to stop this new wave of enemies. He couldn't allow Ivan's power to grow stronger, not when so many people were in danger. But the more stone hearts that appeared, the more Naruto realized this fight was going to take everything they had. Together, they would have to push their limits if they hoped to stop Ivan and the army of stone hearts now rampaging through Paris. Naruto and Chat Noir were in the thick of the chaos. The stone hearts were everywhere, and the ground beneath them was shaking from the sheer force of the massive figures stomping through the streets. Ivan's voice echoed with a mocking laughter as his stone hearts continued to multiply, each one more aggressive than the last. Naruto gritted his teeth, leaping over the debris and into the path of the nearest stone heart. He summoned more shadow clones to harass the enemy, using the distractions to deliver swift blows. But as he fought, he could feel the weight of the battle pressing on him. The stone hearts were relentless. Chat Noir, his staff crackling with energy, swung it fiercely at one of the villains, diverting attacks left and right. But one of the stone hearts grabbed it effortlessly, sending him sprawling backward with a forceful blow. "Ugh, not good," Chat Noir groaned, struggling to regain his footing. Naruto's eyes darted to the other hero. He noticed how he was being pushed back, the black cat struggling with his own stone heart opponents. With a quick glance, he spotted Chat Noir losing his grip on his staff as a stone heart pinned him to the ground. Desperation flickered in Naruto's mind. He dashed forward, hoping to reach him in time. But before he could get there, another stone heart grabbed him from behind, its massive hand closing around him like a vice. Naruto's body tensed as the grip tightened, and the stone heart lifted him off the ground. He fought, attempting to slip free, but the stone was too strong. Marinette was not having a good day. First, she couldn't shake the guilt over forgetting to capture the Akuma that had turned Ivan into Stone Heart. That was all on her, the same mistake that had caused her to relinquish her Miraculous on the first day, much to Tiki's dismay. Her family and friends had offered some reassurance, telling her that Ladybug, who, unbeknownst to them, was her, would handle everything. The worst part was, for a moment, she had almost started to believe them. But the weight of being a superhero was just too much. On top of everything, her new roommate, Naruto Uzumaki, a family friend, had tried to prank her. She'd hoped he'd be kind, maybe even someone she could call a friend, but it felt like he was just as frustrating as Chloe. That wasn't even the worst part of the day. Now, the dark-haired girl stood alone in front of a terrifying scene. Marinette stood there, paralyzed by the overwhelming chaos around her. Her hand gripped Alia's bag, the familiar weight of it offering a slight sense of comfort amid the storm. But the sight before her, Fire's shadow and Chat Noir, both captured and helpless, and Alya struggling beneath the weight of a car, sent a surge of panic through her. She felt small, helpless, and unprepared. Her mind kept spiraling, thinking of all the reasons she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready to be Ladybug again, she wasn't ready to face Ivan, or anyone really. She wasn't sure she could bear the weight of it all. She could barely handle the pressure of school, of friendships, of being herself. How could she take on the mantle of Ladybug when she was so unsure of her own abilities? Her eyes flickered from Fire's shadow's restrained form to Alya's desperate attempts to free herself. Her best friend was trapped, struggling with no one else to help. Chat Noir and Fire's shadow were both incapacitated, and it was clear that the longer Marinette stood there, the more the situation was slipping out of control. She wasn't ready. But someone had to do something. She looked at Alya again, her best friend so close, yet so far. The guilt of not doing enough when it mattered, the guilt that had haunted her since the day she had given up her Miraculous on the first day, flooded back in full force. She could feel the weight of all her self-doubt threatening to crush her. But something inside her stirred, a flicker of resolve she hadn't seen in herself for days. No one else was coming to help. This wasn't just about her, this was about the people she cared about Paris, about the responsibility she had as Ladybug. I can't just let this happen, Marinette whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. She took a deep breath, looking at the bag one last time, the bag she had promised to give to Alya. She had planned it, she had meant to make Alya her replacement, her closest friend would be Ladybug and fight against evil in her stead. But tight now, her friend was trapped. And if she didn't do anything, no one would save her. She couldn't. No, she wouldn't let anyone else be hurt. Marinette's hand trembled as she opened the bag, her heart pounding in her chest. She had thought that maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have to be Ladybug again. She had thought she could hand over the responsibility, that someone else could step in. But now, standing there in the middle of a battle, she realized something, she was needed. Even if she wasn't sure she could do it, even if she felt terrified and unsure of herself, she had to try. There was no one else. Alya needed her, Paris needed her, she couldn't run away anymore. With shaking hands, Marinette pulled out her Miraculous from Alya's bag, the pair of earrings that had changed her life. She hesitated for only a moment before placing the earrings in her ears. In an instant, Tiki appeared, but it didn't give her a rush of confidence. There had been no clarity, not one that she had felt in the past. No, this time there was doubt, hesitation, and fear. But there was also determination. She would try, even if she didn't feel ready. Before she could think on it more, Tiki spoke to her. "I knew you would come around," the Kwami said with a gentle smile. Marinette took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "I'm not sure I'm ready, Tiki, I don't know if I can do this again. I've failed before, and now, everything feels like it's falling apart." Tiki's expression softened. But she stayed close, offering her support. "I know this is hard, but you don't have to be perfect, Marinette. You don't have to have everything figured out, you just have to do your best, and that's enough. You've got the heart, and that's what matters." Marinette closed her eyes for a moment, letting the words sink in. The weight of the responsibility didn't disappear, but something inside her settled. She still wasn't sure how she would get through this, but she understood something now. She had to try. Even if she wasn't sure she could succeed, she had to at least take the first step. "I can't do this alone, Tiki," the girl said, her voice steadying. "But I'll try, for Alya. For Paris, for everyone. I won't let them down." With renewed resolve, Marinette turned her attention back to the scene in front of her. Alia was still trapped, and Ivan was still out there, causing destruction. But this time, Ladybug knew what she had to do. She wasn't sure if she was ready for everything that came with being Ladybug, but she was ready to fight. Ready to do what she could to fix the mess she had allowed to spiral out of control. Taking one last glance at the helpless Fire Shadow and Chat Noir, a small, determined smile tugged at Ladybug's lips. The weight of the situation hadn't gone away, but something inside her shifted. She was no longer paralyzed by doubt. With newfound resolve, she shouted, "Tiki, spots on." A rush of pink energy enveloped her, transforming her into Ladybug with a flash of vibrant light. Her signature red and black spotted suit settled into place, and she grasped her yo-yo, the familiar weight of it grounding her. She felt ready to face the chaos ahead. Without wasting another moment, Ladybug swung her yo-yo toward the car pinning Alia. With one swift motion, she effortlessly lifted the heavy vehicle and tossed it aside, sending it crashing safely onto the ground. Alia was free. "You're safe now, but you need to get out of here," Ladybug said, her voice filled with urgency as she helped her friend to her feet. Alia looked up at Ladybug, her eyes wide with relief but still filled with concern. "But, no buts," Ladybug interrupted, her tone firm. "Get to safety, I'll handle the rest." As Alia nodded and scrambled to get away from the danger, Ladybug's attention snapped back to the battle ahead. There was still so much to do, but now, for the first time in what felt like forever, Ladybug was ready to take action. Ladybug's eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, her focus sharpening as she assessed the chaos around her. She could see Chat Noir struggling, barely able to fight back against the overwhelming number of stone hearts, and Fire Shadow was trapped, caught in the massive stone grip of one of the giants. Without hesitation, she ran towards Chat Noir, leaping through the wreckage of the fight. She grabbed Chat Noir's staff, which had been knocked loose during the battle, and with a powerful swing, hurled it toward him. "Catch," she called. Chat Noir, still recovering from a blow, snapped his head up just in time to see the staff flying through the air. His eyes widened with relief, and with a swift move, he caught it, immediately regaining his stance. "Thanks, Ladybug," he called, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth, his confidence reignited. Ladybug nodded briefly before turning her attention to Fire Shadow, who was still being held by the stone giant. She could see his struggle. The way his body was straining against the crushing stone. The sight made her heart race, but she wasn't going to let him be trapped. With a swift motion, she sent out her yo-yo, latching onto the stone giant's arm. With a powerful yank, the rock shattered, freeing Fire Shadow from its grasp. Wasting no time, she threw her yo-yo again, wrapping it around Fire Shadow before pulling him toward her and using the momentum to launch herself onto the rooftops. "Chat Noir, follow me," she called, determination burning in her voice. The three landed on a nearby rooftop, away from the chaos below. Ladybug steadied herself before turning to check on her teammates. Fire Shadow dusted himself off, rolling his shoulders before giving her a nod of appreciation. "Thanks for the save," he said, his voice even but grateful. Ladybug gave him a quick nod in return, "No problem." Chat Noir, still catching his breath, twirled his staff in his hand before looking at her with a raised brow. "Where were you a few minutes ago? We could have used the help." Ladybug hesitated for only a moment before answering, "I got caught up making sure civilians were safe. I couldn't just rush in while people were still in danger." It wasn't entirely a lie, Alia had needed her, but she wasn't about to admit the full truth just yet. Fire Shadow crossed his arms, "All right, but now that we're here, why aren't we jumping back in? Those stone guys are still running wild." Ladybug shook her head. "It won't matter, those copies are only moving because of Ivan. His emotions are fueling them, which is why they listen to him. If we waste time fighting them, more will just keep coming. Fire Shadow frowned, absorbing her words. So then what, we just let them run loose? No, we find Ivan, Ladybug said firmly, her eyes scanning the city. He's not in that group anymore. If we can get to him, we can stop this before it gets worse. Her heart was pounding, but she forced herself to focus. There was no room for hesitation now. She had almost let her fears get the best of her before. But she couldn't afford to doubt herself anymore. The city needed her friends needed her, and she had to get this right. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the others. Let's move, we don't have much time. Chat Noir twirled his staff with a playful grin. Then lead the way, my lady, we'll be your perfect followers. Fire Shadow let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head. That was terrible. Ladybug, despite the tense situation, felt a small smile tug at her lips. She didn't have time to dwell on it, though. Without another word, she sprinted forward, the other two falling into step beside her as they moved across the rooftops in search of Ivan. The city was still in chaos, Stonehearts marching through the streets under their master's command. Ladybug's heart pounded as she scanned the area, trying to spot Ivan. If he wasn't with the other Stonehearts, then where? There, Fire Shadow called, pointing ahead. Ladybug's breath caught as she spotted Ivan, still in his Stoneheart form, towering over the streets, his massive hands gripping both Mylene and Chloe. The two girls squirmed in his grasp, fear evident on their faces as he stomped toward his destination. He was heading straight for the Eiffel Tower. Ladybug's stomach twisted. He's trying to take them as high as possible. If he reached the top, things would get a lot more dangerous. She clenched her fists. Not happening. We have to stop him now, she said, determination burning in her voice. Chat Noir and Fire Shadow exchanged a glance before nodding. Then let's make this quick, Fire Shadow said. Chat Noir grinned. Time to rock this fight. Ladybug rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help the rush of confidence that filled her. They had a plan, a goal. And this time, she wasn't going to fail. Let's go, she shouted, leading the charge toward the Eiffel Tower. The wail of sirens filled the air as police cars surrounded the Eiffel Tower, their flashing lights casting harsh reds and blues against the steel structure. Officers poured out, their weapons at the ready, forming a perimeter around the growing chaos. The atmosphere was tense, the weight of the city's safety pressing down on them. From the rooftops, Ladybug, Chat Noir, and Fire Shadow observed as more Stoneheart copies emerged from the shadows, their massive forms stomping toward the tower like an advancing army. Their stone fists clenched, awaiting their master's command. At the forefront of the police force stood Mayor André Bourgeois, gripping a megaphone with shaking hands, standing beside the stern-faced police chief. His voice, though filled with authority, carried a desperate edge. "B, Stoneheart, bring my dear Chloe back this instant," he commanded through the megaphone. His voice echoing across the plaza. Ivan, Stoneheart, turned toward the mayor, his rocky expression unreadable. Then, with a twisted grin, he chuckled. "I will gladly return her to you," he boomed. And with that, he hurled Chloe through the air. Screams rang out as she plummeted toward the ground. Chloe's shrieks of terror cut through the noise, but before she could crash, a streak of orange and black shot through the sky. Fire Shadow moved on instinct, pushing off from his vantage point and propelling himself forward with a burst of chakra. In a blur of motion, he caught her midair, rolling as they landed to absorb the impact. The moment his feet touched the ground, he let go. "You're safe now," he said, stepping back. Chloe, still trembling, barely managed a scoff before sprinting toward her father, latching onto his arm. "Daddy, Do something, she wailed. Ladybug landed in front of the police chief, cutting off any immediate response. You can't attack him, she urged, her voice firm. Any force used against Ivan will only make him stronger. The police chief narrowed his eyes. And what would you know, he shot back. You already failed to do your job the first time. If you had stopped him back then, we wouldn't be in this mess. His words hit Ladybug harder than she expected. Her breath caught, and her fingers curled into fists at her sides. He was right. If she had just remembered to capture the Akuma when she had the chance, none of this would be happening. The city wouldn't be in chaos, and people wouldn't be in danger. Lowering her head, she exhaled shakily. He's right, she muttered, her confidence wavering. This is my fault. Fire Shadow, who had landed beside her, crossed his arms. You're looking at this the wrong way, he said, his voice steady. We can't change what already happened, what matters is what we do now. Chat Noir nodded, stepping in with his usual smirk, though his eyes held genuine reassurance. Yeah, ma lady, don't let some grumpy old officer get you down. We've got this. Ladybug lifted her gaze. Eyes meeting Fire Shadow's and then Chat Noir's. A tinge of confidence coming back, but she still didn't know if she should continue as Ladybug. Fire Shadow stepped forward, his expression calm but firm. Listen, everyone messes up. No one gets everything right the first time, he said, his arms still crossed. If we let our mistakes hold us back, we'll never move forward. What matters now is stopping Ivan before things get worse. Chat Noir grinned, twirling his staff in his hand. Besides ma lady, we're a team now, and a team sticks together, no matter what, right Fire Shadow? Fire Shadow gave a small nod. Exactly, we've got your back. Ladybug stared at them, feeling an unfamiliar warmth rise in her chest. Their words weren't just empty reassurances, they truly believed in her. Despite everything, despite her mistake, they were still standing beside her. She turned her gaze to the chaos ahead. The stone hearts were still advancing, their heavy steps making the ground tremble. Ivan himself was already beginning his climb up the Eiffel Tower, his massive hands gripping the steel framework as he dragged himself upward. Mylene still held tightly in his grasp. A small part of her still felt the weight of her earlier failure, but another part, the part that had chosen to take the Miraculous in the first place, burned brighter. No, she couldn't afford to wallow in regret. There were people counting on her. She took a deep breath, gripping her yo-yo tightly. You're right, she said, her resolve hardening. I can't change the past, but I can fix this now. A determined smile formed on her lips as she looked at her teammates. Let's save Paris. Stoneheart let out a deep, guttural groan, taking all the attention back on him with his pained yells. His massive stone body shuddering as his grip on the Eiffel Tower slackened. A strange, dark mist began seeping from his mouth before he suddenly lurched forward, coughing violently. One by one, dozens of glowing, black butterflies erupted from him, swarming into the sky like a shadowy storm. With a final, strained gasp, Ivan's stone form cracked. His entire body trembling before he lost his balance and fell backward with a resounding crash. Dust and debris shot into the air as the giant hit the ground, his monstrous grip on Mylene finally breaking. Ladybug gasped. Mylene, she wasted no time, swinging forward with her yo-yo, catching the terrified girl just before she hit the ground. She landed gracefully on the pavement, setting Mylene down gently. You're safe now, she reassured her, giving her a small smile before turning her attention back to the sky. The Akumas that had left Ivan had not dispersed. Instead, they twisted and writhed, merging together midair. The swirling darkness contorted unnaturally, forming vague shapes before finally settling into something eerie, a massive, ominous face hovering above the battlefield. A deep, smooth voice echoed from within the spectral mass. So, the heroes of Paris finally decide to show some spirit. The air grew heavy as every eye turned toward the floating face. Chat Noir narrowed his eyes, gripping his staff tighter. I take it that's the guy behind all of this? Fire Shadow clenched his fists, his gaze dark and unreadable, no doubt about it. Ladybug's breath hitched. She had never seen or heard him before, but deep down, she knew exactly who this was. The one responsible for all of it, the Akumas, the chaos, the danger. The villain's voice rang out again, calm yet commanding. Ladybug, Chat Noir, I am Hawk Moth. You have already caused enough problems, hand over your Miraculous now, and I may be merciful. His words sent a chill through the air, but Ladybug barely flinched. Instead, her grip tightened on her yo-yo as she took a bold step forward. Her heart pounded, but she pushed aside her doubts. She had made a mistake before, but she wouldn't let this man manipulate the truth. You don't get to play the victim, she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. You're the one turning people into villains, not us. You prey on their emotions, twist their pain, and use them for your own selfish goals. She took another step forward, her blue eyes blazing with newfound confidence. I don't care how long it takes. My team and I will find you, we will take your Miraculous, and we will stop you, no matter how much chaos you try to create along the way. Hawk Moth's face darkened, the swirling Akumas around him hissing and shifting violently. Ladybug didn't give him the chance to respond. She leaped into the air, swinging her yo-yo high. With one swift motion, she spun it, releasing a powerful burst of magic. The purifying energy spread like a wave, swallowing the Akumas whole. The dark mass let out a piercing shriek before dissolving into streaks of purified light. The streets fell silent. The police, the civilians, even the heroes beside her, everyone stared in awe at the radiant glow as the last of the Akumas faded away. Ladybug landed gracefully, standing tall as the light finally dimmed. This was her responsibility, and she was ready to face it. Ladybug took a deep breath, the lingering glow of the purified Akumas fading into the sky. The weight of the battle, of her earlier doubts, was still there, but it no longer felt crushing. Instead, it strengthened her resolve. She turned to the people gathered around, the police, the civilians, even the mayor himself, all watching in stunned silence. She had felt their doubt, their fear, and their frustration. But now, after everything, they were waiting for her to speak. She tightened her grip on her yo-yo and stood tall. I know today was scary, she began, her voice carrying across the plaza. I know you were afraid, I was too. She glanced at Chat Noir and Fire Shadow, both of whom gave her small nods of encouragement. But we won't let fear control us, she continued, her determination unwavering. As long as we are here, Paris will always have protectors. She looked over the city, the place she had sworn to defend, and the people who needed heroes now more than ever. I promise you, she said, her voice ringing with certainty, Chat Noir, Fire Shadow, and I will always be here to protect Paris, no matter what. For a moment, there was silence. Then, one by one, the crowd erupted into cheers. Applause rang through the streets, voices shouting their names in gratitude. Ladybug let out a small breath she hadn't realized she was holding. They believed in her, in them. She had made mistakes, and she might make more in the future, but that didn't mean she wasn't worthy of being Ladybug. With Chat Noir and Fire Shadow at her side, she knew they could handle whatever came next. This was just the beginning. As the cheers settled and the people of Paris slowly began to regain their sense of normalcy, Ladybug, now standing with her team C, turned her attention back to Ivan, now back in his normal form. He stood next to Mylene, both hesitating at first but eventually talking. With crossed arms, Fire Shadow turned to Ladybug, an unreadable expression forming on his face. Ladybug didn't know why her second teammate wore a mask like that, but it made it hard reading him aside from his voice. "What am I looking at?" asked Fire Shadow, his voice tinged with a bit of interest. The team looked at Ivan and Mylene for a bit as they shared a quiet moment. Ladybug crossed her arms and smiled. "They're meant for each other," she remarked, watching the way Mylene gently took Ivan's hand. Chat Noir grinned beside her. "Just like us, huh?" he said smoothly, winking. Ladybug blinked, then snorted. "Nice try, Chat," she teased, giving him a playful nudge. Fire Shadow, standing on her other side, shook his head, already sensing this was going to be a common theme. "Something tells me I'm going to be hearing this a lot," he muttered under his breath. Chat Noir simply laughed, striking a pose. "What can I say, a cat's got to be charming." Ladybug rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling. Despite everything, this team, her team, was starting to feel right. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the three heroes knew it was time to part ways. Ladybug gave one last glance at the now happy Ivan and Mylene before turning back to her partners. "We did good today," she said. Fire Shadow nodded. "Yeah, but this is just the start." Chat Noir gave a dramatic salute. "Until next time, my lady," he purred before leaping off into the city. Fire Shadow shook his head once more before vanishing in his own way, leaving Ladybug standing on the rooftop alone. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the day settle in. It had been a rocky start, but now, she knew she could do this. With one last look at the city she had sworn to protect, Ladybug swung off into the night, ready for whatever came next. Ladybug swung down from the rooftop, her transformation fading as she landed softly in front of the school. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was back to being Marinette. As she walked towards the entrance to grab her bag, the first drop of rain splashed on the pavement, followed quickly by a few more, then a steady downpour. Marinette paused, staring at the rain for a moment. A wave of exhaustion and uncertainty washed over her. The weight of everything, the hero life, the constant juggling, the mistakes, began to settle in. Maybe it was best to just run home, curl up in bed, and escape for a little while. But before she could take a step, a voice called out from behind her. "Hey!" Marinette turned sharply, scowling instantly as she spotted Naruto standing there, his usual mischievous grin on his face. He was holding his jacket over her head to shield her from the rain, but he was looking the other way, as if he didn't want to make eye contact. "What are you doing here?" she asked, annoyance creeping into her voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow, noticing the scowl on her face. Well, you don't have an umbrella, and neither do I," he said with a shrug. "So I figured, I'd help you out." Marinette was about to snap back, tell him to go away and leave her alone, but before she could, he spoke again. "Argue with me when we get home. Right now, you should probably just let me help you," he said, still looking away, holding the jacket up. The words hit her in a way she didn't expect. She felt a heat rise to her cheeks, and her thoughts stumbled for a moment. Did he just? She blinked, unsure of what to say. Instead of pushing him away, she let out a frustrated sigh. "Fine." Naruto turned to face her, still holding the jacket above her head. As they walked together towards the hallway that led to the apartment, Naruto's footsteps slowed, and he stopped just before they reached the door. Marinette looked at him, her brow furrowing slightly. "Wait, what now?" she asked, a little impatient. Naruto hesitated for a moment before speaking again, his tone more serious this time. "About earlier," he started. With the gum on your seat, I want you to know it wasn't me. It was Chloe, she did that, not me, I wanted to take it off for you. Marinette blinked in surprise, but her skepticism was obvious. Really? Naruto nodded earnestly, looking her directly in the eyes for the first time. Yeah, I swear, everything happened so fast, and I didn't know how to explain it to you in time. I'm still new to Paris, and I didn't want to make a bigger mess of things. Marinette was quiet, the disbelief still hanging in her thoughts. But something in Naruto's voice, the sincerity, maybe the vulnerability, began to chip away at her doubt. She watched him, thinking back to earlier in the day, the odd feeling she had about him and how he seemed to be at odds with his pranks. He continued, his expression softening. I really want to be your friend Marinette, I promise that'll never happen again. I don't want to cause trouble for you. She felt something shift in her chest at the sound of his words, and she hesitated. Was he really telling the truth? Then, as if fate had a sense of humor, Marinette suddenly slipped on the slick floor, her feet losing traction on the wet surface. Naruto was quick, his hand reaching out and catching her before she could fall. Her heart skipped a beat as she found herself staring at him. He held her steady, his grip warm and firm, but there was an odd gentleness in his touch. She could feel her blush rising once again, the warmth spreading to her cheeks as she looked up into his eyes. Marinette could barely breathe. What is this feeling, she thought to herself, still in his arms. Why do I feel this way? As Naruto helped her stand, she finally found her voice, stammering out, Thank you. He grinned, a playful twinkle in his eye, no problem. They stood there for a moment, both of them awkwardly aware of the closeness. For a brief second, their eyes met, and Marinette couldn't help but feel that something had changed, something subtle but undeniable. As Naruto opened the door to the apartment, Marinette's thoughts were a whirlwind. She had been so focused on her own doubts and fears, but now, she wasn't so sure. Maybe, just maybe, she had misunderstood him. And as she stepped inside, she couldn't shake the feeling that the connection between them was only just beginning to form. Over the past week, Naruto had settled into his new life in Paris, and honestly, he liked it. He had quickly fallen into a comfortable rhythm, hanging out with Nino and Adrien during school hours. The two were fun to be around, and while Adrien had a bit of a strict schedule thanks to his father, Naruto could tell he appreciated the moments when he could just be a normal teenager. Of course, Naruto had also figured something out, Adrien was chat noir. The realization hadn't taken long, Naruto was naturally observant, and Adrien's frequent disappearances, combined with looks, made it pretty obvious. But just like with Marinette, Naruto kept that secret to himself. It wasn't his place to say anything, and he respected both of them enough to let them reveal it on their own terms. In addition to school and making friends, Naruto had received a package from his family containing some of the things he had requested. His new suit and weapons had finally arrived, allowing him to fight more effectively as Fire Shadow. The suit was a sleek blend of his ninja heritage and modern design, tailored for speed and flexibility while offering some much-needed protection. His new weapons were also a game-changer, giving him more versatility in battle. As Fire Shadow, he had become a real part of the team, saving lives alongside Ladybug and Chat Noir. The three of them had been working well together. And he found himself enjoying the teamwork. He could feel the trust building between them, and that was something he never took lightly. He had discovered that exploring Paris, its culture, history, and physical landscape, was an adventure in itself. He had never run around so much in his life, trying everything he came across and revisiting the same spots multiple times, just in case he had missed something. While he enjoyed studying mythology, given its connection to chakra, what he loved most about exploring was the movement, the way his body felt with every step, every leap, and every climb. It made him feel alive. With everything he had been doing, the week was great. He found himself doing a lot. In fact, he was starting to feel like this was his new home. But there was one thing that had been confusing him all week: Marinette. For some reason, she had started following him everywhere. At first, he thought it was a coincidence. Maybe they just happened to be in the same place at the same time. But as the days passed, it became clear that she was actively trying to stay close to him. It wasn't that she was doing a particularly bad job at it. Marinette was sneaky when she wanted to be, but Naruto wasn't easily caught off guard. He could sense her presence, her footsteps, even the moments when she would duck behind a corner or pretend to be busy with something else when he turned around. And the weirdest part, he had no idea why she was doing it. Was she suspicious of him? Did she think he was up to something, or was this just another one of those odd Parisian habits he hadn't figured out yet? Whatever the case, Naruto couldn't deny that things were getting more interesting by the day. Naruto watched Adrien disappear down the street, his thoughts drifting to a place he hadn't visited in a while. A birthday party, something as simple as that, was being denied to Adrien. And yet, somehow, it didn't seem unfamiliar to Naruto. Growing up as the heir of his clan had come with its own set of restrictions. Until he was 12, he wasn't even allowed to freely talk to other kids. By the time those restrictions eased, the damage had already been done. The other children in his clan had learned to keep their distance, leaving him excluded before he even had a chance to connect. Then came 13. The moment he awakened his chakra, everything shifted again. His training intensified, and any friendships that could have been formed drifted further out of reach. Sure, he had gone to school for a few years before coming to Paris, but even then, making friends had never been easy. Maybe a few close ones here and there, but he never stayed in one place long enough to build something lasting. His clan's expectations always pulled him away, year after year. "Hey! You good?" Naruto blinked, snapping back to reality as Nino waved a hand in front of his face. "Sorry," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Nino grinned. "Wanna come with me to Adrien's place? I still think we should try talking to his dad." Naruto hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, sure." But as they started walking, a nagging thought crept in. His family had been strict, and it had pushed him away. Adrien's father was just as strict, if not worse. Would trying to change his mind really do anything, or would it just make things worse? He would make sure things didn't get out of hand. From experience, he knew that when things got worse, they really got worse. The last thing he wanted was for Adrien to get pulled out of school. His friend had already told him how hard it was just to convince his dad to let him attend in the first place. Naruto wasn't about to risk making things even harder for him. The two quickly made their way to Adrien's house, Nino awestruck by its sheer size, while Naruto kept an intrigued smile. This was exactly the kind of place he'd love to explore. He could feel it in his bones. There was definitely something here. The mansion stood tall and pristine, its white exterior accented with black overtones, preventing the design from feeling too sterile. The black gate before them loomed tall, separating the outside world from the life within, too similar to how Adrien had described it during one of his rants. While Naruto's curiosity urged him to explore, the sight only deepened his sympathy for Adrien's situation. Nino, shaking off his awe, pressed the doorbell, triggering an extravagant chime. Naruto couldn't place the melody, but it was distinctly classical. After a few seconds, a sleek, metallic camera extended from the wall. Naruto immediately took note. This kind of tech wasn't even available to the public yet, which meant Adrien's father had some serious connections. A robotic yet distinctly human female voice echoed from the speaker, devoid of emotion. "State your business." Naruto glanced at Nino, who suddenly looked uneasy. With a reassuring tap on his shoulder, Naruto watched as his friend straightened up before facing the camera. We're friends of Adrian," Nino said, his voice wavering slightly. "We wanted to see if we could talk to his dad, ma'am." "I will see what I can do," the voice responded, still flat and emotionless. Naruto turned to Nino, concern flickering in his eyes. "You okay?" Nino let out a sheepish chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. "I guess the dude's status was getting to me. I want Adrian to have his party, but I don't want to make things worse, you know?" Naruto smiled at that. Nino was thinking about Adrian too. He was a good friend. But that raised the question, if both of them were already worried about making things worse, just how bad could this really get? Before Naruto could dwell on it, the gate clicked open. The camera retracted, and the doors slowly swung inward, revealing the mansion's vast courtyard. "Guess we're in," Naruto muttered. Nino took a deep breath and stepped forward, Naruto following beside him. The path leading up to the mansion was lined with perfectly trimmed hedges and a pristine fountain at the center, its waters flowing in a rhythmic pattern that seemed almost too controlled. As they approached the main entrance, the large double doors opened automatically, revealing an elegant foyer. The floors gleamed under the chandelier's glow, and at the base of a grand staircase stood a woman dressed in a strict black suit, her posture impeccable. Nino whispered to Naruto, "Is it just me, or does she look kinda intense?" Before Naruto could respond, the woman spoke, her tone sharp and professional. "I am Natalie, Monsieur Agreste's assistant. Follow me." She turned without another word, leading them deeper into the house. Naruto and Nino exchanged glances before stepping inside, the doors closing behind them with an ominous finality. Naruto kept his usual easygoing demeanor, but internally, he remained on guard. Something about this place felt off. He wasn't sure if it was the eerie silence, the way everything seemed so pristine, or the underlying tension in the air. One thing was certain, this wasn't just a home. It was a cage, and Adrian was trapped inside it. The two boys followed Natalie through the grand halls of the Agreste mansion. Every step echoed through the polished floors, the silence weighing on them. Naruto kept his hands in his pockets, glancing around as they walked. Everything was so pristine, so lifeless. It was nothing like the warm, chaotic energy he was used to back home, or even in the bakery where he was staying. Nino, on the other hand, was trying his best to keep his cool, but Naruto could tell he was nervous. His friend wasn't usually the type to get shaken up, but something about this place, about Gabriel Agreste, was really getting to him. Eventually, they stopped in front of a large door. And Natalie turned to face them. "Monsieur Agreste has agreed to speak with you," she said, her tone as flat as ever. "But I advise you to keep it brief, he does not have time for unnecessary matters." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. Unnecessary matters, it's his own son's birthday. Before he could say anything, the doors opened, and inside stood Gabriel Agreste himself. He was dressed sharply, as expected, his posture stiff and authoritative. His piercing gaze landed on them immediately. The air around the man as he walked down each step grew, and the pressure just from his pure presence began to get to Naruto. Nino swallowed hard, but he stood his ground. Hi, dude, I mean, sir. Thank you for seeing us." Gabriel said nothing, simply staring at them as if already judging whether this conversation was worth his time. Naruto tilted his head slightly, observing the man in front of him. He had met plenty of strict figures in his life, but Gabriel Agreste was different. He wasn't just strict, he was distant, closed off. Like a wall that had been built over time and reinforced with every passing year. Finally, Gabriel spoke. What is it you wish to discuss? Adrian isn't yet back from fencing. Nino took a deep breath. We wanted to talk about Adrian's birthday. We think he should be allowed to have a party. He works hard, does everything you ask, and, that is not up for discussion, Gabriel interrupted coldly. Naruto frowned. Why not, dude? I mean, sir, he done so much already, just this one party won't do anything. Gabriel's gaze shifted to him, because I said so. Naruto's irritation flared, but he kept his expression neutral. That's not really an answer, it's just an order. Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't react otherwise. Nino quickly stepped in. Sir, we're not trying to disrespect you or anything, but Adrian deserves to have fun, to be around friends. He's lonely. Gabriel's expression remained unreadable. Adrian has everything he needs. Naruto clenched his jaw. No, he doesn't. The room fell silent. Gabriel's gaze lingered on Naruto for a long moment, and Naruto held it without flinching. You're new here, Gabriel finally said. I suggest you do not involve yourself in things you don't understand. Naruto felt something deep in his chest tighten, something familiar. He had heard words like that before, from people in his clan who thought they knew what was best for him, who had kept him isolated for years. But he wasn't that kid anymore. He exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. I might be new, but I understand one thing, Adrian is a good person. And good people deserve to be happy. Gabriel didn't respond right away. Instead, his eyes narrowed and his frown deepened when looking at the two. I decide what Adrian needs, and I am beginning to decide that you two are a bad influence. Wait, what? You can't do that, shouted Nino, his frustration reaching his face as he clenched his fist. Escort them out, Gabriel said blankly, causing Natalie. Naruto expected as much. Nino sighed in frustration but didn't argue. Come on, man, he muttered to Naruto as they turned to leave. As they walked back toward the entrance, Naruto could still feel Gabriel's gaze on his back. He had dealt with strict people before, but something about this man unsettled him. Something told him that there was more going on here than just an overprotective father. As the heavy doors of the mansion slammed shut behind them, the sound echoed in Naruto's ears. The gate followed with an equally forceful clang, locking them out just as quickly as they had been let in. Naruto turned to Nino, expecting some kind of reaction, but his friend just stood there, his narrowed gaze fixed on the ground. His fists were clenched at his sides, his entire body tense with frustration. Nino, Naruto started, his voice calm, trying to ease the tension. I know that sucked, but, that guy is unbelievable, Nino cut him off, his voice low but brimming with anger. Like, seriously, how does Adrian live like this? His dad doesn't care about what he wants at all. Naruto sighed, placing a hand on Nino's shoulder. I get it, man. Trust me, I do. But Nino just shook him off. No, dude, you don't get it. You see how Adrian acts, the guy barely knows how to have a conversation like a normal person. Everything was yes, father, no, father, like he was some kind of robot, and he's just coming out of that and his father can't even allow one little party. Naruto didn't flinch, but inside, the words hit a little too close to home. I thought, maybe if we talked to him, he'd actually listen, Nino went on, his frustration spilling out in his words. But no, of course not, the guy's a control freak. He doesn't care about Adrian, not really. Before Naruto could respond, Nino let out a harsh sigh and turned away. I need some air, I'll catch you later, man. And just like that, he stormed off, leaving Naruto standing there, watching his retreating figure. Naruto exhaled through his nose, glancing back at the looming mansion behind him. His instincts told him that this wasn't just about strict parenting. There was something else going on here, something that made his skin crawl the longer he thought about it. But for now, there was nothing he could do. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Naruto turned and made his way back into the city. Naruto sighed as he made his way home, hands stuffed into his pockets. Nino's frustration was understandable. And honestly, Naruto felt it too. The whole situation with Adrian's dad rubbed him the wrong way. The more he thought about it, the more something didn't add up. Strict parenting was one thing, but isolating Adrian to this extent, that was something else entirely. By the time he reached the bakery, his earlier thoughts had somewhat quieted, enough for him to think on something else. He slipped inside, shaking off the water before heading upstairs to his temporary room. Marinette was already there, sitting at her desk, doodling in her sketchbook. She glanced up when he entered, offering a small smile before quickly looking back down. He smiled back, though she didn't seem to notice. Too focused on her sketchbook. Turning away, he moved to his side of the room, setting down his bag before reaching for a few books. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed his shinobi scroll and unfurled it, eyes scanning over various jutsu. The next villain in Paris could show up at any moment, and they still had Hawk Moth to deal with. 2 jutsu weren't going to cut it, not in the long run. Shadow clones were useful, but relying on them alone would eventually do more harm than good. He needed options, more techniques to handle different situations. Maybe genjutsu? No, he'd never been good at it, not since he first awakened his chakra. That was something one of his descendants might have better luck with. Taijutsu, then? A solid fighting style to complement his agility? Or maybe he should focus on elemental jutsu, build up his control over fire, water, and earth to round out his combat abilities. Weapons training could be useful too, he had more than enough stored in his scrolls. Tapping the seal trigger on the scroll, he shifted the selection of jutsu in front of him. His gaze landed on one category that immediately caught his attention: sealing arts. It made sense. Sealing techniques were incredibly powerful. They were the reason this scroll even existed in the first place, allowing it to contain the knowledge of countless jutsu. They also made it possible to store entire arsenals inside small, portable scrolls. If there was any technique that could truly change the way he fought, it was this one. He needed to learn it, it would be invaluable for everything to come. Naruto made note of 3 elemental jutsu: fire, water, and earth, choosing them to give himself better versatility in battle. Instead of jumping into the more complex techniques, he'd start with the basics. He also moved the sealing category to the front of his scroll, ensuring it would be one of the first things he focused on. With that settled, he leaned back, momentarily lost in thought, until he felt Marinette's gaze on him. Every so often, she would glance up from her sketchbook, only to quickly look away when she noticed him moving. Amused, Naruto pretended not to notice, but the corners of his lips twitched upward. "Talk to her, brat," a voice whispered, laced with amusement. Naruto let out an annoyed sigh, glancing down at his lap. There, nestled behind his book, was Kurama, curled up in his small spirit form, a smug grin stretching across his maw. If anyone ever saw the fox like this, tiny, with his 10 tails flicking lazily behind him, they'd never believe the deep, rumbling voice that came from him. Luckily, Kurama was well hidden. If Marinette glanced over again, she wouldn't see the little furball perched on his lap. Naruto turned to her briefly, she was still focused on her sketchbook, completely unaware. Then, shifting his gaze back to Kurama, he shot him a half-annoyed look before muttering under his breath, careful to keep his voice low. Naruto sighed, barely glancing down as Kurama's small spirit form lounged on his lap, his many tails flicking lazily. The fox's deep voice did not match his deceptively cute form. "What for?" Naruto muttered under his breath, keeping his book angled to hide Kurama from view. Kurama scoffed, "You humans never know anything." Naruto rolled his eyes, "Gee, thanks. That clears it up." Kurama gave him a pointed look. "You need to talk to her so you can talk to her, Kwame." "Oh." Naruto frowned, glancing toward Marinette, who was still focused on her sketchbook. "What, you think they know something about Hawk Moth?" Kurama's tails twitched. "Maybe, or maybe they know something even more interesting." Naruto raised an eyebrow, like. Kurama smirked, "You'll never know if you don't ask." Besides, he stretched, looking far too amused. "You should ask her out." Naruto nearly dropped his book. "What? No, we're just friends." Kurama's grin widened, "Sure you are." "We are," Naruto insisted, keeping his voice low. "We've only known each other for, what, a week. There's no way she'd date me, not that I'm worried about that right now." Kurama snorted, "Idiot." Naruto scowled, "I'm not an idiot." "Yes, you are." Naruto ignored him, instead glancing at Marinette again. She was still sketching, her brows furrowed in deep concentration. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, before he could overthink it, he leaned forward slightly, "Hey." Marinette blinked, looking up. "Huh?" Naruto grinned, "You've been sneaking looks at me all evening. If you wanna stare, at least make it less obvious." Marinette's eyes widened, before she practically squeaked out her answer. What? I wasn't, I was just." Naruto chuckled, "Relax, I'm just messing with you." Marinette huffed, crossing her arms. "Not funny." Naruto leaned back, his grin softening. "But really, I wanted to ask you something." She blinked, tilting her head. "Oh?" Naruto hesitated for only a second. "It's about Adrian's dad." Marinette frowned, her playful annoyance fading. "Gabriel Agresti?" Naruto nodded, "Yeah, Nino and I went to talk to him today. Or, well, tried to. We got kicked out as quickly as we got in. Nino got pissed and stormed off." Marinette's frown deepened, "That bad?" Naruto sighed. "Adrian's dad is strict. Like, way more than normal. It doesn't sit right with me." He rubbed the back of his neck, "I dunno, I guess I just don't like the idea of my friend being stuck in a place that feels more like a prison than a home." Marinette bit her lip. "I mean, even after only talking to him last week, I guess it seems obvious that his dad is strict. From what he says about only being in this school this year, Adrian's home life must not be great." She hesitated, a small frown being edged on her face as she thought about her favorite fashion designer. "What, are you planning to look into it?" Naruto shrugged, "Not like I have much else to do. And I dunno, something about it just bugs me." Kurama made a noise in his mind, something almost approving. Marinette studied him for a moment, then smiled slightly. "You're a good friend, you know that?" Naruto blinked, caught off guard. For some reason, that made his face feel a little warm. He coughed, looking away. "Yeah, well, somebody's gotta keep an eye on that guy." Marinette giggled. "Well, if you need help, I might know a thing or two about Gabriel Agresti's, best fashion designer in Paris." Naruto smirked. "Oh, seems like you really admire the man." Marinette puffed up. "I'll have you know he is my favorite designer, and I will be a designer just like him." Or well, I guess not exactly now. She let out her own giggle, which made Naruto laugh. Kurama sighed in his mind, hopeless, absolutely hopeless. But this was the opening he needed. His old friend Tiki had some explaining to do. How long had it been since he last spoke to a Kwami, or any spirit, for that matter? Either way, he needed to talk to Tiki about the current situation. As Naruto and Marinette continued their conversation, Kurama took the opportunity to slip away. With a small flick of his tails, the fox-like spirit floated off Naruto's lap, effortlessly maneuvering through the air. His movements were silent, careful not to draw Marinette's attention as she remained focused on Naruto. Drifting toward the hidden Kwami, Kurama's sharp eyes quickly spotted Tiki nestled in the shadows. She was just as concealed as he had been, but compared to his fox-like form, she looked more like a tiny doll, small, round, and delicate. If someone glanced at them side by side, they might mistake Kurama for a small, mischievous dog, while Tiki seemed like a figurine brought to life. But to those who knew the truth, the two spirits carried wisdom far beyond their appearance. Kurama hovered just in front of her, his piercing red eyes gleaming with amusement. "Took you long enough to notice me," he murmured, his deep voice a stark contrast to his current small form. Tiki's tiny blue eyes narrowed slightly as Kurama settled in front of her, his many tails swaying lazily behind him. Though it had been a long time since they had last spoken, there was no mistaking the familiarity in the way they regarded each other, like two old beings who had witnessed more than their fair share of history. "You've been quiet," Kurama noted, his voice carrying a weight of knowing. "Didn't even make yourself known to Naruto when he first showed up." "That's unlike you, Tiki." Tiki's tiny arms crossed over her chest. "And you didn't tell him about me either," she countered. "I assume you had your reasons, same as I had mine." Kurama let out a low hum, his eyes flicking toward Naruto and Marinette, who were still deep in conversation. "Fair, but I need answers, Tiki. What happened to the butterfly Miraculous, to Nuru?" Tiki sighed, floating a little closer. "It's complicated. Nuru's Miraculous fell into the wrong hands, and now he's bound to someone unworthy. You've probably figured that out." Kurama's tails flicked, his expression darkening. "Well, that's confirmation. A Miraculous that shouldn't have been in play, now in the hands of someone dangerous." Tiki nodded solemnly. "It's worse than that, Kurama. Whoever Hawkmoth is, he's been using the butterfly Miraculous to create akumas, corrupted creatures that feed off negative emotions. It's not just a matter of him being unworthy. He's actively twisting Nuru's power for something terrible." Kurama let out a low growl. "And the Guardians, where are they in all of this?" Tiki hesitated. "Gone, lost during the destruction of the temple. Master Fu is the last of the Guardians, and he's been in hiding for decades. He's the one who gave Marinette her Miraculous." Kurama scoffed, shaking his head. "The last Guardian, giving away Miraculous to children. I don't know whether to call that desperation or foresight." Tiki frowned. "She's more capable than you think, Kurama. Ladybug and Chat Noir have already saved Paris once. You of all spirits should know that power isn't always tied to experience." Kurama exhaled sharply but didn't argue the point. Instead, his gaze flicked back toward Naruto, his expression unreadable. "I do need to tell you that Naruto has figured it out," he said after a moment. "That Marinette is Ladybug." Tiki tensed. "He has?" Tiki's gaze remained steady as she took in Kurama's words. Despite their long history, there was always a sense of unpredictability when dealing with him. He wasn't like the other Kwamis, his presence wasn't tied to the natural flow of miraculous magic, nor was he created in the same manner. He was something else entirely. Something beyond even the magic that governed her existence. "Do you mean he can see through the magic because of you?" Tiki finally said. "It would be the only explanation for how he would figure it out so fast. And the bond between you and Naruto runs deeper than just spirit and host." Your chakras are merged, interwoven in a way that no illusion could ever deceive. Kurama smirked. Exactly, you miraculous lot rely on tricks and perception filters, but that kind of thing doesn't work on us. Genjutsu, illusions, false identities, none of it matters when you've got the Kwami of Changes chakra in your system. That's why he figured out Marinette was Ladybug without any real effort. Tiki frowned. That could be dangerous. Kurama, if someone else like him, someone with a similar power, were to come across the Miraculous, they could unravel everything we've built to keep the balance. Kurama's ears twitched, his expression thoughtful. You're worried about something. Tiki hesitated, but eventually, she sighed. I haven't told Marinette everything, she's not ready for the full truth. Kurama chuckled. So even you're keeping secrets, and here I thought you were all about honesty and guidance. Tiki shot him a look. This isn't a matter of deception, Kurama, it's about responsibility. There's more to the Miraculous than just a battle between good and evil. There are histories, dangers, truths that could shake everything Marinette believes in. I need to make sure she's ready before I tell her. Kurama huffed. You sound like me now. Tiki shook her head. You and I both know knowledge is a heavy burden. If Naruto learned too much too soon, what do you think he would do? Kurama didn't answer right away. Instead, he let his many tails sway lazily behind him, deep in thought. He'd take it all on himself, he admitted. Try to fix everything, no matter the cost. Tiki nodded. And if Marinette knew everything, if she understood the full weight of what being Ladybug means? Kurama exhaled sharply. She'd hesitate, or worse, she'd break under it. A long silence stretched between them before Kurama finally said, There's one more thing we haven't talked about. Tiki tilted her head. What? Kurama's expression grew serious, the fact that someone, or something, is moving behind the scenes. Something bigger than Hawk Moth. Tiki's eyes widened. What do you mean? Kurama's tails bristled. I don't know yet, but ever since Naruto got here, I've had this feeling, this instinct, like something's watching. Something that shouldn't be here. Tiki floated closer, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced with concern. Do you think it's connected to the Miraculous? Kurama's gaze darkened. That's what I intend to find out. For a moment, the two fell into a quiet lull, the distant sound of the two teens' conversation filling the room. If something bigger than Hawk Moth was out there, something lurking beyond their current battle, how would they face it? Tiki's gaze softened before shifting back to curiosity. There was one last thing she needed to address, something that had been lingering in her mind since he first spoke of it. Tiki floated closer, her small form barely making a ripple in the air as she tilted her head at Kurama. It's been a long time, hasn't it? She mused. How have you been? Kurama's ears flicked as he settled more comfortably, his tails curling slightly around him. Fine, he said easily, though his deep voice still carried its usual gruffness. Then, with a smirk, he added, the Kwami of change is at 100%, as always. Tiki huffed a quiet laugh. Still calling yourself that? Kurama grinned, baring his fangs just slightly. Hey, I didn't choose the title. It was given to me, and it stuck. For a moment, the two fell into a comfortable silence, the distant murmur of the two teens' conversation filling the room. If something bigger than Hawk Moth was out there, something lurking beyond their current battle, how would they face it? Tiki's gaze softened before shifting back to curiosity. There was one last thing she needed to address, something that had been lingering in her mind since he first spoke of it. You've always been different from us, she said, studying him carefully. You weren't tied to a Miraculous when you came into existence. You never needed a holder. Even though you're a spirit, you weren't bound like the rest of us. Kurama gave a slow nod, his expression unreadable. That's because I wasn't born from an idea alone. You and the others came into existence when humanity first conceptualized your domains: creation, destruction, luck, misfortune, and all the rest. But me? I came from something else entirely. The shinobi world didn't just think of change, it lived it. It fought, burned, crumbled, and rose again. That chaos wasn't just a concept, it was a force. And from that force, I was born. Tiki clasped her hands together. So you were never meant to follow the same rules. Kurama's smirk returned, sharp and knowing. Exactly, I don't need a miraculous to define me, and I don't have the same limitations you do. That's why I can see past the veils, past the illusions that keep others blind. Tiki nodded slowly, as if reaffirming something she had long suspected. It also means you're harder to predict. Kurama chuckled, that's what makes it fun. The room fell into another pause, but this time, Kurama let his thoughts drift deeper. Change. That was what he was, what he had always been. It wasn't just a title, it was his essence. From the moment he had first come into existence, the world had been shifting, breaking, rebuilding itself. He was a product of that endless cycle, a force that refused to be contained. And yet. He glanced at Tiki, his gaze narrowing ever so slightly. There was still something off about all of this. Not about his origins, he knew exactly what he was, but about the bigger picture. The hidden pieces of this game they were all playing. He wasn't bound by the same rules as the other Kwamis, but even he could feel the weight of something moving beyond their understanding. Whatever it is. It won't stay in the shadows forever. Kurama's tails flicked, his grin returning. And when it steps into the light, I'll be ready. Kurama's tails flicked lazily as he studied Tiki, his sharp crimson eyes glinting with amusement. So, are you going to tell her? Tiki blinked, tell who what? Kurama huffed. Marinette, about Naruto, about who he really is. His smirk widened, but there was something knowing beneath it. You and I both know he isn't just some traveler passing through. Tiki sighed, floating back slightly as her tiny hands clasped together. I know who he is, Kurama, but that doesn't mean it's time for Marinette to know. Kurama let out a low chuckle, you're holding back a lot from her. Aren't you? Tiki gave him a small, tired smile. And you're not? For a moment, neither spoke. The weight of unspoken truths sat between them, a silent understanding shared between two ancient beings who had both seen too much. Kurama exhaled through his nose, his grin turning slightly wry. Fair enough, his eyes gleamed with something unreadable. But you know it won't stay hidden forever, she'll figure it out. Tiki nodded. Maybe, but not yet. Kurama rolled his eyes but didn't press further. He knew how this game worked. Some secrets were meant to be revealed in their own time. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, when the truth did come out, how would Marinette handle it? And more importantly, how would Naruto? The conversation ended with that, both slipping back into hiding, Tiki in plain sight, small and unassuming, while Kurama melded seamlessly back into Naruto's being, his presence retreating like a fading ember. Naruto didn't bother asking what Kurama had learned. If it was important, the fox would tell him. Right now, it didn't matter. What did matter was the conversation he had just finished. Talking with Marinette had been nice. It wasn't something he had expected when he first arrived in Paris, but she had a way of making things easier to say, even things he didn't realize he needed to let out. He liked talking to her, really talking. Not just about heroes and villains, but about life. Still, one question lingered in his mind. Why had she been following him, although he wasn't sure if he wanted the answer? Before he could dwell on it any further, a piercing scream tore through the bakery, freezing both him and Marinette in place. Their eyes locked for a fraction of a second before they bolted toward the source of the noise. It was coming from downstairs. Naruto's instincts flared, his senses sharpening as they rushed toward the sound. Then he saw it. Through the windows, floating in the dim glow of the streetlights, two giant bubbles rising into the night sky. And inside them were Marinette's parents. The blonde could only watch as Marinette's parents were swept away, their panicked cries fading as they vanished into the sky. Beside him, Marinette lurched forward, arm outstretched, fingers grasping at nothing but air. "No!" She gasped, her voice tight with fear. Naruto clenched his fists, instinct screaming at him to act, but they were gone before either of them could do anything. He turned to Marinette, who was already spinning on her heel, frantic. I have to go." She blurted out, looking around as if searching for an excuse, a way to slip away. Naruto saw the panic in her eyes, the war waging within her. She needed to transform, but with him standing right there, she couldn't. "Marinette." His voice was firm yet steady, grounding. She snapped her head toward him, startled. "I'll go after them," he said. "You stay here and make sure no one else gets caught." Marinette hesitated, caught between her duty as Ladybug and the fact that Naruto, who wasn't supposed to know anything, was willing to throw himself into danger. "But, I've got this," he assured her, already stepping toward the open window. His expression softened just a fraction. "Trust me." For a moment, she looked like she wanted to argue. Then, pressing her lips together, she gave a short nod. "Be careful." Naruto flashed a confident grin, one he wasn't sure he fully felt, before turning and slipping out the door. He had already planned his next move. Marinette wouldn't transform in front of him, so he had to disappear from her sight. Once she thought he was gone, Fire Shadow and Ladybug would coincidentally meet. In the hallway, he unsealed his gear, revealing a sleek, sleeveless black jumpsuit with a built-in half-mask. Two orange stripes ran from the sides of the baggy pants, tracing up to the chest and continuing along the mask in a striking design. Next, he equipped his black gloves with metal plating and matching boots, both accented with subtle orange details. The color was minimal, just enough to nod to his lineage while keeping him stealthy. Naruto reached for the final piece, his black and orange jacket. The very same one he had worn in his first battle alongside Ladybug and Chat Noir. He slipped it on, leaving it unzipped, the more intricate orange accents giving it a signature look. He adjusted his hood, putting it on, hiding more of himself than the mask already did. Rolling up his sleeves neatly as he checked his gear. The suit wasn't just for show. Hidden seals regulated temperature, reinforced durability, and allowed instant weapon access through specialized patches. His family had also made him a simple watch, hidden under one of his gloves. The seals on it would allow him to remove or equip the suit in mere seconds. All of this only made him want to study seal creation even more. With everything in place, Naruto adjusted his hood and leaped out the nearest window, landing smoothly on a rooftop. His sharp eyes took in the chaos below. Time to move. Naruto shifted to another rooftop, crouching low as he scanned the chaotic scene below. More adults drifted aimlessly in shimmering bubbles, their faces frozen in confusion and panic. His sharp gaze caught something unusual, bubbles not carrying people, but playing recorded messages. He leaped down, snatching one midair before it popped. A holographic image flickered to life, revealing a figure standing confidently, a mischievous grin on his face. Another akumatized victim. The villain's suit was oddly rounded in places. Designed almost like a bubble itself. Blue skin, a visor covering his eyes, and a comically oversized cylindrical sheath strapped to his back, holding a sword shaped like a bubble wand. Red, blue, and yellow dominated his color scheme, further adding to the almost childish, playful aesthetic. Naruto frowned, there was something eerily familiar about him. Then, it clicked, Nino. The blue skin might have masked his features, but everything else, the stance, the attitude, even the damn bubbles, screamed his friend's name. And Naruto had a pretty good guess why. No time to dwell on it now. If Nino had been akumatized, there was only one place he'd go. Before everything went down. All he wanted was to throw Adrian a party. Naruto let the bubble drift from his hand, already moving. Then that's where he'll be. Without hesitation, he leaped toward the Agresti mansion. Naruto landed on the outskirts of the Agresti estate, crouching atop the iron gate as he took in the scene below. The party was outside, sprawling across the grand courtyard, bathed in colorful lights and pulsing music. Bubbles floated everywhere, catching the light like miniature prisms. At first glance, it looked like a normal party, until he noticed the rigid movements of his classmates. The kids from school were all here, forced into the celebration. They danced in a synchronized rhythm, their movements too stiff, too unnatural. Some tried to stop, only for floating bubbles to nudge them back into motion, preventing any escape. The energy of the party was forced, suffocating, and the culprit stood at his own stand as the DJ. This isn't Nino, at least not at the moment. Naruto knew why his friend had been akumatized. The guy just wanted Adrian to have a birthday party, one where he could be free for once. And now, under Hawk Moth's influence, he'd taken that desire too far. His eyes flicked toward Adrian, who stood stiffly near the edge of the party, not dancing but not resisting either. That meant he was looking for a way out, probably to transform. Good. That meant Ladybug had to be close as well. Still, Naruto couldn't wait around for them. Time to get to work, Naruto muttered under his mask. He leaped into the air, eyes locking onto Nino's equipment. With a flick of his wrist, a shuriken appeared in his hand. He hurled it mid-air, knocking aside the stand supporting the villain's bubbles. Without hesitation, he summoned several more, the blades gleaming as they sliced through the shimmering spheres trapping the students. The moment the bubbles popped, the kids stumbled back, momentarily dazed before realizing they were free. Naruto landed in the center of the crowd, smirking as he crossed his arms. Hate to be a party pooper, but this party's over. The scattered teens didn't waste their chance. Though none ran completely out of the area, most gravitated toward the mansion's front, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the battle. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto caught Adrian slipping away, hopefully to transform. "Why you gotta be like that?" Bubbler huffed, gripping his oversized bubble wand. With a swing, he unleashed a barrage of glowing red bubbles straight at Naruto. The blonde stood firm, summoning a chained kunai in his grip. With practiced ease, he spun the weapon, tearing through the bubbles before they could reach him. The attack dissipated in seconds, leaving Nino open for a counter. Naruto seized the opportunity, launching himself forward as his chained kunai shot out, aiming to snag the villain and pull him in. But Nino dodged at the last second, sending another wave of bubbles his way. "You really think you can stop me? Even when Ladybug and Chat Noir get here, you won't stand a chance. The bubbler is unstoppable." Naruto landed lightly on the mansion's railing, shaking his head in amusement. "Seriously? The bubbler, that's the best Hawk Moth could come up with, and what's with the third-person thing? Is that a villain requirement, or do you guys just like hearing yourselves talk?" Nino's face twisted in annoyance. Instead of responding, he lunged, swinging his bubble sword in a swift arc. Naruto blocked the strike with his kunai, but another attack followed immediately. A slash at his legs, blocked. A strike toward his arms, parried. Then a swipe at his chest. Over and over, Bubbler pressed forward in a relentless assault, forcing Naruto on the defensive. Each strike was fast, but not unpredictable. Naruto's smirk returned. He had been testing Nino's attacks, watching for patterns. And now it was his turn to go on the offensive. Naruto dashed forward, kunai spinning in his hand as he aimed for the massive bubble trapping his classmates. He slashed at it, expecting it to pop like the others, but instead, the blade bounced off, sending a ripple through the surface like a stone skipping across water. His brows furrowed, that wasn't normal. Before he could test another angle, Nino lunged again, his bubble wand swinging. Naruto barely ducked in time, feeling the air shift above his head as the attack whizzed past. "Come on, dude, just chill," Nino grinned, twirling his wand effortlessly. "I'm throwing the best party Paris has ever seen." Naruto straightened, his kunai still firm in his grip. "Yeah, funny, 'cause all I see is you trapping people who didn't ask to be here." Bubbler's grin faltered. "That's not," he scowled, jabbing his wand forward. "They need this, adults are always bossing us around, telling us what to do, what we can't do, this is freedom." Naruto blinked. The word struck something in him. He thought back to how Nino had been frustrated earlier. How he had just wanted to do something for Adrian, only to be shut down by adults who didn't care. "I get it," Naruto said, lowering his weapon slightly. "You just wanted to throw your best friend a party, and no one listened, that sucked, right?" Bubbler hesitated, gripping his wand tighter. "But this isn't the way," Naruto continued. "Look at them," he motioned to the trapped students, their eyes wide with unease. "This isn't freedom, they're just stuck, waiting for someone to tell them what to do next." For a moment, something flickered in Nino's expression, doubt. But then he scowled, "No, you're just like them, trying to tell me I'm wrong." The hesitation vanished, and with a wave of his wand, Bubbler sent another barrage of bubbles flying toward Naruto. Naruto cursed under his breath and leaped back, deflecting what he could with his kunai, but there were too many. A sudden blur of black and green landed beside him. "Gotta say, I like the new look," Chatnor quipped, twirling his staff as he took position next to Naruto. "Going for a mysterious ninja hero vibe?" Naruto rolled his shoulders, smirking beneath his mask. "Something like that." Another figure landed gracefully on Naruto's other side, Ladybug, her yo-yo spinning at the ready. "Less talking, more fighting, boys." Naruto grinned, was wondering when you'd show up. The three of them charged together, forcing Bubbler onto the defensive. Ladybug's yo-yo snapped out, trying to snag his wand, while Chat Noir weaved in and out with quick, precise staff strikes. Naruto kept the pressure up from the opposite side, forcing Nino to divide his attention. For a moment, it seemed like they had the upper hand. But then, Bubbler grinned. "You three really think you can crash my party?" He raised his wand high, and before any of them could react, bubbles exploded outward in all directions. "You three really think you can crash my party?" Bubbler taunted, his grin widening. He raised his wand high, and in an instant, bubbles exploded outward in all directions. Naruto's eyes flickered as he twisted his body, narrowly slipping through the first wave. He landed low, kunai flashing as he deflected the smaller bubbles. Chat Noir spun his staff, knocking some away, while Ladybug flipped gracefully over an incoming barrage, her yo-yo lashing out. Bubbler shot forward, aiming for Naruto first. His wand whipped downward, sending a concentrated burst of bubbles at point-blank range. Naruto crossed his arms, bracing himself. The force sent him skidding back across the rooftop. He dug his heels in, flipping mid-slide to absorb the impact before launching back at Bubbler, kunai slashing toward the wand. Clang, the blade struck the shaft of the wand, but instead of knocking it away, Bubbler countered with a swift twirl, twisting the weapon out of Naruto's reach. "Nice try, dude, but I've got all the party tricks," Bubbler declared, flipping backward. Ladybug landed beside Naruto, her eyes sharp. "Keep him occupied, we'll find an opening." "On it," Naruto muttered. They split off again, Chat Noir vaulting over Bubbler, coming down with a powerful strike aimed at his wrist. Bubbler twisted in midair, avoiding the blow, but barely had time to react before Ladybug's yo-yo snapped out, wrapping around his leg. Yes, she yanked hard, pulling him off balance. Naruto took the chance. He surged forward, chakra flaring beneath his feet as he lunged. His kunai cut through the air, inches from the corrupted item when, not so fast. A massive wave of bubbles erupted from Bubbler's body, forcing all three heroes to retreat. Naruto slashed through the ones closest to him, but they absorbed the impact, wobbling instead of popping. "Come on," he growled. Chat Noir was the first to try another approach, flipping off the ground and bringing his staff down in a crushing strike. Bubbler barely dodged in time, twisting away. He countered by twirling his wand, launching a dozen bubbles in rapid succession. One clipped Chat Noir's leg, his eyes widened as it latched on, rapidly expanding. Oh, before he could react, the bubble engulfed him entirely, lifting him off the ground. "Chat," Ladybug cried, but before she could intervene, another set of bubbles surged toward her. She twisted, trying to break free, but one latched onto her hand, dragging her yo-yo away. Another wrapped around her waist, cutting off her movement entirely. Damn it, Naruto whipped his head around, seeing both of his allies floating helplessly in their bubbles. He didn't have time to think. He rushed Bubbler again, kunai poised to strike, but Bubbler was ready. A bubble detonated at Naruto's feet. The force sent him hurtling backward, skidding across the rooftop. He barely recovered in time to see Bubbler lift his wand once more. "Sorry, Fire Shadow, looks like you're the only one not on the guest list." With a flick of his wand, the bubbles containing the students, and Ladybug and Chat Noir, began to rise, lifting higher and higher into the sky. Naruto's eyes widened. No. He pushed forward, arms reaching, but Bubbler shot upward, riding a stream of shimmering bubbles as he floated away with his captives. Naruto clenched his fists, watching his friends drift further into the sky. "All right," he exhaled sharply, gaze hardening. "Time for Plan B." With that, he launched himself into pursuit. Naruto's mind raced as he watched the bubbles float higher and higher. If he didn't act fast, his classmates, and his teammates, would be lost in the sky. His hands flew into a familiar seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a burst of smoke, 3 identical copies of him appeared beside him on the rooftop. "You two, go after the students," Naruto ordered, pointing toward the largest bubble cluster. "Make sure they don't drift too far." The clones nodded, immediately taking off across the rooftops, leaping toward the rising bubbles. The last clone turned to him expectantly. Naruto smirked, "You know the drill." His clone crouched low, cupping its hands together. Naruto stepped onto them, bending his knees. "Go!" With a powerful push, the clone launched Naruto into the air. Another clone materialized midair, catching him and throwing him even higher. A third clone did the same. And then another, each one propelling him further into the sky, higher and higher, until, there. Naruto reached the bubble holding Ladybug and Chat Noir, their forms barely visible inside. He twisted midair, kunai in hand, and slammed it against the surface. Nothing, the bubble rippled but didn't break. TCH, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Figures it wouldn't be that easy. Inside, Ladybug and Chat Noir spotted him. Chat Noir pressed his hands against the bubble's surface. Hey Fire Shadow, not that I don't appreciate the company, but unless you've got a pin, we're kinda stuck in here. Naruto scowled. I was hoping kunai would do the trick, but this thing is sturdy. Ladybug's gaze sharpened. Chat, you still have Cataclysm? Chat Noir blinked before realization struck. Oh, now that's an idea, he grinned and raised his hand. Cataclysm. Dark energy crackled around his fingertips. He pressed his hand against the bubble, and almost instantly, the surface started to dissolve, black cracks spreading outward like shattered glass. Hold on, Naruto warned. The bubble burst. Naruto reacted in an instant, grabbing both Ladybug and Chat Noir as they began to plummet. He twisted midair, flipping them upright as they fell, using his chakra to steady his descent. One last clone appeared below, catching them in time to cushion their landing. They touched down smoothly. Naruto releasing his grip as they skidded to a halt on the rooftop. Ladybug took a deep breath. Thanks, Fire Shadow. No problem, Naruto smirked. Not gonna let you guys have all the fun. Chat Noir dusted himself off. I was kinda enjoying the floating thing, Chat Noir said, eyeing Ladybug with a smile, but yeah, definitely better to be back on solid ground. He turned his gaze toward the sky, where Bubbler was still hovering. Now, how about we go burst that guy's bubble? Ladybug nodded, determination setting in. Agreed, no more holding back. Naruto cracked his knuckles, a fire burning in his eyes. Then let's finish this. With that, the three heroes took off after Bubbler once more. The three heroes charged forward, but Bubbler's bubbles were relentless. They kept growing, expanding, and surrounding them at every turn. Naruto dashed to the left, dodging another wave of bubbles that nearly engulfed him, while Chat Noir swung his staff to knock away any bubbles that came too close. Got to do something about these bubbles, Chat Noir grunted, his staff cracking through a large cluster that was headed straight for Ladybug. Ladybug's eyes narrowed, scanning the area. She knew that the wand was the key to stopping Bubbler's bubble barrage, but she needed something to counteract the enormous bubbles still launching at them. I've got it, she said, her tone sharp with determination. Lucky charm. She flung her yo-yo into the air, and a burst of magic surrounded her. When it cleared, she found herself holding a wrench. A wrench, she muttered, confused but quickly snapping into action. She didn't have time to question it. Alright, this'll work. Ladybug scanned the area for her next move. Her eyes locked onto the Eiffel Tower, standing tall against the Paris skyline. With a determined smirk, she darted toward it. Distract him, guys, she called over her shoulder as she ran. Naruto and Chat Noir leapt into action, launching themselves at Bubbler to keep him occupied. Chat Noir swung his staff expertly, hitting bubbles that blocked the path, while Naruto used his clones to create a whirlwind of confusion around Bubbler. Bubbler laughed maniacally, spinning his wand in a circle to release more bubbles. Nice try, you can't stop me now. But his words fell on deaf ears. Ladybug had already reached the base of the Eiffel Tower, her eyes locking onto a gas line, one the comically oversized wrench could loosen. If she could disconnect it, the released gas would scatter Bubbler's bubbles, creating the opening they needed to snatch his wand, the obvious hiding place of the Akuma. With swift precision, she wedged the wrench around the valve and twisted. At first, it resisted, but with a determined grunt, she forced it loose. A sharp hiss filled the air as the gas escaped, whipping into the wind and dispersing the clusters of bubbles surrounding them. Up above, Bubbler faltered, his grin slipping as his bubbles, once strong and overwhelming, wobbled and thinned, dissipating into harmless wisps. "What?" he yelped, waving his wand furiously. This was supposed to be the best party ever. Naruto didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, weaving through the vanishing bubbles. Chat Noir followed suit, his staff extending as he vaulted through the air. Ladybug, wasting no time, flung her yo-yo toward Bubbler's wand, but he managed to yank it out of reach at the last second. Not so fast, Bubbler spun midair, lashing out with a desperate wave of bubbles, forcing them to dodge. Naruto skidded to a stop, quickly forming a hand sign. "Guess we're doing this the hard way." In a puff of smoke, two shadow clones appeared beside him. One clone leapt high, aiming straight for Bubbler's blind spot, while the other flanked his side, forcing him to split his attention. Bubbler swung wildly, trying to fend them off, but his bubbles weren't forming fast enough anymore. Naruto's real body surged forward, kunai flashing. Seeing the opening, Ladybug's yo-yo snapped out again, this time wrapping tightly around the wand. "Got it," she cried, yanking hard. The wand flew from Bubbler's grasp, spiraling through the air. Naruto reacted instantly. "Here goes nothing," he lunged, snatching it midair before summoning a kunai and bringing it down. The wand cracked, then shattered into pieces, releasing a small, dark butterfly. Ladybug wasted no time. She swung her yo-yo once more, capturing the Akuma and purifying it in a swirl of red and white. Bubbler gasped, his form flickering as Hawk Moth's influence shattered. His body slumped, the dark energy leaving him, and in a blink, Nino stood in his place, confused, exhausted, and back to normal. The heroine then used her miraculous Ladybug. The magic of the Miraculous swept through the city, undoing the chaos, returning the civilians safely to the ground, and restoring everything to the way it was before. Naruto let out a breath, sheathing his kunai. "Well, that was a party." Chat Noir chuckled, spinning his staff. "And we weren't even on the guest list." Ladybug chuckled, but the moment passed quickly as she turned to Nino with a reassuring smile. "You okay?" Nino rubbed the back of his head, still dazed from the deacumatization. Yeah. That was a lot." Ladybug gave a small nod before extending her fist toward her teammates. Naruto and Chat Noir met it with their own, their knuckles tapping together in silent victory. A pair of beeps suddenly cut through the air. Both Ladybug and Chat Noir glanced at their Miraculous, their expressions shifting. "We better get going, don't want to detransform just yet," Ladybug said, already winding up her yo-yo. Chat Noir shot Naruto a quick salute. "See ya around Fire Shadow." And just like that, they were gone, Ladybug soaring into the sky, Chat Noir vanishing into the shadows. Naruto exhaled, shaking his head. He was starting to see a pattern in these fights. Hopefully, not all of them would be this formulaic. He turned to leave, but a sudden prickle at the back of his neck stopped him in his tracks. Instinct. His gaze snapped toward a nearby alley, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness. For a moment, he thought he saw something, someone, but when he focused, there was nothing, just an empty street. Maybe he was imagining things. Still, the uneasy feeling lingered as he leapt onto the rooftops and disappeared into the night. The sun cast a golden glow over Paris as Naruto stepped out of the school gates, stretching his arms behind his head. Wednesday afternoons were his favorite, no immediate responsibilities, just time to himself to explore the city. He adjusted the strap of his backpack and took off at a casual pace, blending effortlessly into the flow of students heading home. Unlike them, however, he had no intention of going straight back. He weaved through the streets, passing familiar bakeries and cafes, absorbing the sights and sounds of the city as he did every week. He loved these quiet moments, where he could just let his curiosity guide him. Some days, he'd stumble upon hidden alleyways or street performances. Other times, he'd climb up to lesser-known rooftops, enjoying the peace above the bustling city. Today, he found himself wandering towards the Seine, drawn by the gentle sound of water lapping against the stone embankments. He stopped at a bridge, leaning on the railing, watching boats pass below. The city's energy always fascinated him, so full of life, yet so peaceful in certain corners. He took a deep breath, letting the familiar rhythm of Paris settle into him. But something felt different. He wasn't sure why, but there was an odd feeling in the air, like he was being watched. He kept his expression neutral, but his senses sharpened, subtly scanning his surroundings. A group of tourists chattered nearby. A street musician played softly, and across the river, a girl on her phone seemed to glance in his direction more than once. Naruto frowned slightly before shaking it off. Maybe he was just imagining things. He exhaled, allowing himself to enjoy the moment again. This was his time, his break from everything else. And as always, Paris had something new waiting for him to discover. Naruto's footsteps echoed softly against the pavement as he wandered through the streets of Paris, taking in the familiar sights with the eyes of an explorer. It was a habit now, these weekly excursions, an excuse to stretch his legs, take in the city, and maybe uncover something interesting. And today, he did. The quiet sound of sniffles reached his ears from a nearby alley. Pausing mid-step, Naruto turned, spotting a small child huddled near a crate, rubbing their teary eyes. Kneeling down, he kept his voice soft. "Hey there, little one. You okay?" The child hiccuped, looking up at him with wide, watery eyes. I lost my mama," they whispered. Naruto's face softened as he ruffled the kid's hair gently. "That's rough, but no worries, I'll help you find her." The child sniffled again but nodded, taking his offered hand as he led them back toward the main streets. He kept his steps slow, scanning the area carefully while occasionally reassuring the child with small talk. It didn't take long before he spotted a frantic woman, eyes darting wildly as she searched the crowd. The kid gasped, "Mama." Before Naruto could say anything, the child bolted from his grasp, running straight into their mother's waiting arms. The woman clutched her child tightly, relief and tears mixing as she pressed kisses to their forehead. After a moment, she looked up, eyes locking onto Naruto. "Thank you," she breathed, voice thick with gratitude. "Thank you so much." Naruto smiled, waving it off. "Don't mention it, just glad they're safe." She gave him one last appreciative nod before leading her child away, their hands never parting. Naruto exhaled, stuffing his hands into his pockets. That's when he noticed it. A small, folded piece of paper rested at the edge of the sidewalk, partially hidden under a loose cobblestone. It hadn't been there before. Had the wind carried it? Curious, Naruto bent down and plucked it up. Unfolding it, he felt his breath hitch slightly. A red cloud. It was drawn in bold, deliberate ink, the edges smudged slightly with age. And beneath it, strange, almost familiar writing, coded symbols and letters that tugged at the back of his mind. His fingers tightened around the paper as a feeling of recognition, of something from long ago, clawed its way up. He had seen this before, he just couldn't remember where. The city around him continued as normal. But for Naruto, the air felt heavier, a whisper of the past brushing against the present. Pocketing the note, he straightened. He'd figure this out later. For now, home was calling. With that one thought, Naruto's phone suddenly rang, pulling him from his musings. He glanced down, an unknown number flashed on the screen. That was weird. He didn't usually get random calls. Shrugging, he answered. Yo, who's this? There was a slight pause before a familiar voice answered, sounding just a little nervous. Hey, Naruto, it's Marinette. Naruto blinked. Marinette? He stood up straighter, his confusion turning into mild curiosity. Didn't expect to hear from you. What's up? Wait, how'd you even get my number? Alya gave it to me, she admitted quickly. She said it was for emergencies, and stuff. Naruto chuckled. Emergencies, and is this one of those, and stuff moments? There was a shuffle on the other end, and then a voice, not Marinette's, spoke up loud and clear. Just ask him already, Alya muttered. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his curiosity only grew. Ask me what? Nothing, Marinette blurted out, then groaned as if regretting it immediately. I mean, not nothing, just, she took a deep breath. I was wondering if you maybe wanted to hang out? At the park, with me and Alya. You know, since we've all been busy and… Yeah. Naruto grinned at how flustered she sounded. A hangout, that actually sounds great, I'm always up for a break. Marinette let out a small sigh of relief. Awesome, I'll text you the details later. Looking forward to it, he replied, still amused. See you then. As he hung up, he shook his head with a light laugh. Marinette sure was something else. As Naruto approached the park, his thoughts drifted to his plans for later in the day, until he noticed the growing crowd. People gathered around something hidden beneath a large tarp, murmuring in excitement. It only took a few seconds for the realization to hit him. The unveiling, he muttered, his eyes widening before softening slightly. The city was honoring Fire Shadow, Ladybug, and Chat Noir, a tribute to their efforts as protectors of Paris. The mayor had made a public announcement, inviting them to witness the moment firsthand. Naruto had almost forgotten. Between everything else on his mind, the event had slipped through the cracks. But judging by the still-growing crowd and the fact that only Chat Noir seemed to be present so far, he wasn't too late. With a fluid motion, he stepped into a quiet alleyway. His body glowed faintly as he channeled his chakra, the shadows around him swirling to form his Fire Shadow attire. His black and orange suit materialized in an instant. Then, with a burst of speed, he was gone, racing toward the park, right on time. Marinette groaned, burying her face in her hands as she slumped onto her chaise. I messed it up, didn't I? Alya sat cross-legged beside her, arms crossed, giving her best unimpressed look. Girl, you turned what should have been a date into a casual park hangout. You fumbled, hard. Marinette let out a muffled whine. I panicked. Alya smirked, nudging her shoulder. Yeah, no kidding. You had the perfect chance to make a move, and instead, you invited him to an open park with all of us as a group. Marinette groaned louder. Why am I like this? Alya shrugged. Hey, at least you're hanging out with him, right? Marinette peeked at her through her fingers. That's not helping. Alya laughed, standing up. Come on, we're gonna be late for… She cut herself off, glancing at her phone before her eyes widened. Oh snap, the statue unveiling. Marinette blinked. Statue what now? Alya shot her an incredulous look. Are you serious? The city's unveiling a statue for Ladybug, Chat Noir, and Fire Shadow today. Marinette's heart skipped. That was today? Alya grabbed her wrist, already pulling her toward the door. Come on, we can still make it. As they stepped outside, Alya glanced toward the main square, where a growing crowd was gathering. I gotta check it out for my blog, she said excitedly, already pulling her phone out. But Marinette barely heard her. Across the street, an elderly woman stumbled, her bag of groceries slipping from her hands as she lost her balance. Without thinking, Marinette dashed forward, catching the woman before she could fall. "Are you all right?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. The old woman, clearly shaken, nodded. "Oh dear, thank you, my groceries, I've got them," Marinette reassured her, quickly gathering the spilled items. Alia, already halfway toward the event, turned and called back, "You coming?" Marinette glanced up, then back at the woman, who was still regaining her footing. "You go ahead, I'll catch up," she said, offering the woman a reassuring smile. Alia barely noticed, too focused on the event. "Suit yourself," she called over her shoulder before hurrying off. Marinette sighed, turning back to the elderly woman. "Let's get you home, okay?" And just like that, her afternoon plans changed. Fire's shadow landed smoothly beside Chat Noir, settling into a simple crouch before standing upright. The other blonde turned to him, flashing a friendly grin. "Sorry I'm late, Chat, to be honest, I lost track of time," Naruto admitted with an easy smile. Chat Noir chuckled, resting a hand on his hip. "No problem, to be fair, I think, fashionably late is pretty perfect." Naruto sighed, shaking his head at yet another cat pun. Before he could respond, Chat Noir tilted his head curiously. "What about Ladybug, do you know where she is?" Naruto hesitated for a moment, thinking about his roommate. He had just talked to Marinette not too long ago, but he had no idea what she was up to now. He hoped she was okay. But knowing Ladybug, she could handle herself just fine. With a small shrug, Fire's shadow turned his attention to the mayor and the statue's creator. The crowd had only grown larger since his arrival, their excitement filling the park with cheers. It brought a small smile to Naruto's face, the city truly appreciated them. Would Ladybug really miss this? The mayor's voice soon cut through the noise, carrying a note of reluctant disappointment. "Perhaps we should begin, it doesn't seem our other hero will be arriving anytime soon." At that, the sculptor immediately perked up, stepping forward with a pleading expression. "Wait, just a little longer, I know she's coming, I can feel it in my heart." Both Naruto and Chat Noir raised an eyebrow at that, though for different reasons. Still, the mayor sighed and relented, allowing them to wait a little longer. Minutes passed. The crowd had reached its peak in size and volume, the anticipation almost tangible. But finally, after one last glance at his watch, the mayor let out a resigned sigh. The mayor tapped the microphone, the static momentarily quieting the crowd. With a final glance toward the empty space beside Fire's shadow and Chat Noir, he gave a small shake of his head. "It seems Ladybug won't be joining us today," he announced, his voice carrying a tinge of disappointment. "But we will continue as planned. Paris, let's show our appreciation for the heroes who protect us." With a dramatic flourish, he grabbed the edge of the tarp covering the statue and pulled it away. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd as the grand statue was revealed. It was an impressive piece of work, a beautifully sculpted tribute to Paris's heroes. Ladybug, Chat Noir, and Fire's shadow stood side by side in the stone, each captured in a striking pose. Ladybug was mid-leap, her yo-yo extended as if she were soaring into battle. Chat Noir stood with his baton in hand, exuding confidence. And Fire's shadow stood firmly, his arms crossed, an expression of determination etched into the stone. Naruto took a slow breath as he observed the tribute. It was surreal. To have a statue dedicated to them, to see how much the people of Paris looked up to them, it wasn't something he ever expected. Chat Noir let out a low whistle. "Not bad, though, I feel like they could have made my hair a bit more dramatic. Naruto chuckled, it looks fine, chat. The mayor began to speak again, his bellow loud and full of joy at the occasion. This statue is a gift to our heroes. A permanent reminder of their bravery and dedication to this city. He gestured proudly to the work before turning toward Fire Shadow and Chat Noir. Would either of you like to say a few words? Chat Noir grinned, stepping up without hesitation. Oh, you know I can't resist an audience, he said playfully before taking the mic. Naruto took a step back, letting his fellow hero soak in the attention. But as Chat Noir began speaking, his usual mix of charm and humor, Naruto's thoughts drifted. Ladybug should have been here. Not just because she was their leader, but because this was something they had built together. He sighed to himself, crossing his arms in a relaxed manner. There was no need to worry, Ladybug probably just got caught up in something. For a beloved superhero, she could be surprisingly clumsy at times. The event wrapped up almost as quickly as it had begun. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the park bit by bit. Cheers and conversations faded into the distance, the excitement settling now that the unveiling was over. Naruto remained behind, still in his Fire Shadow attire, standing before the statue. He took a moment to really look at it, to take in every detail. It was strange seeing himself immortalized in stone like this. The artist had captured their presence well, every stance and expression carefully crafted. Naruto's gaze shifted from the statue to the sculptor lingering nearby. The man stood off to the side, shoulders slumped, staring at the ground as the last remnants of the crowd faded away. His expression was heavy, disappointment practically rolling off of him in waves. Naruto hesitated for a moment before approaching, his footsteps light against the pavement. "Hey," he called out casually. The sculptor flinched slightly, as if startled, before turning to face him. "Oh, Fire Shadow," the man muttered, forcing a weak smile. "Did you need something?" Naruto shook his head. "Not really, just noticed you looked kinda down." He tilted his head slightly. "Everything all right?" The sculptor let out a slow sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's nothing, he stopped himself, then sighed again, heavier this time. "I really wanted Ladybug to see this." His eyes flickered toward the statue. "I poured everything into it, not just my admiration for you all as heroes, but for her." Naruto's brows furrowed slightly. "For her?" The sculptor gave a sheepish nod. He then placed a simple chalk-looking candy into his mouth, a sugar stick. It made him wonder if he was suing it to calm himself. "I wanted to express my love through this piece. I thought maybe, if she saw how much she means to me, she'd, love me back." His voice was laced with an odd mixture of hope and heartbreak, his fingers clenching into a fist at his side. For some reason, that explanation didn't sit right with Naruto. He wasn't sure why, but something about it bugged him. It was a strange feeling, one he couldn't quite place. His jaw tightened slightly, but he quickly pushed whatever it was aside, keeping his tone steady. "Look, I get wanting to express yourself, but you shouldn't try to love someone you barely even know." His words weren't harsh, but they were firm. "Ladybug's a hero, yeah, but she's also a person. She's got her own life, her own problems. Love isn't just about admiration from afar." The sculptor's expression darkened, but Naruto didn't notice. His hands clenched tighter, his posture stiffening as something unreadable flashed in his eyes. "I see," he murmured, his voice was calm, too calm. "I guess I was a fool to think she'd notice me." Before Naruto could say anything else, the man abruptly turned on his heel and stormed off. His steps quick and purposeful. Naruto watched him go, exhaling through his nose. Something about that conversation felt off. But he shrugged it off for now. Whatever it was, he'd deal with it later. Marinette sat on the park bench, phone in hand, tapping against the screen absent-mindedly. Even though she was the one who invited them, she couldn't shake the slight nerves bubbling in her chest. It was just a hangout, nothing serious, just some time with friends. So why did it feel different? Before she could dwell on it, she heard an unmistakable voice. "Oi, I'm not late, am I?" She looked up to see Naruto jogging toward them, a wide grin on his face, hands casually tucked behind his head. There was an easy, natural energy to him, like he was genuinely excited to be here. Marinette quickly shook her head. "No, not at all, we just got here." Alya smirked, "Barely, you're way too eager for someone who got invited last minute." Naruto chuckled, "What can I say, a guy's gotta appreciate the little things. And getting to chill at the park with friends sounds like a pretty great way to spend the day." Marinette felt her face warm at how effortlessly he said that. "Anyway, what's the plan?" Naruto continued, stretching his arms. "Parkour, secret treasure hunt, some crazy citywide scavenger game?" His grin turned mischievous. "I mean, you are Ladyblogger Supreme, I wouldn't put it past you." Alya laughed, tempting, but no. This is just a normal, chill hangout. Naruto put a hand over his heart. "Betrayal, I was ready for adventure." Marinette giggled, finally feeling her nerves settle. "You get enough adventure as it is." Alya nudged him playfully, "Speaking of, how's the whole exploring Paris thing going?" I heard something about a certain blonde breaking the record for running around the whole city in practically a day. Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking a little sheepish. "It's been great, honestly I feel like I should slow down," he said with a chuckle. "I don't know what it is, but there always seems to be something new about Paris," he continued with a smile. "What have you been up to?" Alya grinned. "I've been working on covering everything about Ladybug, Fire Shadow and Chat Noir, but it's hard to keep up." Naruto nodded, genuinely engaged in the conversation. He and Alya bounced between topics effortlessly, and for a moment, Marinette felt a little left out. Until Alya turned to her, an almost knowing glint in her eye, that the dynamic shifted. "Marinette's been working on something of her own too," Alya said, nudging Naruto playfully. "You should totally ask her about it." Naruto turned his attention to her, his blue eyes bright with curiosity. "Oh yeah, what kind of project?" Marinette straightened a little, her face warming at the sudden attention. "Oh, it's nothing that exciting. Just a new design for an accessory I've been working on. I was having some trouble figuring out the last part." Naruto leaned in slightly, genuinely interested. "Can I see?" She hesitated for a moment before pulling out her sketchbook, flipping to the latest design. It was a bracelet with an intricate clasp, something she had been trying to perfect for weeks. Naruto examined it closely, his brow furrowing in thought before he pointed at a part of the design. "What if you made this part here a bit wider, that way, the clasp wouldn't feel so tight when you close it?" Marinette blinked, looking at the sketch again with fresh eyes. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense." Naruto grinned, "See, problem solved." For the next few minutes, they talked, Marinette explaining her ideas while Naruto offered his thoughts. The conversation felt easy, different from how he and Alya had been talking. Slower, more thoughtful. Naruto was taking the time to really listen, and she couldn't help but feel a little flutter in her chest at how focused he was on her and her work. It wasn't until she realized just how close they had gotten, shoulders almost touching, that her face went red. Naruto, oblivious as ever, didn't seem to notice, but Alya, sitting across from them, let out a quiet giggle. Before Marinette could even process what was happening, Alya's phone buzzed with a notification. She glanced down at it before her eyes widened. Whoa! What? Naruto asked, straightening. Alya turned her phone so they could both see. Fire Shadow just stole the Mona Lisa. In broad daylight, security cameras and all. Marinette gasped, that's impossible. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, but Marinette didn't notice. Alya, on the other hand, leaned forward, her brows furrowing. You know, this is weird. The cameras caught him, but something about it doesn't sit right with me. Naruto tilted his head, keeping his expression neutral. What do you mean? Alya pursed her lips, clearly thinking hard. Fire Shadow's never done anything like this before. But also, she paused before turning to Naruto, her eyes sharp with curiosity. You're always running around Paris, right, exploring? You ever seen anything weird near the Louvre? Marinette blinked, glancing between them. Alya, what? Alya said, shrugging. Naruto's everywhere in this city. If anyone's noticed something off, it's him. Naruto let out a small chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. I mean, I see a lot of weird stuff, but I don't usually hang around the Louvre, too many tourists. Alya sighed, clearly not satisfied, but before she could press further, her phone buzzed again. I need to get over there for the blog, she said, already standing up. Naruto exhaled quietly before standing as well. I should probably check it out too, see you later. Marinette nodded, though her mind was still reeling. Naruto and Alya both hurried off, leaving her alone on the bench, staring at the image on the phone screen. Fire Shadow, a thief, no way. Something was very, very wrong. Naruto moved swiftly across the rooftops, his Fire Shadow outfit rippling in the wind as he closed in on the Louvre Museum. His expression beneath the mask was calm but tinged with irritation. Someone had framed him for stealing the Mona Lisa, and while he wanted to clear his name, he knew the real thief was still out there. That meant finding the chief of police before they left the scene. If he could just talk to them, maybe he could get some answers, or at least a lead. Landing in a crouch on a nearby rooftop, Naruto scanned the area. Police cars surrounded the museum, red and blue lights flashing in the dimming daylight. Just as he prepared to make his approach, the heavy thrum of helicopter blades filled the air. A voice blared from a loudspeaker. Fire Shadow, you are under arrest for the theft of the Mona Lisa. Surrender now. Naruto clenched his jaw. They really thought he did it. Whoever this copycat was, they must have done a damn good job impersonating him. He barely had a moment to consider his next move before officers on the ground began to close in, their vehicles forming a perimeter. TCH, they weren't going to listen. No choice, he had to move. With a burst of speed, Naruto dashed to another rooftop, but the helicopter adjusted its course, cutting off his escape. Instead of slowing down, he leaped, landing on the roof of a police car before bounding to another, using the vehicles like stepping stones. The helicopter swung lower, trying to box him in. Bad move. Naruto grabbed onto its landing gear mid-air, twisting his body before using it as leverage to propel himself forward. He landed in a roll, seamlessly regaining momentum. Now, the Louvre was directly ahead, its glass pyramid entrance shimmering under the late afternoon sun. He wasn't stopping. Naruto could feel it, the real culprit was still inside. The museum was still heavily guarded, meaning the police hadn't recovered the painting yet. The thief wouldn't have had time to escape. More officers rushed to block his path. One swung a baton at him, he easily dodged. Another reached for his arm, he twisted away. No need to hurt them. They were just doing their jobs. With one final burst of chakra-enhanced speed, Naruto vaulted past the last officer and dove through the museum entrance. Time to find the truth. Naruto paused for a moment, ensuring the doors shut firmly behind him. With a swift motion, he lined the entrance with his chakra, reinforcing them in an instant. If his clan could see the mess he was in now, they'd probably scoff in disappointment. Not that it mattered. He had no time for doubt, his name needed clearing. Naruto moved swiftly through the museum, his senses sharp as he navigated the empty halls. The Louvre's grandeur stood in stark contrast to the situation at hand. His first stop was the very spot where the Mona Lisa had been stolen. He crouched, scanning the area. The police had already combed through it, but people often overlooked the smallest details. Sure enough, near the edge of the display, a small piece of wrapping paper caught his eye. He picked it up, his eyes narrowing. A sugar stick wrapper. The same brand the sculptor from earlier had been eating. Naruto's mind worked quickly. Was he akumatized? That would explain the copycat. But why? Their last interaction hadn't ended badly, at least, not in a way Naruto thought would push someone over the edge. Before he could dwell on it further, a shift in the air put him on edge. Naruto ducked just in time as a figure lunged at him from above, aiming a kick at his head. He rolled back into a defensive stance, eyes locking onto his attacker, himself. Or at least, the perfect replica of Fire's shadow, down to the last detail. Not bad, the copycat said, standing tall with a smug smirk. You caught on faster than I thought. Naruto didn't respond immediately, instead eyeing his double carefully. He was identical, same height, same outfit, even the same aura. Whoever was behind this hadn't just copied his appearance, they'd copied his very presence. Not gonna say anything, the copycat taunted, casually rolling his shoulders. I thought you'd have more to say, considering how quickly the so-called justice system turned on you. Naruto remained silent, his expression unreadable. You saw it, didn't you? The copycat continued. One moment you're their hero, the next, all it took was a single lie and they were ready to take you down. Just like that. Naruto let out a slow breath, annoying. He wouldn't let himself be baited by words, though. He'd heard far worse. Are we fighting or are you just here to talk? He finally asked, rolling his neck. The copycat chuckled, oh, we're fighting. Without another word, the two clashed. The museum's halls became their battlefield as they exchanged blows, fists colliding in perfect synchronicity. It was like fighting a mirror, every strike Naruto threw was countered, every move met with equal force. Then, Naruto saw his opening. A feint. He went low for a sweep kick, only to leap at the last second, aiming a punch straight at the copycat's chest. But just before his fist could land, poof. A clone. Naruto barely had time to react before he sensed movement behind him. He twisted, just in time to see his double smirking. Oh, you thought I couldn't use your abilities, the copycat mused, two more clones forming beside him. Naruto frowned, that complicates things. Fine, if the copycat wanted to play that game, poof, two clones appeared beside Naruto, mirroring the enemy's formation. The final clash came in an instant. The four clones rushed forward, meeting in a flurry of movement. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the halls, each fighter moving in perfect synchronization. It was a battle of equals, until, in the final exchange, Naruto's clone managed to land a solid hit, sending the copycat stumbling back. But before Naruto could press the advantage, the copycat grinned. Not bad, he admitted. Then, in a blur of movement, he leaped backward, disappearing into another part of the museum. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He wasn't running, he was leading him deeper. With a deep breath, Naruto cracked his knuckles and took off after him. Naruto slowed his pace, his mind racing as he pieced together the situation. Why was this guy his copy? He had encountered the sculptor earlier, but nothing about their conversation had seemed tense enough to push someone into Hawkmoth's grasp. Still, the evidence pointed at him. His copy had been the one to steal the Mona Lisa. His copy had been the one to frame him. Naruto clenched his fists. Was that the entire point? It was almost too obvious. This wasn't just about. Ladybug gave him a knowing look. Not all of us make dramatic entrances through the front door, Fire Shadow. And really, Chat Noir added with a smirk, twirling his baton, you think we wouldn't know something was up if you, of all heroes, stole the Mona Lisa? This copy is really unbelievable. Naruto rolled his eyes beneath his mask but let the comment slide. Despite everything, he was grateful for the backup, glad that his team hadn't turned on him. But there were more important things to focus on right now. So, what's the plan? Chat Noir asked, folding his arms. Naruto took a breath, organizing his thoughts. The guy copying me is definitely the sculptor from earlier. I found a sugar stick wrapper, the same brand he had. But here's the thing, it doesn't make sense. Ladybug tilted her head. What do you mean? Hawkmoth usually wants your Miraculous. But this guy, he went straight for framing me instead, Naruto explained. Why, what does Hawkmoth get out of this? Ladybug frowned, tapping a finger against her chin. That is strange. Maybe he's trying something new, Chat Noir suggested, but even he didn't seem fully convinced. Naruto crossed his arms. Either way, we need to stop him before he tries something else. Ladybug nodded in agreement. Then we should split up and search. If he really is after you, Fire Shadow, there's a good chance he'll try to lure you out again. Chat Noir gave Naruto a teasing grin. Guess that makes you the bait. Naruto smirked under his mask. Wouldn't be the first time. With that, the three heroes split up, each disappearing into different parts of the museum, their search for copycat beginning in earnest. Ladybug moved swiftly through the left wing, eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. Her grip tightened around her yo-yo. She had no doubt Fire Shadow was innocent, but the fact that someone could copy him so perfectly was unsettling. She had seen akumatized villains take on many forms, but this was different. This wasn't just an illusion or a mindless puppet, this was someone acting like Fire Shadow, using his abilities, and weaponizing his reputation. As she rounded a corner, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She barely had time to react before a figure stepped into the dimly lit corridor, arms crossed, stance casual. Looking for me, Copycat drawled, an infuriatingly familiar smirk on his face. Ladybug's heart clenched for a split second, not because she was fooled, but because of how perfectly he mimicked Fire Shadow's presence. The way he stood, the way he tilted his head, even the slight amusement in his voice, but it wasn't him. She set her stance, eyes hard. Nice trick, but you're not Fire Shadow. Copycat chuckled, slow and deliberate. And yet, you hesitated. Ladybug didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, she flicked her yo-yo forward, aiming to wrap him up before he could pull anything. But just as the wire reached him, poof! The copy dispersed in a puff of smoke. Ladybug's eyes widened. A shadow clone? A voice whispered behind her, "Smart girl." She spun, bringing her yo-yo up to block as Copycat struck, their battle beginning in earnest. She caught his fist, twisting his momentum against him and hurling the copy away. He slammed into the wall with a heavy thud, but before she could press the advantage, he was already on his feet, unfazed. Two more clones flickered into existence beside him, their movements synchronized as they rushed her. Their coordination was unsettling, every strike fluid. Every step calculated, the main copy lunged first, sending a sharp kick toward her. Ladybug blocked, bracing herself, but the second clone was already moving, delivering a precise strike to her side. She gritted her teeth as the impact sent her stumbling, but she refused to go down. Regaining her footing, she retaliated in an instant, driving a powerful kick into one of the clones, dispelling it in a puff of smoke. She followed up with a barrage of punches and kicks, forcing the remaining two on the defensive, yet no matter how fast or unpredictable she tried to be, they always seemed one step ahead, dodging, weaving, countering with impeccable timing. It was like fighting someone who already knew her every move. Her eyes narrowed. Of course. He's copying Fire Shadow's instincts. This wasn't just an illusion or some mindless mimicry. Whoever this was, they weren't just pretending to be Fire Shadow, they understood how he fought. The copy smirked, rolling his shoulders as he circled Ladybug with an almost lazy confidence. Come on, ma chérie, you've fought with Fire Shadow for weeks now. Tell me. Which one of us do you like more? He winked. Ladybug scoffed, eyes scanning for an opening. I prefer the real one. Harsh, he chuckled, tilting his head. But I get it. You think the original's more trustworthy, don't you? His smirk widened. Too bad trust is such a fragile thing. Ladybug's fists clenched. But she held her ground. You're wasting your time trying to mess with me. Am I? His voice was teasing, but there was an edge beneath it. You follow his lead so easily, but how much do you really know about him? Before she could respond, he suddenly formed a hand sign. Fire style, fireball jutsu, a roaring ball of flames shot toward her. Ladybug's eyes widened as she leaped out of the way, the heat searing the air around her. Oh? The copy mused, watching her reaction. I bet Fire Shadow didn't tell you he could use elemental attacks. Ladybug didn't respond, but the doubt started creeping in. Fire Shadow can do that? It wasn't the first time she'd seen him pull off impossible feats. But why had he never mentioned something so major? The fight continued, Ladybug pushing forward with rapid strikes, but the copy dodged each one effortlessly, always grinning. He kept talking, each question hitting deeper than the last. Does he ever tell you where he came from? Did he mention why he's different from you and Chat Noir? Ever wonder why Hawkmoth doesn't accumatize him like the rest of Paris? Ladybug faltered, just for a second. And the copy caught it. His smirk sharpened, with a final leap back, he dashed toward a nearby exit. You're strong, Ladybug, but even you have questions you haven't asked yet. Ladybug lunged forward, but it was too late. He was already disappearing into the shadows. The last thing she heard was his voice, smooth and taunting. Did you know? Even Hawkmoth is interested in your teammates' secrets. Ladybug remained frozen for a moment, her mind racing with the copy's words. She shook her head, trying to push it aside. It's just a trick. He's trying to get into my head, but still. Fire Shadow had always been an enigma. She'd trusted him because he'd been there since day one. He fought beside her, protected the city, and had never given them a reason to doubt him. But the copy's words scratched at something in the back of her mind. Why doesn't Hawkmoth target him? How does he do things no one else can? Ladybug clenched her fist. She wouldn't let doubt take over. But she also couldn't ignore what had been said. With that, she turned on her heels and dashed toward their rendezvous point. When she arrived, Chat Noir was already there, pacing slightly. He looked up as she landed. Well, I take it you had your own run-in with our beloved imposter? Ladybug sighed. Yeah, you? He scoffed, resting his staff against his shoulder. Oh, you know, same old, got attacked, got insulted, had my entire partnership with Fire's shadow questioned by a smug faker, no big deal. Ladybug frowned. What did he say to you? Chat Noir's expression darkened, just for a moment. Mostly just the usual villain talk, but... He hesitated before rubbing the back of his neck. He did keep bringing up how little we actually know about Fire Shadow. Ladybug crossed her arms. Same here. He kept asking me things I never thought to question before. Chat Noir exhaled, tapping his staff against the ground. I hate to admit it, Bugaboo, but it's kinda working. I mean, I trust Fire Shadow, I really do, but... He didn't finish the thought. He didn't have to. Ladybug understood exactly what he meant. Before she could respond, Fire Shadow landed near them, looking as composed as ever. I lost sight of the copy. Did either of you find anything useful? Ladybug and Chat Noir exchanged a quick glance before turning back to him. Ladybug kept her tone even. Not much, just some fights and a lot of talking. Fire Shadow tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something was off. Talking? Chat Noir forced a chuckle. Yeah, our copycat's got a real gift for words. Thinks he can get in our heads. Ladybug hesitated for just a second before adding, he also mentioned that Hawkmoth is interested in you. Fire Shadow was silent for a beat, his expression unreadable beneath his mask. Then, he simply shrugged. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. Ladybug huffed. There he goes again, deflecting. She wanted to press, to ask more, but now wasn't the time. They had a villain to catch. Let's focus, she said firmly. We need to find the real culprit and stop him. Fire Shadow nodded, his usual ease returning. Then let's get moving. With that, the three of them split up once more, but for the first time since they'd started working together, a seed of doubt had been planted. Naruto moved swiftly through the halls of the museum, his mind running through everything that had happened. He wasn't unsettled by the fight or the accusations. He knew who he was, and he knew the truth would come out. But the way this copy spoke was starting to irritate him. He rounded a corner, only to come to an abrupt stop as he found himself face to face with his doppelganger once more. The fake Fire Shadow leaned casually against a marble statue, arms crossed, smirking beneath his mask. Well, back again so soon? Naruto didn't rise to the bait, he simply straightened, eyes sharp as he took in his clone stance. You're talking a lot for someone who just ran away. The copy chuckled, pushing off the statue. Why fight when words can do so much more? Haven't you ever wondered how much your so-called partners trust you? Naruto's expression didn't waver. They trust me just fine. The fake scoffed, stepping closer. Oh, do they? Because I'm not so sure. You heard what I said to them, you saw the way they hesitated. A few well-placed words, and suddenly... The unshakable Fire Shadow isn't as solid in their eyes anymore. Naruto's gaze remained firm. You think I care what you say? You're nothing but a bad imitation. The copy grinned. You should care, because once that doubt starts, it doesn't stop. And when I'm done, they won't just question you, they'll fear you. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You can try all you want, it won't change anything. Oh, but it already has. The copy tilted his head. Chat Noir and Ladybug already had questions, I just gave them a little push. And Ladybug, well, she's especially fun to mess with. The fake Fire Shadow smirked as he circled Naruto, his posture confident, cocky even. You know, I don't get it. He mused, tilting his head. You have the admiration of Paris's beloved Ladybug, and you're just... wasting it. Naruto raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. Admiration? The copy let out a low chuckle, eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, don't play dumb, I saw the way she looks at you. The way she trusts you without question. He placed a hand over his chest dramatically, it's almost romantic. Naruto blinked, what? The copy laughed, come on, Ladybug and Fire Shadow, the perfect duo, the city's strongest heroes, always fighting side by side. She clearly likes you, and you don't even appreciate it. Naruto stared at him, half in disbelief, half in amusement. Was this guy serious? Did he actually believe that? Seeing Naruto's lack of reaction, the fake narrowed his eyes. You're really oblivious, huh? His smirk returned, this time with an edge. Well, no matter, since you're too blind to take what's being handed to you, I will. Naruto exhaled sharply, unimpressed, and how exactly do you plan to do that? The fake's grin widened, simple, I become you. Naruto's expression darkened slightly as the copy continued. Ladybug already hesitated back there, didn't she? I saw it in her eyes, a seed of doubt. He spread his arms, all I have to do is keep pushing, and soon she'll start thinking, maybe she never really knew the real Fire Shadow. Naruto's gaze remained calm. You think you can replace me? The copy chuckled, I already have your face, your voice, even your abilities. And once Ladybug sees that I'm everything you should be, well. He shrugged, she'll realize who the better Fire Shadow really is. Naruto stared at him for a long moment, then sighed. You know, I was expecting a real strategy from you. The fake's grin twitched, what? Naruto tilted his head. All this talk, and your grand plan is stealing my identity to impress Ladybug, he let out a short laugh. Wow. The copy scowled. TCH, you think this is a joke? A little bit, yeah, Naruto admitted, cracking his knuckles. But hey, if you want to embarrass yourself, be my guest. The copy growled. Mock me all you want, but when Ladybug starts questioning everything, we'll see who's laughing then. With that, the fake Fire Shadow launched forward, kunai in hand. Naruto shifted his stance, ready for him this time. Alright, copycat, he muttered. Let's see if you can actually back up all that talk. The battle resumed in full force. Naruto raised his hand, summoning a bow staff in a flash of red-orange chakra. He spun it once, feeling its familiar weight before gripping it firmly. The fake Fire Shadow lunged, kunai slashing through the air, but Naruto blocked effortlessly, the staff clashing against the blade with a sharp crack. The copy pressed forward. Striking fast and relentless, yet Naruto met each attack with perfect precision, his bow staff twisting, parrying, and redirecting each blow. And that's when Naruto saw it. The copy may have had his face, his abilities, but he didn't have his mentality. His movements were erratic, fueled by frustration rather than strategy. He wasn't as calm as Naruto, wasn't as disciplined. His attacks were aggressive but sloppy, leaving openings Naruto could exploit. He's too caught up in proving himself, Naruto realized. I can use that. Naruto smirked beneath his mask. What's the matter? He asked, easily sidestepping another reckless lunge. Getting frustrated? The copy snarled. Shut up, he swung hard, too hard. Naruto leaned back, dodging by a hair's breadth, before countering with a sharp strike to the fake's ribs. The copy staggered, growling, eyes burning with anger. There it is, Naruto kept pressing. You really thought you could replace me? He spun his staff, slamming the end into the ground. But look at you, you can't even control your emotions. Another growl, another reckless swing. Naruto ducked low, sweeping the copy's legs out from under him. The fake hit the ground hard, but before he could recover, a yo-yo wrapped around his wrist, and a staff pressed against his back. Naruto didn't even need to turn. He knew Ladybug and Chat Noir had arrived. "Nice of you guys to join the party," Naruto said casually. "Couldn't let you have all the fun," Chat Noir quipped. Ladybug, however, kept her gaze locked on the fake fire shadow. "This is over," she declared. Naruto nodded. But before they made their final move, he grabbed a paintbrush, one left behind by a museum worker, and swiftly painted a blue X across his own chest. The fake blinked in confusion. "What the hell?" "Just making sure no one gets mixed up again," Naruto said with a smirk. The copy snarled in frustration, but he wouldn't get another chance to fight. Because in the next second, they struck together. The moment Naruto painted the blue X across his chest, Ladybug and Chat Noir launched into action. Chat Noir's staff struck first, extending rapidly to knock the fake fire shadow off balance. The copy barely had time to react before Ladybug's yo-yo wrapped around his arm, pulling him forward into a devastating kick from Naruto. The fake tumbled backward, but as he rolled to his feet, he snarled, his hands sparking with fire. "He's about to go all out." "Chat now," Ladybug called. Chat Noir didn't hesitate. He activated Cataclysm, his hand turning pitch black as he lunged forward. The fake dodged, barely avoiding destruction, but it left him open. Naruto took his chance, sweeping forward with his bow staff and slamming it into the fake's ribs. Ladybug followed up immediately, flipping over and snapping her yo-yo forward. The string wrapped around the copy's wrist, pulling him off balance once more. "You're done," Ladybug declared. The copy growled in frustration, attempting to escape, but Naruto noticed something, a glint of paper sticking out from his pocket. "That's it." Naruto lunged forward and ripped the slip of paper free. It was a photo, an image of Ladybug, slightly crumpled. And at the center of it, the dark glow of the Akuma. "Ladybug," Naruto called, tossing it to her. Ladybug caught it instantly, crushing the picture in her hands. "No more evildoing for you," she declared. The paper tore apart, releasing a black butterfly into the air. She swung her yo-yo, catching the Akuma within it, and with a flick of her wrist, Miraculous Ladybug. A surge of energy spread through the room, restoring the museum, erasing the chaos. The fake fire shadow shimmered, his features melting away as he reverted back into the sculptor Naruto met earlier. The man collapsed to his knees, gasping. His eyes darted around in confusion before landing on Naruto. "You," he muttered, guilt evident in his face. I didn't mean to." Naruto approached, lowering his staff. "Hey," he said gently. "It wasn't your fault, Hawkmoth messed with your head." The sculptor swallowed hard, still shaken. I just wanted Ladybug's admiration, but I realize now that wasn't, and then after that it's a blank." Naruto sighed. "I get it, Hawkmoth got to you, you shouldn't feel bad about it." The man chuckled weakly, "Yeah, I got it." Ladybug stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on the sculptor's shoulder before turning to Naruto. "Good thinking back there," she said, eyes studying him carefully. Naruto simply shrugged, "Just doing my job." But he could feel it, the slight hesitation in her voice. The weight of Copycat's words still lingering in her mind. And he knew, this wasn't over yet. Naruto stretched his arms behind his head, glancing between Adrian and Nino as they walked along the sidewalk. The afternoon sun hung lazily in the sky, casting a warm glow over the streets of Paris. He had been looking forward to spending time with his friends today, but Adrian, as usual, was hesitating. "I don't know, guys. My father," Adrian started, rubbing the back of his neck as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Nino groaned, rolling his eyes. "Dude, come on, you've been locked up in that mansion all day, right?" What do you think is gonna happen if you have fun for once? Is your dad gonna send his army of fashion police after us? Adrian let out a small, nervous chuckle, but the hesitation in his expression remained. Naruto, catching the slight shift in Adrian's posture, knew Nino's approach, while well-meaning, might not be the most effective. Stepping forward, Naruto clapped a hand on Adrian's shoulder, his grin easygoing yet reassuring. What Nino means is, you've already done everything your father needed you to do today, right? So there's nothing wrong with taking a little time for yourself. You deserve it. Adrian hesitated for a moment before exhaling, the tension in his shoulders easing. I mean, I guess I did finish all my lessons, and photo shoots. Exactly, Naruto said, nudging him playfully. And we're not talking about anything crazy, just a trip to the arcade. You ever played those games before? Adrian shook his head, not really, my father never let me go to places like that. Nino gasped dramatically, placing a hand on his chest. Dude, that's criminal, we have to fix this immediately. Naruto chuckled, looks like you don't have a choice now, Adrian, we're gonna give you the full experience, let's go. Adrian hesitated for a fraction of a second longer, but then a small, genuine smile formed on his face. Alright, you win. The three quickly made their way through Paris, quickly making their way to the game center. The arcade was buzzing with energy, the flashing lights of game screens reflecting off Naruto's bright grin. He, Adrian, and Nino stepped inside, greeted by the familiar chime of tokens dispensing and the faint electronic jingles of high scores being beaten. Alright, Nino said, cracking his knuckles. First up, we gotta see who's the real king of the arcade. I say we start with dance battle, Naruto cut in, already making a beeline for the rhythm game. He tossed a look over his shoulder at Adrian, his grin widening. What do you say, pretty boy, think you can keep up? Adrian let out a breathy chuckle, shaking his head. I feel like I don't have much of a choice. Exactly, Nino laughed, slinging an arm around Adrian's shoulder. Besides, you could use some moves outside of fencing, dude. Naruto was already hopping onto the dance pad, rolling his shoulders in preparation. I'll go easy on you guys. That, as it turned out, was a lie. The moment the music started, Naruto was a blur of motion, feet tapping in perfect rhythm with the flashing arrows on screen. Adrian and Nino did their best to keep up, but it was obvious within the first few seconds that Naruto had the advantage. By the time the song ended, Naruto stood victorious, barely winded, while Adrian and Nino groaned at their defeat. You do this in your free time or something, Nino huffed, hands on his knees. Naruto crossed his arms, shrugging. I like to keep moving, and hey, it's just practice for dodging any traps when I explore the city. Adrian chuckled as he straightened. Alright, that was fun, but let's see how you handle something with a little more skill. He gestured toward the air hockey table. Think you can beat me? Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, you're on. The games continued from there: air hockey, racing simulators, claw machines. Naruto won some, lost others, but every game was filled with laughter and light-hearted trash talk. Even Adrian, who was usually more reserved in public, looked completely at ease, his usual careful demeanor replaced with pure enjoyment. At one point, Nino managed to pull off a surprise win in a shooting game, throwing his hands up in victory. Finally, I beat one of you. Naruto clapped him on the back. I'll give you that one, but only because I got distracted. Oh yeah, Nino smirked. By what? Naruto shrugged with a playful grin, thinking about what snack I'm gonna buy after this. Adrian shook his head, laughing. Speaking of which, weren't we going to try all the stall food outside? Naruto's grin widened. You guys better keep up, because I'm not slowing down. With that, They gathered their tickets, claimed their prizes, which mostly consisted of cheap trinkets and candy, and made their way outside, ready to take on the next challenge, eating their way through the best street food Paris had to offer. The lively buzz of the food stalls filled the air as Naruto, Adrien, and Nino weaved through the crowded streets, their hands full of skewers, pastries, and other local treats. The scent of sizzling meats and sweet confections mixed with the warm breeze, creating an atmosphere that felt almost magical in its simplicity. "All right guys," Naruto announced, holding up a skewer of grilled meat with a simple smile. "The rule is, no holding back, we try everything at least once." "Finally, something I can get behind," Nino cheered, already biting into a fried dumpling. His eyes widened in delight. Okay, this one is good, you gotta try it." Adrien chuckled, shaking his head as he took a more hesitant bite of a different snack. "I think I like this one," he said, holding up a small pastry filled with chocolate. "It's not too sweet. Just perfect." Naruto snatched one up from the tray and took a bite. "Oh yeah," he said after swallowing, "that's a winner, but nothing's beating this ramen. Trust me, this is the peak of food right here. If I didn't know any better, I'd say liking ramen is in your blood," Nino pointed out with a smirk. It was clear Naruto loved the stuff, 10 bowls stacked haphazardly around him. Naruto shrugged, "That's because food is amazing." Adrien watched the two of them banter with an amused smile. Moments like this felt rare, like stepping into a different world, one where he wasn't just Gabriel Agresti's son, but just a normal teenager hanging out with friends. And, for once, he wasn't worried about anything else. But that peace didn't last long. A deep rumble shook the ground beneath them, causing the trays on the nearby stalls to tremble. The once lively atmosphere turned to one of confusion, then fear as a sudden burst of wind sent loose napkins and paper food trays flying. A second later, a figure made entirely of shifting rock and molten lava emerged from the street ahead, its form crackling with raw energy. With each step, its body shifted, lava cooling into hardened stone, only to crack open and reform into molten fury again. "What the?" Nino stepped back, his grip tightening around his food. "Is that an akumatized villain?" Adrien finished, his eyes narrowing. "And not a small one." The figure raised an arm, and a torrent of water erupted from the street, solidifying the ground into slick ice before instantly turning into jagged spikes. People screamed and ran, chaos erupting as stalls were overturned. Naruto's expression sharpened, the lightheartedness gone in an instant. "We need to get out of here," he said, already scanning for the best routes of escape. He turned to Adrien and Nino. "Come on, no time to waste." Nino nodded quickly, grabbing Adrien's wrist. "Come on, man, we gotta go." Adrien hesitated, his mind already shifting to his transformation. "Yeah, you go ahead," he said quickly, already looking for a way to slip away unnoticed. Naruto's eyes locked onto the rampaging villain as they shifted from molten rock to a swirling storm of wind and crackling lightning. The chaos in the streets grew louder, but his focus remained sharp. With one last glance to ensure Nino and Adrien were gone, he pivoted and dashed into a nearby alleyway. No time to waste. His fingers pressed against the sleek surface of his watch. With a single tap, the mechanism activated, black and orange bands snapped to life, unraveling in a rapid cascade. The fabric whipped around his arms first, spiraling upward as if drawn by an unseen force. The bands tightened, layering over his torso, shoulders, and legs, each motion seamless, fluid. His jacket materialized in an instant, the coattails flaring as a final strip of cloth coiled around his face, settling into his mask. The last flicker of orange energy pulsed through his gloves as he clenched his fists. In the space of a heartbeat, Fire Shadow stood where Naruto had been. The transformation was complete. If you get that transformation reference, comment where it's from. Naruto stepped out of the alley, rolling his shoulders as he eyed the rampaging elemental villain. Now in his Fire Shadow form, he felt the comforting weight of his jacket settle against his back. The akumatized villain, Elementor, loomed in the center of the street, shifting between his different forms. 1 second, he was molten rock, radiating intense heat, the next, a swirling vortex of wind and lightning. Civilians screamed and scattered, desperate to escape the destruction. Naruto exhaled, feeling the pulse of his chakra flow through him. His target was unpredictable, shifting at random, but that just made things interesting. With a blur of movement, he dashed forward. The moment he was in range, he jumped, twisting mid-air to deliver a powerful kick toward Elementor's side. But the villain reacted faster than expected, shifting into pure wind at the last second. Naruto's foot passed right through, and a sudden burst of air sent him skidding back. Tch, he landed smoothly, boots sliding against the pavement. Alright, so you're gonna be annoying. Elementor cackled, his form crackling with static before surging forward, sending a bolt of lightning straight at Naruto. Reacting instantly, Naruto raised a hand and channeled his chakra. Sparks danced as the energy met his palm, dispersing in a flicker of orange and black. Gonna have to try harder than that, Naruto said, smirking slightly. Elementor roared, shifting into molten rock again, hurling a chunk of burning debris at him. Naruto leapt onto a street lamp, flipping over the projectile before launching himself forward. He spun in midair, forming a sphere of condensed black chakra in his palm. Alright, let's see how solid you are, he slammed the attack into Elementor's rocky torso. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, cracks forming along the villain's hardened body. For a moment, it looked like the hit would do serious damage, until Elementor shifted again, dissolving into pure water. The attack phased through, leaving Naruto with nothing but a misty explosion in its wake. Landing lightly, he narrowed his eyes. Great, that's gonna be a pain. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, a familiar voice rang out. Need a hand? Naruto turned his head slightly, spotting Ladybug and Chat Noir arriving on the scene. Ladybug swung in first, landing gracefully with her yo-yo spinning at the ready, while Chat Noir hopped down beside her, twirling his staff. Perfect timing, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. This guy's got a little bit of everything. Don't worry, Ladybug said, assessing the situation. We'll take him down together. Naruto smirked, wouldn't have it any other way. The fight quickly turned into a test of reflexes and endurance. Elementor shifted constantly, 1 second, a surge of flames, the next, a rushing tide of water, then a jagged storm of lightning. Every time they struck, he transformed, making their attacks useless. Ladybug lashed out with her yo-yo, aiming to wrap him up, but he turned into wind, slipping through effortlessly before retaliating with a gust strong enough to send her skidding back. Tch, Naruto gritted his teeth as he dodged a hail of fireballs. He dashed in low, aiming for a quick strike to disrupt Elementor's form. But just as his fist connected, the villain turned into a splash of water, reforming behind him. A jagged bolt of lightning shot toward him, forcing Naruto to flip backward to avoid the hit. Chat Noir intercepted with his staff, absorbing some of the blast before being forced back himself. This is just like what your copycat did. Chat Noir shouted as he ducked a rock-hard fist swinging toward him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had nearly forgotten about that, but Chat Noir had a point. The way Elementor changed made it impossible to land a solid hit, just like that imitation jutsu from before. Ladybug landed beside them, eyes darting around for a plan. We can't hit him if he keeps changing before impact. We need a strategy. Yeah, and we need it fast, Naruto muttered, flipping away just as Elementor slammed his molten fist down, leaving cracks in the pavement. Another wave of wind sent them all back, and then came the fire again, forcing them to scatter. Every time they closed in, Elementor pushed them away with another elemental blast. Ladybug gritted her teeth, "We're wasting energy dodging, this isn't working." Naruto clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. He didn't like running, but this wasn't a fight they could brute force, they needed time. Ladybug made the call, "We have to retreat." On it, Chat Noir took off first, vaulting up onto a nearby rooftop. Naruto hesitated for half a second before following, leaping up just as another wave of fire burst beneath him. Ladybug swung away last, just as Elementor roared, sending a crackling bolt of lightning after them. It barely missed, scorching the edge of the rooftop. They regrouped a few buildings over, out of Elementor's sight for the moment. Naruto exhaled, running a hand through his hair. That could have gone better. Ladybug nodded, eyes sharp with thought. We need a new plan. Chat Noir stretched his arms behind his head, rolling his shoulders as they took a brief moment to catch their breath. Phew, so, any bright ideas, Malady, because personally, I'm not a fan of playing dodgeball with a walking natural disaster. Ladybug tapped her chin. Lost in thought. We need to find a way to hit him without him switching elements to avoid the damage. Chat Noir smirked and leaned closer to her. Well, you know me, always ready to put my staff to good use. Maybe if Chat, Ladybug interrupted, giving him a pointed look. Naruto shook his head, arms crossed beneath his cloak. This really isn't the time, man. Chat Noir sighed dramatically, fine, but you can't blame me for trying to lighten the mood. Then he turned to Fire Shadow, raising an eyebrow. Speaking of new tricks, got anything flashy up your sleeve? Maybe an ability you've been saving for a rainy day? It was a joke, mostly, but there was something in Chat Noir's tone. That undercurrent of curiosity just a bit too sharp to be dismissed entirely. Ladybug stiffened slightly at the comment, her expression unreadable as her mind visibly wandered. Naruto exhaled through his nose, already feeling the headache forming. He could see where Chat Noir was going with this, and judging by the way Ladybug was reacting, she was considering it too. He rubbed the back of his head. I could probably learn something that could help, but it'd take a few minutes. Chat Noir blinked, wait, what? Ladybug turned her attention back to him, eyes widening slightly, you can? Naruto shrugged, yeah, but that means you two have to keep him busy while I figure it out. The way he said it, so casually, made it even more unnerving. Ladybug and Chat Noir exchanged a quick glance. You're telling me, Chat Noir began, narrowing his eyes, that you can just learn a whole new power in a few minutes? Naruto met his gaze evenly, if I really focus, yeah. Chat Noir let out a slow whistle. Well, isn't that convenient? His tone was light-hearted, but the suspicion had settled just a little deeper. Ladybug's lips pressed into a thin line as she considered it. The way Fire Shadow said it, it wasn't just confidence, it was certainty. Like this wasn't new for him at all. Naruto sighed, catching the look they were giving him. Less staring, more stalling. Guys. Ladybug nodded, snapping back into focus. Right, if Fire Shadow can find a way to land a hit, we just have to buy him time. Chat, let's move. Chat Noir gave one last glance Fire Shadow's way before smirking. Alright, but you better come up with something cool, no pressure. With that, the two of them took off, leaving Naruto standing there with a quiet exhale. Yeah, no pressure at all. Naruto stepped back, his fingers already brushing the edges of his scroll. The sounds of the battle faded into the background as his mind sharpened. He wasn't a stranger to battles like this, but today felt different. There was an undercurrent of suspicion, even if it wasn't fully out in the open. Chat Noir's probing comment about new tricks lingered in his mind. He could feel their eyes on him, watching him more closely than ever before. I guess it's only natural, Naruto thought, his hand unfurling the scroll with a practiced flick of his wrist. Since that copycat incident, they've started to wonder what I can actually do. It's not exactly a mystery, but it's different now. His eyes scanned the scroll until they landed on the technique he'd been eyeing for a while, Rasengan, a technique tied to pure chakra. It wasn't the type of jutsu to just pull off in a few minutes, but he hadn't a sinking feeling that he was going to do exactly that. He had the raw power to pull it off. And it could give him the edge he needed right now. Not to mention, the complexity of the Rasengan suited his way of thinking. It was an evolving process, not something that could be mastered in an instant, but then again, time wasn't something he had in abundance. Naruto exhaled slowly, focusing all his attention on the scroll in front of him. He could feel the rush of chakra swirling through him, building up, the elements around him reacting. The Rasengan required a unique blending of elements, wind and chakra manipulation at its core, but Naruto wasn't worried. He had done this before, even if it was with a different intent. He knelt down and focused all his energy into his hands. As the chakra began to spiral and condense in his palm, his mind drifted briefly back to the suspicion he'd sensed earlier. They weren't wrong to question him, after all, they didn't know what he could do, how much power he really had, how it worked. They didn't know that his powers were rooted in chakra, not in the miraculous, and it had to seem like a giant, unexplained mystery. He had the feeling that Chat Noir's casual comments were testing him, probing for an answer. But they didn't need to know the full truth, not yet. Naruto closed his eyes, refocusing. He didn't mind their doubts, not really. It was what they had to do, keeping secrets. Ladybug and Chat Noir had their own reasons for hiding their true identities. And even though Naruto's situation was different, his powers were a product of something far older than the miraculous, he could understand why they would question his abilities. They had their own limitations and vulnerabilities, and so did he. But that didn't mean he couldn't play his part for now. He didn't owe them the full truth, not yet. His chakra surged, and the Rasengan began to form, swirling with the intensity of wind and energy. He had learned a long time ago that he didn't have to hide everything, but timing was everything. The right time would come soon enough. Naruto tightened his grip around the forming ball of chakra, the swirl becoming more distinct. I'll tell them when the time is right. But for now, I'll focus on finishing this. When the Rasengan had fully formed in his hand, he opened his eyes and stood, ready to finish the fight. The moment he had spent focusing on his powers had cleared his head, but there was still the issue at hand, the elemental villain threatening Paris. He shot a glance in Ladybug and Chat Noir's direction. They were already moving, engaging the enemy again. Naruto smiled slightly. For now, I've got a job to do. And I'll do it in my own way. He charged forward, Rasengan crackling in his hand. The fight wasn't over yet, and neither was his time to tell the full truth. But that would come. He was sure of it. Naruto took a steady breath, his grip tightening around the swirling orb of chakra in his palm. The Rasengan pulsed, its energy raw but controlled. Ladybug and Chat Noir were still keeping Elementor busy, dodging bursts of fire and water as the villain shifted forms, but they weren't making progress. Now was his chance. Ladybug, Chat Noir, Naruto called out, his voice cutting through the chaos. Keep him distracted for just a few more seconds. Chat Noir, currently vaulting over a wave of ice, shot back with a smirk. "You got some fancy new attack up your sleeve, Fire Shadow?" Naruto ignored the probing tone, already dashing forward. "Just keep moving." Ladybug, ever the strategist, caught onto his intent without hesitation. She swung her yo-yo, wrapping it around Elementor's rocky arm as he transitioned into stone form. With a sharp tug, she threw him off balance. "Chat Noir, now!" Chat Noir spun midair and lashed out with his staff, striking Elementor's shoulder just as his body shifted to wind. It didn't do much damage, but it forced him to stagger back, just enough for Naruto to close the distance. Elementor turned, his body flickering between elements, trying to react. But Naruto was already there. The Rasengan connected. The impact was immediate. The swirling chakra forced Elementor's shifting body to destabilize, disrupting his elemental control. Sparks of electricity flickered in the air, his wind form scattering chaotically before he reformed, struggling to maintain cohesion. The Rasengan tore through his defenses, sending him skidding across the ground before slamming into a nearby wall. Ladybug's eyes widened at the sheer force of the attack, but she didn't hesitate. She spotted the akumatized object, an amulet around his neck, still pulsing with dark energy. "That's it," she shouted. She sprinted forward, yo-yo snapping out. Elementor barely had time to react before she snagged the amulet and yanked it free. With practiced ease, she crushed it beneath her foot, the dark mist escaping before she purified it with a flick of her yo-yo. A moment later, the energy around Elementor faded, and the villain collapsed. In his place, a dazed civilian sat on the ground, blinking in confusion. Miraculous Ladybug. Ladybug tossed her yo-yo into the air, unleashing a wave of magic that rippled across the city, restoring everything that had been damaged in the fight. Naruto stepped back, watching as the world pieced itself back together. The battle was over. Chat Noir let out a low whistle, turning to Naruto with a look that was half impressed, half suspicious. "Gotta say, Fire Shadow, you keep pulling out surprises." Ladybug's expression was more thoughtful. She glanced at Naruto but didn't say anything right away. Naruto simply shrugged, forcing an easy grin. "Had to try something, couldn't let you two do all the work." Chat Noir chuckled, though there was still something lingering in his gaze. Ladybug, however, was more reserved. Naruto knew what they were thinking. He'd shown them something new today, something powerful. And now, more than ever, the questions about what he could really do would only grow. "I'll tell them soon, but not yet." For now, the battle was won, and that was enough. The midday sun streamed through the classroom windows, casting long streaks of light across the desks. Naruto moved through the halls with an easy stride, a casual grin on his face as he exchanged greetings with passing students. Helping others had become second nature to him, whether it was giving a quick word of encouragement before a test or stepping in when tensions ran high between classmates. It was a rhythm he had settled into, a steady balance between being there for others and keeping his own world in order. As the last bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Naruto let out a small breath and stretched. The energy of the school was still buzzing around him. But for the moment, he had a pocket of peace. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way outside and found his usual spot on the edge of the courtyard, leaning back against a tree. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a worn notebook, flipping past pages filled with scattered notes and sketches. He stopped at a blank space and, with practiced ease, began to sketch out the outline of a sealing formula. It had been a while since he truly focused on his sealing arts. Between school, patrols, and keeping up with his friends, that part of him had taken a back seat. But today, as he traced the symbols with his pen, he found himself easing back into it. The formula in front of him wasn't just practice, it was the first step in something more. His chakra hummed lightly at the thought, a quiet reminder of the power he wielded. Naruto's gaze softened as he studied the unfinished seal. This was a part of him too, something he wanted to refine, to master. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to start bringing this part of himself back into focus. A distant shout from a group of students snapped him out of his thoughts. He glanced up, watching as they laughed and ran toward the school gates, their energy infectious. He smiled faintly, closing the notebook with a quiet snap. For now, he'd let the day carry on. There was always time to pick up where he left off. Naruto knew Adrian and Nino were already gone. Adrian had a photo shoot today. And as for Nino, well, he was probably off doing his own thing. Whatever it was either something exciting or something completely laid back. With that thought pushed aside, Naruto adjusted his bag and made his way down the steps, considering his next move. Maybe a run around the city would be good. Or maybe he'd just head home. The idea was still up in the air when a firm grip suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. The pressure alone made him pause, half expecting to turn around and see some bulky guy holding him back. His eyes flickered with brief surprise before landing on the actual culprit. "Alia," he questioned, the name laced with curiosity as he glanced from her hand to her face. "Nice grip." Then, just as quickly, his surprise faded into an easy smile. "Do you need something? I was just about to go for a run, or head home. Haven't really decided yet." It seemed like the girl was just about to burst with a secret she just couldn't hold, almost like a conspiracy theorist. She led him down the steps, taking 2 looks at the streets, quickly making sure no one was there. And she burst into her theory right on the spot. "Okay, listen, I know this sounds crazy, but I think I've got it. I think I know who Ladybug is," she said, her voice hushed but brimming with excitement. She let go of his shoulder and leaned in slightly, as if they were about to discuss some deep, classified intel. "It's Chloe." Naruto blinked. Then, slowly, he crossed his arms, settling into a stance that made it very clear he wasn't going to interrupt. "Not yet, anyway. I mean, think about it," Alia continued, barely pausing for air. "She's rich, right, so she could totally afford some secret training. Plus, she's always getting involved in Akuma attacks, and Ladybug always shows up in time to stop them. And then there's the fact that she so obviously wants to be in the spotlight. What better way than being a superhero?" Naruto's expression remained neutral, though his eyes flickered with quiet amusement. "And don't even get me started on her attitude. She acts like she owns the place, like she expects people to listen to her. Just like Ladybug does when she gives orders during fights. It's all adding up, Naruto." She took a deep breath, finally pausing to gauge his reaction. Naruto, still standing there with his arms crossed, tilted his head slightly. "You done?" She nodded quickly, a wide grin stretching across her face as she waited for his reaction, maybe a little too eagerly. Naruto hadn't expected this theory. Chloe as Ladybug? Really? Was he the only one who could just look at Ladybug, then look at Marinette, and instantly see that they were the same person? It felt obvious. But then again, maybe there was something more at play, some kind of magic protecting their identities. After all, with how their other powers worked, it wouldn't be too surprising. Still, that wasn't the real issue here. Alia had never suspected Chloe before, so what had changed? She had a habit of jumping to conclusions without all the pieces. Naruto let out a small sigh, shifting his weight as he crossed his arms. "Alright Alia, what really made you come up with this theory?" Alia blinked at him, her confident smile faltering just a little. "I just told you," she said, gesturing with both hands. It makes sense. Chloe's rich, she has influence, and she's always acting like she's more important than everyone else. Who else would have as many recourses as possible to be Ladybug? Naruto just stared. His expression unreadable. He didn't say anything, just waited. Alya's fingers twitched slightly, and she shifted on her feet. Okay, fine, she huffed, rolling her eyes before finally admitting, I saw her, alright, she had a ladybug costume and a yo-yo, just like the real one. She pointed at him as if daring him to disprove it. Explain that. She could just be into cosplay, Naruto shrugged, his smile returning. Cosplay really? Alya gave him a deadpan look, all her energy momentarily deflating. But in an instant, she was back at it. Come on, think about it, this is Chloe we're talking about. She thinks everything she doesn't like is ridiculous, anything even slightly different or weird goes straight into one category in her mind. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and what category is that? The make fun of it relentlessly category. Naruto chuckled to himself. That was exactly how she acted. Chloe might be a bully, but she definitely had a colorful personality. What really made him laugh, though, was the fact that the theory, against all odds, actually had some twisted logic to it. If people started thinking Chloe was Ladybug, the real one would lose her mind. Alya didn't seem to take his reaction well, her eyes narrowing. Are you laughing at me? Naruto held up a hand, still grinning. Nah, not at you. Just at the fact that this theory kinda makes sense. That was all Alya needed to hear. Her frown flipped into a triumphant grin. Her eyes practically sparkling as she leaned in expectantly. But before she could launch into another speech, Naruto cut in. That still doesn't make her Ladybug. Alya groaned, clearly not thrilled with the statement, but Naruto kept going. Listen, I still think she's just into cosplay, there are a lot of reasons that makes more sense. But let's say you are gonna accuse her. Whether you're right or wrong, you'll need solid evidence, or no one's gonna believe you. He turned, finally heading home, but he wasn't surprised when Alya called after him. So you're saying I should investigate Chloe? Naruto smirked over his shoulder, I mean, I knew you were gonna do it anyway. His grin widened, you've got Ladyblogger mode activated 24/7. Just don't go overboard, alright, I don't want you getting into trouble. With that, he gave her a casual wave and kept walking, leaving Alya to her own devices. Naruto made his way toward the bakery, figuring it was the best place to sit and work on his seals. His room would be the ideal spot, quiet, comfortable, and free from distractions. Plus, he was pretty sure Marinette was out, meaning he'd have the space to himself. Naruto stepped into the bakery, immediately greeted by the warm scent of fresh bread and pastries. Tom, Marinette's father, looked up from behind the counter and grinned. Ah, Naruto, perfect timing. Tom said, reaching over to grab something from a tray. He handed the blonde a still warm croissant. Fresh out of the oven, he added with a wink. Naruto took it without hesitation, grinning. Thanks, you always know what I need. He took a bite, savoring the flaky layers before making his way toward the stairs. On his way up, he spotted Sabine tidying up a few things near the kitchen. He stopped just long enough to greet her with a polite, "Hey, Mrs. DePaincheng." She turned with a warm smile, "Naruto, welcome home." He gave her a small wave before continuing his way up, croissant in one hand, bag slung over his shoulder. Once he reached the attic room, he stepped inside, letting the familiar space settle around him. On Marinette's side, her colorful decorations, sewing station, and fabric rolls took up most of the space, the room still very much hers. But on his side, he had kept things simple, a Japanese-style futon laid neatly on the floor, a desk squeezed into one segment of the room. B. He had insisted on keeping his setup minimal when he moved in, not wanting to intrude too much on Marinette's space. Most of his belongings were small, just the essentials, so that she could keep her side as it was. With a content sigh, Naruto walked over to his desk, setting his bag down. He pulled out his notebook, flipping to a page filled with seal sketches, and grabbed a pen. It was time to get back to work. Naruto had just started sketching out the finer details of a new seal when a sudden thud shook the room, followed by a muffled groan. His eyes snapped up just in time to see Marinette tumble onto her bed from the skylight above, her body rolling slightly before she came to a stop. A flicker of red and black, Ladybug suit, faded away as she landed, leaving behind a very disoriented Marinette in her usual clothes. Naruto blinked. Well, that just happened. He was still holding his pen mid-stroke. His mind processing the fact that he had clearly just watched Marinette, Ladybug, drop straight into their room, fresh from hero duty. His eyes flickered to the little red Kwami quickly diving into her purse, disappearing before Marinette even realized she had an audience. Naruto, very purposefully, let out a dramatic, exaggerated gasp as he pushed his chair back. "Whoa Marinette, did you just jump from the roof?" Marinette shot up, blue eyes going wide as she realized he was right there, staring at her. Panic flashed across her face before she hurriedly smoothed it over with a forced laugh. "Well, you know, just testing something out. A little rooftop parkour." She waved her hands as if to brush it off. Though her nervous smile didn't do much to sell it. Naruto didn't drop his act, scratching his head with an exaggeratedly clueless expression. "Parkour, I didn't know you were into that." He made a point to not look at her purse, where her Kwami was definitely hiding. "I mean, you should really be careful, you could have broken something." Marinette let out a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of her head. Yeah, I'll be more careful next time." She seemed to be watching him closely, maybe checking if he had noticed anything. Naruto kept his face as blank as possible, hoping she'd believe his little performance. Naruto kept his act up, but deep down, he could feel a twinge of exhaustion. This whole secret-keeping thing was getting old. He already knew Marinette was Ladybug. Had known for a while, actually. The fact that she still hadn't told him wasn't surprising, she had her reasons, and he respected that, but it was getting a little ridiculous pretending he didn't see what was right in front of him. Marinette was watching him closely, probably checking to see if he had really seen anything. He held her gaze for a moment before letting out an exaggerated sigh and rubbing the back of his head. "I really gotta start watching you more closely, next thing I know, you'll be swinging across rooftops like Ladybug." He smirked slightly, testing the waters. Marinette let out another forced laugh. Yeah, see, crazy, right?" She fidgeted with her hands before quickly grabbing a pillow and hugging it like a shield. Naruto glanced at his notebook, the half-finished design still fresh in the ink. He could push the subject, tease her a little more just to see how far she'd go with this game they were playing. But, what was the point? She'd tell him when she was ready. Just like he planned to tell her in chat noir about himself when he was ready. Yeah, they both had their secrets, and they were both terrible at keeping them from each other. Naruto sat back in his chair, the soft creak of the wood under him as he relaxed with his notebook open in front of him. He was working on his seals. But he could feel Marinette's gaze from across the room, a subtle pressure that made him smile to himself. Without looking up, he smirked. "I feel like we've been through this before," he said, his voice playful. "You know, I can tell when you're watching me." Marinette froze, her face flushing as she quickly tried to cover it up. "We've been through this? I mean, it's just, her voice trailed off, her words stumbling over each other. Naruto's smile widened as he glanced over at her. You have a tendency to stare, I get it. Her eyes widened even further as she laughed nervously, not quite knowing how to respond. I mean, you also have a tendency to follow me around when I go exploring the city. Naruto continued, his voice light and teasing. He raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying the teasing moment. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were suspicious of me. Marinette's face turned bright red, and she tried to cover her discomfort with a quick wave of her hand. No, I'm not spying on you or anything like that, she stammered. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head, still teasing her. Relax, I'm messing with you, he leaned back in his chair, stretching a bit. After a beat, he patted the seat next to him. But hey, come over here, you can't see anything from all the way over there. Marinette hesitated for a second, but eventually stood up and moved closer, taking a seat right next to him. She sat quietly at first, her gaze lingering on the seals in his notebook. Her focus shifted between the designs and Naruto, her eyes full of curiosity. So, what is it you're working on? She asked softly, breaking the silence between them. Naruto paused for a moment, considering how best to explain. They're seals, he said, his voice a little quieter now, more thoughtful. They've been in my family for generations. They're intricate designs that ninjas used back in Japan, as part of their techniques. It's a bit more spiritual than practical though, he gave a small shrug, trying to make it sound less serious. Marinette's eyes widened slightly. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in a bit closer. So, like magic? Naruto smiled, shaking his head. Sort of, I mean, they don't actually do magic, but they're used for things like protection, sealing things away, and enhancing power. He gave a small, somewhat shy laugh. It's kind of like creating a path for energy to flow through. But in a way, it's more like creating your own rules for how things work. Marinette looked at the seals again, her eyes tracing the detailed lines. They're so beautiful, she murmured, genuinely impressed. Naruto smiled, looking at her as she examined the designs. Thanks, he said, then paused. What have you been up to lately, anything exciting? Marinette blinked and snapped out of her reverie. She thought for a moment before responding. Oh, not much, just school and, well, a few projects here and there. She glanced at him with a smile. You? He chuckled, feeling more at ease. Same here. Just, helping people, exploring, and messing with these seals. As they continued to talk, Naruto couldn't help but notice the little things about her, the way her lips curled up in thought, how her eyes sparkled when she was excited, and the subtle way she leaned in closer when she was interested in something he said. The more they spoke, the more the space between them seemed to shrink, though neither of them acknowledged it directly. They were both too wrapped up in the conversation, lost in their own world. So, if these seals are part of your family's tradition, are you the only one who still uses them? Marinette asked, her voice soft but genuinely curious. Naruto leaned back slightly, his fingers tracing the edge of his notebook as he considered the question. Well, I'm really not. Some of my family still make seals, he said aloud, thinking about his family. He wasn't the only one in his clan with chakra, just one of the latest additions to them trying to bring back shinobi, although they keep it well hidden. I'm more so the one who uses them the most. Sure, my family's been using them for generations. But I guess, along with some other relatives, I was the one who really decided to learn more about them. He chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. My parents weren't exactly thrilled at first. They said that the seals were an unneeded part of the family and that only a few studied. But I was able to convince them a few days ago. Once they saw how much I wanted to learn, they helped me out. Marinette's eyes lit up at his words. That's amazing. I mean, how cool is it that you're carrying on a family tradition like that? You must have been really determined to learn, huh? Naruto smiled at her excitement, his heart warming a little at how genuinely interested she was. Yeah. I guess so. It was hard though, there's a lot to learn, and I had to do a lot of trial and error. He paused for a moment, then smirked. But I think I've gotten pretty good at it now. Marinette nodded in agreement, her eyes bright and focused on him as if every word he said was something she didn't want to miss. I can tell, these seals are really intricate. Like, the designs are so detailed, and I can tell there's a lot of thought behind them. I don't think I'd ever have the patience to do something like that. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her comment, a teasing grin tugging at his lips. Oh, I think you could totally do it if you tried, you've got the focus for it. He leaned slightly closer. His voice playful, I mean, you're always so focused when you're working on your designs, how is that any different? At his words, Marinette blushed slightly, shifting in her seat as if she hadn't expected the compliment. She laughed nervously, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Well, I don't know, I guess it's different when it's fashion designs. Those don't involve sealing away crazy magical energy or anything. She shot him a playful look, plus, I don't think I'm cut out for all the pressure of keeping something so important locked away. You know, like how you're doing with these. Naruto chuckled at her response, shaking his head. I get what you mean, but like I said, they are a bit more spiritual than that, and more about the design if anything. But I guess it's not exactly a casual hobby. He paused for a second, his expression softening. But I like it, I like knowing that I'm doing something that's connected to my past. It's like keeping a part of my family with me, you know? Marinette nodded slowly, her gaze softening as she processed his words. That's really nice, Naruto. I think it's great that you're so connected to your heritage like that. It's kind of like how I feel about my designs. They're a way for me to express myself and keep a part of me alive. Even when things get tough. Naruto smiled warmly, his gaze lingering on her face. Yeah, exactly, it's like a little piece of who we are, right? He leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more thoughtful. It's kind of funny though, we're both carrying around these big, personal things, but we don't always talk about them, huh? Marinette met his eyes, her gaze steady and sincere. Yeah, she said quietly. It's funny how we keep our secrets close, even though we want to share them sometimes. Naruto looked down at his notebook, then back at her, his expression thoughtful. Yeah, he said softly, noting how she still didn't seem to know he knew her secret. The two of them sat in comfortable silence for a moment. And Naruto felt something shift in the air around them. As they spoke, they'd gotten closer, literally and figuratively. He didn't even realize how much closer they were sitting until he felt her shift slightly, leaning just a little closer to him as if drawn in by his presence. He barely noticed the subtle shift, but Marinette definitely did. She wasn't sure what it was, but something about being next to him felt different, almost comforting. Naruto, for his part, was still oblivious to the quiet tension that had started to build. His thoughts were occupied with the conversation, the way Marinette's eyes seemed to sparkle whenever she spoke, the way her lips parted just slightly when she got excited about something. He didn't know it yet, but the space between them felt warmer now, the connection growing without either of them fully realizing it. Finally, after a long pause, Naruto broke the silence with a grin. So, you want to try your hand at making one? I could teach you a couple of tricks, if you're up for it. Marinette blinked, a little surprised by his offer, but then she smiled, her heart fluttering slightly at the idea. Sure, why not? She leaned in just a bit more, the space between them almost non-existent now as they shared a quiet, comfortable moment together. The warmth in the air wasn't just from the proximity, it was the quiet understanding between them, the way their bond was slowly but surely starting to shift from friendship to something deeper. Something neither of them was ready to acknowledge just yet. But the signs were all there, and slowly, they were both starting to feel it. The next morning, Naruto and Marinette walked side by side to school, wrapped in their usual comfortable silence. It had become routine, no words needed, just the occasional glance or smile exchanged between them. But today felt different. Naruto kept catching himself looking at her. It wasn't anything dramatic, just small things. The way the morning light bounced off her hair, how she occasionally bit her lip in thought, or how her hands fidgeted with the strap of her bag as they walked. He furrowed his brow slightly, unsure why he was noticing these things all of a sudden. Then, he felt heat rise to his cheeks. He quickly turned his head away, stuffing his hands into his pockets as if that would shove away the strange feeling settling in his chest. What's up with me today? Before he could think too much about it, they arrived at the school entrance, just in time for Chloe Bourgeois to make her way toward them, her usual smug expression in place, with Sabrina trailing close behind. Well, if it isn't Little Miss Disaster herself, Chloe sneered, crossing her arms as she stopped in front of Marinette. I hope you didn't trip over your own feet on the way here, though, that would explain why you're always such a mess. Marinette tensed slightly. Already prepared to brush it off, but before she could say anything, Naruto stepped in front of her. Still relaxed, still smiling, but definitely not about to let this continue. Chloe, he said in an almost amused tone, tilting his head slightly. Don't you ever get tired of saying the same thing every day? Feels like déjà vu at this point. Chloe huffed, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Well, if she didn't keep making it so easy, Naruto cut her off with a light chuckle. You know, if you put half the effort you do into bothering Marinette into, I don't know, literally anything else, maybe you'd actually be fun to be around. Sabrina gasped dramatically, while Chloe's face scrunched up in irritation. Excuse me? Excuse you indeed, Naruto teased, flashing a grin. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got places to be. Chloe's mouth opened and closed as if trying to come up with a retort, but nothing seemed to land. With an irritated huff, she spun on her heel and stomped off, Sabrina quickly scurrying after her. Marinette let out a small sigh of relief before looking at Naruto with a soft smile. Thanks, Naruto. Hey, no problem, he said easily. Gotta protect my friends, right? For some reason, those words made Marinette's shoulders drop slightly, her smile faltering just a bit. Naruto didn't notice. Instead, he simply turned and walked toward the school doors, completely unaware of the small, conflicted look on Marinette's face as she followed behind. When Naruto got to class, he slid into his usual seat beside Adrien, with Nino sitting just a chair away. The three had been practically inseparable since their first day, their conversations always picking up where they left off, as if no time had passed at all. Today was no different. Almost immediately, their chatter turned toward their next hangout. I don't know, guys, Adrien started, sounding hesitant. Sure, my dad didn't find out about last time, but this week I'm busier than usual. Both Naruto and Nino raised an eyebrow at that. Nino was the first to ask what was on his mind. What do you mean, you usually do your photo shoots on Tuesdays? Right? Adrien nodded. Yeah, but my dad is launching a new product line, so I have double the shoots this week and over the weekend. Plus, I still have fencing practice. Nino sighed dramatically. Man, that sucks. A short silence passed as they took in the unfortunate news, but Naruto quickly perked up, an idea sparking in his mind. We don't have to do anything big this week, he said. How about we just hang out during our school breaks? We don't have any big tests coming up, so it should be fine. Adrian and Nino exchanged glances before nodding. That sounds great, Adrian said with a small smile. As long as we're not doing another eating contest like last time. Nino smirked, crossing his arms. I dunno, Adrian, it was kinda fun. But yeah, maybe let's leave food out of it this time. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wait, why are eating contests suddenly off the table? I didn't beat you guys that bad, did I? He asked, his grin playful. Adrian and Nino shared a knowing look, as if they both understood something Naruto didn't. That made the blonde narrow his eyes in suspicion. Naruto, no offense, Nino started, chuckling, but you're a demon when it comes to food. Yeah, Adrian added, shaking his head in amusement. You ate 10 bowls of ramen from that food stall without even breaking a sweat. And I'm pretty sure if we hadn't stopped, you would have kept going. Nino laughed at that, while Naruto simply grinned. Well, what can I say, exploring Paris as a hobby makes you hungry. Nino wasn't convinced. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his palm. Nah, man, it wasn't just that. It was almost like your DNA was programmed to consume massive amounts of ramen, like you were some kind of super soldier for food, he smirked. Especially with ramen. That made Naruto pause for a fraction of a second before he let out a sheepish chuckle. Well, technically, that's not wrong. His mother had once told him that their family had a very special relationship with ramen. But he would never admit that out loud. As their conversation faded into idle chatter, the classroom settled as their teacher, Miss Bustier, walked in, setting her bag down on the desk. The students quieted down, though a few hushed murmurs still floated through the air. Good morning, everyone, Miss Bustier began, scanning the room before continuing. Before we start, I have an announcement. Alia will not be joining us today. She has been suspended. A beat of silence filled the air before Marinette shot up from her seat. What? She blurted out, her voice echoing louder than she intended. A few students snickered at her reaction, but Marinette barely noticed, too shocked to care. Miss Bustier sighed, motioning for her to sit back down. I understand this may come as a surprise. But please, remain seated. We will continue without her for now. Marinette slowly sank back into her chair, her face still twisted in disbelief. Whispers broke out across the room, everyone now curious about what could have possibly led to Alia's suspension. Naruto, on the other hand, remained calm, though his interest was definitely piqued. Aliac suspended, that doesn't add up. He glanced at Marinette, whose mind was clearly racing, before making a decision. He raised his hand. Hey, Miss Bustier, can I go to the bathroom? The teacher gave him a tired look, already suspecting he wasn't actually planning to go. Still, she sighed and waved him off. Fine, but make it quick. Naruto was already on his feet before she finished speaking. He gave Marinette a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he walked past her, though he didn't say anything. I'm not going to the bathroom, he thought as he stepped into the hallway. Time to figure out why Alia was suspended. There is something else, and he could tell it had something to do with Chloe since she wasn't in class. Naruto walked down the hall, his pace even but purposeful as he approached the principal's office. He wasn't angry, Alia wasn't the type to get suspended over something reasonable. So he just wanted answers. Reaching the door, he knocked once before pushing it open. The principal, a middle-aged man with a balding head and tired eyes, looked up from his desk in mild surprise. Naruto, he asked, setting his pen down. Shouldn't you be in class? Naruto offered a small smile, leaning against the doorframe. I was, but then I heard Alya got suspended, so I figured I'd ask you myself, why? The principal sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose before replying, she was caught stealing from Chloe, the standard action for theft is suspension. Naruto's smile faded, his brows furrowing slightly. That's a lie, he said, voice still calm but firm. Alya would never do something like that. At those words, the principal shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He avoided Naruto's gaze, instead staring down at his desk as if the answer would magically write itself out for him. Naruto noticed this hesitation and felt a pang of confusion. Sir? After a long pause, the principal let out a heavy sigh, finally meeting Naruto's eyes. Chloe twisted my hand, he admitted, shame evident in his tone. I wrongfully suspended Alya. She didn't steal anything, but Chloe made it seem like she did. She pulled strings. Mainly by threatening to call her father. Naruto exhaled slowly, crossing his arms. Of course, he thought. If Chloe actually did call the mayor, this situation would have escalated even further. But that didn't make what the principal did any better. Before he could say anything, a voice rang out from the doorway. That's all I needed to hear. Naruto turned his head sharply, his eyes narrowing as he saw Alya, except it wasn't really Alya anymore. Lady Wi-Fi stood confidently in the doorway, her eyes glowing with power as she held up her phone. With a flick of her fingers, a red, glowing pause button materialized and shot toward the principal. Naruto barely had time to react before the energy disc hit, freezing the man in place. His eyes darted back to Lady Wi-Fi, noticing another glowing disc floating beside her phone. This one had a record symbol on it. Naruto's mind quickly put the pieces together, she had recorded everything. Naruto took a cautious step forward, his sharp eyes locked onto Alya, or rather, Lady Wi-Fi. His voice was steady, but there was a clear edge of concern beneath it. "B, Alya, what are you doing?" Lady Wi-Fi didn't even flinch, getting justice. She tilted her phone slightly, making the recording symbol glow brighter. Now the whole city will know exactly how corrupt this school is. Before Naruto could say another word, she swiped her finger across the screen, and the recording projection dispersed into the air. A second later, holographic screens flickered to life across Paris, on buildings, bus stops, even in the middle of crowded streets. The video of the principal's confession played in full view of everyone. As the recording played before him, Naruto remained still, watching the conversation he had just had with the principal unfold once again. But then, at the very end, Lady Wi-Fi appeared on the screen. "This is just the beginning. Chloe Bourgeois is more than just a spoiled brat, she's Ladybug. And I'm going to prove it to all of Paris. Your so-called hero is nothing more than a fraud." The message cut out, leaving only a glowing pause icon in its place before the projection disappeared. The school halls buzzed with murmurs and confusion. The weight of what had just been revealed sent shockwaves through the student body. It wasn't long before the principal made the call. School was being let out early for safety reasons. Students rushed to grab their things, eager to get home before the chaos in the city escalated, but Naruto? He wasn't going home. While everyone else exited through the front, Naruto slipped away unnoticed, making his way to a secluded part of the school. His expression hardened. He tapped his watch, instantly enclosing Naruto in his fire shadow outfit in a burst of chakra. In mere moments, his casual school uniform was gone, replaced by his black and crimson gear. He tightened the wraps on his gloves before launching himself onto the nearest rooftop, eyes sharp as he scanned the city below. If Alya's going after anyone, it's going to be Chloe. Without wasting another second, Fire's shadow took off, racing toward the Bourgeois Hotel. Naruto moved swiftly across the rooftops, leaping from one to another with ease. Navigating the city's landscape was second nature to him, and it didn't take long for him to spot his teammate stationed near Le Grand Paris, scanning the area just as planned. Adjusting his trajectory mid-air, Naruto twisted his body and landed smoothly beside Chat Noir. "Sorry I'm late," he said, straightening up. "But in my defense, I don't have much mobility outside of running." A grin formed beneath his mask. Ladybug crossed her arms, giving Naruto a quick once-over. "Took you long enough," she said, though there was no real bite to her words. Chat Noir chuckled. Yeah, excuses. But at least you made it." Naruto rolled his shoulders, already glancing around. "Any sign of Lady Wi-Fi?" Ladybug shook her head. "Not yet. But if she's sticking to her pattern, she'll be heading straight for Chloe." Chat Noir sighed dramatically. "Of course. Because if anyone was going to make themselves a prime target for an akumatized revenge, it's her." Naruto smirked. "She does have a way of making enemies." Ladybug huffed. "This isn't funny, you two. Lady Wi-Fi is serious about this. She thinks she's exposing Chloe as Ladybug, and if we don't stop her, who knows how much chaos she'll cause." Naruto nodded. "Then let's not waste time." He turned toward the hotel. "Chloe's probably in her suite. If we move now, we can intercept Lady Wi-Fi before she gets there." Ladybug and Chat Noir exchanged a look before nodding in agreement. Without another word, the three took off across the rooftops, heading straight for Le Grand Paris. Naruto, Ladybug, and Chat Noir landed on a rooftop across from Chloe's suite, staying low as they surveyed the scene. Ladybug and Chat Noir both tapped their weapons, transforming them into makeshift screens. With a quick adjustment, they zoomed in on the room across from them. What they saw made Naruto chuckle. Chloe was dressed in a knockoff Ladybug costume, struggling to swing her yo-yo around. She attempted a dramatic pose, only for the yo-yo to slip from her grip and nearly hit Sabrina, who barely dodged in time. Ladybug groaned, rubbing her temples. "I cannot believe anyone would think she's the real Ladybug." Her voice was more exasperated than amused. Chat Noir snickered. "Well, on the bright side, at least she's committed to the bit." Naruto smirked. "Yeah, so committed in fact a villain believes she is Ladybug." Ladybug huffed but didn't argue. Chat Noir stretched, tapping his staff against his shoulder. "Well, this should be quick, shouldn't it? I mean, Naruto, you've got elemental powers. Lady Wi-Fi's abilities are tech-based, just hit her with water, and we're done." Naruto crossed his arms, tilting his head. "You make it sound so easy, we don't even know the limits of her abilities yet." Ladybug nodded. "Exactly, we can't assume anything. Lady Wi-Fi might have a backup plan if a direct attack doesn't work." Chat Noir sighed. "Fair point, so, what's the plan?" Ladybug thought for a moment before narrowing her eyes at Chloe's suite. "First, we need to get inside before Lady Wi-Fi does. We stop this before it even starts." Naruto cracked his knuckles. "Sounds good to me." With that, the three heroes leaped into action, making their way toward Chloe's suite before Lady Wi-Fi could strike. As soon as they landed in Chloe's suite, Lady Wi-Fi emerged from the large phone screen mounted on the wall. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrist, sending a glowing purple pause icon straight at Chloe. Chloe barely had time to scream before she was frozen mid-motion, her face locked in a horrified expression. Before Ladybug could react, Naruto, or rather Fire Shadow, stepped forward, his stance firm. Chat Noir followed, twirling his staff in preparation. Lady Wi-Fi turned toward them, surprised look on her face. "Wait, Ladybug," she then turned back to Chloe, "I thought she was Ladybug." Chloe, now able to move her eyes slightly, saw them and yelped, quickly scrambling out of view, disappearing into another part of her suite. Ladybug narrowed her eyes. "Alia, what are you doing?" Lady Wi-Fi smirked, tilting her head. "While I don't like surprises, I can tell you that she's not available right now. She's been disconnected. Lady Wi-Fi will find the truth, Ladybug, starting with your identity." Chat Noir sighed dramatically. "Alright, we get it, you're fully committed to the theme." Ladybug, ignoring Chat Noir, took a determined step forward. "This isn't the way, Alia." Lady Wi-Fi's expression darkened. "The way is exposing the truth, and I'll start by proving that Ladybug is nothing more than a spoiled brat hiding behind a mask." With a flick of her hand, she sent out multiple purple pause discs, each one glowing ominously as they shot toward the team. "Scatter," Ladybug ordered. The three of them dodged in sync, flipping and weaving between the deadly discs. They left small impact craters where they hit, proving that getting tagged wasn't an option. Seeing an opening, Naruto landed on a coffee table and quickly formed a water-style hand seal. Water-style, flowing torrent. A rush of water spiraled toward Lady Wi-Fi's phone, aiming to short-circuit it. But she was fast. With a swift sidestep, she dodged, the water splashing harmlessly onto the floor. "Nice try, Fire Shadow, but you'll have to be quicker than that." The battle continued, an intense back and forth. Ladybug used her yo-yo to try and grab her, but Lady Wi-Fi teleported between screens. Chat Noir attempted to corner her, only for her to phase into another device. Naruto kept attempting water-based strikes, but her agility made her difficult to pin down. Then, mid-dodge, Fire Shadow's eyes narrowed in realization. "Wait, she's always near a device." Ladybug blocked a pause disc with her yo-yo. "Yeah, she's using them to teleport." "No, it's more than that," Fire Shadow said, his mind piecing it together. "She's not just teleporting through them, her power is tied to the Wi-Fi signal in this area. If we weaken the connection, her abilities might stop working." There was a brief moment of hesitation from Ladybug and Chat Noir. They didn't question him outright, but there was the slightest pause, a moment where they processed his theory before reacting. Then, Ladybug nodded, "That makes sense. If we go deeper into the building, where the signal is weaker, her connection could start lagging." Chat Noir finished, grinning. Fire Shadow caught that beat of hesitation in them but brushed it off for now. This wasn't the time to dwell on it. "Then let's move, 9," he said, already dashing toward the grand staircase. Ladybug and Chat Noir followed close behind, the three of them descending into the lower levels of Chloe's suite, where the Wi-Fi signal and Lady Wi-Fi's control would begin to break. As they paused for a brief moment, catching their breath in the lower levels of Chloe's suite, Chat Noir glanced at Ladybug, his curiosity getting the better of him. "So, Ladybug," he started, leaning slightly toward her with his signature grin, "are you sure you don't want to tell us your identity, just in case?" Naruto, Fire Shadow, shook his head, crossing his arms. "Really, man, now's not the time to be asking that." Chat Noir turned to him with a smirk. "What, aren't you even a little curious? I mean, we could already know each other in real life." Fire Shadow shrugged, "Of course I'm curious, it's totally normal to wonder. But even if I don't necessarily agree with your whole, no identities rule, I respect it. You two are my teammates, and if Ladybug doesn't want to tell us, then she doesn't have to." Chat Noir's expression faltered for a second. It wasn't like Fire Shadow was being harsh, but the sincerity behind his words made Chat Noir feel a little selfish for pushing the topic. Still, the nagging thought remained in his mind. "I just never really needed to know before," Chat Noir admitted, his voice softer now. "But when I saw that Chloe might be Ladybug, I realized, I really want to know the person I might." He trailed off, looking away. Ladybug's eyes widened slightly before she sighed. There's no time to talk about this right now. They fell into silence. The fight had stopped, no more attacks were coming. Then, a sound echoed through the suite, a small click. A door shutting, all three of them immediately went on alert. They quickly made their way back up, retracing their steps. As they reached the stairwell's upper level, they noticed that only one door remained unlocked. Fire Shadow exhaled slowly, looks like we found her. Ladybug nodded, gripping her yo-yo tighter. Get ready, this is probably an ambush. The trio exchanged determined looks, steeling themselves before stepping forward, prepared for whatever Lady Wi-Fi had waiting for them. They opened the door cautiously. Tense and prepared for an ambush, but nothing came. No paused discs, no shouting, no movement, just silence. The three heroes stepped inside slowly, the suite eerily still. The lights were low, casting long shadows across the sleek, expensive furniture. As they moved in further, they noticed something strange. Multiple phones were scattered across the tables and counters in the room, all glowing faintly. What is this? Her personal tech store, Chat Noir muttered, tapping one with his baton and earning a faint ding from the screen. Ladybug stayed alert, eyes scanning the room sharply. She must have been setting something up. Be careful, this could be a trap. Fire Shadow paced a bit ahead, crouching next to one of the phones. Maybe, he said thoughtfully, or she's trying to make sure we don't know which one she's using to cast her powers. He glanced up at them, a slight grin in his voice. Smart girl, kinda annoying, but smart. Chat Noir snorted, you'd think with all this tech, she'd invest in a better personality. Ladybug shot him a brief look. Focus, Chat. Right, focused, he twirled his baton loosely, clearly trying to be serious. Naruto stood up, walking past another pair of phones. No obvious signals, maybe she already moved on. He leaned against the edge of a chair, playful but attentive. If we find a giant screen that says you lose, I'm going home. Ladybug rolled her eyes, not yet you're not, let's split up and check the room. She's not done, she's just playing with us. Fire Shadow's eyes narrowed a bit behind his mask. Yeah, he thought, this feels like the calm before the storm. Without warning, Lady Wi-Fi burst out of one of the phones near the window, her body forming in a crackle of violet energy and static. Found you, she hissed. Before any of them could counter, she launched a glowing pause disc at them, forcing the team to scatter. Naruto dove left, rolling behind a chair, while Ladybug flipped onto a nearby table. Chat Noir deflected one of the discs with his staff, but by the time he looked up, she was gone. Reappearing from another phone across the room, she launched another barrage. One disc zipped past Naruto's shoulder, grazing his sleeve before smashing into the wall behind him and freezing the wallpaper mid-ripple. Naruto gritted his teeth, eyes sharp. She's not just teleporting randomly. Every time she vanishes, she's reappearing from another phone. Ladybug tried to close the distance, her yo-yo swinging toward the phone Lady Wi-Fi had just come out of, but it was too late. Another crackle of energy, another flash, and Lady Wi-Fi phased through a new phone by the hallway table, launching discs like she was in a game of whack-a-mole. This is insane, Chat shouted. I thought she was after you. Ladybug, why's she trying to pause all of us like a bad TV show? She's not just targeting me anymore, Ladybug responded, dodging low beneath a disc. Naruto ducked under a table, breathing calmly despite the chaos. No, it's more than that. She's making sure no one can pin her down. She's using the phones like portals. It's clever, but it also means she's vulnerable. He looked around, taking stock. Too many phones. Too many exits. If I were her, I'd be bouncing between them to keep the advantage. So, if I destroy the network, he stood, forming a single-hand seal. Water style, serpent burst, he whispered, and from his palm, a stream of condensed water launched toward one of the phones on a nearby desk. And with a crack, the phone exploded in sparks. Lady Wi-Fi, halfway through materializing from it, was yanked back into the ether mid-transition. I knew it, Naruto muttered. The phones are her tether, no phones, no teleporting. Ladybug glanced back, realizing what he'd done. Clever shinobi, she said slyly. Naruto smirked under his mask. Flattery later, let's take out the rest. They worked in perfect sync, Ladybug smashing a phone near the couch with her yo-yo, Chattanwar using his staff to sweep another off the counter. Naruto took out two more with well-aimed water bursts, sparks and shattered screens bursting around him. With each phone destroyed, Lady Wi-Fi's flickering form grew more agitated. Her teleportation now delayed, clumsy. But just as Naruto turned to regroup, a glowing lock disc slammed into his side, flinging him across the room and crashing through a set of double doors into the sweets kitchen. He skidded across the tile and rolled to a stop against a metal counter. Before he could recover, a second lock disc sealed the kitchen door shut, cutting him off from Ladybug and Chat. Fire Shadow, Ladybug shouted from the other side, pounding on the door. Naruto stood quickly, his breath steady but cautious. Damn, I got careless. Lady Wi-Fi emerged from the shadows of the kitchen, her phone glowing like a violet heart in her palm. Her smirk was colder than ever. I wanted Ladybug, she said, walking in a slow circle around Naruto, but a shinobi might be even more interesting. Naruto held up a hand, voice calm but serious. Alya, I know you're in there, you don't want to do this. You don't know anything, she hissed, sending a disc his way. He ducked it, flipping over the counter and launching a water shot at the phone in her hand. She twisted aside just in time, the blast missing by inches and slamming into a cupboard, splintering it. I know you're angry, and I know Chloe set you up, Naruto said as he dodged another attack. But this isn't the way to fix it. Lady Wi-Fi's eyes narrowed. Isn't it? I'm just showing Paris the truth. Starting with yours. She threw another disc, this time glowing red with a lock icon, and Naruto didn't have time to move. It hit him square in the chest. With a mechanical clack and a surge of energy, his arms were slammed back against the kitchen wall, locked in place by glowing restraints of light. The wall cracked behind him from the force of the impact. Naruto struggled against them, wincing, but they held firm. On the other side of the door, he could hear Ladybug's desperate voice, Fire Shadow, hold on. Guess the mask comes off now, Lady Wi-Fi said, stepping closer. The phone in her hand glowed with a recording symbol, already capturing every moment. If I can't find out who she is, I'll find out who you are. She reached forward. Naruto's heart thudded in his chest, not with fear, but with uncertainty. He didn't mind revealing himself for Alya's sake, but it wasn't just his secret anymore. Ladybug and Chat still didn't fully trust him. One wrong move, one wrong truth. Her fingers brushed the edge of his mask. Almost there, the moment hung in the air like a held breath, just one more pull. Lady Wi-Fi's fingers curled around the edge of Naruto's mask, a wicked gleam in her eyes as her phone floated up, holographically recording the moment. The lens centered on Naruto's face, the glowing red light blinking slowly, counting down to the moment of revelation. She tugged. The fabric shifted just slightly, the lower half of his face starting to show, jawline, a hint of blonde hair. A sudden, sharp burst of air hissed through the top of the kitchen. The vent cover slammed to the floor, and in one clean motion, Ladybug dropped in from the ceiling like a blur of red and black. Lady Wi-Fi barely had time to turn. "Step away from him," Ladybug shouted, Yo-Yo already mid-swing. Lady Wi-Fi leapt back with a growl, her recording still active. Well, the love bug comes to save her shinobi. From his spot against the wall, Naruto gave a tired exhale and muttered, "Here we go." "I'm not his love bug," Ladybug snapped, a fierce blush threatening to creep into her cheeks, but her voice was pure steel. "I'm his teammate, and you're done hurting people." The kitchen shook with the clash of Yo-Yo against tech. Ladybug ducked and dodged, agile and precise, but Lady Wi-Fi was relentless, teleporting from one phone to another, using her environment with frightening intelligence. Naruto, hands still bound against the wall by the glowing lock disc, could only watch as his teammate danced between freezing purple projectiles. Ladybug made a leap toward the villain, but Lady Wi-Fi anticipated it. "Got you," she whispered. A purple lock disc sailed through the air and hit the wall behind Ladybug, just as the freezer door swung open behind her. Another disc slammed into her back, launching her inside before she could react. The door snapped shut, a glowing lock disc sealing her in from the outside. "Ladybug," Naruto shouted, straining against the binds, his wrists burning as he pulled. "No!" Lady Wi-Fi stepped back, pleased with her work. "I'll deal with you later, shinobi, there's a certain kitty I'll deal with next," she said, vanishing in a shimmer of tech. Silence settled over the kitchen. Naruto's breath came fast, misting in the air. The cold from the freezer seeped into the room, but not as cold as the fear inching through him. He stared at the freezer door. Images flickered in his mind, Marinette laughing with Alia, Ladybug shouting plans in battle, her voice calm but never cold, never alone. She was always the leader, the strong one, but now. He clenched his fists. Inside, Ladybug was trapped. And for the first time since coming to this world, Naruto felt something inside him stir, a heat that didn't come from fire. His chakra flared. Red, wild, and alive, like it had been waiting. The lock disc on his wrists cracked, a ripple of red light crawling through its circuitry. It fizzled and died. Naruto blinked in surprise, barely believing it. Then he lunged. He ran to the freezer, fire in his veins. With a single punch, surging with that strange new red chakra, he shattered the lock disc on the wall. The freezer burst open. Ladybug stumbled out, arms wrapped around herself, lips slightly blue. She blinked up at him. "You," she started. Voice shivering. "I got you," Naruto said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're okay." Their eyes met, hers wide in shock and relief, his burning with something deeper than chakra. With the same red energy, Naruto covered the girl in it, warming her with his chakra before he stood up. Ladybug stepped away from the open freezer, catching her breath. Her teeth still chattered slightly, but the determination in her eyes was back. "We need to cut her off completely," she said. "She's not teleporting randomly, she's using the Wi-Fi signals to jump between devices." Naruto nodded, glancing around the suite. "So the cell tower, it's the main hub, right?" "Exactly," she said, pulling out her yo-yo. "Chat Noir, you there?" There were a few seconds before a response, but quickly a video feed appeared on her yo-yo showing Chat hiding somewhere dark. "Yeah, I'm here, but I'm kinda on the run, what do you need?" he asked. "We need you to get to the top of the building and take out the tower." A second later, his voice crackled through her communicator, "I'm guessing you two have a plan, hopefully she finally left me alone." "I'll get right on it, Bugaboo." But Naruto stepped forward, shaking his head. "Wait, he's going to be the one Lady Wi-Fi's going to target first." She would go after him. Ladybug hesitated, then gave a small smirk. That's the plan. Before Naruto could respond, she tossed her yo-yo high above her head, lucky charm. A glowing red flash filled the room, and down fell a makeup mirror, landing perfectly in her outstretched hands. Naruto blinked, staring at the mirror. Okay, gotta be honest, wasn't expecting that one. Me neither, Ladybug admitted, turning it over in her hands. Naruto leaned closer, a faint smile beneath his mask. Don't worry, we'll figure it out on the way. He looked at her, calm, reassuring, and despite the chaos around them, Ladybug found herself nodding. They were going to make it through this. Even if the next few minutes would be anything but easy. From the rooftop stairwell, Ladybug and Fire Shadow emerged into the open air. The sky above Paris had darkened with clouds, casting long shadows over the glassy buildings, but even through the gloom, they could see Chat Noir moving like a streak of black and silver across the rooftop. Lady Wi-Fi was already there, hovering with a cocky smirk on her face, purple energy swirling at her fingertips. Phones floated mid-air around her like satellites, each screen casting an eerie glow. The cell tower loomed just behind her, tall and humming, its signal waves pulsing like a heartbeat. Chat Noir sprinted low across the rooftop, vaulting over air vents and flipping over support beams, his baton spinning in wide arcs to deflect incoming pause discs. You're really making me work for this, you know, he shouted, ducking just as a glowing disc whizzed past his ear. Lady Wi-Fi sent out a barrage of energy discs, rapid-firing them like missiles. You're not getting anywhere near that tower, kitty, not until I know exactly who's hiding behind that mask of hers. Chat twisted in midair, rebounding off a wall with a graceful somersault. He extended his baton and attempted to launch himself skyward toward the tower, but Lady Wi-Fi snapped her fingers. One of the floating phones zipped in front of him and unleashed another disc. It struck the tower's support beam behind him, sparking a brief surge of electricity and knocking him off balance mid-leap. Ladybug's hands clenched around the mirror. She's too fast, she muttered. She's predicting him too well. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he followed Lady Wi-Fi's patterns. No, she's not predicting. She's tracking him with the phones. Just then, Ladybug squinted against the faint sunlight pushing through the clouds. The mirror in her hands gleamed. Wait, she whispered. The light. Without hesitation, she turned, angling the compact mirror just right, catching the sun's rays and reflecting a sharp beam directly into Lady Wi-Fi's eyes. The villain shrieked, blinded for a split second. Gah! That's all Naruto needed. In an instant, Fire Shadow darted forward, his cloak whipping around him as chakra surged in his legs. He moved in a blur, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and with a sharp upward twist, launched himself high over a cluster of floating phones. A stream of water chakra spiraled around his arm like a vortex. Lady Wi-Fi turned, just in time to see his masked form descending toward her. Gotcha, Naruto said, calm, but with steel in his voice, as he brought his water-coated fist crashing down toward the floating devices. Glass shattered. Sparks flew. And the momentum of the battle shifted. They had their opening. Lady Wi-Fi stumbled, flickering with static as her connection began to fail. Her teleportation stuttered. She turned toward the remaining phones, only to find Naruto already moving. Dashing with streaks of water chakra still trailing from his arms, smashing each device one by one with precision. No, Lady Wi-Fi cried out, reaching for her last functioning phone. Now, Ladybug shouted. She hurled her yo-yo. It sliced clean through the air and smacked the device from Lady Wi-Fi's hands, wrapping around her with practiced ease. Naruto landed beside her, his hand glowing as he reached forward and yanked the black butterfly from the air. "No more running," he said firmly, but not without sympathy. Ladybug let out her yo-yo, catching the akuma in it before pulling it back. She spun it quickly, cleansing the butterfly in a flash of light. And with one shout of Miraculous Ladybug, she tossed the lucky charm into the air. A brilliant swirl of pink light spread outward like a wave, restoring every damaged phone, shattered glass, and even the cracked walls of the suite. Everything was returned to normal. Ladybug and Chat Noir turned to Naruto with relieved smiles. They raised their fists. Naruto mirrored them, bringing his own in. "Pound it," they all said together. And just like that, it was over. Chat gave him a small thumbs up before leaping away into the fading sky. Naruto remained behind for a moment, watching them go. And then, as always, he was alone again. The wind tugged at his coat as he stood in the quiet aftermath. The stars starting to appear above Paris. As the sun began to set behind the Paris skyline, casting long shadows over the city, Naruto stood alone on a rooftop, his teammates having already gone their separate ways after the fight. The silence felt familiar. He slowly sat on the ledge, the wind brushing past his cloak as he stared down at his hands. That moment in the suite replayed over and over in his mind. The red chakra had flared, no hand sign, no conscious command, it had just responded. Instantly shattering Lady Wi-Fi's lock like it wasn't even there. Kurama's chakra, he thought. But that didn't feel like the usual rage. It felt focused, like it knew exactly what to do. He flexed his fingers, a faint tingle still lingered beneath his skin. I knew Kurama's chakra could burn through things, but, canceling her power, he muttered to himself. That wasn't just raw strength. A long pause stretched out, then, a quieter thought, do I even understand chakra anymore? He looked out over the city, the lights blinking on one by one like stars on Earth. So much had changed since he'd come here. New enemies. New allies. And now, even his own power felt unfamiliar. There might be more to me than even I realized, he said softly, his voice carried away by the wind. And with that, he stood up, without a word, he leapt into the air, back into the maze of rooftops. Back into the mystery that was slowly beginning to unfold around him. The golden light of midday filtered lazily through the tall classroom windows, casting long shadows across the desks and warming the polished floors. The room buzzed with motion, organized chaos in the purest form. Students moved with purpose, shifting between stations, their voices overlapping in a tangle of directions, costume checks, and last-minute script edits. This wasn't just another school day, it was production day. Their class project, a short horror film that would be screened for the rest of the school. Special permission had been granted for them to stay after hours, transforming their familiar classroom into a mock movie set. Teams had been formed with careful deliberation, each group mirroring a real production crew. There were actors, Mylene, Alex, Ivan, Adrian, and a few others filling in smaller roles. There were the makeup artists, the schedule keepers, the sound crew, and the all-important directors, Alia and Nino, working in sync as they finalized the script and called out scene instructions. Adrian, ever the reluctant model, sat in a folding chair with a makeup sponge dabbing at his cheek, his expression a mix of amusement and helpless resignation. And then there were the producers, Marinette and Naruto, standing side by side near the back of the room. Marinette held a clipboard tucked under one arm. A sketchbook open in her hands. Naruto, grinning as usual, leaned over his own notes, humming under his breath, fingers tapping in rhythm. Marinette should have been focused. She really should have. Technically, she was. But her eyes kept drifting sideways, drawn to the boy beside her like a moth to flame. She didn't mean to stare, really. But there was something about the way the light danced in his hair, the way he stood so relaxed yet ready, the quiet confidence in how he carried himself. Her pencil hovered over the page, where a half-finished costume design waited for her attention, but instead of detail lines or color notes, her sketch had slowly transformed: a hood, some flames, a mask. Her fingers froze. No, she whispered to herself. Naruto tilted his head toward her. Her face flushed. And nothing, just thinking out loud. He chuckled, the sound warm and teasing. You do that a lot. She looked away quickly, scribbling nonsense in the corner of her page to hide the tiny swirl of fire she'd just drawn, and the messy hint of blonde hair above it. It didn't make sense. Naruto was Naruto, friendly, kind, open. Fire's shadow was secretive, a ninja, and while a great friend, he was definitely hiding a lot, much more than her or Chat Noir. And yet, the similarities gnawed at her. It had to be Alya's fault. If she wasn't on the same team as her crush. Marinette could focus. It had been Alya's idea in the first place to make Marinette and Naruto the producers, probably trying to play matchmaker while also managing the workload. Still, she didn't mind. The costumes were fun to make, and Naruto was surprisingly good at organizing chaos. She shook the thoughts off. There was no time for daydreams or theories, they had a production to manage, and focus was key. Just as she steeled herself to dive back into work, a scream ripped through the air. The scream jolted through the room, sharp and sudden, snapping Marinette out of her thoughts. Heads turned, the camera paused, Nino quickly called, "Cut." All eyes landed on Mylene. Trembling slightly and clutching her chest, eyes locked on Ivan, who stood frozen mid-scene, wearing a grotesque, scaly horror mask with long fangs and bulbous, beady eyes. Adrian, ever the professional, stepped away from the faux dungeon wall he'd been leaning on and made his way off-set. Before he could say a word, the makeup crew swarmed him again, brushes and sponges already at the ready. He shot Nino a pleading look over their heads. Nino ignored it, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "We've already done this scene 10 times, Nino groaned, voice half exhausted, half begging the universe for patience. A voice popped in from behind the camera setup, 14, actually. Alex. A small tomboyish girl with cropped red hair and piercing blue eyes, she leaned casually on a light stand, her black beanie slouched over one ear. Her outfit was sharp and bold, black with electric green accents, combat boots tapping idly on the floor. Her smirk only grew at Nino's defeated sigh. Mylene muttered an apology, clearly rattled. Ivan, towering and gentle, stepped forward and reached for his mask. "It's okay, Mylene," he said softly. "It's just me." He peeled the horrificator mask off his head and held it up with both hands. "See? Not scary at all." For a brief moment, her shoulders relaxed. Her eyes softened. And then, honestly, he doesn't even need the mask to be scary. Chloe's voice rang out, crisp and poisonous as ever. The room went still. A few students shifted uncomfortably. Kim rolled his eyes. Alex visibly scoffed. Nino looked like he wanted to say something but bit his tongue instead. Marinette clenched her jaw, heat rising in her chest. Why does she always have to tear people down? She thought bitterly. Chloe always knew exactly when to strike, never with fire, always with ice. But the moment passed. As always, people let it slide. Nino shook his head and waved at Ivan. "Mask back on, dude, you're the monster, remember?" Ivan gave a small nod and carefully slid the mask back over his head. That was enough to send Mylene spiraling again. She muttered something under her breath, unintelligible, panicked, and took a hasty step backward, accidentally bumping into someone behind her. She squeaked in fright, visibly jumping from the touch. "Oh, come on," Chloe said with a dramatic sigh, crossing her arms. "At this rate, we'll need a monster to chase her out of the movie. Call it, the attack of the timid turnip." Mylene's face crumpled. Without a word, she turned and bolted out of the classroom, her footsteps echoing down the hall. Marinette instinctively took a step forward. "Mylene, wait." But she hesitated near the door, turning back to the others. "Isn't anyone going to go after her?" Silence. Then Ivan's voice, soft, but firm, "I will." He took off the mask again, handed it to Alex without a word, and followed after her. Marinette watched him go, something like guilt tightening in her chest. The energy in the room had shifted, but no one said anything. The production went on. And still, somewhere deep in her thoughts, her eyes drifted toward Naruto once more. As the door clicked shut behind Ivan, a heavy silence hung over the classroom. For a few seconds, no one moved. No one spoke. The tension was thick, the kind that buzzed just under the skin. Then Alex turned, arms crossed and voice sharp. "Seriously, Chloe, did you have to go there?" Chloe scoffed, flipping her hair. "Oh please, it's not my fault she's scared of her own shadow." No one said anything to the blonde. Several disappointed stares were enough to slightly unnerve, although half of the class didn't seem to care. Chloe rolled her eyes, speaking out first. "Well, I suppose it is important, we all worked hard on this. If she's going to flake, someone else should take her place." "But she hasn't flaked," Alya cut in. "She was trying, you're the one who broke her spirit." Adrian, quiet up until now, stepped away from the makeup crew and added softly, "Chloe, you didn't need to insult her." Chloe didn't respond, her lips pulling into a tight line as she turned away in a huff. A few moments later, the door opened again. Ivan walked back in slowly, mask tucked under his arm. His face was tight with frustration. "She's in the bathroom," he said. "Crying, says she's not coming back." "Because of what Chloe said." Chloe folded her arms tighter but said nothing. Nino sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "We're already behind, we can't reshoot everything, we're gonna have to replace her." "Replace her," Naruto's voice cut in, calm but firm. He stood near the desk he and Marinette had been using, arms crossed loosely. "You really think it'll go smoother if you just drop your lead like that?" The girl's terrified, maybe someone should be helping her instead of tossing her aside. Some students murmured in agreement. "Well, we do need a lead," Alya admitted, hesitant. "But I don't want to recast her if we can help it." "She is the main character," Max pointed out, adjusting his glasses. "Replacing her this late might disrupt the flow of the whole production. Not to mention," Naruto added, "you'll still have a scared and hurt friend sitting alone in the bathroom." For a moment, the class mulled over that. Then Marinette stepped forward. "No," she said clearly. "We're not replacing her." Everyone looked at her. "Mylene's the star of this movie, and she's perfect for it. She's just scared, and we've all been scared at some point. But she trusted us to help her through it, and we let her down." She turned toward the door with new resolve in her step. "I'm going after her." A quiet beat passed. Then Nino nodded slowly. "All right, we'll hold off for now." Naruto gave her a small smile as she passed. "Tell her she's not alone." Marinette returned the smile, soft, but grateful, before pushing through the classroom doors, determination written across her face. Marinette walked briskly through the quiet hallway, the echo of her footsteps the only sound in the empty stretch between the classroom and the girls' bathroom. Her concern for Mylene still clung tightly to her chest, but when she pushed the bathroom door open, what she saw made her freeze in place. Thick trails of pink, viscous goo streaked across the tiled floor like something out of a horror movie. Some of it clung to the walls in slow-dripping globs, while the mirror above the sinks was cracked with small splashes of the same strange substance coating the surface. The room was empty otherwise, no Mylene, no voice, no sign of anything human. What the heck? Marinette whispered, backing out quickly. She turned and rushed back to the classroom, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. But the moment she stepped through the doors, she was met with a new wave of irritation. Chloe standing at the front of the class in front of Alya and Nino, dramatically holding the script in one hand. "I should be the lead now," Chloe declared, tossing her golden hair over one shoulder. Clearly, Mylene couldn't handle the role. "But don't worry, I was born for the spotlight." Alya sighed loudly. "Chloe, this isn't a fashion show." "She's right," Adrian said gently, trying not to stir up too much drama. "This isn't really fair to Mylene." Chloe scoffed, ignoring them entirely. "We can't just wait around forever, we have, 3 hours left. I volunteer as tribute, you're welcome." Marinette stepped forward, putting herself between Chloe and the others. "Chloe, enough," she said firmly. "This isn't about you, this is Mylene's project too. And just because she's not here right now doesn't mean she's been replaced." Chloe narrowed her eyes. "And who's going to stop me, you?" Marinette gave her a patient, almost sweet smile. "No, but if you're not going to take this seriously, maybe you should leave. Maybe go back to the bathroom and double-check your makeup." That earned a few quiet laughs from the class. Chloe's cheeks flushed red. "You'll regret this," she huffed, turning on her heel with Sabrina trailing after her like a lost puppy. A few of Chloe's usual hangers-on followed her out the door, muttering under their breaths. Nino let out a long sigh. "Okay, well, that solves one problem." "But not the main one," Alya added, tapping her clipboard. "We don't have much time left, and Mylene's still missing." "I was just at the bathroom," Marinette spoke up quickly, her expression darkening. "She's not there. And something weird is going on." The place was covered in this thick pink goo. The class went quiet, exchanging nervous glances. "Pink goo," Adrian repeated. "That doesn't sound good." "No kidding," Naruto muttered under his breath from the side. Marinette was about to say more when a piercing scream ripped through the building, sending a jolt down everyone's spines. The door slammed open a second later as Chloe burst back into the classroom, eyes wide with fear. "It's coming," she cried. "Something's wrong, this horrible thing tried to attack me in the hall." Everyone turned to the windows. The warm glow of late afternoon was gone, replaced by a creeping violet dusk that had settled far too quickly. Marinette's heart skipped a beat. "A villain," she whispered, gripping her bag a little tighter. Naruto's eyes narrowed beside her. The heavy doors of the school creaked open as the remaining students cautiously stepped out into the open courtyard. The late afternoon sky hung heavy and dim, casting a purplish hue over the school grounds. It wasn't just darker, it felt wrong. Off. The kind of quiet that pressed against your chest. "Whoa," Nino muttered, eyes scanning the scene. Thick streaks and splatters of the same pink goo Marinette had seen in the bathroom covered the school grounds now. It oozed down locker doors, clung to stair railings, and formed puddles in the middle of the stone paths. But what stood out more, what chilled them all to the bone, was the emptiness. "Okay, this is officially creepy," Alya muttered, glancing at the pink goo trailing along the floor like veins. "Where is everyone?" Nino pulled out his phone and tapped it into video mode, his brows furrowed. "If something weird is going on, and it's much better than what we were doing." He panned across the goo-covered courtyard, then zoomed in on the empty hallway ahead. "It's like the school's been evacuated but no one told us." "We were just filming a horror movie," Alex added with an uneasy smirk. "Guess it's turning into the real thing." As they all cautiously made their way toward the principal's office, Nino kept recording, narrating like a true amateur documentarian. But as they entered the office, only to find it dark and empty, Marinette lingered behind. Her eyes flicked to Nino, still narrating, then to Alya's confused expression. She quietly slipped her bag off her shoulder, letting it drop behind a hallway pillar with a soft thump. Then she vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Nino turned just in time to see her bag abandoned on the floor. "Guys, I think we lost another one," he said, voice just slightly panicked as he panned the camera to show the empty hallway. Naruto stood near the back of the group, eyes narrowed as he scanned the far ends of the courtyard. His senses were flaring, dangerously so. Something was wrong. And he knew, more than anyone, that this was no coincidence. "We need to talk to the principal," Nino said decisively, looking back toward the school entrance. "If something's going on, he'll know what to do." The class murmured in agreement, slowly making their way toward the front office. But as the group turned, neither Naruto nor Adrian followed. Unnoticed in the shuffle, both boys veered off in separate directions, Adrian ducking into a narrow hallway, Naruto slipping behind a supply shed with practiced ease. One with purpose, the other with instinct. Back with the group, Marinette paused just outside the principal's office, biting her lip. Her heart was racing, not with panic, but with urgency. If Ladybug was going to help stop whatever this was, she couldn't keep hiding. The others pushed open the office door, only to find it empty. Papers were scattered. The lights were off, and there was no sign of the principal or any staff at all. "He's gone too," Alya whispered, her grip on her phone tightening. A few more students gasped or muttered in panic, the weight of the moment setting in. The entire school was emptying, and fast. In the growing chaos, Marinette quietly stepped back. She let her bag fall to the floor in the hallway behind them with a loud enough thud to draw no attention, then turned and slipped silently down another corridor. If the others found her bag, they'd assume she was just another missing student, taken like the rest. But this was all part of her plan. Marinette sprinted toward the nearest empty classroom, already pulling the earrings from her pocket. Her face was determined now, no trace of the flustered girl from earlier. It was time. Ticky, spots on. Ladybug landed gracefully in front of the group, her yo-yo winding back with a soft snap. The few remaining students jolted in surprise before relief washed over their faces. "I'm here to help," she announced, standing tall. "Oh my gosh," Alya's voice rose with excitement, her phone already out and aimed like a spotlight. "The Ladybug is going to love this. This footage is gold." "Seriously," Nino added, still filming with a grin. "If we get Ladybug and some epic villain takedown in this movie, we might actually get an A for once." Ladybug gave a polite smile, but her gaze was already shifting, sensing the flicker of movement above. With a blur of motion, Fire Shadow and Chat Noir landed nearby, almost in sync. Fire Shadow's hood caught the light just right, his blonde strands poking out as he adjusted the edge of his cloak. Chat Noir twirled his staff, grinning confidently. Marinette's breath caught for half a second. Her eyes lingered on Fire Shadow a beat longer than necessary. They all showed up to the school at the same time. Her stomach gave a small twist. They could know each other. In real life. Her mind tugged at the thread like it always did, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There was something in the way Fire's shadow held himself, a casual posture, but with that same quiet confidence she'd noticed at school earlier that day. But just as quickly, she shoved the thought down. No, there's no way, she crossed her arms and shook her head internally. I'm overthinking it again. So what if he doesn't follow the same rules? Doesn't mean I want to figure out who he is. Even if I still don't understand him. Or his powers, or how much he's actually hiding. The thought hung in her head a little longer than she liked. Another akumatized villain. Chat Noir said, breaking her focus. Guess Hawkmoth is still on a roll. Obvious villain, goo everywhere, Fire's shadow added, motioning toward a smear of pink sludge along the wall. I'm guessing it's not part of the set design. Ladybug nodded, no, this is real, and it's getting worse. We need to find out who it is before more people disappear. Chat Noir leaned on his staff, raising an eyebrow. Should we split up? No, Ladybug said quickly. We lead everyone back to the classroom, somewhere familiar and safe. Then we figure out what we're dealing with. Fire's shadow gave a small nod and smile under his mask. Smart, best to keep the civilians in one place. Plus, Chat grinned. It's better than wandering around looking for goo monsters. With that, Ladybug turned back to the students. Alright, everyone, back to the classroom. Stay close to us. Alia, of course, kept recording every second, already narrating her footage for the Lady blog. This is so going viral. As they led the students back, Ladybug stayed a step ahead, but her thoughts lagged behind, once again circling around a single cloaked figure with blonde hair and too many secrets. The classroom doors creaked open slowly, the group stepping inside with cautious, measured steps. But what awaited them inside made several students recoil. The goo had spread. Thick, glossy streaks of it clung to the walls and ceiling, dripping onto desks like melting wax. The overhead lights flickered dimly, casting eerie shadows that danced over the distorted set pieces they'd worked so hard on just hours before. Alia grimaced, stepping around a puddle with a wet squelch. Okay, this is way worse than I thought. Ladybug's eyes narrowed as she scanned the room. This wasn't here earlier, someone, or something, came through. Nino glanced down, blinking at something half buried in the sludge. He reached down with 2 fingers and carefully pulled it free. Guys? He held up a sleek designer shoe, one of Adrian's. Everyone fell quiet. Ladybug's mouth tightened. So Adrian's been taken too. Who is this thing? One student asked nervously. Why would it attack us? Fire's shadow stood near the front of the room, arms crossed, his eyes carefully scanning every slimy surface. More like it's hunting, one by one, quite efficient. Before anyone could respond, a crash reverberated in the room. A student screamed as a desk was hurled from the corner of the room, smashing against the chalkboard in an explosion of wood and goo. A long, fleshy tail coiled back through the broken desks, and a moment later, it emerged. The creature was huge, easily twice their height, towering and grotesque. Its skin was a glistening pink, like raw jelly, shifting and oozing with every movement. Jagged claws tipped blue hands that flexed with unnatural grace. Hair-like dreadlocks of goo flowed behind its head, their ends tinged in an ominous, sickly blue. Its maw was wide and round, stretching unnaturally across its face before it let out a guttural roar, holding the captured student in its tail like a trophy. Gasps filled the room, the student squirmed in its grip, too terrified to scream. Ladybug snapped into motion, yanking her yo-yo free. Let them go. Chat Noir's baton extended with a metallic hiss. Well, that's new. Fire Shadow, already moving, narrowed his eyes. Definitely an akumatized villain. But instead of attacking, the creature let out another low roar, and turned, bounding toward the open door. It's running! Ladybug shouted. After it, Fire Shadow darted forward, already forming hand signs as red chakra flickered faintly around him. Chat Noir dashed in close behind, staff in hand. Is it scared of us? No, Ladybug muttered as she sprinted, heart hammering. It's leading us somewhere. Together, the heroes gave chase, the sounds of running feet and splashing goo echoing down the darkened, slime-covered halls. The slime-coated beast barreled down the hallway, snarling low and wet, then skidded to a halt. Standing frozen in front of it, wide-eyed and trembling, was Chloe. She hadn't followed the group. She had wandered off, maybe to complain, maybe to find a mirror. And now, she stood alone, mouth open in a silent scream. The sound pierced the corridor like a siren, and in that very moment, the creature twitched, shuddered, then grew. It doubled in height in a grotesque burst, its tendrils thickening, mouth stretching into a jagged maw. Ladybug's heart dropped. It feeds off fear. Let's do this quick, I got some things to work on back at home, Fire Shadow said with a smirk. He was already mid-air, the cross seal snapping into place. In an instant, 4 clones erupted into the hallway in bursts of smoke. They surrounded the creature in a blur of speed, forcing it back. The real Fire Shadow's hands blurred into motion, Earth-style, mud-breaker barrage. Each clone followed suit, slamming their palms into the goo-covered ground. Pillars of jagged stone burst from beneath the monster, angled to trap and strike, but the creature leapt just in time, twisting mid-air. It landed on the wall like a lizard, hissed, then vomited a stream of pinkish slime down toward the clones and Fire Shadow himself. Ladybug whipped out her yo-yo, spinning it so fast it became a blur. I've got it. She deflected the sludge in mid-air, goo splashing across the walls and floor instead of hitting Fire Shadow. We can't let it touch us. Too late, Chat Noir said with a grunt, swinging his baton to knock over a collapsing desk before it trapped a student. It's everywhere. The beast dropped from the wall and swiped, sending a clone flying into the lockers where it disappeared in smoke. Ladybug dashed under its arm and tried wrapping her yo-yo around its leg, pulling hard, but the monster reeled back and dragged her through the air instead, slamming her against the wall. Ladybug, Fire Shadow shouted. He went to move but slipped, the floor beneath him now coated in goo. And then it happened again. A shriek echoed through the school, from another student that had peeked around the corner. The monster twitched, its shoulders heaved, its body swelled once more. No, Ladybug shouted, pulling herself upright. It's getting stronger every time someone's afraid. With a final roar, the monster lunged forward, not to attack, but to escape. It smashed through a wall and disappeared into the gymnasium, its goo trailing behind it like slime from a giant snail. The 3 heroes tried to follow, but the goo beneath them thickened, turning sticky, heavy. Their limbs sank in just enough to slow them completely. Ladybug grunted as her foot sunk into the pink sludge. It trapped us. Chat Noir yanked on his leg, which barely moved. We're stuck, this is seriously disgusting. Fire Shadow didn't struggle, instead, he stared in the direction the monster had gone, hands resting calmly at his sides. Fear makes it stronger, he muttered. Which means if we keep chasing it around people, it's just going to keep growing. Ladybug nodded, breath short. We need a new plan, fast. Chat Noir rubbed the back of his neck. So, what, we find it and make it feel safe, give it a hug? No, Fire Shadow said, voice low, but still playful and confident. We isolate it, cut it off from the fear, that's the only way to weaken it. Ladybug's mind turned, fast. We could trap it, somewhere away from the students. And then take out the Akuma, Chat Noir added. The three locked eyes, united even in the muck. Alright, Ladybug said, voice sharp. Let's turn the tide. Fire Shadow narrowed his eyes, breath steady. Then, red chakra flared. It pulsed from his body like a second skin, ghostly and wild, casting crimson light across the goose-licked walls. The slime around his legs hissed, steamed, then dissolved, curling into vapor as if it were never there. Ladybug froze, her eyes widened, her thoughts spiraling. It wasn't just strong, it felt different, older, wilder. It burned through the monster's power like it was nothing. Not even her yo-yo could do that. He didn't even struggle. Fire Shadow stepped forward, the last of the goo evaporating from his hands. It responds to corrupted energy, he said casually, as if this wasn't shocking at all. I've been training with it, seeing how far it can go. Ladybug blinked. Wait, what is that? Her voice cracked slightly as she tried to make it sound more curious than shaken. Chat Noir was less subtle. That's not chakra I've seen before. What, did you unlock some kind of anti-goo mode? Fire Shadow gave a faint grin under his mask. It's a certain form of energy I've been working with. Seems like it can nullify powers to a degree. I'm still testing the limits. Ladybug's fingers clenched around her yo-yo. Her mind wouldn't stop turning. He says it so easily, like it's nothing. But that red chakra, it dissolved the goo instantly. He didn't even hesitate. He's dangerous. No, not dangerous. Just different. There's way more to Fire Shadow than he's letting on. She felt it now more than ever, the mystery. The nagging feeling in her gut every time he moved like someone familiar. Every time his eyes flashed like Naruto's. But she shook it off, not now, later. Before any of them could speak again, a clatter sounded from the ruined hallway behind them. Ladybug spun on instinct, yo-yo raised, only to pause. 3 students emerged through the broken classroom door, cautiously stepping over the goo. Ivan, Alia, and Nino. Wait, what? Chat Noir asked. Didn't we just leave you all behind? Alia's camera phone was already out, recording. Well, yeah, but the goo's spreading fast, like, freakishly fast. We were hiding at first, Nino added. Adjusting his glasses, but then we figured maybe we should stop hiding and help instead. Ivan crossed his arms. Mylene would have wanted that. Ladybug stared, her heart sank a bit. How fast is this thing working? It's already taken more students while we were stuck. She turned toward Fire Shadow, who was already scanning the slime coating the hallway with narrowed eyes. Are you sure about this? She asked, turning back to the students. It's dangerous out here. Alia grinned. We know, but we're still part of this. You can't just push us aside. Nino nodded, resolute. We helped make this movie, we're not letting some goo monster ruin it. Ladybug hesitated, then slowly nodded. All right, she said. But you follow every order we give, got it? They all nodded quickly. Chat Noir raised a brow. We really letting the film crew join the rescue squad now? Ladybug sighed. Looks like it. Fire Shadow gave a single nod. Just try and be careful. The plan was forming, the pieces were moving. And the real fight was just beginning. The heavy double doors to the gym creaked open. A wave of silence met the group as they stepped inside. The once bright space had transformed into a dim, echoing nest. Goo clung to the bleachers like vines, and soft, pulsing pods coated the walls and floor. Faint shapes moved inside them, some curled, some still, all unmistakably human. Ladybug's heart twisted. This is where they've all been taken. Alia's camera trembled in her grip, but she kept recording. This is so messed up. Fire's shadow moved with sharp focus, surveying the pods as they walked. These things, they're like cocoons, alive, almost. Yeah, well, let's make sure no one's staying in them, Chat Noir muttered, gripping his baton. Ladybug stepped forward. Principal Damocles, Rose, Mylene. A few groggy voices responded weakly. A slow ripple of movement started across the pod students. Hope flickered in Ladybug's chest. Adrian, she called. Silence. H here, Adrian's voice rang out, faint, muffled from a nearby pod. She exhaled in relief. Naruto, she asked, eyes scanning. No answer. Her stomach tightened, but then, after a few beats, yeah, I'm good, his voice came from the far side of the gym, slightly strained. Ladybug blinked. Why did they both hesitate? But she didn't have time to think on it. Because before anyone could move toward the pods, a roar tore through the gym like a wave. The slime on the ceiling shuddered, then split open. The monster dropped down. Bigger than before. Twice the size it had been. Its long tendrils of blue-tipped pink hair dripped goo as it slammed down onto the floor, sending a quake through the building. Its many eyes glowed bright, and it wasn't happy. The monster's gaze scanned the heroes, and the students. And it screeched, a noise like grinding glass and tearing metal. Ladybug didn't hesitate. Get ready. The heroes rushed forward. Chat Noir sprang into action with a twist of his baton, launching himself at the monster's flank. Fire's shadow made a rapid hand seal, sending a wave of earth spikes toward its feet. Ladybug hurled her yo-yo to deflect another slime blast aimed at the students. The pods rattled violently, some of the cocooned students stirred, groaning. Get them out of here, Ladybug shouted back to Alia and Nino. Now. But, Alia started, now. Alia and Ivan moved toward the pods, while the heroes clashed with the horrificator in the center of the gym. The monster roared again, this time louder, more primal. And this time, it wasn't running, the gym exploded into motion. Fire's shadow was first. His hands blurred through hand signs, creating a rush of clones that scattered across the gym like a tactical flood. They darted around the horrificator, flanking it from all sides in a well-rehearsed dance. Now, Fire's shadow shouted, leaping high and twisting mid-air, a swirling ball of chakra forming in his hand. The monster snarled, twisting its grotesque body with unnatural speed, swatting two clones into goose-licked walls. It ducked the Rasengan at the last second, slamming its tail into the ground and causing a shockwave that sent the remaining clones bursting into smoke. Chat Noir dashed through the chaos, baton extending as he used it like a vaulting pole to flip over a tail swipe. I think our friend here has gotten an upgrade. No kidding, Ladybug whipped her yo-yo at the beast, wrapping around one of its clawed arms before swinging in a wide arc to slam both feet into its side. The horrificator stumbled back, roaring as its goose-licked form shimmered again, pulsing larger. It's feeding off fear again, Fire's shadow called out, landing beside Ladybug. Every time we dodge, the others flinch, it's making it stronger. Ladybug gritted her teeth and pulled her yo-yo back. We need to cut it off before it absorbs anyone else, Lucky Charm. A glow surrounded her as a small mirror fell into her hands. A mirror, she muttered. Didn't we get a mirror last time, called out Fire's shadow. But Ladybug was already scanning, her eyes landed on the students huddled behind the bleachers, wide-eyed, trembling. And then, the idea sparked. She turned to the group, it feeds off fear. What's the opposite of fear? Confidence, Fire Shadow said, understanding dawning in his voice. Ladybug grinned, then turned to the students. Everyone, listen to me, you have to believe we're going to win, no more fear. Alia stood up first, you heard her. Nino raised his phone higher, this is the best project footage ever, we're not scared. Ivan stepped forward, planting his feet, it's just a costume, we've seen worse. Little by little, the students started to straighten up. Shoulders lifted, eyes hardened, the atmosphere shifted. And the horrificator paused. Its form flickered. Then began to shrink. It screeched in confusion, tendrils twitching. Ladybug and Chat advanced side by side, Fire Shadow just behind them, pushing it back step by step, not with force, but with unwavering presence. The creature gave one final roar, but this time, there was no fear to feed on. It shrank further, smaller, weaker, until with a whimper, it turned and crawled toward Ivan. The gym had fallen still. In Ivan's arms. The monstrous form of the horrificator trembled, no longer snarling, no longer growing. Its goo-covered skin pulsed faintly, tendrils limp and dripping down its back, eyes wide and strangely sad. Ivan held it carefully, stunned. Then he saw it. Dangling from one of the matted dread-like tendrils, tangled in the pinkish slime, was a small skull and crossbones pendant, silver, worn from age, but unmistakable. The same one he had given Mylene. His breath caught. Mylene, he said quietly, like he wasn't sure if speaking her name would make it true or break the moment entirely. Ladybug stepped forward slowly, her footsteps soft against the gym floor still slick with remnants of pink goo. Her yo-yo was ready, but not raised, her expression careful, sympathetic. She stopped just beside Ivan, whose arms still cradled the shrinking form of Horrificator. "May I?" she asked gently. Ivan glanced down at the pendant, then back up at her. He hesitated for only a second before nodding. Ladybug reached forward and carefully untangled the pendant from the monster's matted tendrils. As soon as her fingers closed around it, a pulse of dark energy flickered from within the tiny charm. "There you are," she murmured. She tossed the pendant high into the air and cried, "No more evil doing for you, little Akuma." Her yo-yo snapped upward like a flash of lightning, capturing the fluttering dark butterfly as it emerged. With a spin and a tug, it was purified in a flash of brilliant white light. Time to de-evilize. Bye-bye, little butterfly. With practiced grace, she released it to the skies, a smile of quiet triumph on her face. Then she twirled the yo-yo above her head, Miraculous Ladybug. A burst of magical light exploded from the yo-yo, spreading across the school like a warm breeze. The pink goo vanished in a shimmer, walls were restored, and the students trapped in pods slowly woke up, dazed but unharmed. Everything returned to normal, as if none of it had ever happened. In Ivan's arms, the monstrous Horrificator was gone. Mylene had returned, small and quiet, blinking up at him with wide, tearful eyes. "Ivan?" she whispered. He held her tighter. "I'm here." The class stood in stunned silence, relief washing over them like the golden light through the now clear windows. And Marinette, Ladybug, stood in the center of it all, watching them, letting herself smile just a little. She turned to her teammates, Fire Shadow and Chat Noir at her side. But when she glanced at Fire Shadow, the image of red chakra still burned in her mind, a question buried behind her steady gaze. "There's definitely more to you than you're letting on." And one day, she told herself, she'd find out. Naruto, Fire Shadow, landed hard on the pavement, the force of his impact cracking the concrete beneath him. He straightened, kunai still gripped in his hand, eyes locked onto the akumatized villain flailing just ahead. "Mr. Pigeon." Of all things, a pigeon-themed menace. White feathers ruffled violently as the villain, dressed in an absurd mix of a bird costume and a suit, flapped his arms with exaggerated flair. You heroes think you can stop the rise of Mr. Pigeon, my flock will. Ladybug's yo-yo snapped out in a blur, wrapping around his wrist and yanking him forward. At the same time, Chat Noir's staff extended, sweeping under his feet and knocking him flat on his back. Naruto didn't hesitate. In a flash, he was already moving, closing the distance in an instant. He drove his kunai down, just enough to sever the villain's ridiculous feathery cape, which had been flaring out and sending sharp, metallic feathers flying. Mr. Pigeon, huh? Naruto muttered, shaking his head. This city is something else. Mr. Pigeon squawked, his arms flailing as he tried to summon more of his birds, but Ladybug had already spotted the akumatized object, the little silver whistle tucked into his suit. Chat Noir, now, she called. With a grin, Chat Noir lunged forward, his hand glowing with swirling black energy. Cataclysm. The second his fingers grazed the whistle, it crumbled into dust. A dark butterfly emerged, fluttering in panic before Ladybug swiftly caught it with her yo-yo. Miraculous Ladybug. The burst of magic washed over Paris, undoing the chaos. The pigeons scattered harmlessly, buildings restored to their pristine state, and most importantly, Mr. Pigeon reverted back to a dazed but unharmed man. Ladybug turned to him, offering a kind smile. You okay? The man rubbed the back of his head, looking sheepish, still in that dazed state deacumatization always left behind. Yeah. That was a lot. She nodded before reaching her fist out. Naruto and Chat Noir met it with their own, the trio sharing a quick fist bump. Then, a pair of beeps cut through the air. Ladybug and Chat Noir glanced at their Miraculous. We better get going, don't want to detransform just yet, Ladybug said. With a flick of her wrist, she launched her yo-yo skyward, swinging off into the distance. Chat Noir followed suit, disappearing in a blur of black and green. Naruto remained on the rooftop, watching them go before shaking his head with a smirk. He was starting to notice a pattern with these battles. Hopefully, not all of them would be this episodic. Those had been his thoughts for the past few battles. This month alone was turning out to be just as episodic as he had hoped it wouldn't be. Random people would have a bad day. And like clockwork, Ladybug, Chat Noir, and he would have to step in to stop them. It wasn't bad, he enjoyed the fights, the rush of battle, the satisfaction of bringing down a strong opponent. But the pattern was obvious, and despite all these clashes, he was no closer to figuring out who Hawk Moth really was. That didn't mean he wasn't making progress elsewhere. His chakra control had improved significantly, and he was mastering more elemental jutsu. He'd even begun dabbling in sealing techniques. The battles weren't the problem, if anything, he relished the challenge. But lately, they had started feeling less like true battles and more like villain of the week encounters. And if that wasn't frustrating enough, Mr. Pigeon had been the main enemy they had been stopping all week. The guy seemed unnaturally susceptible to Hawk Moth's influence, far more than anyone else. Naruto didn't want to sound rude, but at this point, these fights were becoming a bit much. Not necessarily boring, facing an akumatized victim was never easy, but it was strange how often this particular guy was being targeted. Every time, he had a new plan, a new trick up his sleeve, yet he always ended up in the same place, purified and back to normal, only to be akumatized again not long after. That alone made it suspicious. Or maybe he was just overthinking it. Naruto exhaled, shaking his head. He turned to leave, a prickle of unease ran down his spine. Instinct kicked in, his body tensing as he glanced toward a dark alleyway below. His sharp eyes scanned the shadows, searching. That was another thing that was starting to feel episodic. Every so often, his instincts would flare up, warning him of something unseen. And every time, when he checked, nothing was there. But this time. As he looked closer, he realized, this time was different. Naruto exhaled and jumped down, landing lightly on the street below. He walked forward, slow and deliberate. You gonna keep lurking, or are you coming out? For a moment, silence. Then, an old man stepped forward. Emerging from the shadows. Naruto blinked. It was the same man Marinette had helped before she first became Ladybug. My apologies, the man said, his voice calm and knowing. But I needed to be sure. Naruto crossed his arms, sure of what? The old man smiled. That you were ready. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. For what? Follow me, Fire Shadow, the man said, turning to walk away. It's time you learned the truth. Naruto hesitated for only a second before following. Something told him this was important. And he was about to get answers. Naruto followed the old man toward a simple meditation hall, its wooden frame blending seamlessly with the peaceful surroundings. Despite being in the heart of the city, the place felt strangely removed from the bustling streets of Paris, quiet, serene, untouched by time. Master Fu slid open the door and stepped inside, motioning for Naruto to follow. The air inside carried the faint scent of aged parchment and herbal tea, a comforting stillness settling over them as the door slid shut behind them. The old man moved with practiced ease, settling onto a cushion near a low wooden table. He gestured for Naruto to do the same. I suppose introductions are in order, the man finally said, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable weight of experience. My name is Master Fu. Naruto nodded but remained silent. Observing him carefully. Something about this guy felt, knowing, like he had been expecting this meeting for a long time. Then, as if reading his thoughts, Fu smiled slightly. You can take off your mask, Naruto. I already know who you are. Naruto stiffened for half a second before exhaling. With a smooth motion, he reached up and removed the mask, tucking it away as his blue eyes met Master Fu's calm gaze. Figured as much, Naruto admitted, leaning back slightly. Guess there's no point in pretending, huh? Fu chuckled, pouring himself a small cup of tea. No, I don't believe there is. Naruto arched a brow, crossing his arms. Alright, I'll bite. How exactly did you know who I was? Master Fu took a slow sip of his tea before answering. Because I could sense it, the presence inside you. The same one I felt the first day we met. His gaze was steady, calm, but there was a weight behind his words. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly at that, his expression remained neutral, but his mind raced. He sensed Kurama, he leaned forward slightly, curiosity sharpening his gaze. You knew about Kurama? Fu nodded, and more than that, I know about chakra. That made Naruto pause. Not many people outside his clan even knew the word, let alone could sense it. His thoughts churned as he searched Fu's expression for any deception. Finding none, he finally asked, how? Fu set his cup down and folded his hands together. Because the Miraculous and chakra are closely connected. They always have been. Naruto blinked, what? The guardians of the Miraculous have always known of chakra, Fu continued, his voice taking on the tone of a storyteller passing down ancient knowledge. Though in this era, very few wield it. But make no mistake, it is important, just as the miraculous jewels are. Naruto frowned slightly, his mind working through this revelation. He had always assumed chakra was something unique to his world, a power that set him apart. But if Fu was saying the two were connected, then, what did that mean? Fu studied Naruto's expression before offering a small, knowing smile. I can tell your mind is filled with questions, but this is a tale for another time. For now, simply let the thought settle. Naruto exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his head. Great, another mystery to figure out, he muttered, though there was no real irritation in his voice, just intrigue. Fu chuckled, it is only natural to be curious. And in time, the answers will come. Naruto sat back, his mind already shifting through the possibilities. Just how deep does this connection go? Naruto's thoughts were abruptly whisked away as Master Fu spoke again, his voice calm yet firm. As you know, Hawkmoth has been on a rampage, creating villains to fight you, Marinette. And Adrian. Naruto nodded slightly, but something about the way Fu said that made him pause. His eyes narrowed slightly as realization hit him. Master Fu was the one who had given them their Miraculous in the first place. That surprised him for a second. He hadn't really thought about where Ladybug and Chat Noir's power had come from beyond their kwamis. But now, looking at Fu, it made sense. Still, he said nothing, choosing instead to let the old man continue. Fu, noticing Naruto's understanding, gave a small nod. But what Marinette and Adrian don't yet know is that their kwamis have been keeping certain truths from them until they are ready. Naruto frowned slightly. What kind of truths? Fu's expression darkened, the true reason Hawkmoth is after their Miraculous. Naruto straightened at that, instinctively paying closer attention. The Ladybug and Cat Miraculous, when combined, grant the power to rewrite the universe itself with a single wish. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Rewrite the universe? Yes, Fu's tone was heavy with the weight of history. Whoever possesses both Miraculous can make a wish, any wish, and the universe will alter to fulfill it. Naruto exhaled sharply, his hands curling into fists. That's insane. But there is always a price, Fu continued gravely. A terrible one, the balance of the universe demands it. If something is granted, something of equal value is taken away. The world will cease to exist as it once was. Naruto's gaze hardened as he took in those words. That meant that whatever Hawkmoth wanted, whatever his wish was, it would come at an unimaginable cost. Fu watched Naruto carefully before adding, this is why Hawkmoth must never obtain both Miraculous. Naruto barely had time to process the weight of Fu's words before the old man continued, his expression growing even more serious. But there is something more at play than I initially expected. Naruto's eyes narrowed, what do you mean? Fu folded his hands together, his voice calm but laced with a quiet urgency. At first, I believed Hawkmoth was the sole mastermind behind these events. But now, I am no longer certain. There is something else, someone else, lurking in Paris, hidden in the shadows. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. You think Hawkmoth isn't the one pulling all the strings? Fu nodded. It is clear that he seeks the Miraculous for his own reasons, but there is a force at work beyond him, one that does not show itself. I suspect that whatever this presence is, it is the reason we have struggled to uncover new information on Hawkmoth's identity. Naruto frowned, his mind racing. So you're saying, something wants this fight to keep going? Yes, Fu confirmed. For what purpose, I do not know. But I fear this unseen force is ensuring that the battle between the heroes and Hawkmoth does not end, perhaps even manipulating events from the shadows. Naruto clenched his jaw, a lingering enemy that wanted endless conflict? That hit far too close to home. Kurama stirred within him, his deep voice rumbling in the back of Naruto's mind. He's right. I've felt it too, something lurking beneath the surface. It's not just Hawkmoth we should be worrying about. Naruto exhaled, nodding as he refocused on Fu. Alright, so what's the next step? If there's something out there pulling the strings, I doubt they'll stay hidden forever. Fu's gaze was steady as he spoke. That is why I need you, Naruto. As the first shinobi of Paris, your mission is to uncover whatever is lurking in the dark and discover its true intentions. The fate of this city, and perhaps more, may depend on it. Naruto took a deep breath, his resolve settling. Got it. If something's out there watching us, I'll find it. Naruto reached for his mask, his fingers brushing over the fabric. He paused for a moment, taking in Fu's words, then slid it back on, concealing his identity once again. The weight of everything that had been revealed in the last few minutes settled heavily on his shoulders. He stood in the small meditation hall for a moment longer, feeling the presence of Kurama within him, the fox's chakra pulsing gently in the back of his mind. Then, with a deep breath, he jumped back onto the rooftops of Paris. It was time to get to work. As he leaped from building to building, his thoughts started to churn. Fu's words echoed in his head. And the weight of what he'd said about the unseen force manipulating events gnawed at him. Whatever it wasn't just Hawkmoth they had to worry about. There was something far more sinister waiting in the shadows. Naruto's gaze swept over the city below him as he pushed forward, trusting his instincts. They had always been his guiding force, his chakra, his bond with Kurama, everything had led him to this point. He knew he couldn't just sit back. But then, something struck him, like a flash of clarity breaking through the fog. Adrian's father. The nagging feeling from earlier, the suspicion that had clung to the back of his mind, now seemed much more significant. His thoughts snapped back to the conversation with Fu. The idea that there was an outside force orchestrating all of this, manipulating the battles, controlling the flow of events, could it be connected to Adrian's father? Naruto's pace slowed as he stood on the edge of a building, staring out over the city. The way Fu had spoken about things, how everything was interconnected, how even the Miraculous had ties to ancient powers, it all seemed to fit. Could Adrian's father be more involved than anyone realized? It didn't make sense at first, but now the dots were starting to connect. His earlier instincts about Adrian's father being too perfect, too careful, maybe even too influential in the background, it all seemed far more important than he'd given it credit for. What if the force Fu had sensed was tied to him, too? What if he was the one pulling the strings from the shadows, playing a game much bigger than anyone had thought? Naruto clenched his fists, staring down at the city. His heart raced, and his mind raced even faster. I need to find out more. He turned and launched himself back into the night, faster than before, pushing his way through the streets and rooftops, his thoughts more focused than ever. His instincts hadn't been wrong. Something was off about Adrian's father. And now, it was time to figure out what it was. Time skip, 3 days. Marinette sighed as she walked into the schoolyard, her bag slung over one shoulder. It felt strange walking alone. Normally, Naruto would be right beside her, the two of them sharing a quiet, comfortable silence as they made their way to school. But lately, that hadn't been happening. She spotted Alya near the steps and hurried over, the weight of her thoughts making her frown. "Hey, Alya," she greeted, her voice just a little off. Alya picked up on it instantly. "Okay, what's up, and don't even try to say it's nothing." Marinette hesitated, then let out a frustrated sigh. "It's Naruto, I don't know, he's been different lately. He used to walk with me to school, and now he's up before I am. I don't even see him get home anymore. It's like he's avoiding me." Or, Alya smirked, cutting her off. "Girl, you practically stick to him like glue. If anyone else was saying this, I'd call it an overreaction, but yeah, something's up. Marinette's face burned. I do not stick to him. Alia crossed her arms, looking far too amused. You literally share a room with your crush Marinette. Do you realize how many girls would kill to be in your position? And yet, despite all that, you still can't tell him how you feel. Marinette groaned, slumping against the railing. I know, okay, believe me, I know. Weeks had passed, and sure, she and Naruto were friends now, but in terms of confessing her feelings, she hadn't made any progress. It's just, he's so kind, so easy to talk to. And somehow, that makes it even harder to say anything. Alia softened a little at that but still pressed on. Okay, so back to the real issue, Naruto's been acting weird, and you think something's up? Marinette nodded, yeah, and I don't think I'm imagining it. Alia hummed, tapping her chin. Well, the whole looking out for people thing is just who he is. But if he's up before dawn and not coming home until it's dark, that's weird. And I refuse to believe you haven't already thought about investigating. Marinette shifted awkwardly. I might have. Alia grinned, good, because we're doing it together. Marinette smiled, the weight in her chest feeling a little lighter. Thanks Alia. Anytime, girl. Now, let's figure out what our mysterious blonde is up to. The school day dragged on, but Marinette found her mind drifting back to Naruto every chance she got. She barely noticed the lessons, her thoughts looping over the past few weeks, his absence in the mornings, his late returns, his quiet, thoughtful looks when he thought no one was watching. By the time lunch rolled around, Alia was already planning. Alright, so here's what we know, Naruto's changed his routine, and he's being sneaky about something. Marinette frowned. I don't know if sneaky is the right word, he's never been the type to hide things from us. Alia shot her a look. Girl, he's hiding something, whether it's on purpose or not, we're gonna find out. So, we follow him after school, see where he goes. Marinette hesitated. What if it's something personal, what if we're prying? Alia sighed dramatically, Marinette, you are literally living with the guy, and you didn't notice when he started sneaking out? If it's personal, we'll back off. But what if something's wrong, we're just making sure he's okay. That settled it. After school, they waited just outside the building. Naruto was always one of the first out, but today, they were paying attention. Okay, there he is, Alia whispered, nudging Marinette. Naruto walked past the other students without a second glance. His hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the street like he was searching for something. Then, without hesitation, he started moving, fast. Come on, Alia urged, pulling Marinette along as they followed at a careful distance. Marinette bit her lip. He usually only explores Paris on Wednesdays, she murmured. Maybe he just wants the extra exercise, Alia said with a shrug. Or maybe he's got some secret mission we don't know about. Marinette shot her a look, you're not helping. Alia just grinned. For the next hour, they tailed him. He weaved through the streets of Paris, taking unfamiliar routes, pausing at certain buildings as if checking something only he could see. At one point, he doubled back, forcing Marinette and Alia to duck behind a fruit stand. Okay, this is officially getting weird, Alia whispered. Marinette couldn't disagree. Naruto had always been the kind of person who moved with purpose, but this felt like something more. Then, just as quickly as it had started, Naruto seemed to relax. His shoulders loosened, his steps became more casual, and he wandered toward a nearby park, sitting on a bench like he had all the time in the world. Marinette frowned. What is he doing? Alia pulled out her phone, either he lost whoever he was tracking, or he knows we're following him and decided to make us suffer. Marinette paled, you think he knows? Alya smirked, I'd bet on it. They shared a look before glancing back at Naruto, who was now casually leaning back on the bench, staring at the sky like he had nothing better to do. Marinette groaned, we are so bad at this. Correction, you are bad at this, I am simply suffering by association, Alya teased. Marinette pouted before looking back at Naruto. He was still just sitting there, waiting. Like he knew they were watching. She swallowed. So, what do we do now? Alya grinned. We keep watching and see if he makes a move. Marinette wasn't sure if she liked that plan. But she wasn't ready to walk away either. Naruto remained seated for a while, his gaze locked onto the sky as if he had all the time in the world. To anyone else, he looked like a guy enjoying a break from his day. But Marinette and Alya knew better. He's messing with us, Alya muttered, lowering her phone. There's no way he just decided to sit down after all that sneaking around. Marinette groaned, what do we do? If we keep staring at him, he's definitely gonna catch on. Alya smirked, oh girl, he already knows. Marinette sighed in frustration, peeking around the tree they had taken cover behind. Naruto was still there, completely relaxed. Maybe we should. Before Marinette could finish, Naruto stretched, stood up, and casually strolled down the path. Alya perked up, all right, time to move. They waited for him to gain some distance before slipping out from behind the tree and following at a distance. But this time, something felt different. He wasn't just walking. He was testing them. The first sign was the pace, sometimes slowing, sometimes speeding up just enough to make them scramble to adjust. Then came the sudden stops, where he'd glance at a shop window or crouch down to tie his shoe, forcing them to either freeze or find something to pretend to be doing. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, Alya hissed after the third time they had to duck behind a street vendor's cart. We are being played. Marinette gritted her teeth. Just keep going, we can't give up now. Alya rolled her eyes but followed Marinette's lead. Naruto suddenly turned down a narrow alleyway. Marinette's heart pounded, come on. They rushed forward, turning the corner. Marinette's heart pounded in her chest as she peeked around the corner of the alleyway. Nothing. Naruto was gone. That wasn't possible. She and Alya had been right behind him. There hadn't been anywhere for him to run, no turns, no exits, no doors, just a dead-end alley with some crates and a few scattered garbage bins. Alya muttered a curse under her breath. That's just straight up unfair. He's messing with us, I swear. Marinette swallowed hard. She had known Naruto was fast, he moved through Paris like he had memorized every rooftop and alleyway. But this wasn't just being quick, he had vanished. Where did you go? Alya took a cautious step forward, scanning the alley like she expected Naruto to drop down from the sky. Alright, I don't know what kind of parkour magic this guy is pulling, but there's no way he just, looking for me. Marinette's blood turned to ice. The voice was casual, amused, but it came from behind them. She whipped around so fast she nearly tripped over her own feet. Naruto stood there, arms crossed, leaning against the alley wall like he had been there the whole time. But he hadn't been. Marinette would have seen him. She would have heard him. There was no way he could have moved that fast. And yet, here he was. Her stomach twisted. Alya sucked in a sharp breath beside her. Oh, hell no, that was creepy. Naruto tilted his head, watching them with sharp blue eyes. So, wanna tell me why you two have been following me all afternoon? Marinette felt her throat go dry. Oh no. Alya recovered first. We were just concerned, she declared, folding her arms. You've been acting weird, running off at random times, coming home late. Barely talking to Marinette anymore, it's sketchy. Marinette flinched. She hadn't realized just how much she had missed Naruto's presence until Alya said it out loud. There had been a time when he would walk with her to school, when they would share quiet mornings, when she could just exist beside him and not have to say anything. And now? Now he was disappearing into the night and dodging their questions. Naruto's gaze softened slightly as he looked at her. "You've been worried?" Marinette froze. Oh no, he was looking at her like that. Like she was something important. Like he actually cared. She turned bright red. I mean, not in a weird way, just, you've been different. And it's not like well, for a second the blonde seemed to be in thought, almost disappointed in himself in a way. But then he gave a chuckle, shaking his head. "You really don't have to spy on me if you're worried, you know, you could have just asked." Alya scoffed, "Oh come on dude, you got to tell us what you've been up to." Naruto shrugged, "Depends on the question." Alya narrowed her eyes. She wouldn't admit it, but it was more out of concern than journalism. She was the blonde's friend, and it seemed like her friend was avoiding them for a clear reason. "Alright then, what have you been doing?" Naruto smiled, "Exploring Paris." Alya groaned, "That's the most vague answer you could have given." Marinette chewed on her lip, "Why have you been out so late?" "Just taking in the sights." Alya threw her hands in the air. "See, this is what I'm talking about, you're dodging the question." Naruto just grinned, although there was something behind it. "Or maybe you're just asking the wrong ones." Marinette felt her frustration building. She wasn't sure what answer she wanted, but this wasn't it. Naruto was avoiding the truth, she could feel it. Alya folded her arms. "Alright fine, whatever, but we're on to you Blondie. As your friends you better believe we're not dropping this." Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "If you're that curious, I'll invite you next time." "Sound fair?" Marinette hesitated. That sounded reasonable, right? But Alya wasn't buying it. "Nope," Alya said immediately. "That's a total deflection." Marinette blinked, "What?" Alya turned to her, serious. "Mari, he didn't actually tell us anything. All he did was throw out some vague excuse and offer to take us on some magical mystery tour later." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Magical mystery tour?" Alya ignored him. "If anything, this just makes him even more suspicious." Marinette frowned. "You think he's hiding something?" Alya gave her a look. "Oh come on, don't you?" Marinette hesitated. She wanted to believe Naruto. He was her friend. He had been there for her. Supported her, helped her when she needed it. But this whole situation wasn't normal. The disappearing act, the weirdly vague answers. The way he kept dodging them, but never quite lying. Something was off. "Maybe," she admitted. Alya nodded. "Then we keep watching, we follow him another time, when he isn't expecting it." Marinette felt a pang of guilt. "That feels wrong." Alya put a hand on her hip. "Mari, this is the same guy who just ninja vanished on us. If anything, we're in the right to be suspicious." Naruto sighed, shaking his head. "You two realize I'm right here, right?" he muttered. "Never mind, I'm guessing you two won't give up." Alya grinned. "Nope." Naruto chuckled softly, and again it seems like something else was hiding behind it. "Alright, I'll explain everything later, but not right now. There has been something I've been dealing with, but it's personal, and I'll make sure to tell you two everything after I've figured it out." The alley fell into silence after Naruto's last words. Alya crossed her arms, frowning. "That's still not an answer, you know." Naruto just gave a half smile and turned to walk away. Maybe not, but it's all I can say for now. And just like that, he was gone again, disappearing around the corner with a calmness that only made everything feel more off. Alya let out a groan, running a hand through her hair. This guy is seriously starting to make me worried. Marinette didn't answer. Her eyes were still on the corner where he vanished. Alya gave her a nudge. Mari? I just don't get it, Marinette muttered. He's not like this, not usually. Exactly, Alya's voice was sharp, firm. Which is why we need to keep watching him. He's hiding something big, and if he won't talk, we figure it out ourselves. Marinette hesitated, then gave a slow nod. Right, totally. But her voice was distant. Her mind was already somewhere else. She couldn't shake the feeling, that weird flicker in Naruto's expression, the way he just appeared behind them. There was more going on than Alya realized. And if Naruto wouldn't give them the truth, then maybe Ladybug could get the answers they couldn't. Alya clapped her hands together. Okay, I'm heading home, I'll text you later. Marinette nodded. Yeah, I'll catch up. Don't go brooding too hard, Alya teased as she walked away. Marinette gave a small smile, but the second Alya was out of sight, her expression shifted. She stepped back into the alley's shadows, pulling her bag tighter to her chest. I'll find out what's really going on, even if I have to do it alone. With one last glance toward the street, she ducked behind a dumpster and pulled out her earrings. It was time for Ladybug. POV switch, back to Naruto. The blonde boy let out a slow breath as he walked deeper into Paris's narrow back alleys, the glow of streetlights dimming behind him. His thoughts wandered, split between the Guardian's latest warning and his own ongoing investigation into Adrian's father. Unfortunately, that mission had been frustratingly stagnant. Gabriel Agresti was too cautious, too controlled. He barely left his mansion, and when he did, it was always for carefully curated business meetings. No openings. No mistakes. Today had been meant to be a break. And yet, he'd still found himself being followed. Naruto stopped walking, his body tensing as his boots came to a quiet halt against the pavement. He hadn't thought about how his sudden withdrawal might have affected his friends. Marinette, Alya, even Nino and Adrian. He just pulled away. His eyes narrowed, a sliver of guilt twisting in his chest. He hadn't meant to worry Marinette, she already had enough to carry. And even as Ladybug, she couldn't afford to be dragged into this, not unless he was certain of what he was dealing with. If his suspicions were right, things were far more dangerous than anyone knew. Naruto's expression hardened. He turned sharply into a darker alley and lifted his wrist, tapping his watch with a soft metallic click. In an instant, Fire's shadow stood where Naruto had been. He vaulted upward, scaling the side of the building in seconds and landing on a rooftop ledge with a quiet clank. From this height, the city looked peaceful. Deceptively so. His jacket fluttered in the breeze as he stared out across the skyline, letting the quiet give room to his thoughts. Yeah, he felt bad for making them worry. But Alya and Marinette didn't need to get dragged into something they couldn't handle. At least, not yet. Marinette, she could protect herself. She was strong, even stronger than she realized. But Alya, if she got caught in the crossfire, she'd be a sitting duck. And Fire's shadow wasn't about to let anyone else get hurt because of him. A wisp of orange chakra swirled around Naruto, a familiar warmth that surged through him in quick, pulsing waves. There was only one being he knew that could fill the air with that energy. Kurama, you're actually awake, Naruto muttered, a faint smile tugging beneath his mask. The nine-tailed fox materialized beside him with a confident smirk, perched on Naruto's shoulder, its bright orange fur gleaming in the dim moonlight. 10 tails flicked behind it, cutting through the air with playful ease. You know, for someone who claims to be the partner of this generation, you sure seem to be brooding all alone on top of some random building. Kurama's voice rumbled, mocking and playful. Naruto blinked, his head turning toward the fox perched on his shoulder. I'm not brooding, he retorted sharply. Yes, you are, Kurama shot back, the tips of his tails lightly flicking against Naruto's jacket in a rhythmic pattern. Naruto rolled his eyes, standing to his full height and striding toward the edge of the roof. Why do you always have to be so annoying? Kurama floated gracefully from Naruto's shoulder, positioning himself directly in front of him. His golden eyes glinted mischievously in the moonlight. It's not like you don't enjoy it, we've got that kind of relationship after all. Though, I do miss our real fights, the fox added, his tone darkening slightly. Naruto's arms crossed instinctively as a flash of past memories hit him, the training, the struggles, the beatings. He pushed them away quickly, unwilling to dive back into the weight of that history. Anyway, Kurama continued, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. You've been thinking about your little side project again, huh? Naruto exhaled slowly, the weight of the conversation now settling in. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that Gabriel is still up to something. His movements, his secrecy, it doesn't add up. If I want to get to the bottom of this, I'll have to follow him, keep my eyes on him. Maybe even get closer than I should. Kurama's expression darkened, and his tails flicked behind him. Just be careful, brat. You're treading a dangerous line. You've got to know how far to push, and when to back off. Naruto nodded, though the doubts in his mind remained. He could feel it. His instincts were screaming at him that Gabriel Agresti was connected to something much bigger than they realized. But there were still so many unanswered questions. Don't worry, Naruto muttered, turning his gaze back toward the horizon. I'll figure it out, I always do. Kurama's voice softened, though there was a hint of concern. And remember, you're not alone. You've got me, and your friends, no matter how much you try to push them away. Naruto stayed quiet for a moment, contemplating the fox's words. He didn't want anyone else involved, not Marinette, not Alya, not even Nino. This was his fight. But Kurama was right. He couldn't keep everything locked up forever. And maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as alone as he thought. With a deep breath, he straightened his shoulders, determination settling in his chest. I know, but for now, it's better this way. I'll handle it, but thanks Kurama. The fox didn't respond with words, but the way his tails flicked in the air seemed to communicate everything. A silent understanding passed between them, a partnership forged through hardship and mutual respect. Naruto took one last look at the Paris skyline, the city lights twinkling like stars below him. But before he could make his move, Kurama's voice broke the silence again, as casual as ever. I respect the will to work on your own, brat, Kurama began, his voice light but laced with an edge of amusement, but since we are partners, that means we should work together more often, don't you think? Naruto chuckled softly, rolling his shoulders as he readied himself to move. You never miss a chance to remind me of that, do you? Kurama's tails swished behind him in a rhythm that could only be described as playful. Well, you can't blame me. You've got a lot of chakra at your disposal, and yet, you're still trying to do everything on your own. Let's be real, though, Kurama's voice lowered, his golden eyes glinting mischievously, you wouldn't be nearly as fast or capable without me. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a teasing grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. You mean the chakra I've been using for this? He flexed a hand, summoning a small wisp of orange energy that swirled around his fingers. It danced like fire, lighting up the night briefly before fading. I know, I know. You've said it before, I'm pretty amazing with chakra. Kurama gave a low growl of approval, but his expression quickly became serious. You're not wrong, brat, but you're missing something important. It's not just flashy tricks you've got going on. You've been using my chakra like it's your own for a long time now. And I don't mean just controlling it. I mean, you and I have been together long enough that our chakra has influenced each other. It's not just mine anymore, and it's not just yours either. Naruto frowned slightly, looking up at the rooftops of Paris once again. What do you mean by that? Kurama's voice took on a more contemplative tone. Our chakras may be separate, but they're so close to each other now that they've started to change one another. The more you've used my chakra, the more it's adapted to you. And your chakra has done the same with mine. It's a bond between us that's different from what other Jinchuriki experience. I'm not some distant force locked inside you anymore. We're intertwined. Naruto's gaze softened as he tried to absorb what Kurama was saying. So, our chakras have changed each other, and that makes us different from the others? Exactly, Kurama replied, flicking his tails behind him. Back when the other tailed beasts existed separately, their hosts could barely handle our chakra without us fighting them every step of the way. They were always trying to keep our chakra separate from their own, struggling to control it, never getting close enough to let it influence them. But you've made my chakra yours, and your chakra has become a part of me. You've found a balance that's unique, and that's why you can wield it the way you do. Naruto's grin returned, this time with a sense of pride. Guess that makes me one of a kind, huh? Kurama let out a huff, but his voice was laced with approval. You're not as stupid as you look, yes, it makes you special. But there's more to your chakra than you realize, just like how my chakra can nullify certain abilities and powers. Your chakra has its own hidden potential. You've been using it in ways most people couldn't even dream of, but you've only scratched the surface. Naruto blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Are you saying my chakra has more power than I've already tapped into? Kurama's golden eyes gleamed with a knowing glint. Exactly, your chakra is intertwined with mine, and that bond has created something different. Just like I can cancel out powers with my chakra, there's something in yours that hasn't been fully unlocked. You haven't even realized the full range of what you can do with it. Naruto's mind raced as he processed the words. His chakra, just like Kurama's, had abilities that were still hidden from him. He had always thought of his connection with Kurama as a source of strength, but now it seemed there was more to it, something he hadn't even started to explore yet. So you're saying that just like you can cancel out things with your chakra, I might be able to do something like that too? Naruto asked, the curiosity in his voice evident. Kurama let out a low chuckle. I'm not saying you're going to cancel out other people's abilities like I can, but you've got potential that no one else has. Your chakra is unique because of our bond. What that means exactly? Well, that's something you'll need to discover for yourself. But don't think for a second that you can keep ignoring it. Naruto's grin returned, now tinged with determination. Guess that makes me even more special. Kurama's voice was tinged with approval but still playful. Not as dumb as you look, brat. But yes, you're unique. And you'd better start using everything you've got if you plan on going after Gabriel. You've got an advantage others could only dream of. Naruto nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. I get it now, Kurama, I've been too focused on figuring everything out alone, but I need to start using everything we have. Your chakra, mine, our bond, I'm going to rely on all of it. Kurama's eyes softened just a fraction, the playful edge still present. That's more like it, don't forget, brat, you've got me. We're in this together. With a final glance over his shoulder, Naruto leaped off the rooftop and into the night. This time, he wasn't just running after answers. He was running with the full strength of his bond with Kurama, one that no one else could ever replicate. As the wind whipped around him, his mind was set. He would find Gabriel. He would uncover the truth. And whatever it took, he would protect the people he cared about. Even if it meant pushing the limits of his abilities, and that included Kurama's chakra. Kurama's golden eyes glinted as he watched Naruto. The playful edge in his voice returning. You know, brat, there's more we can explore with this connection of ours. I've been thinking, maybe it's time you look into your past a little more. I'm sure the sage of the 6 paths would agree, there's a lot your clan knew, a lot they kept hidden. Maybe we can involve your clan's knowledge in all of this. Naruto blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden mention of his clan. My clan, he repeated, his voice a little quieter now. What do you mean? Kurama's expression grew more serious, though there was still a touch of mischief in his gaze. You've got more than just me inside you, Naruto. Your lineage, your heritage, you're a part of something bigger. A lot of your clan's secrets were buried, hidden from the world. But if we're going to unlock the full potential of what we're dealing with, your clan's knowledge might hold some answers. They were known for understanding chakra in ways others didn't. Naruto felt a strange tug in his chest at the mention of his clan. He'd always known he was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but so much about them remained a mystery to him. His mother had died when he was young, and the history of his clan had always been a subject shrouded in uncertainty. He sighed, running a hand through his spiky blonde hair. I guess I've never really looked into it. Too focused on the present, too busy trying to make my own path. Kurama's voice softened slightly, the tone unexpectedly gentle. I get it, you've always been determined to make your own future. But your past, well, it's part of who you are. And right now, with all that's happening, it might be time to start understanding more of what came before. Your clan could hold the key to things you haven't even begun to fathom. Naruto's gaze shifted to the horizon once again, and his mind wandered to his mother. He could almost feel her presence, her warmth and strength, even if it had been so long since he'd known her. But Kurama was right, there were things he needed to understand about his heritage, about the strength that ran through his veins. Maybe you're right, Naruto murmured, more to himself than to Kurama. I never really asked about my clan, but if it could help me now, if it could help with Gabriel. The wind howled through the streets of Paris as Naruto's thoughts swirled. And then, Kurama's voice broke through the silence once more. Well, you've got the blood of the Uzumaki clan running through you. Maybe it's time you found out what that really means. The world around Naruto seemed to blur for a moment, the city lights fading as the memories began to flood his mind. His thoughts slipped into the past, a vivid image forming in his mind's eye. The village within the valley of the Uzumaki clan was quiet that afternoon. The warm sun casting long shadows across the stone paths. Children played near the spring, their laughter echoing gently. Naruto, 5 years old and full of curiosity, ran up with a hopeful smile, a ball clutched in his small hands. Hey, can I play too? He asked eagerly, eyes shining. The children looked at him for a moment, uncertain. One of the mothers nearby stepped forward quickly, pulling her child behind her. She offered Naruto a tight, polite smile, too forced to be kind. I think it's time for a break, she said to her son, though her eyes never left Naruto. With that, she guided her child away without another word. Naruto stood frozen, the ball slipping slightly in his grip as he watched them walk off. No one said anything cruel. But no one invited him, either. The evening came with the rustling of wind through paper lanterns. Naruto sat on the porch steps of his home, his ball now resting beside him. His father, tall and quiet with red hair that gleamed under the lantern light, approached and sat beside him. The man didn't need to ask what was wrong, he could see it in Naruto's face. "They didn't want to play," Naruto said softly. "They just walked away." His father sighed and leaned back on his hands, eyes turning toward the stars. "It's because of your mother," he began, not unkindly. "And because of who we are." Naruto blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "We're part of the main clan," his father explained. "Your grandfather made rules a long time ago, rules to protect the clan's future. No one is allowed to show disrespect to the children of the main bloodline. So they avoid you instead." "But why?" Naruto asked, his small voice full of hurt. "I didn't do anything." "It's not about what you did," his father said gently. "It's about what they fear. Your mother came from far outside this village. That's already enough to make some whisper, and you, my son," he looked down at Naruto with a solemn expression. "You carry the hope of something much bigger." Naruto tilted his head, brows furrowed. "Hope?" His father nodded. "Our clan is one of the few that still remembers the true form of chakra. But it's become rare. Every 100 years, the clan performs a ritual, only then can someone be granted chakra. You were born just in time to be part of that chance." He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, worn picture. It showed a crimson cloud, stylized and curling. Naruto stared at it with wide eyes. "This is one of the groups that's also trying to bring back chakra," his father said. "An agency. A secret one. They're still new, still quiet. But they're watching." Naruto clutched the photo gently, staring at it. "And, how will I get chakra?" His father smiled but shook his head. "That's not something I can explain yet. But one day, you'll understand. For now, just remember, you're not alone. You're part of something important. And even if people don't see it now, one day, they will." The ritual was held at the heart of the Uzumaki village, deep beneath the central temple, an ancient chamber carved from black stone and pulsing with age-old power. Dozens of clan members stood in a circle, each cloaked in crimson robes, their hoods hiding all but their mouths as they murmured in a tongue lost to the outside world. Naruto stood at the center, barefoot on a cold stone platform marked with spirals and old seals. His small frame trembled slightly, more from confusion than fear. He couldn't understand the language being chanted around him, but something about it felt heavy. Like the words were pressing into his skin, into his bones. At the far end of the chamber loomed the fox stone, a towering, jagged sculpture of obsidian, shaped like a snarling fox with 9 swirling tails curling behind it. Its eyes, once dormant, now glowed with a deep, molten orange. As the chanting reached a fevered pitch, the air thickened, humming with energy. Naruto's breath caught as pain lanced through his chest. He fell to one knee, clutching his shirt as if trying to stop something from clawing out of him. His vision blurred, colors smearing together like paint running in the rain. From the fox stone, the surface began to crack. Molten chakra bled from the fissures. Thick and writhing like smoke soaked in fire. It poured into the air, condensing, coiling, until it formed a monstrous shape. The chakra took the form of a fox, no, not a fox, a demon of one. Its snout was jagged, as though carved from rock, its eyes were nothing but burning pits of hatred. 9 tails lashed and flickered behind it, each one heavier and darker than the last. Its growl rumbled through the chamber like thunder in a cave. Naruto screamed as the beast's chakra surged forward, not around him, but into him. His body convulsed violently, eyes wide with terror. The pain wasn't just physical, it was as if something ancient and angry was ripping through his very soul. The chanting faltered. Murmurs of panic broke through the ritual's rhythm. This wasn't supposed to happen, one of the elders barked. The chakra was only meant to burn the block. It wasn't meant to enter him. But it was too late. The monstrous chakra of the fox had already sunk into Naruto's chest, spiraling through his body like a wildfire consuming dry leaves. His veins glowed faintly, lighting up like threads of molten gold. His screams faded into unconsciousness as his body collapsed, twitching once before going still. The chamber fell into shocked silence, the remnants of the ritual flickering out like dying embers. The fox stone cracked down the middle with a dry, echoing snap. Darkness. Cold, suffocating, and endless. Naruto floated in a space that had no ground. No sky, just shadow. Yet, despite the silence, he could feel something. A presence, watching, breathing. Then, a single eye opened in the void. Slitted, burning with a searing orange glow, it pierced through the darkness like a flame in pitch black. Another eye followed. And from the shadows, the monstrous form of the fox emerged. Towering, coiled, its snarl echoed through the void with a low, rumbling growl. Fangs the size of Naruto's arms gleamed. Its tails, vast and heavy, flicked through the air like whips, each one humming with raw, primal energy. Naruto, still small, still dazed, stumbled back, falling onto his hands and knees, eyes wide with terror. What are you? The fox leaned in close, its eyes glowing brighter, the air thick with its chakra. You're the one they threw me into, a child, pathetic. Naruto flinched as the voice echoed through his mind, not like words spoken, but roared inside him. The sheer weight of it pressed against his chest. Kurama sneered, they couldn't even complete their ritual without botching it. You weren't meant to contain me, you were supposed to brush against my flame, not carry it. I didn't ask for this, Naruto whispered, his voice trembling but stubborn. I didn't know what they were doing, I just wanted to belong. Kurama's growl softened slightly, curiosity sparking behind his eyes. You're afraid, but not broken, interesting. Naruto stood, fists balled at his sides. If you're going to hurt me, do it. But I'm not going to just roll over. Kurama watched him in silence, the growl fading into a contemplative silence. Something in Naruto's eyes, raw, hurt, but defiant, gave him pause. You're not like the others. The fox pulled back, shadows folding over him once more, his form fading into the black, though his voice lingered. Run along, brat, we're bound now, whether either of us likes it or not. And you'd better be worth my time. Naruto gasped as his eyes snapped open. His small frame jerked upright where he lay on the cold stone floor of the ritual chamber. But something was different. Blue chakra surged from his body in a sudden pulse, brighter, purer than the fiery energy before. It flared outward, pushing back the robed elders around him. The spirals beneath him lit up, glowing with energy never seen in the clan for generations. The air was alive, crackling, awed whispers rose all around. He's awakened. No, it's not just the fox's chakra anymore. He's generating his own. Naruto's eyes burned with flickering blue light as he breathed in sharply, unaware of the power now coursing through his veins. The weight of what just happened hadn't yet settled on his young shoulders. But the bond had been made. And deep within him, behind a veil of chakra and flame, Kurama waited, watching. The memory faded like a shadow at dawn, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes, the cool breeze of the Paris rooftop brushing against his skin. His breath was steady, but his mind felt like it was caught between two worlds, one buried in the past, and the other pressing in on him now. He remembered it all, the ritual, the pain. The way Kurama's chakra had forced itself into him, twisting his fate before he was old enough to understand what it meant. And he remembered his father, quiet, kind, burdened with red hair and no chakra, speaking carefully about a clan that obeyed tradition more than reason. Naruto clenched his fists at his sides. The clan wasn't full of bad people. He'd spoken with them over the years, some with genuine care, others distant but respectful. He even respected parts of the old ways, as rigid as they were. But this, what he was facing now in Paris? They didn't need to be involved. They've got their world, Naruto muttered, his voice low. And I've got mine. He looked out over the city, the skyline dotted with soft lights and the hum of life. This was where the storm was building. Not back in the hidden villages, not in the dusty archives of tradition. But then his thoughts caught on something, an old image that refused to leave him alone. The red cloud. His father had shown it to him when he was just 5. Said it belonged to one of the agencies, new, but dangerous. Interested in chakra. Interested in people like him. And then, a few weeks ago, he'd seen it again. A splash of red on a poster, curling like smoke. He had noticed it, but couldn't remember where he saw it before. But now. It was the same one, Naruto said aloud, his eyes narrowing. That cloud. His chakra stirred beneath his skin, reacting to his rising focus. Kurama hummed inside him. I felt it too when we passed by it. There was residue in the air, old, subtle, but familiar. If they're really here, things just got more complicated. Naruto gave a faint nod, eyes locked on the horizon. Gabriel might still be the center of this. But if that agency's involved too, I need to know what they want, what they're planning. He turned from the ledge, cloak fluttering behind him. I'll handle it, he said. Without dragging anyone else into it. Not the clan. Not them. And with a final breath, Naruto vanished into the night, alone, but not uncertain. The path ahead had widened, the shadows deeper than he thought. But he was ready to follow the trail, wherever it led. Naruto exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening as he looked out over the city. Gabriel was still his primary focus, and he needed to find out what the man was truly up to. One last search, one last push before he switched gears. When he did, he'd figure it out. Or he'd be bored trying. With a determined nod, he turned away from the edge, his mind already shifting back into investigative mode. There was no room for distractions, not until he had answers. Naruto returned to his investigation, eyes locked on Gabriel Agresti's mansion. Throughout the house, he had several shadow clones stationed, each one using the transformation jutsu to blend seamlessly into the surroundings, silent observers acting as hidden cameras. Their job was simple: alert him if Gabriel did anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Naruto remained on a nearby rooftop, watching, waiting. But so far, the man hadn't moved from his study, alone, isolated, predictable. Hours passed, and nothing changed. The stillness began to gnaw at Naruto's resolve. Doubt crept in. Maybe I was wrong, maybe this is all just some wild goose chase. He stood slowly, the cool night air brushing against his skin as he started to reconsider his plan. Maybe it was time to fall back, regroup. But just as he prepared to leap to another rooftop, something shifted. Movement. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he focused. Gabriel Agresti had stepped outside, clear as day under the moonlight, no guards, no assistant. Just the man himself, casually exiting through the front door. Alone. Naruto's expression hardened. His clones dispelled in a silent pulse of smoke as he dropped lower, readying himself to follow. This was the break he'd been waiting for. Naruto kept to the shadows, silent on the rooftops as Gabriel Agresti wandered through the dimly lit streets of Paris. The man's movements were slow, deliberate, but aimless. He visited a few quiet corners, glanced at his phone, paused to check his watch. Nothing unusual. No sign of suspicious meetings or hidden activity. Just a wealthy designer walking alone through the city. Hours passed. Naruto's patience was solid, honed through countless missions back home, but even he had limits. The tension in his chest began to loosen, the certainty he had felt earlier now fading into something more frustrating, doubt. Was I wrong about him, about all of it, he wondered, crouched low above a quiet alleyway, eyes never leaving Gabriel. Nothing he's done tonight screams secret villain. Just a stressed-out guy pacing through the streets. He shifted slightly, exhaling through his nose. Maybe this really was just a dead end. Then the wind changed. A ripple of energy brushed past him, wrong, corrupted, familiar. Naruto's head snapped to the side, eyes narrowing, that aura. A flash of violet energy lit up a nearby plaza. Screams echoed, and a sudden shockwave cracked through the silence of the night. Another akumatized villain. Naruto's jaw clenched as he glanced back toward Gabriel, but the man was gone. No trace, no sound, just an empty street where he'd been standing only moments before. Damn it, Naruto muttered, standing up. He scanned the rooftops, the alleys, but there was no sign of the man. With a sigh, he turned toward the chaos. He couldn't ignore this, not when people were in danger. And as much as it frustrated him, the chase would have to wait. He dropped from the rooftop, chakra already flaring around his hands. Time to handle the real threat. The plaza was in chaos by the time Naruto landed, cracked stone and swirling wind carving trenches into the streets. Civilians were already scattering, terrified cries echoing as storefronts shattered and cars were hurled aside like toys. And at the center of it all, stood him. Tall, draped in layered red and black armor, fur-lined like ancient ceremonial robes. A jagged fox mask obscured the figure's face, but it was the tails, 9 of them, flowing wildly behind his back, and the crackling aura of burning orange chakra that made Naruto freeze. The villain turned toward him, and in his voice was a warped, theatrical echo, too deep, too calm. I am Kyubi-Kan, the fury born of betrayal. The weapon of forgotten warriors. Naruto's fists clenched. That chakra, it's a copy of mine. No, worse, it's twisted, forced, it's Kurama's chakra. For a moment, he could almost see himself standing there. Then Kyubi-Kan lunged forward. The ground shattered beneath his feet, sending shockwaves through the plaza as he slammed into Naruto, claws outstretched. Naruto blocked just in time, chakra flaring to shield him as they skidded back through a fountain, shattering it on impact. Naruto flipped and landed, breath heavy. This wasn't just another akumatized villain. This was personal. Every movement from Kyubi-Kan felt rehearsed, like someone had studied him, mimicked him. Even the way the chakra flowed, tailing behind his movements like blazing ribbons, looked like a shadow version of his own Kurama cloak. Naruto dodged a burst of fire chakra, flipping through hand signs as he sent 2 shadow clones to flank. But Kyubi-Kan was fast, too fast. Both clones were gone in an instant, erased by a swirling spiral of foxfire and wind. Naruto growled low, trying to steady his breathing. He couldn't afford to go all out, not yet. Not with so many civilians still evacuating. But this enemy wasn't holding back. He fights like me, uses Kurama's chakra. Whoever sent this thing knew exactly how to get in my head. Another tail lashed out, cracking a street lamp in two as Naruto narrowly ducked under it and countered with a Rasengan, only for the masked villain to match him with a spinning sphere of corrupted chakra of his own. The two blasts collided midair, equal in strength, and exploded outward, sending both fighters skidding across the plaza. Naruto's eyes narrowed, jaw clenched tight. He could feel it now, this wasn't just a villain, it was a message. As the smoke settled, Naruto stayed crouched low, one knee pressed into the cracked pavement, panting. His eyes locked onto Kyuubi-kan, who stood across the ruined plaza like a mirror image conjured from a nightmare. This isn't random, Naruto thought, heart pounding behind his ribs. Hawk Moth made this on purpose. He wanted me to see this, to feel this. The image of the 9 tails, the chakra, the mask, it was too pointed. He's mocking me, or testing me, either way, it feels like he has been doing that a lot lately. A chill slid down Naruto's spine, colder than the night air. Hawk Moth had always been clever, but this felt different, personal. Was this a warning, a threat, or was he digging for something deeper, trying to provoke him into revealing more? Either way, it worked. Kyuubi-kan rushed him again, this time leaving gouges in the earth with each leap. Naruto countered, flipping over the attack and planting a kick into the villain's shoulder, but it was like striking stone. The fox mask cracked slightly, and a low, growling laughter escaped from behind it. "You fight like a beast caged in light," the villain said, voice metallic and distant. "But light can't contain what you really are." Naruto's jaw tightened. He's not just mimicking me. He's speaking in riddles, like he knows something I don't. He glanced quickly around. Still too many people nearby for him to unleash everything. Still too many questions echoing in his mind. But one thing was clear, this was meant to shake me, and it was working. He grit his teeth, chakra flaring bright orange along his arms, no more holding back. Naruto dashed forward in a blur, fists glowing faintly with orange chakra. Kyuubi-kan met him head-on, claws sparking as they clashed in the center of the plaza with a thunderous shockwave that cracked the pavement beneath their feet. Naruto twisted his body, launching a spinning kick, but the villain ducked low, responding with a feral sweep of his tails. One tail struck Naruto square in the chest, sending him skidding back across the ground. Dust kicked up around him, but he recovered fast, sliding into a crouch. He's fast, Naruto thought, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. Too fast to just be raw power, he's got instincts like mine. Like Kurama's. Kyuubi-kan came at him again, this time unleashing a barrage of clawed strikes, each one cutting through the air with razor precision. Naruto blocked and weaved, but one swipe grazed his cheek, too close. With a growl, Naruto caught the villain's wrist mid-strike, chakra surging through his arm. "Let's see you copy this." He drove his palm into Kyuubi-kan's gut, unleashing a controlled burst of chakra that launched the villain through a nearby wall. The building cracked with the force of impact, rubble falling as smoke rose from the hole. But before Naruto could catch his breath, the villain erupted from the dust, snarling, cloaked in his own unstable chakra. The air shimmered around him, flickers of crimson and violet leaking out like fire. And his mask, now cracked and broken on one side, revealed a distorted mouth twisted in a grin. "Not bad," Kyuubi-kan rasped, raising a clawed hand. "But if you're the original, then WAG happens when I'm the one beating you?" He snapped his fingers, and from the rubble around them, multiple fox-like projections sprang to life, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes, each mimicking Naruto's stance. Ready to attack. Naruto's breath caught, clones, they rushed him as one. Naruto ducked, punched through one, flipped backward over another, and sent a Rasengan crashing into a third. It tore apart in a flare of energy, but they kept coming. The clones were erratic, unstable, but fast. And they weren't letting up. He narrowed his eyes, chakra flaring violently around him as the air pressure shifted. "You want to play fox games," Naruto muttered, his voice low. "Then let me show you what a real one looks like." In a sudden burst of power, Naruto's cloak ignited, tails of chakra whipping out from behind him. His blue eyes turned fierce gold, pupils slitting. His form glowed in the moonlight. The power of his bond with Kurama rising to the surface. The shadows faltered for a second, so did Kyuubi-kan. "Let's finish this," Naruto growled, and launched himself into the fray. Naruto and Kyuubi-kan collided again, shockwaves rocking the plaza with each strike. The villain's claws scraped against Naruto's chakra-enhanced kunai, sparks flying as the blades met in a flurry of blows. Kyuubi-kan ducked under a high kick and countered with a backhand slash, narrowly missing Naruto's throat. The two separated with a sudden clash of energy, both skidding back, eyes locked. "He's adapting," Naruto thought, panting slightly. "His movements, he's learning as we fight." Kyuubi-kan smirked as if hearing his thoughts. Tails curling behind him like living whips. "You're not the only one who grows stronger in the middle of battle," he sneered. "Your power shaped me, why wouldn't it evolve to beat you?" Naruto growled, diving forward again. Chakra surged into his limbs as he unleashed a storm of rapid strikes, blows meant to confuse and overwhelm. But Kyuubi-kan met them head-on, claws and tails spinning, blocking, redirecting, landing a solid punch into Naruto's side that knocked the breath from him. Naruto flew through a street lamp, sparks flaring as he tumbled across the asphalt. He coughed, rolling to his feet, clutching his ribs. "I've fought many villains before you," he said with a grin, letting a bit of his playfulness show. "You're strong, but not unique, I still remember the first copy." "That may be," Kyuubi-kan said, slowly walking forward, his red aura pulsing. "But, I'm your shadow, the piece of you you'll never escape." They clashed again, chakra on chakra, a blur of gold and red. A roar tore through the night as Naruto forced Kyuubi-kan back with a sudden flare of power, slamming both hands to the ground. Chakra erupted in a shockwave, dispelling the phantom clones and cratering the street. But as the dust settled, Kyuubi-kan rose again, still standing, cracked mask grinning through the debris. They both froze, panting, bodies bruised and battered, cloaked in flickering energy. And then, for the first time, the villain paused. The chaos settled for a fleeting second, dust floating gently in the air as Naruto stood tall, his golden chakra dimming. He slowly exhaled and let Kurama's energy fall away from him, the orange cloak peeling back like smoke in the wind. His figure dimmed, but only for a moment. Facing Kyuubi-kan, Naruto's gaze hardened, his voice calm and unwavering. "Your power may be close to mine," he said, stepping forward with purpose, "but there's one thing Hawk Moth can't copy." He raised his hand, and in an instant, brilliant blue light erupted from within him. It wasn't Kurama's. It wasn't borrowed. It was raw, radiant, and entirely his. This was his chakra. The air vibrated with power as the light surrounded his entire form, engulfing him in an aura of shimmering blue. It pulsed like a heartbeat, alive and untamed, pure and ancient. "He may know about my nullification," Naruto continued, his voice rising over the hum of energy, "but I've come to realize, there's something I've been neglecting." The energy around him sharpened, dancing like flames. His eyes glowed faintly as the light intensified. "This blue energy, it's mine. All of it, my chakra is different, and it's exactly what I needed." And with that, he vanished. Kyuubi-kan barely saw the movement. Naruto shot forward like a lightning bolt, his fists a blur as he pressed the attack. Every motion flowed with purpose. He was faster, cleaner, stronger. He deflected a claw strike, ducked a tail whip, and with a sudden twist, spun under Kyubi-Kan's guard and drove his glowing fist forward. Light burst from his hand like a star igniting, his chakra no longer just a force, but a presence. The punch landed squarely in the villain's chest, chakra exploding in a wave of pale blue. Kyubi-Kan's body froze mid-motion, the red aura around him flickering wildly before shattering like glass. The corrupted energy tore away from him, unraveling in wisps of smoke. Purged by Naruto's chakra. The villain collapsed to his knees, his mask cracking and breaking apart. Naruto stood over him, breathing heavily, his own chakra still glowing but now calm. The blue slowly faded, and in its place sat only a teenage boy, no longer twisted, no longer a threat. Naruto looked down at his hand, flexing his fingers slowly. It's not just about destroying or defending, he thought. My chakra, it can purify, heal. The realization settled into his chest as the wind picked up around him. One mystery solved, one message sent back to Hawk Moth. And now, Naruto had even more questions to answer. Naruto stood still for a moment, watching the villain now return to his normal self. The fight was over, but his mind was still racing, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty gnawing at him. He wiped his brow, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from his system, but his thoughts kept turning back to Gabriel Agresti. I don't think he's involved with Hawk Moth, Naruto mused. Not directly, anyway. The red cloud, he furrowed his brow, replaying the symbol he'd seen multiple times in his head. That's something else, but there's still something off about Gabriel. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling, Gabriel had been too closed off, too secretive. The way he moved, his interactions with others, it all felt controlled. The type of man who wouldn't leave much to chance, not when there was something he was trying to hide. The blue energy surrounding Naruto flickered out as he walked over to the side of the alley, his fingers twitching as his thoughts circled back to Gabriel. Maybe he's connected to something deeper. He doesn't strike me as someone who would want to let this city know what he's really up to. But I don't know what part of all this he's playing. Naruto leaned against the wall, his gaze lifting to the darkened sky. He could feel the weight of his suspicions dragging him down. Gabriel was a mystery, a puzzle. But he wasn't Hawk Moth, that was something he was sure of now. But what about the red clouds, was that a clue, or just another piece of the fog that clouded everything? Could Gabriel be working with that agency? Or maybe even playing both sides? Whatever it is, I'll figure it out. His jaw clenched as he pushed himself off the wall, resolve hardening. Naruto couldn't afford to let his suspicions cloud his judgment for too long. There was still too much at stake. But for now his investigation must end. Gabriel Agresti was still a question mark, a key to something bigger, no doubt, but for now, he wasn't the threat that Hawk Moth was, and Naruto had bigger problems ahead. He glanced back at the place where the battle had ended, the last remnants of the Akuma slowly fading into the night air. He'd taken care of that threat, but Gabriel was still out there, with his secrets, his mansion. And that unsettling presence that wouldn't leave Naruto's mind. Naruto's eyes caught movement behind him, and he tensed, his senses immediately on high alert. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in black with the ominous red cloud symbol adorning the back of his cloak. Not again, Naruto's thoughts raced. The symbol, that symbol. The one he'd seen before, the one connected to everything he'd been chasing in Paris. His heart skipped a beat as a cold realization hit him. Who is this guy, and what does he want with me? The figure stood motionless, almost waiting for something, and Naruto felt a strange tension in the air. It was as though the entire alleyway was holding its breath. For a split second, he thought about his current mission, about how he'd been focusing on Gabriel. But that thought was quickly drowned out by the immediate danger the cloaked man represented. Naruto's instincts kicked in, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, kunai in hand. He didn't wait for an explanation or a confrontation, he was going to stop this person before anything escalated. But the cloaked figure was fast. Before Naruto's kunai could even make contact, the figure disappeared into the shadows, leaving nothing behind but the empty alley. Naruto's eyes narrowed. A technique like that, who is this guy? He spun on his heels, scanning the alley for any sign of the man. But it was as if the figure had vanished into thin air. The only sound was the distant hum of Paris in the night. Naruto didn't let his guard down. His hand instinctively hovered near his side, prepared for another attack. He focused, trying to sense any trace of chakra, any fluctuation in the environment. And then, just as quickly, the cloaked figure reappeared further down the alley, as if he had been waiting for Naruto to make a move. The figure's presence was heavy, deliberate, and Naruto's body went rigid. So it's a game of cat and mouse, huh? Naruto's mind raced. He charged forward once again, faster this time, hoping to land a decisive blow. But the figure blurred and vanished once again, slipping into the shadows as though he was nothing more than a phantom. Naruto stopped, frustration building. Damn it, this guy is good. He scanned the area, trying to sense any hint of movement, but nothing. The alley was eerily still. Then, just as Naruto began to turn, he felt it. The slightest shift in the air behind him, a whisper, barely perceptible, but undeniable. Instinctively, he spun around. And there the cloaked figure was again, standing just behind him, silent and imposing. Naruto's heart raced, and his hand tightened around his kunai. He didn't trust this guy. He didn't even know who he was, but one thing was clear, this wasn't normal. Before he could make another move, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the alley. Fire Shadow, Ladybug's voice broke the tension, sharp and wary. Chatnor stepped up beside her, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Naruto's gaze flicked between the cloaked figure and the two heroes. The tension in the air was thick. He was being watched on all sides, but he wasn't about to let this go. Ladybug didn't take her eyes off Naruto. "What are you doing here?" Naruto didn't respond right away. The last thing he needed was to explain himself to them right now. He didn't have the time. The cloaked figure, he had to deal with him first. But when he turned to get the man, he was gone. As Naruto stood in the alley, the weight of the night seemed to press down harder. He didn't expect them to find him like this, not now, not in the middle of everything he was trying to figure out. Ladybug and Chat Noir, both stepping into view, were unmistakably there for him. The tension in the air was thick, and Naruto's heart skipped a beat. They had been watching him. All along, they'd been following his every move without him knowing. Both of them stood there, poised and ready, the energy between them tight and fraught with suspicion. The cloaked figure, the one who had been lurking in the shadows, had disappeared without a trace. But Naruto knew, it wasn't about him anymore, this was about what they thought of him. Ladybug spoke first, her voice sharp, but there was a hint of concern buried in the tone. "Fire Shadow, what's going on?" Her gaze was unwavering, focused on him, but there was something more in her eyes, something hard. "What's your game? You've been sneaking around, watching Gabriel Agresti, hiding things from us. As your teammates, we can't let this go anymore, we need answers." Naruto's breath caught in his chest. "They've been watching me," the thought hit him harder than he expected. He wasn't mad, not exactly, but the feeling of betrayal gnawed at him. They'd been tracking his every move, everything he'd done, and he hadn't even known it. The weight of that reality made his stomach churn. "You've got to be kidding," Naruto said, his voice steady, but the tension was unmistakable. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. "You've been spying on me. I thought we were teammates, friends." For a second Naruto paused, but he found even more to say before it got caught in his throat. "There is no game, not by a long shot." Chat Noir stepped forward, his usual teasing smile replaced by a cold, serious look. His posture was stiff, and Naruto could feel the suspicion radiating off him. "No game." Chat's voice was quiet, but there was a bite to it. "You've been following Gabriel Agresti without saying anything. You've got new powers, powers you've been keeping from us. And you just disappear when you feel like it nowadays. I was okay with your secrecy at first, but now it feels like you're hiding something important." Naruto winced at the words. Keeping secrets, hiding things, he'd been doing his best to figure everything out on his own, but to hear it like that, it cut deeper than he expected. He wasn't angry at Chat Noir, he wasn't angry at Ladybug either. But the betrayal was unmistakable. They weren't just worried about him anymore, they were questioning his loyalty. I didn't hide anything," Naruto started, trying to steady his breathing. He tried to meet their eyes, but he could feel the heat in his chest rising. "I've been investigating something important, it's not what you think." Ladybug's eyes narrowed, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Fire Shadow, for the past few days now, you've been acting differently. It's like something shifted in your plan. You've been keeping your distance, hiding new abilities, sneaking around like you don't want us to know what's going on." Her words were like daggers. She wasn't just angry, she was disappointed. It was like a punch to the gut, and Naruto could feel the weight of it dragging him down. The suspicion in her eyes was clear, but the hurt was what hit hardest. "Guys, you've got to trust me," Naruto said, his voice softer now, almost pleading. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his thoughts from spinning. "I'm not keeping secrets from you to hurt you, I promise. But there's so much going on that I can't explain right now, not yet." Chat Noir's eyes flashed with frustration. "You've been avoiding us, acting all mysterious. And now, we're finding out that you've been stalking Gabriel Agresti, without saying anything to us. We deserve answers, now, no more secrets." Naruto's chest tightened as Chat's words hit him. He never wanted to betray them, but here he was, trapped in a situation he couldn't control. He couldn't tell them everything, not yet. Not when it would hurt them, especially not when it could ruin everything they had. "I'm not trying to hurt you," Naruto said quietly, shaking his head. "I swear I'm not. I can't tell you everything right now. Please, trust me, I'll explain everything, soon." Ladybug's gaze flickered for a moment, and for the briefest second, Naruto thought he saw doubt cross her face. But it was gone just as quickly, replaced by suspicion once more. "So you're telling me, all of this secrecy, and you expect us to just accept it?" Naruto's heart sank. This wasn't how he wanted this to go. He'd been trying so hard to protect them from the truth, but now, the consequences were catching up to him. "I'm not asking you to trust me blindly," Naruto said, his voice firm now, his resolve hardening. "But I will explain, when I can." Ladybug and Chat Noir exchanged a long, loaded look. The tension between them was palpable. They didn't trust him anymore. They were no longer on his side in the way they used to be, and Naruto felt the painful sting of that reality. Finally, Chat Noir spoke, his voice low, filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. "We can't just let you go on like this. Not this time, not when this secret is much bigger than your others." Ladybug nodded, her expression grim. "We're taking you in. You're not getting away. Whatever game you're playing, it ends now. The words hit Naruto like a slap, but they weren't unexpected. Still, the weight of it, the betrayal, was something he couldn't shake. He tried to breathe through it, tried to find some way out, but there was no avoiding it now, no easy way out. Before Naruto could get another word in, his teammates leapt forward, no hesitation, no questions. Ladybug and Chat Noir were moving as one, their weapons at the ready, their intent clear. Ladybug was the first to strike, her body twisting midair as she launched a spinning kick toward Naruto's chest, only to shift and aim for his head. Naruto's reflexes kicked in instantly. Two kunai shimmered into his hands as he blocked the blow with a loud clang. The impact sent a jolt through his arms, but he didn't falter. No time to think, Chat Noir was already closing in. The cat-themed hero vaulted high and hurled his staff downward like a spear. Naruto shifted, raising a kunai to redirect the blow. The staff slammed into the pavement beside him with a harsh crack, but as Naruto looked up, Ladybug was already in motion again. Her yo-yo flung out like a whip, catching Naruto's arm in a swift coil. With a sharp tug, she launched herself forward, using the tension to yank his arm wide open. She was in his face before he could fully react, winding up a punch toward his now exposed left side. But Naruto wasn't that easy to corner. With a blur of movement, he twisted, slipping out of the punch's path with a grace born of experience. The kunai vanished in a shimmer of light, replaced by a long, sleek staff that materialized in his hands as he spun it defensively. Ladybug pressed the attack, striking again and again, her blows fast and focused, each hit aimed not to injure, but to knock him out, efficient, tactical, merciful. Part of him was grateful. But another part, buried deep beneath the calm, screamed for survival. He blocked another strike with a thudding thwack, then ducked beneath a sweeping kick, vanishing in a blur of speed. But as he landed, he realized too late he'd moved too close to Chat Noir. Chat slid in low, hooking Naruto's legs out from under him with precision. The world tilted as Naruto was launched into the air, completely exposed. "Damn it," Naruto muttered, twisting midair. His instincts flared. In one swift motion, he slammed his staff into the ground beneath him, flipping into a one-handed handstand to stop his descent. His body trembled with the effort, but he held his balance, suspended. Ladybug and Chat Noir weren't phased. They were already closing in, ready to press the advantage. Naruto narrowed his eyes, gripping the staff tighter before springing upward, launching himself high into the air. He twisted in flight, the staff spinning in a smooth arc as he came down between them. With one fluid motion, he swept the weapon in a wide circle, knocking both heroes back. They stumbled but didn't fall. Naruto landed softly, the concrete cracking beneath his boots. He stood tall, eyes flicking between the two. Still no anger, just exhaustion, disappointment, hurt. "We don't have to do this," Naruto said firmly, voice low but steady. "I'm telling you, I can explain, just not here, not now." Chat Noir's face hardened, his eyes burning with a mix of confusion and betrayal. "That's the problem," he growled. "You can't even tell us why you were following Gabriel. You can't explain why Hawk Moth is obsessed with you, why there are villains made to mirror you." His staff lowered slightly, but his voice rose with emotion. "And there's nothing you can say right now that'll convince me you're not hiding something bigger." Without waiting for a reply, Chat Noir lunged again, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Naruto's staff blurred in motion, parrying blow after blow. Sparks flew with every clash, the air ringing with tension. But even as he blocked, Naruto's mind reeled from Chat Noir's words. Was it really just about the secrets? No, it felt deeper. This wasn't just doubt, it was personal. Especially for Chat. Gabriel Agresti, he was the source of something bigger for Chat Noir. And Naruto already knew what it was. He ducked low, dodging the final strike, and leapt to the side. His boots landed on the alley wall, sticking to it with a burst of chakra. "If this is about my secrets," he called out, voice breathless, "then fine. I'll tell you. I'll explain everything. Just stop fighting." Ladybug's voice cut through the air, tired, wounded. "This isn't just about your secrets anymore," she said, flinging her yo-yo once more. It snaked around his waist, yanking him mid-sentence and slamming him to the ground with a harsh thud. "This is about the way you've been acting, sneaking around, hiding from us," she continued, stepping forward. Her voice cracked slightly. "Fire Shadow, we trusted you, we thought you were one of us. But lately, it's like we don't even know you, like we never really did." The blow and her words hurt more than the landing. Naruto groaned, struggling against the yo-yo's hold. But before he could get loose, Chat Noir was already moving, charging full speed toward him. Staff raised. Naruto barely had a second to react as Chat Noir lunged at him with a fury that wasn't just born of battle, but of betrayal. His staff came down fast and sharp, striking toward Naruto with every ounce of doubt, frustration, and pain the boy had been holding in. Naruto twisted under the swing, using his shoulder to absorb part of the impact as he rolled to the side, finally breaking free of the yo-yo's grip. The string snapped back toward Ladybug, who was already advancing with purpose in her stride, her expression no longer just serious, it was hurt. "Do you remember when we first met you?" she said as she walked. Her yo-yo whirled to her side, ready for another strike. But she didn't throw it. "Not yet. You just appeared, out of nowhere. No Kwame, no warning, on our first day we're in the fight, and we were just supposed to accept that you were on our side." She shook her head, not in anger, but in disbelief. "We wanted to trust you, Fire Shadow. But from day one, you've given us nothing. No real answers, no reason to believe in anything but your power. And it was always, 'You'll explain later,' or 'You're working on something.' Well, guess what, that's not enough anymore." Naruto landed lightly on the alley floor, still clutching his bow staff tightly. He didn't advance, didn't attack, his breath was heavy, but he still didn't strike. Instead, he held her gaze and said, "You both keep secrets too, you hide your faces, your real names. I never asked for more than what you were willing to give, so why is it different for me?" Ladybug's voice cracked slightly. "Because those secrets protect the people we love," she motioned between herself and Chat Noir. "We hide who we are for them, we want to be known. We wanted you to trust us, not with your identity, not with your past, but with something, anything that would allow us to know you were who you really said you were. And since the day you showed up," she continued, her voice dropping to a pained whisper, "you haven't trusted us with even that." The weight of her words landed harder than any of her strikes had. Naruto didn't respond immediately, he didn't have a retort, no clever excuse to give. Because deep down, she was right. He hadn't trusted them, not really, not with anything that mattered. And before he could say anything more, Chat Noir stepped up beside Ladybug, his staff resting against his shoulder but his stance still tense. "When we followed you today," he said bluntly. "What we saw, your fight with that Akuma, the way you handled him, the way you looked after, it didn't look like you were working with Hawk Moth." He paused, but his gaze didn't soften. He took a step forward, "You're hiding more than just a few techniques or powers. We don't know what you're doing, we don't know why you're really here, you don't have the same mission as us, you never did. Which means," Chat Noir said coldly, "you could just as easily be some secret villain of your own." That one stung hard. Naruto's hands tightened on the staff. He didn't flinch, but something in his eyes cracked. There wasn't anger there, just a quiet hurt that he couldn't show. "Is that what you think of me?" he asked softly. "You gave us nothing else to go on," Ladybug replied. "You made it easy to question you." And that was the truth Naruto couldn't dodge. He was surrounded now, not just physically, but emotionally. The distance between them wasn't measured in steps, it was in all the things he hadn't said. All the truths he'd buried, and now it had all come back like a storm. The very people he'd fought beside now saw him as a threat. A stranger. Possibly even an enemy. And all Naruto could do now, was decide if he would keep running from the truth, or finally face it. Chat Noir's words echoed in his mind. A secret villain. Is that how they saw him now? As his boots scraped against the concrete, Naruto's breath came heavy. The blue chakra inside him stirred, lighting faintly in his veins, responding to his emotions. He had to show them something, anything, some way to prove he trusted them. He parried another strike, ducked low, and blocked with a spinning motion, but his mind wasn't on the fight anymore. How do I show them I trust them? The answer came like a flicker in the dark. There was one thing they'd never seen. The one thing he kept hidden above all else. He landed silently after a dodge, eyes lowering for just a second as the light of his own chakra pulsed in his chest. They deserve to know. He looked up at them, jaw set, not with anger, but with decision. "I'll show you," he said under his breath. "I'll show you who I am." Naruto reached for his mask, the weight of the moment sinking in like a stone in his chest. His breath hitched, heart pounding louder than the chaos around him. Time felt frozen, every movement slow, deliberate, final. His fingers brushed the edge of the fabric. Hesitating just a second longer. Then, with a steady hand, he pulled back the hood. The shadows that had always cloaked his identity fell away with it, revealing his face beneath the moonlight. Golden hair tousled from the fight, cerulean eyes glowing faintly with chakra, and a look of both defiance and vulnerability etched across his features. Ladybug froze, her yo-yo slack in her grip. Chat Noir's staff slowly lowered. Neither said a word, but they didn't need to. They knew. And so did he. Their silence stretched long and thick like smoke, surprise, disbelief, and something deeper all tangled in the space between them. Naruto stepped forward slowly, carefully. "I trust you," he said, his voice calmer now, layered with something raw and real. "I've known who you are for a while, and I haven't told anyone, I never will." He looked from Ladybug to Chat Noir, meeting each of their eyes in turn. "I'll tell you everything, no lies, no masks. You deserve that. Because after everything, I trust you both." His shoulders lowered, his guard dropped, not just physically, but emotionally. The fight was over. Not because someone had won, but because, for the first time, none of them were hiding anymore. Marinette landed softly on the rooftop, the night air cold against her skin, the darkness pressing in on all sides. The wind whispered past her ears, and a thud sounded beside her. She didn't need to look, she already knew who it was. With a quiet sigh, she murmured the words under her breath, letting her ladybug transformation fade away. Civilian clothes replaced red and black, but the suspicion in her eyes remained, sharper now, deeper. One answer had come, only to bring more questions in its wake. She stepped through the hatch into her room, shadows curling in the corners like secrets. Of course he followed, she didn't care. Dropping into her desk chair, Marinette slowly turned to face the figure who had been beside her the entire time. Her hand reached for the light switch, never taking her eyes off him. Warm light spilled across the room, casting the truth in stark relief. Naruto Uzumaki. The foreign blonde from Japan. The boy who always smiled, who helped without question, who wandered Paris like it was a story waiting to be lived. That was who she thought he was, who she thought her crush was. But now, she wasn't so sure. He stood just inside the room, calm but worn down, the fight still clinging to him. His fire shadow attire was scuffed and torn, his hood and mask gone. Without them, he looked more human, more real. More distant. Naruto moved to his side of the room and sat down, not with his usual grin, not with a playful greeting, but in silence. And that silence wrapped around Marinette like a storm waiting to break. She didn't speak, not yet. She wanted answers. And now, she was finally going to get them. With a sigh, Marinette was the first to break the silence. So, are you going to start explaining, or do I have to kick your butt again? Her voice wasn't playful. It wasn't angry, or kind, or teasing. She was dead serious, calm, composed, and unreadable. It made Naruto freeze. She hadn't meant it to sound so harsh, but there was no better way to say it. Maybe he did trust her, maybe his unmasking had been proof of that. But it didn't make things easier. If anything, it made it worse, because now she had to connect him, her crush, her friend, with Fire Shadow, the masked figure who had lied to them, fought them, and kept secrets for who knows how long. She wanted to trust Naruto, but she didn't trust Fire Shadow. And right now, they were the same person. Naruto finally let out a breath and tapped something on his wrist. In a quiet pulse of light, the Fire Shadow suit dissolved, revealing his usual clothes beneath, a white shirt, orange jacket, and worn blue jeans. It made it easier to look at him, but not by much. "What do you want to hear first?" he asked, voice low. "There's a lot. But I want to start with what matters most." "Why were you following Gabriel Agresti?" Marinette asked, quick and to the point. Naruto nodded slowly. He turned his gaze to the window for a moment, then back to her. His face stayed still, unreadable. "I figured that'd be your first question," he said. "It was the turning point, the reason you and Chat thought I was the enemy." Naruto leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, his voice even but low. "I had a hunch," he began. "About Gabriel Agresti, something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was connected to everything, Hawk Moth, the attacks, the Akumas, all of it." Marinette's expression tightened, but she didn't speak. "I followed him for days," Naruto continued, "watched his patterns, tried to pick up anything, any sign that he was involved. But, I was wrong, at least, mostly." He glanced up at her, Gabriel still suspicious, controlling, secretive. "He's definitely hiding something, maybe a lot. But I haven't found anything that directly links him to the attacks on Paris." He paused, just for a second. But Marinette caught it. The way his words trailed off, the slight flicker in his eyes. "You're still hiding something," she said quietly, not accusing, just observing. "Even after saying you trust me." Naruto slowly raised his hands, palms forward, non-threatening. "It's not like that. I do trust you, that's why I showed you who I am. Why I'm here right now instead of finding another place to live. But, this isn't my secret to tell." Marinette's brows furrowed. "I may trust you," Naruto continued, "but I can't betray someone else's trust to prove it, that's not how this works." He let that sit for a moment, then added, "But I didn't come to that suspicion on my own. I had help, someone gave me a nudge in the right direction, and some information." He leaned back slightly, gaze distant. "There's something darker out there, bigger than Hawk Moth. Something hidden, watching, I don't know what it is yet, but it's moving through the shadows of Paris. And it's not playing by the same rules. Marinette exhaled, slowly. Her eyes flicked to the side, her thoughts spiraling in silence. She wanted to believe him, she really did. But every answer only brought more questions. And the truth still felt just out of reach. Marinette narrowed her eyes. You said someone gave you the information, so who helped you? Naruto shook his head almost immediately. That's not something I can say, it's not for me to tell. That answer didn't sit well. Marinette's patience snapped, just a little. She stood from her chair, her voice rising, not in a shout, but in that clipped, heated way someone speaks when they're tired of being left in the dark. So you trust me, but not enough to tell me that. You say you're not hiding anything, but every time I ask a question, I get another half answer. Naruto didn't flinch, he let her speak, let her feel it, and then answered calmly. I'm not trying to push you away, I just don't want to betray someone else's trust, that's all. I'm not the only one with secrets. Marinette's jaw tightened, her arms crossed. Fine, she muttered, cooling just slightly. Then tell me this, why did you even come to Paris? What were you doing before all this, before Fire's shadow, before everything? Naruto blinked, then looked toward the floor for a second, just a moment of honesty surfacing in his tired expression. It was a test, he said. My clan sent me here. Not to spy, or to fight, or to be a hero. They told me to find myself, to figure out who I wanted to be in a world that didn't need chakra anymore. His eyes met hers again, nothing more. Marinette stared at him. You keep saying, chakra. I've looked it up before, bits and pieces, some weird old theories, but I never really got it. Naruto leaned back a bit in his chair, thinking through how to explain something so massive. Chakra is energy, he said. It's spiritual and physical combined. It flows through us, like a life force, it can heal, destroy, transform. It can be used to walk on walls, summon fire, sense emotions, even control the elements. He raised a hand and focused for a second. A soft flicker of light danced over his palm, a faint shimmer of raw chakra, swirling like mist. I was chosen by my clan to help bring it back, he said. Not to force it on the world, but to protect it. To remind the world what it used to be, and maybe what it could still become. Marinette stared at the chakra in his hand. For the first time since the reveal, she didn't say anything right away. It hit her all at once, every move he made in battle, every technique she couldn't explain, every moment Fire's shadow seemed to move like he wasn't bound by gravity or physics. It wasn't multiple powers, it was one, chakra. She sank slowly back into her chair, still watching his hand before it faded. So all of that, your speed, the way you fight, the clones, the blasts, it's all chakra. Naruto nodded, all of it. She was quiet for another beat, then asked softly, are there others like you? A few, he said. But most either don't know what they are, or are hiding in the shadows. Marinette's eyes narrowed slightly, and the person who helped you, they're one of them too? Naruto hesitated for a moment, but shook his head no. She sighed and leaned back, crossing her arms again, her mind raced. What about this darker thing you mentioned? What is it? Is it connected to Hawk Moth, or something completely different? I don't know yet, Naruto admitted, but I've seen its signs. Shadows where there shouldn't be, energy that doesn't feel like anything I've faced before. I think it's been here a while, just waiting. Marinette's eyes flicked to the window, to the dark rooftops outside, waiting, watching. The world suddenly felt a little less safe than it had an hour ago. Marinette stared at the floor, her fingers curling into the fabric of her pants. Her voice came quiet at first, almost too quiet to hear. I don't know what to think anymore. Naruto looked over, but she didn't meet his eyes. You were always there, she went on, her voice trembling at the edges now. Smiling. Helping me. Helping everyone. You were this kind, bright, annoying boy who somehow made everything feel a little less overwhelming. Her words were coming faster now, like a dam cracking open. And I thought I knew you, not all of you, I get that, no one shows everything, but I thought I had some idea. I thought that when you helped me with the movie set, or made dumb jokes in class, or stayed up to study with me, that was real. That was you. She let out a breath, shaky, pained. But now I don't know. I don't know if any of that was real or just some part of the test your clan gave you. I don't know if I was just some mission checkpoint, and I hate that I even have to ask myself that. Her voice cracked, did I ever really know you? And before she even had time to register the tears in her own eyes, Naruto moved. He crossed the space between them in a heartbeat, gently pulling her into a hug. At first, she froze, completely still, shocked, but she didn't pull away. His arms wrapped around her like he meant it. Like he needed her to hear what came next. Marinette, he said softly against her hair. None of that was fake. She swallowed, hard, and her eyes squeezed shut. I didn't tell you everything, yeah, Naruto said, his voice low, honest. I hid my past, my abilities, but I never faked who I was with you. You weren't a checkpoint, you're not just some test I have to pass. He pulled back just enough to look her in the eye, his hands still resting gently on her shoulders. We're friends, we're a team, that part has always been real. You've been more of a home to me than anyone in years. Her breath hitched, and finally, her gaze met his. Not ladybugs, not fire shadows, just Marinette and Naruto. Marinette looked at him for a long moment, her smile fading into something softer, more serious. There's just one more thing, she said, voice steady now. And I want the truth this time. No holding back. Naruto nodded slowly, all right. She leaned forward, her eyes locking onto his. Why do you fight? Not just as Fire Shadow, not just for some clan, not just to poke around Paris in shadows. Why do you really fight, Naruto? He blinked, just once, but it hit him deeper than he expected. Not what do you fight with? Not what are you fighting against? But why? He didn't answer right away. And Marinette didn't push. She just sat back, watching him, waiting. The silence that followed her question echoed louder in Naruto's head than any battle he'd fought. Why do you fight? He'd been asked before, by elders, by his father, by enemies even. But coming from her, it felt different. Because this time, he couldn't lie. And maybe, for the first time, he didn't want to. With those thoughts in mind, a familiar grin finally found its way back to Naruto's face. For the first time in what felt like forever, it didn't feel forced. It felt right. The tension between him and Marinette had eased, and for now, the weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. I fight to protect my team, he said softly, his voice warm again, gentle in a way that wrapped around the room like a comfort. My friends. My precious people. Marinette smiled at that, a small one, but genuine. The kind of smile that said she believed him. A quiet moment passed between them, soft and still, before she pulled away, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Well, she murmured, brushing a bit of hair behind her ear, I guess that means we're still teammates, though. She glanced at him, playful now. I can't say the same for Chad, he was way more angry than I was when we confronted you. Her teasing tone was light, kind, exactly what Naruto needed after the day he'd just had. Sure, the investigation hadn't gone the way he wanted. But at least one thing was clear now, Marinette trusted him again. That meant more than she probably realized. Still, her words stuck with him. She didn't know who Chat Noir really was. Would never want to, probably. But he did, and as Naruto thought about it, the tension crept back in. He didn't know how that fight, fists and powers clashing under the moonlight, had really affected Adrian. Now that they both knew the truth. How could he explain everything, could he? He'd have to figure that out, and fast. This weekend felt like the right time. Time skip. The sun hung low over Paris, casting long golden shadows across the streets as Naruto stood silently outside the tall gates of the Agresti mansion. His hands were buried deep in his jacket pockets, eyes steady, waiting. The sound of footsteps echoed against the stone path before the gate finally opened. Adrian stepped out, his expression cold and distant, so unlike the easygoing friend Naruto was used to. "So," Adrian spoke first, voice low but sharp, "you actually showed up." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I already know why you're here, and you know that I know too." His fists tightened at his sides, fire shadow. Naruto's gaze didn't flinch, but he gave a small nod. "I said I'd tell you everything, didn't I?" His voice was calm, almost quiet, but Adrian wasn't interested in hearing it. Adrian let out a humorless chuckle and took a step forward, giving Naruto a firm shove in the chest. "I don't need your explanations," his voice cracked with emotion, both anger and something deeper beneath. "You had the chance to trust us, to trust me, but you didn't. You were following my father Naruto, you went behind my back and spied on him. You treated him like some kind of criminal, and you didn't even bother to tell me." Naruto took a small breath, steadying himself, lifting his hands slightly, not in defense, but in quiet surrender. "Adrian, I wasn't trying to hurt you, I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I had a hunch, and I followed it. I thought I was protecting you." "Protecting me," Adrian's voice sharpened. "Or protecting your secret? Because to me it looked like you decided your own gut feeling mattered more than our friendship. You followed an innocent man, you were wrong, and you still acted like you couldn't trust us to help." Naruto lowered his hands, the guilt heavy on his face. "I never wanted it to go this way, I thought I was doing the right thing." Adrian looked away for a moment, jaw tight, before his voice softened, not in forgiveness, but in exhaustion. "The right thing, you don't get to decide that alone." Silence stretched between them for a long moment, broken only by the distant sounds of the city. Naruto finally spoke again, his voice lower, more honest. "I wasn't just following a hunch. I've seen things, Adrian. Things that connect your father to Hawk Moth, and things bigger than Hawk Moth. I couldn't risk waiting." Adrian's expression flickered, the weight of his father's secrets pressing on him, but the anger still burned beneath. "Even if that's true," he muttered, "you should have trusted me enough to tell me first." Naruto nodded slowly. "You're right, I should have." The words hung in the air, heavy and unshakable. Naruto's fists tightened inside his pockets, his gaze dropping for just a second before lifting to meet Adrian's again. "I wasn't trying to shut you out," he said quietly. "I thought keeping you away from it would protect you. I thought if I handled it alone, you wouldn't get hurt." Adrian shook his head, lips pressed into a thin line. "That's not how teams work, Naruto. You don't get to carry everything on your own and leave the rest of us in the dark." His voice wasn't as sharp now, it was steady, bitter, but almost tired. "Do you have any idea what it felt like, watching you fight us, lie to us, all while you were chasing down my father like he was some villain?" Naruto's chest ached at those words. He'd told himself from the start that the truth could wait, that distance would make it easier. Now, standing here, he could see how much damage that choice had done. B. I never wanted to fight you, he said, his voice soft but certain. But I couldn't risk going away if it was all true. I thought pushing you away would keep you and Ladybug safe. Naruto almost slipped. He didn't want to accidentally reveal someone else's secret. Adrian let out a sharp breath, the anger in him dimming into something deeper, disappointment. We could have handled the truth, Adrian said. We deserved that much. Another long silence stretched between them, and for a moment Naruto thought maybe, just maybe, Adrian was ready to let him explain more. But Adrian turned away, his shoulders stiff. Go home, Naruto, he said quietly. I need space. The words were calm, but final. Naruto stood there for a moment longer, looking at his friend's back, before giving the smallest of nods. All right, he murmured. I'll give you time. And with that, he turned, stepping away from the mansion gates, leaving Adrian standing alone. The heavy front door closed behind him, shutting out the world, but it did nothing to quiet the thoughts hammering against his chest. He climbed the stairs to his room slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last, until he finally pushed open the door and slumped onto his bed. The silence wasn't comforting, it felt hollow. Plag hovered nearby, his tiny wings hardly making a sound as the Kwami drifted closer, watching Adrian's blank stare at the ceiling. For once, the cat spirit didn't crack a joke. Didn't tease him about moping or offer a bite of camembert. Adrian finally broke the silence, his voice quiet, as if he wasn't sure he wanted an answer. Did you know, Plag? The Kwami blinked. Know what? Adrian's jaw tensed. About him, about Fire Shadow, about Naruto. He exhaled hard through his nose, shaking his head. All this time, the signs were there, weren't they? L just didn't want to see them. Plag floated down onto the bed, folding his tiny arms. I didn't know, Adrian. I've seen a lot of weird in my time, but Naruto, or Fire Shadow, he's something different. I don't think even the other Kwamis or I could have guessed he had that much power hidden away. Adrian let out a bitter, humorless chuckle, his gaze dropping to his hands. His fingers curled slightly, recalling the fights they'd had as Chat Noir and Fire Shadow, all the unspoken tension, the mistrust that had festered between them long before the masks ever came off. He didn't even tell us, not when it mattered. We gave him our trust, and he threw it away like it meant nothing. His voice cracked slightly at the end, and he hated it. Plag looked at him carefully, his tone more serious than usual. Maybe he was scared, Adrian. People do dumb things when they're scared, especially when it's about protecting others. Adrian pressed his palms to his face, fingers digging into his hair as he spoke softly. Maybe, but I can't get past it, Plag. He didn't just lie to me, he followed my father, my family. His throat tightened as he forced the words out. If he really trusted me, he would have told me before I found out the hard way. Plag stayed quiet, letting Adrian's words hang in the room, knowing there wasn't a simple answer to any of it. The silence was finally broken by a sharp voice cutting through the air. The television automatically switched to a breaking news bulletin. Attention, another supervillain attack is in progress near central Paris. All civilians are advised to seek shelter immediately while heroes handle the situation. More updates to follow. Adrian's heart lurched, the weight of his emotions forcing itself into the background. He stood up, the hesitation still in his chest, but the responsibility clear in his mind. Paris was calling. Plag floated into view, voice quiet but certain. You know the drill, kid, you can't leave Paris waiting. Adrian nodded, forcing the bitter storm of feelings into the pit of his stomach. There'd be time to sort through them later. Right now, the city needed Chat Noir, even if that meant facing Fire Shadow again, with the weight of it all still fresh. His hand clenched into a fist, then relaxed as he reached for the ring. Claws out. The rooftops of Paris blurred beneath Chat Noir as he sprinted across them. The cool air brushing past his face, but the usual thrill wasn't there. His mind wasn't in it, not fully. The weight of his thoughts about Naruto still hung heavy on his chest, but he forced them aside as the chaos below snapped him back to the moment. Down on the street, the latest akumatized villain, some unlucky soul twisted into something monstrous, was lashing out, sending shockwaves through the plaza. The damage was growing worse by the second, but Ladybug was already on the scene, her yo-yo flashing through the air as she ducked behind cover. And right there, standing beside her, was him. Fire Shadow. Chat Noir landed silently on the rooftop beside them, his baton sliding back into a ready grip. His stance calm but closed off. No playful smirk. No sharp, cocky line. Just silence. Ladybug turned slightly, catching his arrival out of the corner of her eye, relief flickering on her face for a moment, but even she noticed the shift in his mood. She didn't comment on it, at least not yet. Finally, both of you, she said, glancing between the two boys. We'll stick to the basics, I'll distract the villain and go for the Akuma when I spot it. Chat, I want you to back me up and keep him off balance. Fire Shadow, you handle cover and limit the damage to civilians, clear? Chat Noir gave a sharp nod, his grip tightening around his baton, got it. No protest, no comment. Nothing extra. Fire Shadow, standing only a few feet away, tilted his head slightly toward Adrian, as if wanting to say something, but Chat Noir had already moved, launching forward into the fray without so much as looking back. Ladybug's yo-yo wrapped around a piece of debris, pulling herself into the fight. Chat Noir stayed sharp and controlled, landing hit after hit to force the villain into defensive patterns, his teamwork precise, but cold. Every move was coordinated, but the usual spark of trust, the natural flow they had when fighting side by side, was gone. And Fire Shadow could feel it. The battle raged on around them, but even with the chaos, the distance between the two teammates was impossible to ignore. The villain let out a roar, sending another pulse of energy through the ground, cracking the pavement and sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Chat Noir darted forward, deflecting one chunk with a sharp swing of his baton, his eyes sharp but his face unreadable. Ladybug flipped overhead, her yo-yo snaring the villain's arm, pulling it off balance. Now Chat, she shouted, counting on the timing they'd perfected a dozen times before. Without hesitation, Chat Noir struck, quick, efficient, but still distant. The blow sent the villain stumbling, exactly as planned, and Ladybug didn't waste a second. With practiced ease, her yo-yo wrapped around the corrupted item, purifying the Akuma in a flash of white light. Miraculous Ladybug. The world shimmered as the damage around them rewound, the buildings mending, debris vanishing, and Paris returning to its calm. The battle was over. Ladybug let out a soft breath, lowering her yo-yo as the purified charm rested in her hand. She glanced to her side, expecting the usual triumphant grin from her partners. Chat Noir landed silently beside her, baton sliding back to his belt. No grin, just a quiet nod. A second later, Fire Shadow dropped down too, landing on her other side. His mask couldn't hide the glance he gave Chat Noir, reading the unspoken wall still lingering between them. The three of them stood there for a moment. Shoulder to shoulder, the city quiet once again around them, the way it always ended, the way it always had. But the air between them wasn't quite the same, not yet. Ladybug looked between the two boys, sensing the tension but not forcing the conversation. For now, the fight was over, but the real battle between trust and hurt still lingered just beneath the surface. Ladybug let out a small, satisfied breath, raising her fist toward Fire Shadow, the old habit between the three of them, the gesture that always followed a victory. Fire's shadow glanced at her, and with a subtle but genuine smile beneath his mask, he lifted his fist to meet hers. But the third fist never came. Chat Noir stood a short distance away, baton resting against his shoulder. His gaze lingered on the city, then briefly flicked toward them, not angry, not cold, but distant. Without a word, he turned away, leaping onto the nearest rooftop, his silhouette vanishing into the Paris skyline. Naruto's eyes followed him, his fist still hanging in the air before slowly lowering it. The faint grin that had found its way onto his face during the battle slipped away, replaced by something more thoughtful. Ladybug glanced at him, her own smile fading slightly. She didn't say anything, not yet. There was nothing either of them could say that would fix it in a single conversation. As the wind brushed past them, Naruto's thoughts stirred. Guess a victory doesn't fix everything. His gaze drifted upward, scanning the path Adrian had taken through the rooftops. One battle at a time. He knew the real fight wasn't against villains or monsters right now, it was winning back the trust of his friend. And that wasn't going to happen overnight. Naruto's eyes lingered on the rooftop edge where Chat Noir had disappeared, the faint echo of his baton launch fading into the breeze. His hand lowered slowly, the attempted fist bump left hanging in the air, a small gesture that hit a little harder than any villain's attack. Ladybug shifted beside him, lowering her own hand as well. For a moment, the city felt unusually quiet, the adrenaline of the fight giving way to a weight heavier than exhaustion. "He's still not ready to talk to you," Ladybug said quietly, her voice soft but carrying that sharp thread of understanding. "I've never seen him act like this after a fight, not even when we've been on worse missions." Naruto didn't respond right away, his gaze fixed on the horizon, like he was searching for an answer out there. "I figured," he finally said, voice low. "Doesn't make it easier, though." Ladybug crossed her arms, glancing in the direction Chat Noir had vanished. "I think it's hard for him to understand why you couldn't just trust us from the start." Her voice wasn't cold, just honest. Naruto's jaw tightened under his mask, and for a moment the wind was the only one to answer. "I never meant for it to feel like betrayal," he muttered. "I thought I was doing the right thing, I thought keeping secrets was protecting you both." Ladybug let the words hang between them, her gaze softening. "Sometimes trying to protect people means pushing them away without realizing it." She sighed, glancing at him. "But trust doesn't just snap back like that, you'll have to give him time." Naruto gave a faint nod, the tension in his chest still heavy. "Yeah, time." He watched the sky for another moment, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. "I just hope there's still time for it." Ladybug didn't reply this time, because she was wondering the same thing. The next day came and went, and life in Paris seemed to settle back into its usual rhythm, at least on the surface. Marinette had gone back to her bright, cheerful self around him, her smiles and chatter almost like the whole week's tension had never happened. But Naruto could still see the difference, there was a little more thought behind her glances, a little more care in her words. Adrian, though, hadn't said a word. Not a text, not a call, the silence spoke louder than anything. Naruto didn't press it. He knew pushing wouldn't help. For now, all he could do was wait. And maybe focus on other things. That afternoon, with his usual grin slipping back into place, he stood at the bottom of the bakery steps, hands tucked into his jacket pockets, waiting on Marinette and Alia. Today wasn't about missions or secrets. Just one of his usual exploration runs through the hidden corners of Paris, and this time, he wasn't going alone. Naruto leaned casually against the old stone wall, the morning air crisp and light. His eyes flicked toward the corner as two familiar figures approached, Marinette and Alia, both dressed down in activewear, bright and ready for the little adventure he'd promised them. As Marinette jogged up beside him, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face with a soft smile, Naruto felt an unexpected warmth stir in his chest. His gaze lingered for a second too long, and before he could stop himself, his cheeks flushed with faint color. "Focus," he muttered to himself, quickly looking away and scratching the back of his head to shake the thought off. "Ready for this?" he asked, flashing a grin to cover his moment of distraction. "Long as you're not dragging us into another rooftop chase, I'm ready," Alya teased, stretching out her arms. "You've been hyping this exploration all week." But her playful tone softened a little as she glanced toward him, her curiosity peeking through. "Actually, before we start, you never did explain why you were acting so weird a few days ago. You were all distant and quiet, not like you at all." Naruto paused, the words hesitating on his tongue, but Marinette beat him to it, speaking up smoothly. "He was just dealing with a family thing," she said casually, glancing at Alya. "It came out of nowhere, so he wasn't really himself that day." Alya blinked, surprised at first, then nodded slowly, her expression easing. "You could have just told me we're your friends, Naruto. You don't have to pretend everything's fine when it's not." Naruto let out a quiet chuckle, the tension slipping from his shoulders. "Yeah, you're right, I'll try to remember that next time." With the air cleared, the three of them exchanged smiles, their shoes tapping against the pavement as they finally started off together. Just another day, or at least, that's what it felt like. The morning stretched into midday as the three of them wandered through winding alleyways, old stone staircases, and hidden corners of Paris most people overlooked. Naruto led the way, his energy light and playful, pointing out little shortcuts and odd spots he'd stumbled on during his solo wandering. Alya kept close, snapping pictures here and there for her blog, while Marinette walked just a little nearer to Naruto, her hands stuffed in her pockets, occasionally glancing over at him whenever he'd get too far ahead. They moved through gardens tucked between apartment blocks, crossed rooftops with the city stretching wide around them, and even stopped at an old bookshop tucked away behind a rusted gate. Laughter came easier, the tension from the last few days falling away, and for a while it was as if nothing had changed. Eventually, Naruto slowed his pace as they approached the top of a narrow path leading to a tucked-away hill on the edge of the city. "I've been saving this one," he said over his shoulder, glancing back at them with a small, proud grin. The two girls followed, and as they reached the top, the world seemed to open up in front of them. Paris stretched endlessly across the skyline, the Seine weaving through the streets like silver thread, and the afternoon light painted the clouds soft gold and pink. Marinette blinked in quiet surprise, her breath catching for a second. Alya stood still, lowering her phone for once, the view too perfect for words. Naruto stepped forward a little, his hands tucked behind his head as the breeze ruffled his hair. "When everything gets too heavy, I usually come here, figured you two deserve to see it too." For a moment, none of them said anything. The quiet didn't feel awkward, it felt peaceful. Naruto dropped down onto the grass, leaning back on his hands as his gaze drifted across the skyline. The breeze tugged at his jacket, and for a moment, his usual easygoing smile softened into something a little more thoughtful. "I found this place the after day I moved here, technically my second exploration of Paris," he said quietly, voice light but honest. "I got lost, real lost. I was just wandering around, thinking maybe I made a mistake coming to Paris in the first place." Alya glanced at him, curiosity flickering in her expression, but she didn't interrupt. Marinette sat down beside him, quietly listening. "I don't know why, but when I stood here and looked out at all this, it felt like maybe I could belong, even if it was just for a little while." His words trailed off on the breeze, his gaze fixed on the horizon. But the peace in the moment didn't last long in his mind. His thoughts slipped, uninvited, back to Adrian. Adrian was right. No matter how much he'd told himself he was doing the right thing, keeping secrets, working alone, trying to shoulder it all, the truth was, he hadn't trusted them the way they'd trusted him, and now. He let out a quiet breath, tilting his head back. I thought I was doing the right thing, protecting them, protecting Paris. But trust wasn't just about protecting someone. It was about standing beside them, no walls, no masks. The problem was, even if he understood that now, would Adrian, would his team, ever see him the same way again? The weight of it lingered in his chest, silent and heavy, as Marinette and Alya sat nearby, caught up in the view. For a while, the city below kept on glowing like nothing had changed, but for Naruto, everything had. The three of them sat in comfortable silence for a while, just letting the breeze and the view do the talking. The sun had started its slow descent, painting the sky in soft golds and pinks, and the streets below began to glow with the first flickers of evening lights. Alya stretched her arms over her head, letting out a content sigh. You know, she said, breaking the quiet, I gotta hand it to you, Naruto, you've got a real eye for hidden spots. I've lived here my whole life and never found this place. Naruto chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I just got lucky that day, he replied, though his mind was still half distracted with lingering thoughts. Marinette glanced over at him, catching the faint shift in his tone. Or maybe, she offered gently, you were meant to find it. Naruto blinked at her, surprised by how simple yet steady her words sounded. There wasn't a trace of doubt in her voice, and somehow, that eased something in him, just a little. Alya smirked and stood, brushing off her hands. Well, lucky or not, next time you're dragging us somewhere cool, you better give me a heads up. I almost thought you were planning another big secret for a second. Marinette shot Alya a playful side eye, while Naruto gave a soft, almost apologetic smile. Nothing like that, he said, standing up too. I think I've had enough secrets for a while. Marinette glanced at him again, this time her expression more knowing, her smile subtle but warm. Good, she said, it's better that way. The three of them slowly started walking back, the city stretching out around them, peaceful for now. Naruto stayed a step or two behind as they chatted, hands tucked in his pockets, his mind finally quiet. For the first time in days, the weight in his chest had lessened, not gone, but lighter. And even though Adrian still hadn't reached out, he knew. At least, that some things could still be put right. The new week rolled in, and the classroom buzzed with its usual mix of chatter and shuffling papers. Naruto sat in his usual spot, but this time, between Alya and Marinette, his usual table across from Adrian left empty, the blonde still at his desk by the window. Naruto kept his eyes on his lunch, poking at it more than eating. Alya was mid-story about one of Nino's weekend DJ experiments when Marinette glanced over at him, brow raised. Hey, why aren't you sitting with Adrian? She asked softly, leaning in just enough so Alya wouldn't catch the question fully. Naruto blinked, his chopsticks pausing midair. For a second his throat tightened. But he caught himself. He couldn't exactly say the truth, not the part where their fight had more to do with their masked lives than anything else. We had a dumb argument, he answered, giving her a half-hearted smile. I figured I'd give him some space until he's ready to talk it out. Marinette nodded slowly, her eyes flicking toward Adrian at his desk. The blonde was staring out the window, lost in his own world, before looking back at Naruto. Sounds just like another argument you had, I'll give you the same advice here. Naruto nodded, pretending to refocus on Alya, who was now going on about a new blog post idea. He let the conversation drift around him, tossing in the occasional smile or reply. But his mind had already pulled away. That feeling was back. A quiet, crawling sensation along the back of his neck, sharp enough that he knew it wasn't just nerves. His chakra stirred faintly under his skin, reacting before his thoughts could fully catch up. Someone was watching them. His eyes flicked casually across the room, out the window, down the hall. Nothing. But the feeling never left. The subtle feeling in Naruto's chest twisted into full-blown alarm the moment the floor gave a low, unnatural groan. The windows rattled in their frames, the walls shuddered, and then, like the weight of the world itself had suddenly dropped on the building, the entire classroom began to quake. Desks screeched across the floor, the lights flickered, and the students' conversations shattered into sharp cries of panic. Naruto braced his hand on the desk, teeth clenching as the tremors grew worse. His mind barely kept up with the physical chaos, the same bitter thought flashing through him like lightning: it's always something, just 1 week, is that too much to ask? 1 week where Hawkmoth leaves Paris alone so I can deal with my own crap. The speakers on the wall crackled to life, the principal's voice cutting through the rattling room. Attention, all students and staff, this is not a drill. Stay inside your classrooms, do not attempt to leave the building, this is an emergency situation. Treat this as an earthquake protocol, stay low, stay away from the windows, and remain calm. But Naruto barely heard the end of the announcement. His eyes locked briefly with Marinette's, both of them knew there was no waiting this one out. Marinette subtly shifted from her crouched spot under her desk, giving Alya's shoulder a small reassuring squeeze before she inched closer to Naruto. The quake rumbled on as the two quietly slipped through the nearest door, unnoticed amid the chaos. Naruto glanced once toward Adrian's desk before leaving. Empty, figures, he thought, he never misses a beat. They ducked into the nearest empty hallway, the world still rumbling around them, and without a second's hesitation Marinette pulled her earrings free, whispering the words that had become second nature. Tiki, spots on. In a flash of warm pink light, the everyday girl vanished, replaced by Ladybug, confidence settling on her face like a second skin. Naruto stood right beside her, rolling his shoulders as his fingers reached for his watch. With a sharp, practiced tap on the screen, a pulse of orange light shot from the device. Fabric burst from it, like ink blooming through water, swirling up his arms and chest. The black and orange weave wrapped around him. Tightening into his suit, sleek, reinforced, with a jacket draped over his shoulders like a modern shinobi. The last piece formed as the black mask stretched into place, the pointed edges locking in as the hood flipped up. A final spark of orange along the watch face blinked out, leaving only the fire-red glow of his eyes behind. Fire Shadow stood tall, cracking his knuckles once. Guess Paris didn't feel like giving me a break today. Ladybug pulled her yo-yo free, twirling it once in her palm. Let's go remind them why that was a bad idea. Without another word, the two heroes leapt out the window into the chaos. Both heroes landed hard on the pavement, side by side. As the red cloud-patterned cloak came into view, the same figure Naruto had faced the night everything unraveled. His mind flickered through the memory, sharp and unbidden, before his gaze hardened, locking onto the man. Without looking away, Naruto spoke quietly, his voice low and steady, "That's the cloaked guy from Friday." Ladybug's eyes darted between Naruto and the figure, her brow furrowing. "So, not an Akuma, you mean he's the one you've been suspecting, the one behind all of it, even Hawkmoth?" Naruto gave a short, sharp nod, just as the cloaked man's voice rang out, smooth and full of unshakable confidence. "I was starting to wonder how long it'd take you to show. Fire Shadow, or should I say, by your real name." Naruto's eyes narrowed, his muscles tensing as the man tilted his head, as if amused by the tension. "Honestly, it wasn't hard," the figure continued, voice dripping with mockery. "A kid from Japan, shinobi blood in his veins, transfers to Paris. Suddenly a new hero shows up with chakra abilities. Connect the dots. Naruto stood firm, his voice cold and even. If you know that much, you're not just here to gloat. What do you want? The cloaked man chuckled, hands folded behind his back like this was all a game. Pulling the strings, giving Hawkmoth his toy, he shook his head, turning to Ladybug. That would be telling. Let's just say I'm not the only one holding the leash around here. If I were, I'd be back at headquarters, not out here, looking for your blonde boyfriend. Both Naruto and Ladybug stiffened at the comment, their cheeks faintly coloring, but neither dropped their guard. Naruto's thoughts sharpened. So it's not just him. There's someone, or something, higher up. And why come for me? What's he after? His gaze drifted toward the man's eyes, unnatural and unmistakable. Purple, ringed, like a ripple frozen in time. It wasn't just a bloodline trait, it was something else. Something far worse. Finally, Naruto broke the silence. If you've been in Paris this long, why now? You've had plenty of chances before. Why wait until now to come for me? The man's grin widened, a predator savoring the moment. Now, I can't just hand you the whole plot, can I? This isn't a video game, kid. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, but I will tell you this, I'm not here for you, I'm here for what you carry. Naruto's stomach dropped as the man said it, his voice sharp and deliberate. I'm here for the 10 tails. The words hit harder than any attack. His mind snapped to Kurama. The 10 tails, no one calls him that here. The cloaked figure went on, pacing slowly. You've studied the old shinobi texts, dug into the past, but there are pieces you'll never find in books. His voice lowered. Your little fox friend, he wasn't always the 10 tails. Once, long ago, he was the 9. Until about, 1,000 years ago, give or take. Naruto's throat felt dry, even Kurama had never spoken of that. Not many know the how, even the ones I report to won't say, the man went on, almost amused at Naruto's expression. But the other tailed beasts, they're still out there, scattered, waiting, it's time we bring them together again. He paused, watching Naruto's reaction. You already know how powerful that beast is, even alone. The others, weaker, shadows of what he's become. But one concept, one power. The man's eyes flicked between Naruto and Ladybug, his voice a smooth whisper now. Change, that's what your fox holds now. That's the true strength. Imagine what the world would look like with that power in the right, or wrong, hands. The cloaked man's voice remained calm, even as his words grew heavier. Just imagine it, he mused, hands outstretched slightly as if painting a grand vision. That kind of power, the power of change, boosted, amplified beyond even what your little fox has shown you. Naruto's stomach twisted as the pieces slid together in his head. The other tailed beasts, they're not after Kurama to control him, they're meant to push him, force him to evolve, make him stronger. His mind barely had time to settle on the thought when a black blur cut across the conversation. Cataclysm. Chat Noir lunged in from above, his gloved hand sparking with destructive energy, aiming straight for the man's chest. The moment his hand connected, the black cloak rippled, crumbled, and was obliterated by the sheer force of the attack. But the man didn't vanish. Before Chat Noir could even process it, a sharp kick to his rib sent him flying, skidding hard across the cracked pavement. The man adjusted his now tattered cloak, dusting off his shoulder with casual indifference. "TCH, I think that's enough talk for one day," he muttered, his voice colder than before. His head tilted, those ringed, violet eyes fixing on the three of them like a predator sizing up prey. "I'll take care of you three, right here." Naruto gritted his teeth, immediately turning toward Chat Noir, trying to signal for a plan. "Chat, we need to," but before the words could even leave his mouth, Chat Noir was already moving, spinning his staff into position and charging back in, no hesitation, no waiting. His body moved on instinct, frustration and adrenaline overriding strategy. Naruto's hands tensed, knowing that this wasn't just going to be another fight, not this time. The moment Chat Noir rushed back in, the entire air seemed to snap like a pulled wire. Naruto had no choice but to follow, legs kicking off the cracked ground, his mind already sharpening for battle. Ladybug flanked his side, Yo-Yo snapping forward and locking onto a ledge before she swung hard into the fray. The cloaked man moved like he'd seen it all before. Chat Noir's staff came in first, slicing through the air with enough speed to split the wind, aiming for the man's shoulder. Without missing a beat, the man's hand lifted, fingers twitching, and the air itself seemed to bend, the gravity shifting just enough to make Chat swing slow, almost sluggish, as if his body weighed 10 times more. With a flick of his wrist, the man sent Chat Noir crashing into a parked car on the street's edge. Naruto slid in under the pressure, chakra flaring in his palms as two shadow clones poofed to life on either side. No words. Just action. One clone circled wide, the other high, both lunging at the cloaked figure at once. The man's eyes tracked them, the faintest twitch in his fingers snapping both clones out of existence before their attacks could land. But that was the opening Naruto wanted. Wind style, gale palm. A compressed burst of wind howled from his hand, forcing the man to shift his stance as the sheer force blasted toward him. Dust and broken glass whipped into the air as Ladybug swept in from above, Yo-Yo winding around the man's arm and tightening like steel cable. The cloaked figure barely reacted. His feet didn't even move. The moment the yo-yo tightened, the man twisted his wrist, gravity spiked. Ladybug was ripped from the air, crashing down onto the concrete before she could cut the line. Naruto grit his teeth, rushing in with raw speed, using the debris and angles of the broken pavement for cover. His chakra flared again, this time gathering in his palm, the whirling spiral of a Rasengan forming in an instant. He lunged, the bright blue sphere spinning furiously, aiming directly for the man's side. But as the gap closed, the air thickened, heavy as stone, his body slowed under the weight of the gravity field. His feet dragged against the street as if the world itself was holding him back. The cloaked figure caught Naruto's wrist mid-attack, the Rasengan trembling violently in his hand. Threatening to explode too early. "You've learned some tricks," the man muttered, tightening his grip, "but you're still only playing shinobi." With a grunt, Naruto flipped his body midair, planting a kick squarely at the man's head. The moment their grip broke, another clone poofed into existence behind the enemy, Rasengan ready and slamming it toward his back, but gravity twisted again, crushing the clone into the ground before the attack could connect. Ladybug was already back on her feet, moving fast and fluid, her yo-yo lashing out to catch the man off guard while Naruto rebalanced, summoning another shadow clone mid-dash. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Chat Noir getting up, staff braced against the cracked sidewalk. Face twisted in quiet frustration. "Chat, we need to work together," Naruto called over, the urgency clear in his voice. "You can't beat him alone." But Chat didn't even look his way, his eyes locked on the cloaked figure. His stance was tight, defensive. His mind was somewhere else, somewhere personal. Ladybug and Naruto exchanged a glance, both of them knew the truth, Chat Noir wasn't really listening. The fight pressed on. The cloaked figure kept them separated, using gravitational shifts to throw them back, sending Ladybug into the side of a lamppost, Naruto skidding across the pavement. Each time one of them got close, the man met them head-on, his strength unnatural. His timing surgical. Naruto's breathing was heavy now, chest rising and falling as he watched Chat Noir circle back into the fray, this time rushing in without a word, swinging his staff again and again, the rage behind every strike making him predictable. The cloaked figure blocked each hit effortlessly, redirecting the staff, kicking Chat back with barely a flex of muscle. "He's not listening," Naruto muttered, his jaw tight. Ladybug wiped the blood from the corner of her lip and pushed herself back to her feet, standing beside Naruto. "He's shutting us out." Naruto nodded, tightening his fists. "And we can't get through to him in the middle of this." The cloaked figure stood between them. Calm, poised, utterly unbothered, as if the battle hadn't even started. He raised a single hand, the air around them warping as the gravity pulsed again, debris lifting from the ground, stones floating midair, as if the world itself was waiting for his command. "We're running out of time," Naruto muttered, his chakra already building again. He locked eyes with Ladybug. "We break his focus, you and me, Chat will follow, whether he wants to or not." Without waiting for a reply, Naruto charged forward, another clone already forming behind him, Rasengan burning bright in hand. The moment they charged back in, the air cracked under the weight of the cloaked man's power. Naruto led the push. Shadow clones splitting away from his sides, Rasengan spinning in their palms, while Ladybug darted high with her yo-yo primed and ready. Chat Noir came in from the flank, staff spinning with expert precision. But the man didn't even flinch. With a sharp flick of his hand, the gravity around them snapped. A concussive burst exploded outward, ripping through the air like a pressure bomb. All three heroes were sent flying. Naruto slammed hard against a light post, gritting his teeth as the metal bent slightly from the force. Ladybug tumbled into a cracked storefront, catching herself at the last second. Chat Noir wasn't so lucky, the blast sent him spinning through the air. His body completely exposed mid-flight. The cloaked figure was already there, hand raised, another gravity strike poised to crush him midair. Naruto didn't hesitate. Before the attack could land, his body blurred forward, chakra surging into his legs as he flung himself into Chat's path. His arm locked around Chat Noir's chest, twisting their momentum midair, and they both hit the ground hard, but the blast meant for Adrian never connected. The two tumbled and skidded across the concrete, finally coming to a breathless stop near Ladybug. For a moment, neither spoke. Only the sound of the broken street and the faint pulse of the villain's power filled the air. Chat Noir's head hung low. The weight of what just happened sinking in. His fist tightened. Why'd you do that?" Naruto let out a shaky breath, rolling onto his back, staring at the cloudy sky for a moment. "Because you're my teammate Adrian," he said at a whisper, "no matter how mad you are at me, no matter how distant you try to be, I'm still going to watch your back." The name hit hard. Adrian blinked, the edges of his anger cracking, breaking away under the simple truth of it. Naruto wasn't just acting out of instinct, it was real trust. Real care. The same trust he'd refused to accept before. Ladybug pulled herself over to them, giving them both a small, knowing smile despite the bruises lining her skin. "Geez, you two sure know how to pick a fight," she teased, lightly nudging both their shoulders. "Looks like the Chat fight's finally over." Chat Noir let out a weak chuckle, shaking his head, the tension in his chest finally easing. His eyes flicked over to Naruto, and this time, there was no anger behind them, only understanding. "Yeah, I guess it is," he said quietly. "I wasn't being fair." Naruto pushed himself up, offering a faint grin. "I'm not gonna sit here and act like I wasn't being a shithead either, it's on both of us, so let's stop being idiots for now." The moment passed, steady and strong. The three heroes looked back toward the cloaked figure, who stood at the center of the destruction. Waiting, like a hunter sizing up his prey. Ladybug stood, spinning her yo-yo once, determination resetting across her face. "Alright boys, time to end this, together." Naruto reached into his gear pouch, fingers brushing over a small unsealing tag marked with kanji. A flick of chakra released the seal, and in a flash of smoke and light, a massive body-sized sword materialized into his hand, thick, heavy, and sharp as a fresh storm. He planted the blade into the cracked pavement, adjusting his grip, the weight of battle and purpose settling into his bones. "Now this," Naruto muttered, eyes burning with renewed focus, "feels more like the team I wanted." Chat Noir spun his staff, his stance locking back into place beside them. "Let's make this count." Ladybug's yo-yo snapped tight in her grip, her smirk returning. "Paris is watching, let's show them what we've got." The three stood side by side, battle-worn but unshaken, ready for the final round. The three of them moved as one. Ladybug shot forward first, her yo-yo snapping out like lightning, wrapping around the cloaked man's wrist before he could make another move. She yanked hard, twisting his balance just enough for Chat Noir to close the gap, staff spinning fast, aiming for a clean strike to the ribs. At the same moment, Naruto's clones burst from the sides, two armed with Raisengans and the original gripping his unsealed blade tight, dashing in from behind. For a heartbeat, it looked like the perfect plan, seamless teamwork, synchronized like clockwork. But the cloaked man's reaction was almost too calm. Just as Chat's staff was about to connect, the gravity around them shifted again, crushing down like an invisible weight. Ladybug's yo-yo whip cracked mid-air, snapping free from his arm as her footing crumbled beneath her. Naruto's clones were ripped apart by the sudden shift, distorted and popping out of existence in bursts of chakra. The real Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing chakra through his legs to fight against the crushing pressure, muscles straining as he swung his blade downward in one heavy arc, but the moment the steel met its target, it froze. The man's bare hand caught the sword, fingers locking around the flat side, stopping all of Naruto's strength dead. The pressure of the grip alone sent cracks spiraling across the blade. Then the force exploded outward again. All three were sent flying. Chat Noir slammed into the side of a bus, Ladybug hit the ground hard, skidding along the pavement, and Naruto tumbled through a half-destroyed car, his sword skidding away from his hand. For a long second, the only sound was the dull hum of the villain's power vibrating through the broken street. Naruto forced himself onto his knees, panting hard, sweat trailing down the side of his face. They'd worked together, truly worked together, and it still wasn't enough. His eyes lifted toward the cloaked man, who stood exactly where they'd left him, completely unbothered by the combined force of Paris's three strongest heroes. Naruto wiped his mouth, glancing to his teammates. Ladybug pushed herself back onto her feet, her arms shaking slightly from the strain. Chat Noir, bruised and scuffed, stood slowly, leaning on his staff for support. His voice was quieter now, no trace of anger, just focus. "We hit him together, full force, he barely moved." Naruto's fists tightened. His mind spun, racing for another plan. This wasn't like any Akuma fight. This was deeper, smarter. And it wasn't just strength the enemy was using, it was experience. Battle instinct honed beyond anything Paris had faced before. The cloaked man tilted his head slightly, as if watching them piece it together amused him. "You're starting to see the difference now," the man called out, voice calm and cutting. "You are strong, all of you, but not strong enough." Naruto pushed up fully, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ladybug and Chat once more. "No," he muttered, voice steady. "Not yet, but we will be." Their bodies were battered, their breath unsteady, but the fire in their eyes hadn't gone out. It was far from over. The man stood unfazed, his cloak torn, his expression steady, as if this battle had never been a real challenge to begin with. "You can claw, you can bite, you can scratch the surface all you want," the man said, voice sharp with finality, "but I'm walking away from this with the 10 tails, whether you're alive or not. That's the only outcome." Naruto gritted his teeth, sweat trailing down the side of his face as the weight of the words hung heavy in the air. Beside him, Ladybug's hands tightened around her yo-yo, and Chat Noir, chest rising and falling, clutched his staff with shaking hands. "It doesn't matter if I'm alive or dead, huh?" Naruto's mind repeated, his gaze flicking toward his teammates. His body felt like lead, every muscle pushed beyond its limits, but the real ache wasn't physical. It was the helplessness. That's when he heard it. The faint beep, Chat Noir's ring. Naruto's gaze snapped to the side, catching the flicker of panic crossing Adrian's face. His time was running out. If he detransformed now, they'd lose all chance at standing together. And then he felt it, a pull deep in his chest. A stirring ripple, like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. "Kurama." The fox's voice echoed through his mind, low and calm but carrying more weight than anything the enemy had said. "You've held back long enough, kid, it's time, stop fighting like you're alone, become more." Naruto closed his eyes, drawing in a slow breath as his hand curled into a fist. His chakra flickered, flowing like a stream loosening a dam. The familiar, warm blue glow poured out of him, but it didn't stop there. The light shifted, becoming lighter, brighter, as if the very nature of his chakra was reshaping, evolving. Not wild or untamed, but refined, harmonized, balanced. His eyes snapped open, the usual blue now burning more vividly, and his voice cut through the silence. "I'm not the only one standing against you." His voice carried, stronger with each word, cutting through the doubt and the fear. "You think this is about me, about the 10 tails. But I've never fought alone, I'm part of something bigger, I've got people at my side who believe in me, and I believe in them." His eyes glanced toward Ladybug and Chat Noir, who looked back, breathing hard but steady, listening. "The truth is, the moment I stood beside them, I was already stronger than you or your higher-ups have ever planned for." His chakra flared outward, spreading like a living wave, brushing against Chat Noir and Ladybug. Both heroes stiffened, their eyes widening as warmth flooded their limbs. For Chat Noir, the weight pressing against him suddenly felt lighter. The beeping on his ring stopped, the countdown halting. His body, moments ago on the verge of exhaustion, surged with new strength, as if something inside had been reignited. Ladybug felt it too, clarity, focus, strength. The fatigue pulling at her bones dissolved, her mind clearing, the gravity pressing her down lifting. And Naruto, he felt the connection lock into place. For the first time, the three of them stood completely unified. No barriers, no distance. Just trust. The cloaked man paused, his expression shifting ever so slightly as he took a step back, sensing the change. Naruto exhaled slowly, his voice lower now, steady and calm. "So if you're still planning to take the 10 tails, you'll have to go through all of us." The world felt different. The moment Naruto's chakra flowed into them, it wasn't just their strength that grew, it was as if the air itself had shifted. Gravity no longer pressing down but lifting them, urging them forward. The cloaked man tensed, his smirk fading ever so slightly. "So, you've awakened more than I expected." But there was no time for more words. Ladybug moved first, her yo-yo slicing through the air like a comet, the cord crackling with that same strange, amplified energy. She closed the gap in an instant, landing precise, whip-fast strikes, her body moving fluidly, too fast for even his gravity manipulations to immediately pin her. Each strike forced the man to twist, defend, shift his stance, but before he could counter, Chat Noir came crashing in from above, his staff extended to full length midair. The impact when the two collided sent a shockwave through the street. The staff glowing faintly, charged with both his own energy and the boost Naruto had given. His strikes were no longer desperate, no longer wild, every movement was sharp, controlled, filled with confidence. And when the man shoved him back, the moment his feet touched ground, Naruto was already there. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Blue-tinted smoke burst into the air as multiple copies of Naruto surrounded the cloaked man from all sides. Each clone flickered with that same evolving chakra, their forms no longer flickering weakly under strain but sharp, stable, and fast. They moved in unison, like a perfectly trained squad, attacking from every angle. The man's hands flexed, gravity distorting the street around him. Crushing cars and cracking pavement, but Naruto was ready for it this time. Wind style, gale palm. A surge of wind broke through the distorted air, forcing the gravity shift outward, creating an opening. Naruto was already weaving another set of signs. Fire style, phoenix flame barrage. Bright, blue-tinged embers shot forward, flames that were hotter, faster, denser than before. The man raised a hand, shielding himself with a crushing field of gravity, but the second the flames cleared, another Naruto, the real one, came leaping through. A Rasengan spun in his palm, but it wasn't the same as before. The orb glowed blindingly, its edges crackling with a strange, vibrant shift, as if the core of the technique had evolved alongside his chakra. The man barely deflected it, skidding back across the broken pavement, for the first time, his stance faltering. Naruto didn't stop, his hands blurred through more signs, switching styles without hesitation. Earth style, stone barricade. The ground burst upward, jagged walls cutting off the man's escape path just as Ladybug came swinging in from above, using the momentum of her enhanced yo-yo to drive a kick straight into the man's defense, forcing him to the ground. Chat Noir was already there waiting. His staff compressed, coiled energy building at the tip. Cataclysm. He unleashed it. The staff striking the ground where the man was pinned, but even then the cloaked figure lashed out, his gravity twisting the impact enough to narrowly avoid total destruction. But Naruto wasn't done, he leapt back, forming hand signs mid-air, and as his feet touched ground, he reached into his sealing pouch. A scroll unfurled in his hand, glowing with seal marks, before a burst of smoke exploded outward, and in its place a large, body-sized sword appeared in his grip, its steel humming, chakra channels lighting up along the blade's edge with that same bright hue. He rested the blade across his shoulder, turning his head just enough to glance at his two teammates. Now or never. Ladybug gave a nod, spinning her yo-yo tight around her wrist, while Chat Noir spun his staff back into position. The three of them moved as one. Their timing was no longer scattered, no longer desperate. Every attack flowed from one to the next, a perfect rhythm. One would strike, the next would cover. The third would force an opening. Over and over, forcing the man back step by step, his gravity bending the world, but the three heroes bending right back. This wasn't the same team that stood trembling minutes ago. They were stronger, together, the rhythm of the fight shifted. For the first time, the cloaked man wasn't leading the battle, the three heroes were. Their teamwork had sharpened into something nearly unstoppable. Every time he raised a hand, Ladybug was already intercepting, every time gravity began to twist the air, Naruto's clones were flanking him, forcing him to break concentration. And every time he tried to retreat or reposition, Chat Noir was right there, his staff moving like a blur, cutting him off. Naruto darted around the man, the large sword glowing with his enhanced chakra, slashing in wide, clean arcs. His strikes weren't wild, each swing was controlled, measured, forcing the man into smaller and smaller defensive positions, until he had nowhere left to run. Ladybug swung past at high speed, her yo-yo snagging the man's shoulder. The wire snapped taut, pulling him off balance just long enough for Chat Noir to slam his extended staff straight into the man's ribs, launching him skyward with a sharp, explosive force. "Now," Naruto shouted, eyes sharp and focused. Without needing a second word, the three heroes moved. Ladybug whipped her yo-yo high, catching the man mid-air and yanking him downward. At the same time, Chat Noir flipped forward, adjusting the length of his staff mid-spin, aiming directly at the cloaked man's descent. Naruto surged forward, his chakra-empowered body moving faster than gravity could pull, his large blade swinging upward at the last second. A perfect combination, crack. The man was caught in the air by Chat Noir's staff, flipped over and slammed down with brute force into the street. Naruto was already waiting, twisting his body and slamming the flat of his blade downward, driving him harder into the crater forming beneath. Ladybug followed in immediately after, landing squarely on the ground beside them, yo-yo spun tight, prepared to strike again. Dust and broken stone scattered around them in silence. The man lay at the center of the impact, unmoving for the first time since the battle began, his cloak torn, his hood knocked away, strands of dark hair messy and wild, his chest heaving. The city around them seemed to exhale, the twisted gravity settling, the world finally steady once again. For now, the fight was over. The three stood, weapons lowered but bodies still tense, waiting for the slightest hint of movement. But all that came was silence, the cloaked man pinned and beaten, at least for the moment. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword, his breath steady but low, his mind racing. They had done it. The dust slowly settled around the broken street, cracks webbed out beneath the three heroes as they stood together, the cloaked man pinned in the center of the crater. His chest rose and fell in ragged, shallow breaths, beaten, bruised, but not entirely broken. Naruto kept his sword raised, the glow of his chakra still pulsing through the blade, ready for the man's next move. But the man didn't rise. Instead, a faint, humorless chuckle echoed from his throat. His lips pulled into a crooked smile, blood trailing down the corner of his mouth as he tilted his head just enough to look at Naruto. "Heh, impressive, I'll admit it." His voice was hoarse, but it carried weight, the kind of confidence only someone who knew more than they let on could have. "You've grown faster than I expected, Fire Shadow." Naruto's grip tightened, the name making his muscles stiffen. Chat Noir and Ladybug tensed, but the man's gaze was focused squarely on Naruto. "But you didn't win," the man's voice was steady now, like every inch of his beaten body didn't matter. "This wasn't about me, I'm only the first. Others will come, stronger, smarter, with sharper claws and longer reach. You're living on borrowed time, boy." Naruto's eyes narrowed. The man exhaled slowly, his head tilting back toward the dull gray sky. "You'll have to make a choice, Uzumaki. You can't save everyone, you can't protect both worlds, not Paris, and not your own." His gaze flicked sideways, barely glancing toward Ladybug and Chat Noir, but the meaning was clear. This was just the opening act. For a moment, all the battle adrenaline in Naruto's chest twisted into something heavier. His heart thumped against his ribs, the words sinking deep, deeper than any blow the cloaked man had landed. A choice. The words echoed in his head, even as the man's breath grew shallow, his body finally succumbing to the damage. Naruto lowered his sword slightly, his thoughts clouded. The path ahead had just become so much more dangerous, and the weight of it all, of what it would demand from him, settled squarely on his shoulders. Ladybug glanced at him, sensing the shift, but she didn't say anything, not yet. The battle was over. But the real war was only beginning. The low hum of engines and the distant chatter of travelers echoed through the airport terminal, but to Naruto, it all felt distant, like white noise against the storm of thoughts in his head. Standing there, hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, he faced the small group gathered in front of him. Marinette, Alia, Adrian, Nino, and her parents, all of them had come to see him off. Their faces were a mix of concern and forced smiles, but the unspoken understanding hung between them. Naruto let his gaze drift for a moment. He wasn't good at this part, the quiet, the goodbyes, he hated it. Funny, he thought, I spent so much time trying to hold this new life together, and now I have to walk away from it, just when it felt like I was starting to belong. But he knew deep down this wasn't a choice, not really. The cloaked man's words hadn't left him, even now, more were coming. If he stayed, the people here, his friends, his new family, would be caught in the crossfire. He forced a small, easy grin onto his face, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. So, I guess this is it for now. His voice was calm, steady, but even Marinette caught the subtle crack in it. Some family matters came up back in Japan, stuff I can't ignore. Alia folded her arms, but her worry was written all over her face. You better not vanish on us for good, Naruto. He chuckled softly at that, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm not the disappearing type, I'll be back, I promise. Marinette lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening around the strap of her bag. She knew, or at least suspected, that there was more to it than family matters. But she didn't press him, not here, not now. Adrian stood a little off to the side, hands buried in his pockets as well. His eyes met Naruto's for just a second, the silence between them saying more than words could. Their last fight, their trust rebuilt on the battlefield, it all hung in the air. Adrian gave the smallest nod. He understood. Nino was the one to break the quiet, we'll hold the fort down while you're gone, man. Naruto's smile softened, a little more genuine this time, I know you will. He turned to Marinette's parents last, bowing his head slightly, not just out of habit, but out of respect. Thank you, for everything, for letting me stay under your roof. And making me feel like I was part of a family. Sabine reached forward, resting a gentle hand on his shoulder. You are Naruto, whenever you come back, your room will still be there. The weight in his chest tightened, but he nodded. As the final boarding call echoed overhead, he took a slow breath and stepped back. I'll come back, he said again, firmer this time. I promise. And with that, Naruto turned, lifting his bag over his shoulder and making his way toward the gate, his thoughts swirling with everything still left unsaid. Just as Naruto turned to walk away, the sound of hurried footsteps behind him made him pause. Wait, Marinette's voice called, softer but urgent. Before he could react, her hand caught his wrist, turning him gently back around. His blue eyes met hers, wide with surprise, just as she stood on her toes and pressed her lips softly against his. The world seemed to still, the noise of the airport fading into nothing. For a moment, there was only the quiet brush of her lips and the thunder of his own heartbeat. When she pulled back, her cheeks were burning, but her eyes were steady, determined. I meant to say this sooner, she whispered, her voice trembling but sure, I like you, Naruto, a lot. Her fingers slowly let go of his sleeve, but before stepping back, she added, you don't have to give me an answer now. When you come back, I'll be waiting. A second of stunned silence hung before a burst of cheers rang out from behind them. Alia and Nino both grinned wide, her parents sharing knowing, supportive smiles. Even Adrian let out a small, warm laugh, the tension between them all melting away for just a moment. Marinette, flustered beyond belief, buried her face in her hands, mumbling, you weren't supposed to cheer. Naruto stood there, still feeling the warmth of her kiss lingering against his lips, a rare softness settling in his chest. His doubts, his worries, all of it, didn't disappear, but her words gave them something else to hold on to. Something that tethered him to this place, and to her. "I'll come back." The promise had been strong before, but now it was unshakable. With a small, but real smile, he lifted his hand in a wave as he backed away toward the gate. "I'll hold you to that," he said quietly, before turning once more, this time certain, no matter what waited for him out there, he would come back. Naruto walked toward the terminal, the voices behind him fading with every step. His hands slid into his pockets as the weight of the moment settled quietly on his shoulders. Everything, the battles, the secrets, the choices, Marinette's kiss, swirled through his mind like a silent storm. So much has changed, and there's still more waiting. His gaze lifted toward the sky beyond the glass windows. The evening light cutting through the clouds. "I'll be back." And with that thought anchoring him, Naruto kept walking, the path ahead uncertain, but his resolve stronger than ever. That's it for today. I hope you liked the video. Please like and subscribe, and comment ideas if you can, and maybe you could share this with your friends, because you never know, they might like what ifs too. So without further ado, all Kage, out.